After Lin Zhu recovered from her injuries, she returned to the Tianlang organization and regained her position, enabling Li Fan to obtain assistance from a major international force, ultimately dismantling the underworld in Tianhai City. And it was from there that Li Fan's rise began. Aware of the potential future events, Huang Yu was determined not to let Li Fan grasp this opportunity. After all, Lin Zhu was not only the leader of Tianlang, but also possessed devilishly captivating looks and a seductive figure. She was truly a stunning beauty. Thus, from any perspective, Huang Yu was determined not to hand Lin Zhu over to Li Fan. I wonder what Lin Zhu looks like under her mask. The way she's described in the book, she must be extremely beautiful. In his fading consciousness, Lin Zhu seemed to hear two voices. Although he couldn't hold on much longer at this point, the voices were crystal clear to him. You don't. Upon seeing someone trying to remove her mask, Lin Zhu immediately resisted. However, the fatigue from her injuries made it impossible for her to continue, and she simply raised her head before passing out again. You've been injured so severely. Rest well. Su Mu sighed as he crouched down, looking at Lin Zhu. He then lifted her up, and, as he stood up, several shadows appeared outside the alley. Didn't expect there were accomplices, but they're just barely hanging on. The leader among them snickered, generating a triangular military blade in his hand. Hand over the person, and I'll spare your life. Yet, Huang Yu remained motionless, gazing at the group with disdain. Just you guys? In that split second, before the group of people charged forward, a gunshot rang out, a gaping wound appeared on the leader's calf, causing him to lose control and fall to the ground. Subsequently, a group of people in various clothing styles emerged and swiftly attacked the remaining black-clad figures, overpowering them. You're seeking death. The black-clad men roared, but to their surprise, the group's strength far exceeded their expectations. With just one punch upon contact, the black-clad men instantly felt their bones break. Ah! A cry of pain echoed, and within a minute, the situation in the alley was resolved. Young Master Huang. All the people before him bowed their heads in reverence and loyalty. You may withdraw. After Huang Yu gave the command, they all dispersed, blending back into the alley as if nothing had happened. As he exited the alley, Huang Yu seemed to recall something, speaking toward the empty area behind him. Remember to clean up here thoroughly, leave nothing behind. He then placed the injured woman in the back seat of his car and sped off towards his villa. The reason for returning to the villa was due to Yun Yun, a formidable figure. While Huang Yu's medical skills were sufficient, he was eager to witness Yun Yun's celestial power and understand how formidable it truly was. Gaining a better understanding of various aspects would aid in predicting future events, especially regarding the falling beauty. And in Huang Yu's heart, he was quietly contemplating the path of cultivation. After all, who knew when the immortal emperors or the reincarnated fairy kings would awaken? End of this chapter. Chapter 187. The fifth entry into the palace. Around half an hour later, quickly, Huang Yu returned to the villa with Lin Zhu in his arms. At this time, Yun Yun was still quietly treating her injuries in her room as usual. Suddenly, Yun Yun's door was pushed open, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Annoyed, she looked outside, only to see Huang Yu carrying a poorly dressed woman entering. This woman seemed to be seriously injured. Womanizer, ooh! At the sight of this woman, Yun Yun immediately scolded in anger, her eyes filled with disdain. True to his nature as a rich young master, deep down Huang Yu was still just a dog that couldn't change its habits. He had only been gone for a short while and already brought back another woman. Despite her being severely injured, Yun Yun couldn't help but connect her with Huang Yu in her mind. Speak, who have you brought back this time? Yun Yun seemed not to notice her own words, but Huang Yu frowned slightly. What does it have to do with you who I bring back? Hurry and heal her. I have very important matters to attend to. This matter concerns the fate of the city. If you just stand by and watch him die, you will bear the consequences. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Yun Yun's brows furrowed slightly, then she waved her hand, and Lin Zhu, who had been in Huang Yu's arms, immediately floated in front of him. When it came to Luo Qingcheng, Yun Yun couldn't afford to delay such an important matter. After all, Luo Qingcheng was his sworn enemy, and if due to such a small matter, the balance of power between him and Luo Qingcheng shifted, everything would be over. Aren't you going to leave? Do you want to see him naked? Yun Yun glanced at Huang Yu and said indifferently. Huang Yu awkwardly chuckled, then waved his hand and slowly retreated. Indeed, he did have such thoughts in his heart, but since it was Yun Yun's orders, he couldn't refuse. At the same time, Yi Fan, who had entered the police station several times, finally limped back to the alley in the dark of night. Yi Fan's reputation could be said to be notorious, as he had been arrested 3 times in a row for various crimes. The glory he had once received for helping capture criminals had long been overshadowed. Yi Fan limped into the alley, trying not to attract attention, as he wasn't sure if anyone was following him. Once he was certain that no one was tailing him, he inserted several silver needles into his calf, relieving some of the pain on his face. He continuously manipulated the silver needles, and a faint mist rose from his wound. This mist eventually returned to the wound, and slowly his wound scabbed over, starting to heal at an extremely terrifying speed. After about 15 minutes of this, Huang Yu slowly stood up and walked towards the rental house. Every step he took now seemed normal, indicating that he had no visible scars anymore. "If I find out who harmed me, I will make them pay with their own blood," Yi Fan said indignantly as he pushed open the door, entering the rental house. Inside, Wang Zhu and the old lady were frantically searching. "Hurry and find that guy. Where did he hide the card? There's 500,000 yuan in there. It must not be missed," Wang Zhu urged, while also pressing the old lady. "Keep searching. Time is running out. Don't waste it." The old lady, however, was getting impatient and whispered to her unmarried daughter, "Daughter, don't worry. She has been locked up. It won't be easy to get out this time. This is the 3rd time going to jail, and this time she will be sentenced for several months. We have plenty of time to search." Wang Zhu, who had been initially flustered, finally felt relieved. Nevertheless, in Wang Zhu's heart, there was still a sense of unease, as if something extremely dangerous was about to happen at any moment. Thinking about this, her movements became even faster. "What are you doing?" Yi Fan outside heard the noise and familiar voices, simultaneously detecting the sounds. He kicked the door open and saw the frantic mother and daughter inside. Yi Fan was immediately furious as he turned on the light. Astonishingly, Wang Zhu and the old lady's familiar faces appeared clearly in the night. Yi Fan couldn't hold back his anger. "I treated you so well, and yet you betray me. Is 500,000 yuan that attractive to you?" Yi Fan saw the boiling intent to kill in both of them. It seemed ready to solidify into reality. "Isn't it normal to like money?" the old lady whispered in her heart. Nonetheless, she managed to put on a sarcastic smile, with all the folds on her face squeezed together, trying to display a kind and gentle smile to Yi Fan. "Little Yi, I saw you were inside, so I wanted to help you tidy up the room. You haven't cleaned properly all day, right, daughter?" The old lady turned to Wang Zhu, who, despite being extremely flustered, nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, Yi Fan, you have to trust us. I believe you, Mom." Yi Fan stepped forward and grabbed the old lady's collar, throwing her on the ground. He then looked at Wang Zhu. "Is this how you repay me? I love you so much, and yet you want to betray me." But Wang Zhu, at that moment, no longer had the innocent and gentle look she used to have. She grabbed Yi Fan's hand and placed it on her chest. "Help! Help! Someone is trying to rape me!" Yi Fan was completely taken aback by Wang Zhu's sudden move. He was confused and not sure what was happening. But at that moment, Wang Zhu took off her clothes and leapt towards Yi Fan. "Now you have only 2 choices. Either sleep with me and forgive me, or I'll call the police." With a determined look in her eyes, Wang Zhu gave Yi Fan an ultimatum. Yi Fan was momentarily shaken and, eventually, under Wang Zhu's powerful assault, he surrendered. At the moment when Wang Zhu succeeded in her plan, she secretly took out a cell phone and dialed the police number. After a few quick calls, she finally stopped. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was still in the dark about Wang Zhu's secret actions. After about 15 minutes, sirens could be heard outside. Sensing her moment, Wang Zhu hurriedly pushed Yi Fan away and ran outside. "Help! Someone help! I've been assaulted! Come quickly!" Wang Zhu desperately shouted as she ran towards the police, liquid flowing from her thigh. End of this chapter. Chapter 188. Li Hua offers a reward of 50 million. Without surprise, Yi Fan, who had just left the police station, was captured again in less than 2 hours. The next day, Huang Yu settled Lin Zhu in the villa and then went to the group. Upon learning that Yi Fan had entered the police station once again, This time as a repeat offender, he was completely baffled. My goodness, is this doctor intentionally going to prison? Why is he back at the police station? Shouldn't the real mastermind be the one hiding in prison? How did he become the protagonist of Destiny? Normally, Yifan wouldn't behave like this, but this left Huang Yu puzzled. Since you're like this, don't blame me, Huang Yu thought to himself. You're the one exposing your weaknesses to me personally, so you can't blame me. He then took out his phone and notified his subordinate, Strong Brother. After giving his instructions, he hung up and casually watched the news. At the same time, he happened to come across a webpage with news about a group of fraudsters wanted abroad, with a reward reaching hundreds of thousands. Huang Yu was interested and suddenly saw a familiar face. Li Hua, wasn't he supposed to be dead long ago? After all, Strong Brother had said that those two were sent abroad together, and though the transfigured Zifeng returned to the country and died, Li Hua's whereabouts remained unknown. It was unlikely that he was still alive, but now he had become a wanted fraudster. This was truly unexpected. Huang Yu then informed his father, who after receiving the image of Li Hua as a fraudster, could no longer bear it. He hadn't expected his comrade's son to end up like this. He realized he had been too lenient before, and now it was time to make him pay the price. In Huang Tian's heart, the little fatherly affection he had for Li Hua was gradually fading. Subsequently, the domestic police rapidly increased the reward for Li Hua to a whopping 50 million. Damn, what kind of crime did Li Hua commit? How did the reward suddenly shoot up to 50 million? Mom, I want to catch criminals. If I catch one, I'll never have to worry again in my life. This is a whole 50 million. How long would it take me to earn that? I have it every day, but it's all spent, never saved. Instantly, Li Hua's bounty caused a stir worldwide. After all, 50 million was not a small amount, and if caught, one could live without worries for life. Meanwhile, in a certain overseas location, the current Li Hua was sitting casually in an office. He was no longer the same person as before, but had been promoted to a leader overseeing the area he was in, with several team leaders under him. Every day, Li Hua was either torturing others or facing the consequences of his actions. The long-term suppression had twisted his mind, especially upon seeing the reward for his capture reaching hundreds of thousands. He laughed even more recklessly. Just with you trash, wanting to catch me. Wait for another 100 years. Li Hua burst into laughter, knowing that getting back to his home country from there was nearly impossible. Not even the Huang family could reach him there without risking an international conflict. Li Hua aimed to build up his power gradually, leading to the downfall of the Huang family. He wanted the scoundrel Huang Yun to pay for his actions and suffer 1,000-fold for the pains he had endured. However, his laughter soon ceased as a message caught his attention while browsing online. The reward for fraudster Li Hua had been increased to 50 million, and an additional 30 million would be rewarded if he was captured alive and returned to the country, making the total bounty 80 million. Seeing this, Li Hua sprayed the coffee he was drinking, stunned by the increased reward of 50 million, which should be 80 million. Was his life being targeted? Even by selling all the people in the area he was overseeing now, it wouldn't add up to 80 million? Feeling panicked, Li Hua suddenly heard a knock on the door. Instantly on guard, he took out a handgun from the drawer, loaded it, and with the safety off, he allowed them to enter. In came a bald, heavily tattooed man along with a few others. Although these people were under Li Hua's command, their true loyalty was to the higher-ups. The bald man politely asked Li Hua to go with them, but Li Hua coldly refused. Enraged, the man threatened Li Hua. In response, Li Hua stood up and shot the man in the knee. The man shouted for Li Hua to be killed, but the others didn't respond. Loyally, they asked Li Hua how to proceed. Li Hua smirked, pointing out their biggest flaw, their stinginess. He then advised the man to leave, warning him that his boss would soon follow. Eventually, without hesitation, Li Hua held his gun to the man's head and fired. While his loyal followers looked on, Li Hua knew he had to take action. End of the chapter. Chapter 189. Sacrifice of the Skyvolf. After all, the Huang family has already offered such a high reward to capture it. If no action is taken to resist, perhaps the only fate awaiting him is death. Li Hua naturally will not let it go like this. He is thinking about growing and developing, returning to Tianhai City to seek revenge. Soon, under Li He's orders, his subordinates quickly launched a rebellion within his territory, clearing all opposition. The remaining people, and those who were kidnapped, looked at Li Hua trembling. Although Li Hua appeared to be a white-collar worker, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, you never know the terrifying means and thoughts lurking behind those glasses' eyes. It seems that you all have surrendered to me. In that case, there is no need to continue. Li Hua slightly raised his hand to stop his subordinates. Now he needs to deal with his boss. Once he takes care of his boss, he will be the boss of this area and firmly establish his position. At that time, even if the Huang family offers a large sum of money to capture him, no one will be able to touch him, and he will still be the ruler of this place. Thinking about this, Li Hua couldn't help but laugh. Even if the Huang family wants to wipe us out, so what? When I return to Tianhai City, it will be the end for you, Huang family. On the other side, at this moment, Linzu in Huang Yu's mansion had slowly regained consciousness. Looking around at the unfamiliar environment, she felt puzzled. Wasn't she being chased by the group who betrayed her? How did she suddenly end up here? Could it be that someone rescued her? Without much time to think, Linzu struggled to stand up, only to find herself bound in bandages all over her body, making each step extremely difficult. Despite the bandages, she still struggled to stand up. At the same time, she noticed a fruit knife on the table, which she discreetly picked up and put in her pocket. Even in unfamiliar surroundings, caution and unease had already become Linzu's immediate reactions. "It seems you are still cautious," a voice suddenly sounded. Linzu turned slowly to see a young man standing at the door, looking at her with a playful expression. "As the leader of the Skive Alf organization, now you have fallen to this point. Is it laughable or pitiful? Who are you? How do you know?" Hearing that the other party knew about her, Linzu became alert and immediately took out the fruit knife hidden behind her, ready to pounce if the other made any sudden movements. "No need to worry, I mean you no harm," Huang Yu reassured, watching Linzu's guarded expression. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so earlier. Why wait until now? What do you want?" Linzu asked, still not trusting that someone would easily save her, especially given her current dangerous situation. After all, one small misstep could lead her into irreversible danger, especially now she was like a hot potato, wanted worldwide by the Skive Alf organization. "For others, you may be a threat, but not for me," Huang Yu said calmly, then slowly entered the room, lit a cigarette, and smiled. "I want to make a deal with you. What do you think?" Despite Linzu's continued caution, she asked, "What kind of deal?" "I can help you retrieve the Skive Alf organization, and in return..." Huang Yu leaned in closer to Linzu, blowing smoke in her face. As the smoke dispersed, he whispered near her delicate ear. His tongue licked her earlobe, sending a shiver down Linzu's spine, her face turning red. Though the leader of the Skive Alf organization, executing numerous ruthless and brutal tasks, she was indeed a vulnerable woman. "What are you planning?" Linzu looked at Huang Yu warily, her eyes reflecting vigilance, doubt, and now a hint of panic. "I told you, I can help you take back the Skive Alf organization." Huang Yu approached slowly, placing his hand on her fragrant shoulder. "You just have to pay a little price." With that, he suddenly kissed Linzu on the lips. Startled, Linzu attempted to push him away, but was effortlessly lifted and thrown onto the bed. After a long time, Linzu slowly regained consciousness in both pain and a sense of indeterminate desire. Glancing at the man beside her, whom she had just met less than 5 minutes ago, Linzu's gaze showed a mix of complex emotions. However, how could this person alone possibly help her reclaim the Skive Alf organization? Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent appeared in Linzu's eyes. She reached for the fruit knife, about to strike at Huang Yu's neck, but her hand was suddenly caught by 2 fingers, twisting gently until the knife snapped and flew out with a bang. By now, Huang Yu had also awakened. His earlier closed eyes were just a pretense, as he looked at Linzu, who tried to take his life, with a light chuckle. "What's wrong? A day, as husband and wife establishes a deep bond. After our little affair, you wish to harm me so severely?" Huang Yu bantered, while Linzu, contrasting his jesting tone, now displayed a vigilant look. She was acutely aware that this seemingly ordinary man before her had an unexpectedly formidable strength. How could she not be surprised? In a way, Linzu was already 50-50 convinced that Huang Yu could assist her in reclaiming the Skive Alf organization. Do you know the Dragon Palace? Huang Yu did not introduce himself directly, but uttered those 3 words as he gazed at Lin Zhu. The Dragon Palace? You mean the top-ranked mercenary force in the world? Lin Zhu was slightly astonished. While the Skive Alf organization was powerful, compared to the Dragon Palace, it was insignificant. Their strength did not even match 1/3 of the Dragon Palace, especially with the 4 great generals of the Dragon Palace, each possessing extraordinary skills capable of guarding a region. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was even more terrifying. Even now, no one had seen his true face. If I'm not mistaken, you likely haven't heard any news about the Dragon Palace for a long time, right? Huang Yu grinned at Lin Zhu as he revealed something new to her. Chapter 190 Caught in a Heavy Siege. Feed me. Wait, what do you mean? Suddenly, Lin Zhu seemed to have realized something and looked incredulously at Huang Yu. Are you saying you killed everyone in the Dragon King Temple? One Jing network had disappeared overseas for a long time. There were rumors that they had all come to the Dragon Kingdom, but then there was no news again. This continued for a month, and there were even rumors that the Dragon King Temple had been destroyed by the official power of the Dragon Kingdom. Although Lin Zhu did not know what had happened, he also knew that the Dragon King Temple must have encountered unprecedented difficulties, but he never expected it to be related to a young man he had met before. Lin Zhu didn't care much at that moment and immediately grabbed Huang Yu's hand. Can you help me get back the Skive Alf organization, right? At this moment, Lin Zhu looked at Huang Yu as if grasping a lifeline, pressing him down. I don't know about that. In a critical moment, Huang Yu suddenly closed his mouth, making Lin Zhu anxious. Say it. Say it. But Huang Yu suddenly said, if you don't do anything to me, how can I say? Lin Zhu was stunned, seeing the mischievous look in his eyes. She bit her lip, suddenly knowing what she had to do. Will you say it or not? Will you say it or not? After a long time, Lin Zhu finally couldn't hold on and was the first to yield, while Huang Yu looked at him pitifully. So, I'll say it. Yes, the Dragon King Temple was destroyed by me. Who are you exactly? Looking at Huang Yu, Lin Zhu asked weakly. You should not be an ordinary person, otherwise, you wouldn't dare to say that you destroyed the Dragon King Temple. Tianhai Huang family. Hearing this name, Lin Zhu was surprised. Tianhai was the Huang family. How could he not have heard of it? After all, Tianhai Huang family had one of the most prominent positions in the military and political circles of the Dragon Kingdom. An entity that almost everyone dared not provoke, let alone the Dragon King Temple. Even if everything outside the Dragon King Temple were bundled together, they might not be a match. After all, the Huang family was an official family with weapons and the power to mobilize a large number of troops. It was extremely reasonable for them to easily destroy the Dragon King Temple. What are you going to do now? Do you know? Huang Yu looked at Lin Zhu, who was exhausted, not letting him off. But, I really have no strength left. Lin Zhu said. I know, so Huang Yu slowly approached her. Take some sugar. After a while, Huang Yu left the room. By this time, a group of women had gathered outside. Mo Linglong, Han Yu Yao, Ni Meng, Liu Ryan, Yun Yun, Nalan Yanren, Ziruoxu. They were all downstairs, and after hearing what Yun Yun said, they all looked upstairs with disapproval, but Huang Yu didn't know they were there. Why are you all here? Looking at the women, Huang Yu said nervously. Among all the women present, Mo Linglong was the only one who hadn't been officially with Huang Yu. How come I didn't know? Didn't you say I was your only ex-girlfriend? What's going on here with all these people? And among the women, only Nalan Yanren looked at Huang Yu with amusement. You've bullied me, she said teasingly, as ever since her master left, every night when Huang Yu returned to the villa, she had been troubled. The other women were also relieved, watching Mo Linglong punch Huang Yu. Slowly, things went awry. At this moment, Huang Yu noticed something was amiss. With so many people now, weren't they after him? But it was already late, and at that moment, Huang Yu felt like a lamb to the slaughter. Don't snatch it. It's mine. No, it's mine. Master, don't compete with me. The disciple should defer to the master. In the midst of the chaos, Yun Yun appeared out of nowhere. After a while, a strange smell filled the air, and Huang Yu looked vacantly at the ceiling. Are you all trying to kill me? He really didn't want to mix with these leading ladies in destiny. Why did they have to be so close to him one by one? Huang Yu then slowly closed his eyes in extreme fatigue and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already night, and a seafood scent filled the air. Opening his eyes, Huang Yu saw a group of women bustling in the kitchen. Oysters, abalones, ribs with wolfberry soup. A series of nutritious dishes being brought to the table. "You're not letting me off the hook, huh?" Huang Yu stared wide-eyed at the array of dishes and at the eager eyes of the women. "Hurry up and eat." The women scolded in unison. "If you don't eat, who will enjoy the food you prepared?" Yes, we were about to try them on as face masks. With so many sisters now, how will we have enough to share? Before Huang Yu could refuse, they each loaded a piece onto his plate. Soon, a high stack of food piled up, and Huang Yu, with tears in his eyes, ate it all. At the same time, Yifan entered the police station again. Even the big shots, who had previously saved Yifan multiple times, looked a bit helpless. This time, they didn't even budge. Swearing over the phone on a mountain, Yifan's master said, "Back then, you begged me to do things, calling me an elder at every turn. Now you're not doing anything? But Yifan is in jail now. If we don't save him, what will we do?" Second master said, "After all, Yifan was their heir apparent, and they relied on him to take down that girl from the Huang family. Their prospects depended on Yifan's success. Yifan is always up to no good. Why does he keep ending up in jail?" The grandmother cursed, reluctantly realizing they had to re-establish contact with long-lost connections to somehow get Yifan out of the police station. In any case, Yifan absolutely couldn't afford to mess up now. Otherwise, everything would be over. End of this chapter. Chapter 191. Xuan Wu goes out of the pass. However, at the same time, Huang Yu was not idle either. After a fierce battle, Huang Yu managed to escape from the situation. Looking at that malicious place, Huang Yu couldn't help but shiver. "This won't do. I need to stay away from this place in the future. Otherwise, I might end up dying at the hands of those women someday." Saying this, Huang Yu drove back to the company. Huang Xiao. At this moment, Bai Mao had already recovered from his injuries, and most of the people who were injured that day had also recovered. Huang Yu nodded, walked into the office, and Bai Mao followed closely behind. "What's the situation now?" Hearing this, Bai Mao continued, "According to your instructions, we have already made contact. Yifan has committed multiple crimes in a short period of time this time, and he will be sentenced to at least 3 years. That's good." After suppressing Zizan in the previous encounter, although Huang Yu still deeply feared the Son of Destiny, he was not as afraid as before. As long as he avoided the main characters of Destiny, there shouldn't be any problems. In any case, no matter what, do not engage him head-on. Don't let him discover your identities. Huang Yu warned Bai Mao solemnly, "Any one of them can overturn everything. Don't get my young master into trouble, got it?" Hearing Huang Xiao's words, Bai Mao was shocked. What? Someone in this world can still threaten Huang Xiao? What kind of existence is the Huang family? Bai Mao knew very well, not only were they highly regarded in Tianhai City, but they also held significant influence in the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. To make Huang Xiao so cautious, this was something Bai Mao never expected, as in his mind, Huang Xiao was invincible. Therefore, overall, Bai Mao had been working under Huang Xiao without any worries. Suddenly, Bai Mao remembered the crooked-mouthed security guard he had encountered before. At first, he thought the security guard was just an ordinary guard. But as time passed, he realized that this guard possessed terrifying power and turned out to be the leader of a terrifying organization. Thinking about this, Bai Mao was now 70 to 80% convinced of what Huang Xiao had said. "Don't worry, Huang Xiao, I will absolutely not act on my own." With this in mind, Bai Mao nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Huang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Bai Mao had indeed caused trouble in the original plot, he was still very reliable in critical moments, such as in the plan to besiege Yifan this time. Throughout the day, Yifan had almost not managed to buy any medicinal ingredients. On top of that, he had taken on hundreds of thousands in high-interest loans. It was considered a preliminary victory against the main character of Destiny, but even so, they could not relax their vigilance. Then, Huang Yu motioned for Bai Mao to slowly approach him. "I want you to do everything possible, by any means necessary, to investigate these 2 people for me." The 2 people he mentioned were, of course, Yifan's 2 masters. Ultimately, Yifan had been able to act recklessly in the original plot for so long and not get caught purely because his two masters protected him in the beginning. But things were different now. As long as his two masters were found and dealt with, Yifan would no longer have a protective shield, making it easy to deal with him. After receiving the order, Bai Mao withdrew. "Two old men, I want to see how capable you really are." Huang Yu sneered coldly. If he couldn't deal with Yifan, a main character of Destiny, then he certainly couldn't deal with you to supporting roles, could he? In his view, dealing with these two old men was a piece of cake. The only thing needed was to find out where they were currently located. Obviously, it would be very secretive, which was why Huang Yu had assigned this task to Bai Mao and his team. Using the power of the Huang family would likely be discovered by the other party in a very short time, after which they would escape quickly. This wasn't a problem. But if Yifan were to find out, and then trace back to them, everything would be ruined. Meanwhile, in a cave somewhere, Xuanwu had been meditating in silence for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply. At this moment, Xuanwu no longer had any human consciousness. His pupils were a deep green, exuding a cold and murderous aura all over. "Xuanwu, it's time for you to take action now." The voice of Luo Qincheng resounded, and in an instant, Xuanwu showed a nearly fanatical look of worship, kneeling directly on the ground. Yes. After receiving the command, Xuanwu slowly walked towards a dark place. He slowly retracted his left hand, then launched a punch, causing the mountain in front of him to collapse. Xuanwu instantly crushed all the rubble and rushed out directly. It could be seen that outside was a vast mountain range, with numerous tourists climbing a nearby mountain. Hearing the thunderous scene here, the distant tourists hesitated for a moment, then quickly took out their phones. Damn, the mountain collapsed. Is it real? Can even the Kunlun Mountains collapse? Is there someone over there? Countless people raised their phones to capture the scene, but Xuanwu didn't even spare a glance, simply sinking slightly, bending his legs, then rushing out abruptly, disappearing instantly from the spot. On the other hand, in the Tianhai City Police Department, "Comrade, you must help me resolve this. I was just sitting there peacefully. He suddenly rushed over and said he wanted to assault me. I am a decent woman." The police officer in charge of questioning looked at the teary Wangzu, his face full of black lines. Although the anti-pornography squad and they were not in the same department, it didn't mean they didn't know some information about this woman. This woman had been caught several times during anti-pornography operations, and she still had the nerve to claim she was a decent woman. But since she had already been punished, the police officer responsible didn't say anything. "What is your relationship with Yifan?" Upon hearing this question, Wang Zhu shook her head directly. "I don't know him. He came to rent my mother's house." As the questioning on Wang Zhu's side was about to conclude, the focus shifted to Yifan. Yifan stared arrogantly at the two police officers in charge of questioning him. "I advise you to release me as soon as possible. Don't create trouble for yourselves." At this moment, Yifan had not noticed that the person who had been protecting him was no longer able to protect him. End of this chapter. Chapter 192, The Great Memory Recovery Technique. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." The male police officer in charge of questioning couldn't hold back anymore and reprimanded loudly. "Just because you think you have connections doesn't mean I won't dare to touch you. Let me tell you, justice always prevails." Upon hearing this, Yifan burst out laughing directly. After laughing for a while, his eyes slowly turned into hatred. If it weren't for Wang Zhu, he wouldn't have come here. At this moment, he truly understood what true love, romantic encounters, and the girl next door were all about. Everything was fake, just a trap set up against himself. If he hadn't been careful, he would have been harmed long ago. But now Yifan had caught a preliminary clue that the person who repeatedly set him up at the herbal market, obstructing his purchase of herbs, must have some connection with the person behind Wang Zhu. He didn't believe Wang Zhu would unreasonably want to harm him. There must be someone instructing her. What's this tickling sensation? Just as Yifan was about to continue to deal with the two police officers in front of him, suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation in his groin. It started itching inexplicably. And this itching sensation became more and more intense, to the point where it was almost uncontrollable. "What are you fidgeting about over there?" The female police officer in charge of recording couldn't stand it anymore. The male police officer had just lost his temper, but this female officer, although she had not spoken, had the most explosive temper, simply because she was Han Yu Yao's disciple. So naturally, she inherited that fiery temper. "How about you scratch it for me? How about that? What do you want to do?" Seeing this, Yi Fan suddenly had a bad feeling. He subconsciously tried to break free from the handcuffs, but as he made his move, the female police officer just smiled slightly. "Stop struggling. Do you think you can escape just like that? It's simply wishful thinking." Yi Fan was brought into the police station one after another, and subsequently let out. She couldn't stand it anymore. "Even if you get expelled today, so what? I must make you, this bastard, pay the price." The female officer shouted loudly, took out her credentials, and slammed them on the table. Then she rolled up her sleeves and started to exert even more force. And Yi Fan, who had endured so much, at that moment, had only one thought in his mind. Why hasn't his master come to save him yet? Isn't he supposed to have great connections? According to past experiences, he should have already come to rescue him. However, what Yi Fan didn't know was that at this moment, his master was still busy contacting people who could help him. And Huang Yu naturally guessed the actions of Yi Fan's two masters. He was close by, and made his move accordingly. However, of course, he would not directly use the power of the Huang family to apply pressure. He first found the Zi family. Yes, it was the Zi family where Zizhan's biological father was. However, the Zi family now was no longer as glorious as it used to be. Zi Tianzi, the head of the Zi family, had been turned into a fool by his own son. As for Zhao's second brother, he was directly taken care of by Zhao's uncle. As for Zi Feng, the captain of the criminal police team, after undergoing some transformation, he was mercilessly killed. Zizhan was killed directly by Yi Fan. As a result, the Zi family could be said to be depleted of talent, and those who rose to power were just distant relatives of the Zi family. The direct lineage of the Zi family had almost been exhausted. And with nowhere to go, Ziruoxu could only stay obediently in her villa. "Young Master Huang, may I ask what your orders are?" The call was quickly answered, and it was the current head of the Zi family on the other end. Seeing the deferential tone of the other party, he said in a voice bordering on flattery, "What are your orders? I will take the lead and complete them for you." That appearance, almost more sycophantic than a lackey. "I want you to do something." Huang Yu's expression turned cold, then he spoke slowly, including the features of Yi Fan's two masters and the possible locations they might be in. At the same time, he had the Zi family arrange their contacts, ensuring that Yi Fan would never be able to come out of the police station. Although it was an exaggerated way of saying it, at least it could delay the time temporarily. "Rest assured, young Master Huang, I will definitely do it beautifully and perfectly." After hanging up the call, the head of the Zi family on the other end also let out a sigh of relief. He thought that this young Master Huang would give him some difficult task to complete. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Then he treated Huang Yu's mission as the top priority and quickly set it in motion. On the other side, after setting the plan in motion, Huang Yu left the group and prepared to go to the Lin family to take a look. Previously, the Lin family had received many benefits from the War God group. Later, the head of the Lin family wanted to marry Lin Zhu directly to Zizhan. Unfortunately, due to Huang Yu's interference, Zizhan showed his half-brother. As a result, he lost all face and his plans were ruined. "Young Master Huang, you have arrived today. May I ask what business you have?" When the Lin family saw Huang Yu, they showed a respectful smile. Although it was extremely humiliating for an elder to greet a junior, who made him so powerful. Although they had only had preliminary cooperation with the War God group, the Lin family was well aware of the strength of the War God group, especially Zizhan. However, they didn't expect that in such a short period of time, the War God group would be completely destroyed by Huang Yu. It was clear that this young master from the Huang family not only had ruthless means, but also keen thinking. Compared to his father, he was even better. Thinking of Huang Yu's father, Huang Tian, the terrifying former head of the Lin family, couldn't help but shudder. Back in the day, when she was young and full of enthusiasm, she wanted to lead the Lin family to the top, but she was solidly beaten back by Huang Tian from the Huang family, and to the point where she couldn't get back up. It should be noted that at that time, Mr. Lin was still alive, and the strength of the Lin family was only 1/3 weaker than that of the Huang family. End of this chapter. Chapter 193, Old and Decrepit. Zhuan Yuan. At this moment, Facing the sudden appearance of Huang Yu, the head of the Lin family seemed a bit confused, but still showed extreme enthusiasm. However, upon hearing the head of the Lin family's words, Huang Yu became somewhat puzzled. "What do you mean? What business do I have? Didn't you summon me here? What?" Upon hearing this, the head of the Lin family was momentarily stunned. "I never said anything like that." Hearing this, Huang Yu instantly became vigilant. Not good. Someone is setting a trap. He thought to himself it was a bad situation and was about to leave the Lin family, quickly find a safe place to hide, but it was too late. "Young Master Huang, long time no see." With a boom, a figure like a meteor smashed into the center of the Lin family's garden, creating a large crater. As the dust gradually settled, a familiar figure appeared. Xuanwu. Seeing this person, Huang Yu's eyes showed a look of astonishment. "You're not dead." He had thought that Luo Qingcheng had captured Xuanwu to interrogate him about something and then dispose of him. He hadn't expected that Xuanwu was not only unharmed, but had become even more powerful. No. Suddenly, Huang Yun realized that even though Xuanwu was saying those words, his pupils showed no signs of life. Besides the ashen-colored pupils, there was a hint of emerald green, and his whole body was extremely hunched over, much larger than before. It was as if he was truly like the legendary mythological creature Xuanwu. "What did Luo Qingcheng do to you, Miss Luo?" Upon hearing this name, Xuanwu's face instantly showed an ecstatic expression, as if he was fantasizing about something wonderful. "She's like a divine being." Looking back now, Zizan is just a small fry who dares to call himself the Dragon King of the Dragon King Temple after learning a bit of skill. "I, Xuanwu, am the strongest power between heaven and earth, other than Lady Luo Qingcheng. You, Huang Yu, are destined to be my first major victory in battle." Watching Xuanwu being so confident, although Huang Yu felt it was ridiculous, he still became somewhat solemn. After all, through continuous signing to complete tasks, his cultivation had reached 300 years. Compared to the strength of Zizan and Yi Fan, he was more than a notch above. Now, the only thing he needed to pay attention to was the fate of the protagonist's aura. It was for this reason that while torturing Yi Fan, he had refrained from acting against him. "Huang Yu, don't think I don't know that you were the one who destroyed the Dragon King Temple. You were the one manipulating the Z family from behind. As for you, you just obtained a little inheritance from that vile woman, Union." As Xuanwu spoke each word, Huang Yu's expression slightly stiffened. It was indeed Xuanwu, transformed by Luo Qingcheng. They thought he had such powers because of Union's help, but they didn't know that his immense strength was not due to Union, but because of the cultivation bestowed by the system. "Huang Yu, I want you dead!" Xuanwu shouted loudly, stomping his left foot, creating a large crater beneath it, with stones shattering around him. The energy around him continued to surge, emanating a powerful aura as if he could control the world. What kind of person is he? Meanwhile, the head of the Lin family, who was observing in secret, became even more serious. After so many years in Tianhai, when had he ever seen such a powerful individual? Especially seeing Xuanwu, who appeared almost mutated, like a combination of human and turtle. Although the Lin family had some knowledge of ancient martial arts, they had never encountered anything like this before. At the same time, the commotion also caught the attention of the Lin family guards. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, but strangely, Xuanwu didn't dodge them. Instead, he stood there, and after a light pat, the 2 bullets flattened and dropped to the ground. Seeing this scene, the head of the Lin family widened his eyes, his pupils contracting. He had never imagined that a normal person could be so powerful. But if the Lin family were to acquire this kind of strength, the head of the Lin family swallowed hard. Meanwhile, as Xuanwu suddenly shook violently, he instantly disappeared from his original position at an extremely alarming speed, as if teleporting. However, the violent sonic boom made Huang Yu wary, and he immediately dodged to another location. In less than a second, a huge crater appeared where Huang Yu had been standing before. Xuanwu stood there, flashing a provocative smile at him. "This is just a warm-up. The real fight starts now." Saying this, Xuanwu vanished again. Just as Huang Yu was about to dodge, Xuanwu appeared in front of him. "Huang family," Xuanwu showed a cruel smile. "All of you, go to hell for me." However, just as the heavy hammer was about to fall on Huang Yu, a voice rang out sternly. "Daring to harm my grandson without my permission, aren't you too arrogant?" An elderly voice sounded. In the air, a noble-looking old lady with white hair appeared next to Huang Yu, effortlessly holding Xuanwu's heavy hammer with 2 fingers. Seeing this, Xuanwu's eyes instantly showed shock. Who are you exactly? I know his strength, but even after being strengthened by Miss Luo Qingqing, his strength is considered unmatched in the world. How could this old lady before him easily block his attack? How terrifying was that? Old and decrepit. Xuan Yuan, the old lady's indifferent voice rang out, and suddenly, she exerted force with her thin fingers, bursting with powerful force that crazily pierced through Xuanwu's body. Ah! Xuanwu let out a painful scream. Huang Yu, eyes filled with astonishment, looked at his grandmother. He knew that his grandmother's family might belong to a family of immortals, but he never expected her to be so powerful. After being empowered by Miss Luo Qingqing, a mere strike from her could crush opponents instantly. Finally, the old lady landed gracefully in front of the head of the Lin family and simply glanced at him. The head of the Lin family immediately fainted, his memory of the battle and the old lady completely erased. Good boy, let's go home. After settling everything, the old lady turned and smiled indulgently at Huang Yu. Okay. Huang Yu was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. End of chapter. Chapter 194, Ancient Martial Arts Conference approaching. After witnessing the immense strength of his grandmother, Huang Yu finally felt a sense of relief. Especially towards this mysterious cultivation family, he became even more curious. He never imagined that, as a member of the antagonist faction in a world where fate determines the protagonist, he could become powerful to this extent. However, deep down, Huang Yu couldn't find any excitement. The stronger the antagonists became, the more powerful the potential protagonists might be. Seeing his grandson troubled, Huang's grandmother furrowed her brows slightly. What's wrong, dear grandson? Grandmother, what if one day a more powerful enemy appears in this world? And if everyone becomes our enemy, what should we do? Huang Yu asked this question for the first time. After all, he did not know how many protagonists might emerge after defeating one Zizan. But one thing was certain, there wouldn't be just one protagonist like Yi Fan. In the future, those so-called immortal emperor rebirths, or personal bodyguards, rogue teachers, and such protagonists would emerge in succession, and their strengths would grow stronger each time. For instance, the last Zizan was only considered a terrorist. This time, Yi Fan already started to involve in the internal conflicts of the Dragon Empire. By solving it the same way as dealing with Zizan wouldn't be feasible. Therefore, a suitable solution needed to be devised, preferably one that could keep all potential protagonists at bay. Facing his grandson's question, Huang's grandmother showed no fear. Even though she had reached the age of retirement, her eyes were filled with determination as she replied, "If it comes to that, only 2 outcomes will occur. Either I eliminate all of them, or they walk over my dead body." Hearing his grandmother's words, Huang Yu was shaken. At that moment, he slowly understood that perhaps he should quickly elevate his own strength. Even though he appeared to have 300 years of cultivation now, compared to Xuanwu and his grandmother, it was insignificant. In other words, the so-called 300 years of cultivation were probably only significant compared to ordinary people. After all, those who could step into the path of cultivation were among the most outstanding geniuses. It was quite common to defeat opponents of higher levels. Reflecting on the original novel's story, Huang Yu regained his confidence. Seeing her grandson in thought, Huang's grandmother glanced at him deeply and then shifted her gaze elsewhere. Although she didn't know what was happening, she was certain that her grandson hadn't been possessed or involved in anything sinister. Even though she was uncertain, Huang's grandmother felt that it was necessary for the young to undergo some trials. With the gradual emergence of internal conflicts within the Xuan Yuan family, there was a need for someone with enough capability and status to lead the family. Huang Yu was someone Huang's grandmother had never expected much from. However, today it seemed that her grandson might not be as simple as she thought. Perhaps after some trials, she would see if he could be a potential candidate. Huang's grandmother sighed in her heart. If there were such an opportunity, regardless of the perspective, she hoped it would be her grandson who claimed the position. Upon returning to the Huang family, Huang's grandmother remained silent and soon left. While Huang didn't know her destination, he felt it was time to prepare a plan. It was nearly time for the Ancient Martial Arts Conference. It was planned that the Han family would lose in this conference, defeated by another family ready to take revenge on Han and then target them negatively. In the original plan, the Dragon King Zizan had saved the Han family from this ordeal. However, now, things had changed. With Zizan having suffered countless torments and eventually dying in prison, no one would come to the Han family's rescue. To ensure the Han family's survival, Huang Yu had to intervene. Do you know about the Ancient Martial Arts Conference? Han Feng asked Huang Yu from the Han family hall. This time, it is crucial for my Han family to secure this position. So, I hope you accompany Han Kun. I'm worried if it's just him. Han's family head spoke with a solemn expression. Originally, he intended for Han Yuyao to attend and win the conference. However, due to the rumors regarding the murder committed by the chief police captain in Tianhai City and his inability to leave, he had no choice. Even though he knew someone was intentionally causing trouble. If you don't go, Han Kun might run into trouble, Han Feng added. Seeing his serious and grave expression, Huang Yu knew he wasn't just making a casual remark. This put Huang in a difficult situation, as he needed to closely monitor Luo Qingcheng's movements. The enmity between Luo Qingcheng and Yun Yun, both from the same fantasy world, was unimaginable. If Luo Qingcheng's schemes in Tianhai City were successful, it would result in significant issues. Moreover, with half of his subordinates focused on investigating Yi Fan's mentors, Huang had no manpower to set up the formation arranged by Yun Yun. If he left now, Luo Qingcheng might take advantage of the situation. After contemplating for a while, Huang finally nodded. All right, I agree. When should we start? Next week, Han's family head replied, visibly relieved. If Han Yuyao had gone instead, he wouldn't have been so worried. Unfortunately, it was his inadequate son who was entrusted with this task. While his son was talented, winning such a competition was no easy feat. That was why they wanted Huang Yu to accompany him. However, Han Feng had his own intentions as well. As Han's family head's black eyes flickered with a trace of light, he quickly hid his thoughts. Although that's the case, you should prepare to leave soon. Don't miss the appointed time. This conference is vital for my Han family, so I ask for your full attention. Han Feng, an elder on the same level as Huang Yu's father, Huang Tian, believed his request was significant enough to be taken seriously. End of chapter. Chapter 195 Han Kun's fate. And at this moment, high in the sky, Luo Qingcheng was hidden in the air, looking down with indifference in his eyes. I didn't expect there to be such a strong presence in this place. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Luo Qingcheng's mouth, although he was surprised by the person's cultivation level. But that was all it was in his eyes. In his opinion, Xuanwu was just a pawn not worth mentioning. What Luo Qingcheng truly wanted to see was the mysterious identity of the person who made Zizan so embarrassed. But the result clearly exceeded his expectations. It seems that I need to think about this more. Union is definitely connected to the royal family. Luo Qingcheng's indifferent voice sounded, then his figure flashed and quickly disappeared in the air. At the same time, Huang Yu also left the Han family. After all, he had promised to participate in the ancient martial arts competition with the Han family, so naturally, he couldn't go back on his word. As for Han Kun, let him continue to practice. Before leaving, Huang Yu specifically went to the Han family's martial arts hall to take a look at him. After this period of hard training, his cultivation had indeed progressed significantly. At the very least, he was no longer as weak as before. If he were to encounter the former Zizan, he might have the strength to fight, although not necessarily win, but at least escape was possible. Brother, please save me. Han Kun looked at Huang Yu, who was already at the door, with a pleading look in his eyes. He had no interest in things like ancient martial arts. All he wanted was to live a comfortable life as a second-generation rich kid. He had no grand aspirations. Let his sister participate in these things, why bother him? If it really can't be helped, then let my sister take my place. I can't do it. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around. Brother, are you going to help me get out? Seeing this, his eyes immediately showed a hopeful look. After all, he had suffered a lot during this time, but without his father's permission, he couldn't leave. This was even more unbearable than being in prison. Who could endure this? Unexpectedly, Huang Yu slowly approached and gave him a punch. Ouch! Han-kun cried out in pain, covering his face as he fell to the ground. It felt like that punch would break his nose bridge. "Brother, why did you do that?" Hearing him cry out in pain again, Huang Yu was at a loss. "Are you addicted to doing your rap stuff now?" After Han Kun's previous performances, those words had become Huang Yu's classic quote. "No, no." Han Kun, who had placed his hopes on Huang Yu, heard his voice and immediately shook his head fearfully, not daring to say more. Although he didn't understand why Huang Yu suddenly got so angry, he knew he should keep a low profile now. Otherwise, if he got beaten again, it wouldn't be good. "You are the future head of the Han family." Huang Yu supported Han Kun's shoulder, saying with some disappointment, "Are you planning to let your sister lead the Han family, yes?" Facing this question, Han Kun decisively said, with a firm look in his eyes, "Although I'm only good at eating, drinking, and having fun, I know myself better. I'm useless in everything. My sister is good at everything. If she becomes the head of the family, she won't harm me. In that case, I can live a leisurely life too." Seeing Han Kun's matter-of-fact statement, Huang Yu almost couldn't hold back and was about to act again. "Brother, brother, brother, please don't hit me." Han Kun hurriedly stepped back upon seeing Huang Yu about to strike, then quickly covered his face. "You shouldn't hit someone's face. If you disfigure me, how am I going to pick up girls in the future?" Huang Yu was also helpless at this point. "No matter what you think, you must bear this responsibility for me. Your sister has been framed by someone, and the Han family is in danger before the ancient martial arts competition. If you want to protect the people around you, take this seriously." Huang Yu yelled loudly on the street, then after giving Han Kun a deep look, he turned and left. Han Kun had grown up with his older brother Huang Yu since childhood and had never been yelled at like this before. Seeing his emotional state, Han Kun appeared confused, then thoughtful. Huang Yu could only do his best to support Han Kun's ideas. But in his eyes, Han Kun probably still had a chance. After all, in the original plot, when the Han family was almost destroyed by the rival family, Han Kun had stepped forward and stood strong. Even though he didn't have the ability and was badly beaten by the opponent, he showed determination and courage. As long as Han Kun trained well, Huang Yu believed he could break the fate laid out in the original story. Meanwhile, at the police station, Yifan woke up after being tortured all night, thanks to a cup of clear water. "What do you want from me?" "I'll tell you." Yifan didn't finish his sentence before officers approached him courteously. "Mr. Yifan, we made a mistake. You are not guilty. You can leave at any time now." Hearing this, Yifan was surprised. "Can I leave now?" "Of course, you can leave any time." Hearing this, Yifan understood. It must be his master who had influenced things behind the scenes, allowing him to escape from the police station. Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes. His master was truly worthy. Unlike these people who appeared noble, but resorted to underhanded tactics. Last night, he had been hit hundreds of times by that woman with a book pressed against his chest. It was almost enough to shatter his sternum. Therefore, at this moment, Yifan didn't want to linger here for another second. He covered his chest and limped out of the police station. As soon as he left, a group of reporters rushed up. "Mr. Yifan, how come you can enter and leave the police station multiple times unscathed? Is there a special connection? Mr. Yifan, will you enter the palace at 5? Can we have an interview?" The voices resounded, and upon hearing them, Yifan ran away. He had experienced the terror of these reporters, each one acting like a hooligan. If he didn't hit them, they would hound him relentlessly, but if he did, who knows how they would spin the story. At this moment, Yifan realized he couldn't escalate the situation any further, otherwise, it would become increasingly difficult for the people protecting him in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 196, Journalists in Action. "Mr. Yifan! Mr. Yifan!" The incessant voices rang out. If it were based on the original situation, Yifan would definitely run away, as fast as he could, shaking off this group of people in just a minute or two. But given his current condition, Yifan was walking with a limp and had no room for resistance whatsoever. After a continuous sprint, Yifan finally found a corner in the park. At the moment, a large group of people had gathered there, sitting down and engaging in some kind of communication. In order to avoid the group, Yifan quickly blended in with the crowd. Watching everyone, each person picked up a piece of paper, and he followed suit, casually picking up a sheet. While pretending to read it, he was actually looking around. Just as he was relieved to have finally gotten rid of the journalists, his shoulder was suddenly tapped. "May I interview Mr. Yifan?" Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression immediately froze, turning mechanically to face a beautiful journalist wearing glasses who was eagerly looking at him. Of course. Seeing this, Yifan's eyes lit up, and he promptly agreed with a hand on his chest. However, in that instant of contact, a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to involuntarily double over. Yifan was currently wearing just a normal t-shirt. Despite having no visible injuries from the previous night's beating, his chest was swollen. The female journalist wearing glasses quickly noticed this and instructed her in turn to jot it down. "Yifan is a B-cup. Stop." Hearing this, Yifan widened his eyes, almost spitting out blood. What kind of nonsense were they writing? He was a grown man. When did he have a cup size? Before he could finish, the female journalist interrupted him. "May I ask, Mr. Yifan, why have you visited the police station multiple times? Do you have some secret mission?" "I have no mission when visiting the police station." "Please, do not ask any more questions," Yifan said, feeling somewhat speechless. "I understand," the female journalist quickly noted down in her notebook. Yifan, who has visited the police station multiple times, turns out to be an antisocial element. Without any purpose, merely engaging in violent crimes. Yifan watched the female journalist scribbling in her notebook and felt a sense of foreboding. "Well, I have something else to attend to." With that, Yifan casually dropped the paper he was holding and quickly made his exit. "Mr. Yifan, please don't leave." The journalist was anxious. Such a good interview opportunity was rare. She hurriedly picked up the crumpled paper from the ground and, along with her assistants with cameras, chased after him on an electric car. Despite being injured, Yifan couldn't run fast and was soon caught up too. "Why did you come to the blind date corner, Mr. Yifan? Do you like the person listed on this form?" As the female journalist rode her electric car, she unfolded the crumpled paper that Yifan had discarded earlier. Seeing the content written on the paper, Yifan widened his eyes. It clearly stated, 45-year-old male, contact information. Yifan couldn't bear it anymore and immediately turned and ran deep into the park. "These people are really annoying." Yifan cursed aloud, restraining himself only because his master had advised him not to cause trouble. But before he could catch his breath, he heard several voices around him. With that, Yifan could no longer endure it. At that moment, he suddenly saw some clothes hanging next to the women's restroom. 2 or 3 minutes later, "Mr. Yifan. Yifan is here, and he is a cross-dresser. Huangshao, everything is ready. Our reporters have caught Yifan and surrounded him. These reporters are the elite of the elite. I believe that under their pens, Yifan will be transformed into a talent." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu showed a satisfied smile. Indeed, all those journalists were sent by him. Since they couldn't break through Yifan's protective shield head-on, tarnishing his reputation from the side was the way to go. When those two old things found Yifan, it would be his end. Meanwhile, on a mountain, Yifan's two masters were leisurely drinking tea. "Do you think Yifan will go in this time? This kid seems a bit restless. If only we hadn't chosen him back then." "That's true, but considering his high talent, we didn't have many choices." The masters sighed as they continued playing chess. They had spent a lot of effort yesterday finding a way for Yifan to come out, securing an opportunity with an old friend. It was a clean slate between them from now on. "You two are Yifan's masters." Just as Yifan's two masters were playing chess and interacting, a cold, clear female voice suddenly sounded nearby. The second master's eyes showed signs of greed upon seeing a glamorous lady in a cheongsam with an exquisite figure and a cold temperament. He almost instantly stood up eagerly and inched closer to Lu Qincheng. "May I ask what brings this lady to us? As long as I can help, I will do my best." "Good. Since that's the case, let me use your fate." Lu Qincheng smiled beautifully as she gazed at the two old men, captivating the world with her presence. The second master, known as a womanizer in the Jianghu world, though infamous, revealed his lustful nature. He quickly stood up and approached Lu Qincheng. "You are blind, second brother. Can't you see there's a problem? Retreat." The Grandmaster's expression darkened as he sternly scolded. Although the second master was known for his womanizing ways, he had never been ensnared to this extent. With a loud reprimand and an infusion of internal force from the Grandmaster, the second master suddenly shook, waking up from his stupor. For some reason, upon seeing Lu Qincheng, the second master couldn't help but be mesmerized, as if she was everything in his world. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The second master's expression turned grave, retreating to stand next to the Grandmaster in a defensive posture. End of the chapter. Chapter 197, Rebirth of Wang Hao. "Who am I?" Luo Qingcheng chuckled lightly and slowly said, "I didn't expect Yun Yun to have spread her martial arts techniques so much in this world after so many years." Looking at the spiritual fluctuations on the two old men, Luo Qingcheng could clearly feel that this was the martial arts technique from Yun Yun's sect. This meant that Yun Yun had been in this world for a long time. Although the spiritual fluctuations on the two old men were very similar to Yun Yun's, there were some subtle differences that made them more compatible with the people in this world. "I want to make a deal with you." Luo Qingcheng looked at the two old men. A hint of smile appeared on his lips. Meanwhile, in a rental room in Tiahai City, a thin and pallid-looking person seemed to be on the verge of death. He lay weakly on the bed, and about half an hour later, he closed his eyes completely in the darkness, his consciousness sinking into a void. It wasn't until a minute later that he woke up, bewildered. "Where am I?" Wang Hao looked around, confused. Soon, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. "Ah!" He cried out in pain, the memories of this body constantly resurfacing in his mind. "What's going on?" Wang Hao shouted in frustration, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity as his soul memory and physical memory constantly overlapped, causing confusion. I've gone back to the past." After about 10 minutes, Wang Hao's eyes widened, showing excitement. He was the CEO of a large corporation 10 years in the future, but later went bankrupt because of a man named Zizan. His company fell into the hands of the War God Group, and his family was all killed. Wang Hao had developed an intense hatred towards Zizan. "Zizan, I, Wang Hao, have a second chance at life, and I will kill you." His hysterical voice expressed the fury that seemed to tear people into pieces. "But for now, I need to make some money first." With a sigh, he looked at the date on the calendar, realizing that he was in an earlier time period, allowing him to seize every opportunity. "In that case, I'll start with the Huang Group first." Wang Hao murmured. If he remembered correctly, the Huang Group should soon be defeated by Zizhan's War God Group, leading to bankruptcy. Although he and Zizhan's War God Group were enemies, Wang Hao saw an opportunity to benefit from the situation. After all, he needed to grow his power before he could plan against Zizhan. At the same time, Wang Hao recalled that he seemed to have a younger sister named Wang Zhu. She was a university student, and though details were hazy, she seemed quite attractive. Wang Hao remembered seeing his sister standing in an alley one day, her outfit a little revealing but still beautiful. She seemed a bit embarrassed when she saw him, but through their conversation, he learned that she was currently in university, without mentioning which one. "But at least I have family now," he mused, surprised at the opportunity to cherish this new life with a loved one. "But for now, I need to make some money first." Even if he had to follow behind the War God Group to take advantage of the situation with the Huang Group, he needed resources. With only a few dollars in his wallet and having not eaten for several days, he was on the verge of starving. Without hesitation, Wang Hao struggled to get up and bought some food. Money was easily obtained. About 4 to 5 days later, as Wang Yu was preparing to follow the Han family to participate in the ancient martial arts competition, he came across some news. Ordinary small investors unexpectedly turn the tables overnight. Folk stock god Wang Hao strikes lottery jackpot again, clearing out the prize pool overnight. As he read the news, Huang Yu's pupils constricted at the name Wang Hao. The name was familiar, as he was the protagonist of a time travel novel, wasn't he? How did he end up in these dramatic scenarios? In that novel, Wang Hao, the future leader of a large corporation, relied on his skills to build his business empire step by step after his rebirth. In that story, Wang Hao was almost invincible, outwitting everyone he did business with and reaping unexpected benefits from their mistakes. It was ridiculous and absurdly lucky. Huang Yu's gaze hardened. It seemed he needed to settle some matters before leaving. He quickly informed Bai Mao to monitor this person named Wang Hao and find a way to steal data from his computer or phone. On the other hand, Wang Hao had moved from the shabby rental room to a villa. Due to the sudden change and the publicity in the news for the past few days, many people became aware of him. During these days, Wang Hao's phone never stopped ringing, mostly calls from relatives. "Wang Hao, I'm your long-lost third uncle. Can you lend me some money? I'm your aunt. I have cancer. Facing these people, Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. The previous tenant had starved to death in the rental room. At that time, when he had no money, he asked these people for help, but none of them lent him anything. Faced with hardships, he chose death in despair. Even though his death gave him a chance to be reborn, Wang Hao was not willing to accept these people now. If he allowed them to follow him around, sooner or later they would be a burden. So Wang Hao blocked all calls from these people. Just then, another call came in, causing Wang Hao some annoyance. Nevertheless, he answered the call for insurance. "Brother, it's me, Wang Zhu." The familiar voice of a young girl came through, and Wang Hao, who was absent-minded, sat up suddenly, looking into the phone. "Sister." "Yes, it's me. It's really you. That's great, you finally contacted me." Although not the biological sister of the body Wang Hao inhabited, with the memories of the previous tenant, the emotional bond was still strong. End of this chapter. Chapter 198. Setting up a trap? Here we go again. On the other side, Wang Zhu was also pleasantly surprised. She never imagined that her brother, whom she had hardly ever met, had actually won a big prize. And he was even miraculously referred to as the stock god by the news media. Although she didn't know what this news meant, Wang Zhu came to one conclusion: her brother had struck it rich. Working in the entertainment industry for so long, Wang Zhu was suddenly thrilled to learn that her family was so wealthy. With this newfound knowledge, she realized she was not just a nobody anymore, but a socialite within a wealthy family. On the other hand, Wang Hao believed his sister was still a university student and unaware of her current occupation. The two siblings chatted happily for nearly 2 hours. During this time, Wang Zhu handled various situations skillfully. Fortunately, she managed to navigate through them smoothly, and in the end, Wang Hao even considerately invited her to stay at his place. However, upon seeing the address, Wang Zhu's pupils dilated as she realized it was a prestigious villa area in Tianhai City, where a single villa was worth millions of dollars. She was going to live in such a place in the future. Excited beyond measure, Wang Zhu couldn't contain her joy and immediately exclaimed, "Great! I'm going to get rich." After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhu enthusiastically began to pack her luggage. Soon, an elderly woman approached her with a smile. "My daughter, you have such an amazing older brother." The elderly woman, showing her few remaining teeth, smiled as if her grin could reach her ears. Of course, Wang Zhu said proudly, "It seems like we will belong to two different worlds from now on. Godmother, please take care of yourself." Despite the caring words, Wang Zhu's tone lacked genuine concern, and instead sounded more like gloating. "Now that you're entering the world of the wealthy, are you ready to forget about your mother who raised you?" The elderly woman's face darkened instantly. Looking at her daughter, she scolded resentfully, "If it wasn't for me working to earn money, you would have starved to death." With these words, Wang Zhu stopped packing, her face turning black. "If I remember correctly, I was still in university back then, just enjoying myself outside and had no intention of getting into this line of work. If it wasn't for you setting traps and pulling me in step by step, how could I have stayed in this business for so long and even fallen ill? And now, the tens of thousands given by Huangshao are all in your hands. I'm sorry, but aren't those funds mine as well?" Wang Zhu started to calculate the amount owed, reaching out her hand with a cold and emotionless demeanor. "So please return the money to me immediately, or don't blame me for calling the police. You..." The elderly woman was almost spitting out old blood in anger. "You unfaithful and unfilial creature. I should have let you starve on the streets for those men to pick your corpse. Even if that happened, I would have enjoyed it. It would have been liberating. You don't need to worry about me." Facing the livid expression of Wang Zhu, the elderly woman, feeling helpless, had no choice but to pull her towards a room downstairs and retrieve her passbook. "With this much money, be careful not to break your hands. Don't worry, I'm still young." With no burden in her demeanor, Wang Zhu took the passbook and left. On the other side, Wang Hao had just finished his work and was getting ready to go home. Suddenly, he encountered someone wearing a mask, a duckbill cap, and carrying something wrapped in ragged cloth. Wang Hao instinctively stepped aside, but the person seemed to be following him like on a fixed route, bumping into him abruptly. As a result, what was wrapped in the ragged cloth fell to the ground and shattered, ajar. "What are you doing?" Before Wang Hao could say a word, the person on the other side suddenly shouted in panic and pain, "My Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain!" The person knelt on the ground, filled with agony in his words. "Compensate for my antiques, compensate me." Wang Hao sensed trouble and tried to leave, but was grabbed by the person. Thinking of running away. "Come and pay up with me." At this moment, Wang Hao, who was extremely busy every day, was furious. He still had to go and meet his sister, whom he hadn't met before. How could he have time for this? Besides, he had encountered this fraudulent scheme numerous times before. "Don't try to scam me with an old jar." Wang Hao scolded loudly. "If you don't leave and keep bothering me, do you believe I'll call the police? By then, it won't be a matter of tens of thousands, but years." However, the person facing Wang Hao showed no fear or apprehension. Instead, he became even more agitated, pulling onto Wang Hao forcefully. "Help! Someone damaged my things and won't pay. He's being a rogue, you." Facing this shameless person, Wang Hao felt somewhat helpless for the first time. He had never encountered such a shameless individual before. Soon, a group gathered around them, and a young man with dyed gray hair and wearing a suit stepped forward. "You, how can you damage someone's property without compensation? ... Under the command of the man with the dyed hair, a group had already snuck into Wang Hao's villa. In order to leave no trace and avoid alerting Wang Hao, they moved cautiously, taking precautions even with fingerprints and footprints. After a thorough search, they quickly found two computers inside. End of this chapter. Chapter 199. The old lady comes to the door. Under Bai Mao's remote control, the people in Wang Hao's villa quickly sprang into action. They first installed pinhole cameras in hidden areas of the villa, while also swiftly duplicating the data from Wang Hao's computer. At the same time, on the other side of the street, Bai Mao and his group were entangled in a heated argument with Wang Hao. "Are you trying to extort money from me by staging this accident? The pot was broken, and you actually want to extort money from me?" Wang Hao roared, observing the group of people surrounding him with sharp eyes and immediately realizing that one of them must be an accomplice in this staged accident. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? He just arrived here, and suddenly someone came up to him. Clearly, it was intentional. Thinking back to the recent incidents with his lottery winnings and various news reports, he instantly understood. "So you guys are targeting me because I have money, deliberately causing accidents, right? Let me tell you, I won't give you a single penny. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police." Hearing Wang Hao's furious voice, the crowd led by Bai Mao immediately started to stir. "Oh, this is the integrity and character of a big boss. When you break someone's things, you should quickly compensate. Stop blabbering here." Exactly. Hearing the clamor of the crowd, Wang Hao could no longer tolerate it. He picked up his phone and dialed the police. While making the call, Wang Hao pointed at the group of people and said hatefully, "I'm telling you, you can't escape now. I will make sure you end up in jail. I won't let you get away with this." Through numerous hardships in his past life, he had developed a vengeful character. Therefore, for Wang Hao, nothing was more important at this moment than dealing with these people. Soon enough, the police arrived. "Comrade police, please see these people extorting money from me, claiming that I broke this pot. They even said this is some antique. Take a look." Seeing the police arrive, Wang Hao greeted them eagerly, as if he had found a lifesaver. The two policemen who came to handle the dispute nodded and examined the broken pot carefully. Their expressions changed instantly. "This is..." At this moment, while Wang Hao was still feeling victorious, he looked at the broken pot on the ground confidently, saying, "I told you this pot is worthless. You are trying to extort me, but I see through your intentions." However, before he could finish speaking, the police interrupted. "You are concerned about the pot, but you should first address this matter." Hearing the cold tone of the police, Wang Hao looked at them in astonishment, while at the same time, a click sounded. In front of everyone's eyes, the police handcuffed Wang Hao's hands. "You are suspected of stealing the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase from Tianhai City Museum. Come with us." "What broken blue and white porcelain?" Wang Hao was dumbfounded, looking at the police in disbelief. "Why are you arresting me?" Arrest them! What does this have to do with me? Even if this is a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, I didn't steal it. Wang Hao looked towards the crowd that had caused a commotion and the man who had bumped into him. But at this moment, where were they? While the police and Wang Hao were focused on the broken pieces on the ground, those people had already slipped away. These people deliberately set me up. Wang Hao shouted in frustration, feeling unjust. Hurry and catch them. He never imagined that this broken pot at the scene was not the staged one, but an actual Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, albeit stolen from elsewhere. Whether you are innocent or not, come with us for now. We will take your statement at the station. The two policemen handcuffed Wang Hao, treating him as if he were a heinous criminal. In front of everyone's eyes, Wang Hao was escorted into the police car. Comrade police, please believe me, I am innocent. I didn't steal anything. I know you are innocent. We will talk more at the station. I have urgent matters now. Could you release me for a moment, and I will come back to the station to give my statement. Finish your statement first. No matter how Wang Hao explained, the police kept him restrained. At that moment, Wang Hao was helpless. But inside, he was consumed with anxiety, as he had promised his own younger sister that he would pick her up. Now, she was nowhere to be seen, and he was detained by the police. Due to the experiences of his past life, Wang Hao cherished having family in this life. Meanwhile, Wang Zhu had finished packing up and arrived at the alley entrance. This ungrateful child, after raising her for so many years, she actually took away my coffin. In the depths of the alley, the old lady shouted angrily and looked towards Wang Zhu at the alley entrance. She regretted it deeply now. If she had known, she shouldn't have given money to treat her illnesses and let her die directly. But Wang Zhu paid no mind and was excited as she had now become a young lady from a wealthy family. Once entering high society, she might even attract a wealthy son. Reality is ample, while ideals are stark. Waiting at the alley entrance until night fell, Wang Zhu was puzzled at not being picked up by her brother. Meanwhile, on the second floor deep in the alley, Yi Fan was tending to his wounded thigh. Hiss! Yi Fan took a sharp breath, enduring the pain, and removed the bullet from his thigh. These people were ruthless, shooting at him without hesitation. At that moment, the door suddenly knocked. Is Yi Fan here? It was the voice of the old lady downstairs, and upon hearing that, Yi Fan felt a surge of anger. He remembered the mother-daughter relationship between Wang Zhu and the old lady and how they had deceived him. Everything was clear to him, except for the fact that he had passed out in his room last night due to his injuries and had just regained consciousness now. Come in. Yi Fan's cold voice rang out, and the door opened. The old lady's hunched figure appeared at the entrance. Well, kid, what happened to you? You're seriously injured. By then, Yi Fan had almost finished bandaging himself. However, the sight of so much blood on his thigh made the old lady gasp. End of chapter. Chapter 200. Old Patron. You don't need to bother yourself with that, Yi Fan said coldly, completely ignoring the old lady's intentions. Instead, he stared at her intently and asked, Where is Wang Zhu? Where did that despicable person go? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the old lady instantly started cursing loudly. Wang Zhu. Wang Zhu is just a despicable whore. I raised her for so long, and she just left without a second thought. You must have been harmed by her as well. Yi Fan, who was expecting the old lady to berate him, was surprised to hear her cursing Wang Zhu instead. What is going on? Aren't you two supposed to be mother and daughter? Mother and daughter. The old lady sneered, and then sarcastically said, I treated her like a daughter, but she never saw me as a mother. Let me tell you the truth, she's not a university student at all, let alone a pure girl. She's just a prostitute, and a diseased one at that. So I suggest you quickly check your own health, don't catch her disease. Remember the news about that war god Zizan, who suddenly died? He died of a sexually transmitted disease. When she first entered this profession, she entertained clients more eagerly than anyone else, students, old men, and even homeless men. As long as they paid, she took them all. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened, recalling Wang Zhu's innocent appearance. A touch of disgust suddenly flashed in his heart. How could this be? Yi Fan was still somewhat incredulous, thinking that Wang Zhu was just a bad person, but then he seemed to realize something and quickly began checking his own pulse. Soon, his expression changed from surprise to anger, and finally to disgust. Damn! He cursed, filled with uncontrollable anger. That despicable Wang Zhu really has a disease. I must have been blind. He quickly took out silver needles and started administering acupuncture to himself. Although sexually transmitted diseases are considered incurable by the outside world, for Yi Fan, it was as easy as child's play. It was a simple illness. Due to his severe injuries, Yi Fan only administered a few needles to alleviate the symptoms. To completely cure it, it would take some time. Young man, Wang Zhu is indeed not a good person. You must never contact her again in the future. The old lady watched the anger on Yi Fan's face and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. She was determined to cut off all the men associated with that despicable woman, leaving her with no one to use as a backup or a wallet, let alone see how she would continue her licentious ways in the future. You leave as well. Yi Fan's low voice rang out. The old lady almost thought she heard wrong, subconsciously asked in confusion. What? I said leave. Yi Fan shouted, immediately throwing a silver needle that pierced the old lady's skull. In an instant, it pierced through her forehead. The old lady took several steps back, fell silent for almost a minute, then burst into laughter, revealing her remaining few teeth. Young man, do you want to play with a little sister? Although I'm over 70, I'm still tender. The old lady's face contorted into a foolish expression. Seeing the old lady in this state, especially after realizing he slept with a prostitute, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel sick to his stomach. Damn! Meanwhile, after a busy day, everything in Wang Hao's villa was almost arranged, and all traces were eliminated. At this point, Wang Hao was finally released from the police station. Damn! Why do I have to deal with this mess? It's got nothing to do with me that they stole antiques. Wang Hao's chest heaved violently, his face red with anger, clearly having spent a lot of time defending himself inside. However, he was the only clue in the antique theft case, so he was naturally questioned extensively. Just by describing the appearance of those few people, they questioned him for 4 to 5 hours. Wang Hao felt like he was about to spit out blood, as the person kept covering their face with a cloth. How was he supposed to know what they looked like? Not good. At that moment, his face suddenly changed as he remembered something. I haven't gone to pick up Zhu yet. Zhu was his sister, and they had agreed to meet this morning, but he still hadn't gone. Wasn't it going to cause trouble? Ignoring whether he might have delayed other matters related to his business, Wang Hao quickly hailed a taxi and headed towards the address he had received in a message earlier. What he didn't know was that Zhu, waiting for Wang Hao and not seeing him, had already taken a cab to Wang Hao's villa area. Although she hadn't taken a luxury car this time, it would be the same in the future. Zhu was delighted as she thought about arriving at the entrance of the residential complex with her luggage and being stopped by the security guard. No unauthorized persons allowed to enter. Sorry, my brother is the owner here. Could you please move aside? Zhu, considering herself an elite, naturally wanted to be polite. However, the security guard still showed a refusal. Hurry up and move. What if it delays things? Slowly, Zhu also became anxious, looking at the security guard in front of her, who seemed unwilling to move no matter what. She was on the verge of exploding in anger. If you don't move, do you believe I'll complain about you? Zhu said in anger. My brother is the stock god. I don't care. I could say I'm the Secretary General of the United Nations. As the two stood their ground, the property manager suddenly walked over. What are you quarreling about? If she's the owner, let her in. The property manager said. Looking at Zhu's face, he was momentarily stunned. Memories of a peach-colored past immediately flooded his mind. There was a time when he was lonely and unmarried, so he liked to go out and have some fun. He heard about a place where a young girl was very tender, so he went for a visit, and he got addicted more and more. It was a long-time affair. He can be counted as an old patron. Therefore, he remembered the appearance of that young girl very clearly. But for Zhu, she had entertained thousands of clients. She didn't remember that property manager at all. Manager, you are just in time to judge for me. I really need to go in. The property manager looked at Zhu, and his desire was aroused once again. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Yes, go in. It's important to go in first. End of this chapter. Chapter 201. The protagonists of Destiny love and kill each other. This is almost there. Wang Zhu coldly snorted, then immediately went inside carrying her luggage, while the manager also glared at the security guard, then followed Wang Zhu with small steps. What? Miss? Are you here for doorstep service? The property manager showed a lewd smile, directly taking over her luggage, helping carry it while speaking. Do you remember me? I used to be a regular customer. Looking at Wang Zu's graceful figure and beautiful face, he had wicked thoughts in his mind and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I wonder if there's a chance for an old customer like me to patronize. However, Wang Zu, upon seeing this, arrogantly turned away, gave him a glance, then ignored him, continuing to walk forward. What nonsense! I warn you, better show some respect. Wang Zu snorted coldly. Now her status was different. She could not dwell on the past. With this wealth, she had to have the corresponding status and identity. The old wild Wang Zu had completely disappeared, replaced by the daughter of the Wang family. Ah, is that so? The manager showed a puzzled expression, looking at Wang Zu's familiar figure. If I remember correctly, you have a mole on the left side of your buttocks. It's a bit dark, but there's no bad smell. I've tasted it before. Listening to the property manager's words, even though Wang Zu had been in the industry for many years, she couldn't help but blush, then turned back in embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? If you say anything inappropriate, believe me, I will call the police. Seeing Wang Zu's angry expression, the manager had to awkwardly retract his words. Meanwhile, Wang Hao happened to arrive at the end of the alley, ready to ask Wang Zu where she lived. After all, Wang Zu only gave him this address without specifying the exact location. At this moment, Yi Fan also happened to come out from inside after turning the old lady into a fool. In almost an instant, Yi Fan, who had studied physiognomy since primary school, instantly noticed the resemblance between Wang Hao's face and Wang Zu's. Who are you? Due to his hatred towards Wang Zu, Yi Fan immediately shouted, staring at Wang Hao as if he wanted to devour him alive. Naturally, Wang Hao furrowed his brows, looking at Yi Fan, and also noticed the extraordinary aura emanating from him. I came to find my sister Wang Zu. That despicable Wang Zu. Upon hearing that the person in front of him was Wang Zu's brother, Yi Fan was instantly enraged. That vile woman! Where is she? Stop insulting her! Wang Hao furrowed his brows, about to say something, when suddenly a silver needle flew from the north, piercing directly into his chest. Ah! Almost immediately, Wang Hao let out a painful howl, falling to the ground, clutching his chest as if his heart was about to be torn apart. You dare to challenge me? It's simply delusional. Yi Fan coldly chuckled, slowly approaching Wang Hao. Because of the trap set up against him and the issue with Wang Zu, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't easily let Wang Zu go, not even her brother. But the most critical thing now was to get information about Wang Zu's whereabouts from Wang Hao's mouth, otherwise all efforts would be in vain. Where is Wang Zu? Yi Fan looked at Wang Hao, saying coldly, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't speak, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing the threat, Wang Hao was also terrified at the moment. Enduring the pain in his body, he felt the silver needle stuck in his chest. There actually existed such powerful individuals in the world. He had never heard of such unheard of mysterious methods, despite his past billions of wealth. With just a single silver needle, he could be pinned down here. It was terrifying, even more so because the needle was thrown from such a distance. This person must not be spared. In almost an instant, Wang Hao made up his mind, knowing that he held a grudge against Wang Zu and her brother. If he had to choose, Wang Hao would undoubtedly choose his sister and then kill Yi Fan. If Yi Fan were allowed to live, sooner or later he would come back for trouble. Thinking about this, taking advantage of Yi Fan's distraction, he immediately aimed a shot at him, hitting his knee. Ah! Instantly, Yi Fan let out a painful cry. On the other side, on a certain mountain, Yi Fan's two masters had already formed a standoff with Luo Qingcheng. Senior came to find the two of us. What's the matter? The senior master had a serious expression on his face, surprised that he couldn't discern the man's cultivation level. There was only one possibility. Either the man was an ordinary person, or he was truly mysterious and much stronger than the senior master. But his current realm already ranked him among the top in the world. To have a strength terrifying enough to surpass him was unimaginable. He was very tactful, lowering his stance, because otherwise, if the man easily made a move, there would be no chance for him. After hiding away for so long, his goal was to return to the mortal world one day and enjoy the benefits of his strength. Naturally, he wouldn't foolishly provoke the man, risking immediate downfall. The second master's attitude wasn't as good. Looking at Luo Qingcheng, besides a trace of greed, he was more infuriated. After all these years, they had been a united front, and someone dared to recklessly intrude where they were. It was a clear disregard for them. If this spread out, how would they face it? If you don't explain or give a reason, don't blame me for being impolite today. The second master looked at Luo Qingcheng with a dark expression, a hint of killing intent in his tone. What? Are you prepared to kill me? Luo Qingcheng looked at the two men tauntingly. Even the ancestor who taught you martial arts is just a small fry to me. Do you think you can make a big wave? Hearing the words, Yi Fan's two masters felt even more discontent, thinking that the woman's words were too exaggerated. Their ancestor was an esteemed figure. To be humiliated by this woman was inappropriate. We have no animosity. You are insulting our ancestor. Isn't that inappropriate? Even the senior master, at this moment, had a somewhat grim expression. Do you think I'm lying? Luo Qingcheng smiled faintly, raised his hand casually, and struck out a palm. It was a mimicry of the technique used by Union. It might be worlds apart for Union, but it was more than enough to deal with the two men. End of this chapter. Chapter 200 to Hospital Turn. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan's two masters widened their eyes instantly, somewhat incredulous. This, if they weren't mistaken, the person in front of them just now seemed to be using a more authentic form of their sex techniques than they were. Who are you exactly? Where did you steal our sex techniques from? The Grandmaster immediately shouted. However, Luo Qingcheng seemed unfazed. Having stayed in this world for countless years, with countless inheritances left behind, not to mention these two individuals in front of him, surely a branch passed down through generations. Are you threatening me? Luo Qingcheng looked at the two, a faint smile playing on his lips, slowly walking towards them, simply furrowing his brows slightly. In an instant, the second master turned into ashes directly, disappearing on the spot. Seeing this scene, the Grandmaster was instantly scared, cold sweat forming on his forehead. What a powerful strength! Even if he wanted to deal with his second junior brother, it would require considerable effort and skill. But the other party had made no preparations, just a blink of an eye, and he was eliminated instantly. Having recognized the terrifying power of the other party, he gulped and dared not speak further. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Luo Qingcheng chuckled and looked at the Grandmaster. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I won't harm you. But I do need your disciple to help me with something. On the other side, after firing a gun, Wang Hao randomly shot a few more bullets, then quickly drove away while the other party was still in shock. Sitting in the car, Wang Hao's chest heaved violently, gasping for breath, cold sweat dripping down his forehead uncontrollably. He had killed someone. He had actually killed someone. After finally getting a chance to start anew, he hadn't expected to encounter such a thing so soon, something he had never imagined. However, just as the situation seemed too fantastical, at that moment, Wang Hao once again felt the sharp pain in his heart. Looking at the silver needle embedded in his chest, he gritted his teeth and pulled it out directly. However, at that moment, as soon as the needle was removed, he uncontrollably spurted out a mouthful of blood, splattering on the steering wheel and windshield. He immediately went limp, fainting, and the car uncontrollably crashed into a shop on the side of the street. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who was already heavily injured, was shot in the knee again, hit by several more shots, and unable to bear it any longer, he also fainted. The person secretly monitoring Wang Hao and Yi Fan quickly relayed this information to Huang Yu. What? These two actually seriously injured each other. Upon hearing this news, Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He hadn't even made a move yet, and the two destined protagonists were already at it. However, he wondered if the reborn protagonist could handle the protagonist coming down from the medical saint sect. But it was just a passing thought, and soon a plan formed in Huang Yu's mind. Immediately inform the hospital staff. After giving the order, Huang Yu felt much relieved. It seems I won't need to intervene this time. These two should be able to deal with each other adequately. Looking at the stack of files on the desk, he had already figured it out. Due to the setup against Yi Fan earlier, Yi Fan and Wang Zhu had already become bitter enemies. However, Wang Hao was Wang Zhu's older brother, naturally entangled in a complex relationship with Yi Fan as well. With proper utilization, there was sure to be a significant impact. 2 days later, in the hospital, Yi Fan, who had been in a coma for a long time, slowly woke up from the bed, looking at the white walls of the hospital, feeling relieved. Thankfully, nothing serious had happened. When he had launched an attack on Wang Hao, he had been determined, but he had never expected the other party to pull out a gun. Caught off guard, he had almost been beaten into a beehive. However, as he tried to get up from the bed, he fell directly to the ground. Ah! Yi Fan cried out in pain, trying to get up but unable to find a stable point of support. Lowering his head, he suddenly saw that his right leg was completely gone from the thigh down. The nurse who heard the noise rushed in. "Sir, are you okay? Let me help you up." "Get lost." Yi Fan shrugged off the nurse's hand, grabbing his collar, red-eyed, and asked, "Where's my leg? Isn't it just 2 gunshot wounds? Why was it amputated?" "Your injuries were severe. If we hadn't amputated, there was no guarantee." Yi Fan then realized that these worldly hospital practitioners couldn't compare to him. Compared to him, they were all just useless. Having 2 gunshot wounds, it seemed reasonable that his right leg couldn't be saved. "Get lost." Yi Fan couldn't believe it. He stared at his empty right leg position, then suddenly a familiar cough sounded from the neighboring ward. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" Wang Hao struggled to sit up, feeling like all his internal organs had been shattered. He tried to move, but no matter how he struggled, it was in vain. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yi Fan turned to see Wang Hao's familiar face and grew furious. "If not for you, how could I have lost my leg?" Yi Fan immediately wanted to take revenge, but with one leg missing, as he tried to lower the window, he lost his balance and fell to the ground again. "Ha ha!" At this moment, Wang Hao, understanding the situation, sneered a couple of times. "I can't believe I turned you into an eggplant with just 1 shot. What good karma!" He tried to stand up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his lower body. The nurse who came in this time didn't assist Yi Fan, but went to Wang Hao's bedside, and from behind the curtain, brought out a wheelchair, moving Wang Hao onto it. "Due to your severe injuries, internal bleeding, and nerve damage, you are now a high-level paraplegic. You may need a wheelchair in the future." End of chapter. Chapter 203. Tricking Wang Yu. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this result, Wang Hao almost thought he had misheard. His pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes widened in disbelief. He watched as the nurse tightly held the person's hand, trembling uncontrollably. "Say it again." And looking at Wang Hao's expression, although the nurse felt a bit sorry, she repeated, "You are now in a high-level paralysis. Please be careful." Upon hearing this result, the previously arrogant Wang Hao immediately deflated. It was like a thunderbolt striking his mind, causing him to freeze. How could this happen? He had turned into a high-level paraplegic. Just yesterday, he was a healthy person. Ha ha ha! Seeing his enemy in this state, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "It seems like you really hit the jackpot. I lost a leg, but you..." However, as he spoke, Yi Fan's smile suddenly froze. He had lost a leg. Thinking about it carefully, what was there to be proud of? "Damn it, it's all because of you, you stupid idiot." And at this moment, inside the villa, Huang Yu was holding a plastic bag, inside of which was Wang Hao's gun. "Officer Han, this is the case I want to report. Take a look." He placed this piece of evidence in front of Han Yuyao. This is the evidence of Wang Hao illegally carrying a gun and using it to harm others. After the mutual harm between Wang Hao and the others yesterday, he had his men send these two to the hospital and specially arrange them in the same ward. The purpose was to let them harm each other. And now, what was needed was to let Wang Hao wander inside the police station like Yi Fan. After all, only in this way could he continue to deepen the hatred between these two. It would be best if the two main characters fought more fiercely, then they would have no time to deal with him, the minor antagonist. "Huang Yu, is this what you do all day?" Han Yuyao looked at Huang Yu with a questioning look. "Fighting and killing all day, and now bringing a gun directly. Isn't that a bit reckless?" Upon hearing Han Yuyao's words, Huang Yu waved his hand indifferently. "Damn, don't you know what kind of danger I face every day? I had to bring a gun. Consider yourself lucky to even make it back without losing your head." Wang Hao, through predicting future events, step by step became the head of a business empire. Yi Fan, through his medical skills, continues to form connections with various powers. In front of these two, I clearly have no way to survive, yet you blame me. Even though he thought this way, Huang Yu cleared his throat and then spoke firmly. I did the investigation in advance to reduce your burden. The two are already lying in the hospital, placed in the same room, and under surveillance. You just need to send someone to arrest them. But one thing, never mention my name. After all, I do good deeds without leaving a trace. Listening to Huang Yu's words, Han Yuyao looked disdainful. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. You haven't done any good deeds, have you? But listening to the voice in this scumbag's heart, he was still puzzled. Dealing with one Xiaozhan was troublesome enough, but now suddenly there's Wang Hao and Yi Fan. What's going on? Are they his enemies too? Han Yuyao had almost figured out the pattern of being able to hear the thoughts of this guy. It seemed that every time someone was mentioned by this scumbag, they had a great enmity with him. And it was often a total destruction of the enemy's family. Just tell me about this Wang Hao's information. Han Yuyao's beautiful eyes kept flashing, discreetly picking up the pen to gather more useful information. I don't know much about that. I only know he seems to be in business. Huang Yu was naturally cautious. I can't say too much, otherwise, if it's known that I know so much, they might take me to dissect me, right? Besides, even though there was no mention of the Fishin family or the other major families in Wang Hao's book plot, there are prototypes that can be found. Most likely, that guy Wang Hao is the protagonist's first copy. According to the original plot of the book, these families in Tianhai City will go bankrupt one after another due to Wang Hao's continuous predictions and shrewd business acumen. In the end, they will all be incorporated into this guy's business empire. This time it turned into high-level paralysis. I hope things will calm down a bit. Although no new information was heard, Han Yuyao could clearly understand Huang Yu's thoughts. Not only Han Yuyao, but also nearby, including Shower Waksu, Nailin Yanren, Yun Yun, Near Dreams, and others. Although everyone knew that they could hear this guy's thoughts, at this moment, they all tacitly understood and did not directly confront. Some of the girls had already roughly guessed that the world they were in was the world inside a book, where various destined main characters would continuously enter and then plunder wealth, power, and beautiful women. This naturally included them. Alright, that's enough. Let's leave it at that. Han Yuyao, satisfied, put away the notebook and carefully took the evidence. I haven't said anything yet. Huang Yu was puzzled. She was done talking. It didn't seem like the violent busty girl's personality. I know enough. It's sufficient. Lately, Han Yuyao had revealed a subtle smile and left directly. As the captain of Tianhai City's criminal police brigade, even though Han Yuyao was suspended, she still had a lot of power within the police station. Everyone knew she was wrongly accused, so it was impossible for her to be actually suspended. On the other side, Yi Fan's two masters spoke. Since you heard clearly, you know what to do, right? Luo Qingcheng's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Yes, yes. The master immediately broke out in a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly, not daring to refuse at all. Just now, the other party easily wiped out his brother with just a wave of his hand. If he dared to resist, he probably wouldn't even last one round. And would be wiped out? If he were to resist tomorrow under these circumstances, wouldn't that be seeking death? Luo Qingcheng was also satisfied with a light laugh. His figure disappeared instantly from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already above the clouds in the sky, thousands of meters high. Looking at the location of Tianhai City in the distance, Luo Qingcheng sneered. After so many years, you're still using these old tricks of formations. Since you want to play, then let's play. I want to see what tricks you still have to deal with me. End of this chapter. Chapter 204. Li Hua becomes a local emperor. Inside the hospital room, Wang Hao and Yi Fan were constantly yelling at each other. Damn it, once I recover, I will definitely destroy you. Wang Hao yelled hysterically, full of anger in his words. After all, being paralyzed from the waist up not only meant he would be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, but also that he would no longer be able to control his own fate. After finally getting a second chance, being able to have his own career and enjoy everything to the fullest, how could he accept this outcome? You should worry about yourself. Yi Fan sneered. Although he had also lost a leg, he was not worried at all. After all, he was an extraordinary existence, the doctor saint. He was extremely knowledgeable about all kinds of medicines and pathologies in the world. As long as he found the right rare treasures, he could bring people back from the dead. Not to mention just a leg, even if all 4 limbs were chopped off, he could recover instantly. Although Yi Fan was confident he could recover, finding the rare treasures would require a lot of time and money. Especially time. It could be a few years or even decades, which was unpredictable. And how many things would be delayed in the process was self-evident. Yi Fan looked at Wang Hao and sneered. The existence that you've angered is beyond your imagination. Is that so? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the door of the hospital room was pushed open. The new deputy captain of the Criminal Police Brigade entered with several police officers, looking at the two of them with disdain. The existence that you provoked is also beyond your imagination. Please come with us. Ha! Yi Fan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, "Nobody informed me. I don't need to go in." In his eyes, no matter what trouble he got into, his mentor would vouch for him, and he would be released at any time. But now, if he went in again, it would be the 6th time entering the police station. Although it wasn't a big deal, it would be a blow to his face. Going to the police station 6 times in just a week, this wasn't a crime, it was practically treating the prison as one's own home. If this continued, he would be laughed at by everyone. Due to his upbringing in traditional etiquette, Yi Fan naturally placed great importance on such matters. "Kid, going out the back door." "Huh." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Wang Hao instantly became furious, turning to glare at the police officers. "Since he caused trouble, hurry up and arrest him. If you dare not arrest him, believe me, I will report you to your superiors when I get out." With Wang Hao's arrogant and provocative tone, Yi Fan gave him a glare. However, the deputy captain of the Criminal Police Brigade waved his hand, and instantly both of them were handcuffed. The two of them, one paralyzed from the waist up and the other with a missing leg, looked bewildered. "Don't rush to blame each other. Rest assured, we've got it all covered." With that, the deputy captain waved his hand, leading both of them back to the police station. The sight of the two of them, one paralyzed from the waist up and the other missing a leg, walking to the police station was indeed comical. This was Yi Fan's first time using crutches, and he had only one leg, so he hopped along. As for Wang Hao, supporting the wheels of the wheelchair with both hands, he had to exert all his strength. Accompanied by the two entering the scenic area, Wang Zhu, who was looking for her brother, was now at the property manager's house. "Don't worry, miss. Mr. Wang will be back soon." The property manager eyed Wang Zhu carefully, filled with shock. He never imagined that this wild chicken in front of him was actually the sister of the stock market god Wang Hao. In the past few days, Wang Hao was probably the most famous person. Almost everyone knew about him. A common person had suddenly become a multimillionaire or even close to a billionaire within a few days. How could this not cause a sensation? The property manager also had some ideas. Looking at Wang Zhu ingratiatingly, he said, "Miss Wang, I have been a patron of your business before. Please remember to take care of me as you get rich. You?" Upon hearing his words, Wang Zhu suddenly felt a familiarity, as if this person in front of her who had frequented her alley was familiar. "So it's you." After observing for a while, Wang Zhu remembered, and a hint of disdain appeared in her eyes. "What are you, trying to climb to my wealth? It wasn't you who seduced me, it was I who seduced you, and you still have to pay." After all, the identity of a wild chicken was embarrassing, and Wang Zhu was unlikely to admit it. Now suddenly crossing class boundaries, if she were to admit to these things, she would be pinned to the pillar of humiliation and unable to come down for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, the smile on the property manager's face froze, and anger rose in his heart. "Damn it, in the end, aren't you just a whore? Arrogant! I've seen you from head to toe." Seeing Wang Zhu, because of the excessive heat, unbuttoning a few buttons on her collar, the property manager's desire grew even stronger. "What are you trying to do?" Wang Zhu sensed that something was wrong and looked at the property manager warily. "What do you think?" The property manager made up his mind directly. Maybe he could become a brother-in-law to the stock market god. Meanwhile, in a border area, Li Hua, who was now wanted for 50 million, was sitting in a luxurious office, watching the crowds coming and going outside. Through fighting for his life previously, he had successfully taken control here. Now this area was his domain, where he called the shots. What he said went. Even the Huang family couldn't interfere in this place. It was not an exaggeration to call him a local emperor, more precisely, an emperor. Li Hua now truly felt what extravagant luxury meant, breaking free from his long-held feelings of inferiority and cowardice. He felt like he was truly standing at the same level as the Huang family. As for Huang Yu, he was just a small fry under the other's authority. How could he compare? Boss! Just at that moment, someone pushed open the door with a serious expression. Another group has come from the mainland to our territory, causing trouble everywhere they go. Several territories have already been taken over. What did you say? As someone who emerged from the inland, Li Hua was naturally sensitive upon hearing these words and stood up immediately. Who is it? I don't know, but he said his name is Brother Kong. Brother Kong. Upon hearing those two familiar words, Li Hua's pupils suddenly contracted. End of the chapter. Chapter 205 Overseas Conflict. Hearing these two words, the most painful memories that Li Hua did not want to recall flooded into his mind like a tide. Back when he and Zifeng were preparing to escape from Tianhai City, they were pressured by a group of people, and those people who pressured them made a call to a guy named Kong. And now, this guy Kong had unexpectedly reappeared, which was simply too good to be true. Li Hua tightly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable rage. Gather everyone immediately, we have a big operation to carry out. Boss, are we going to expand our territory again? Upon hearing his words, the younger brothers became instantly excited, eager to try their luck. After all, in the current times, Li Hua had become a legend in their area. Originally just a small fry, he had risen up to become a gang leader, then a manager, and finally, directly became the boss of the area. Persistence more ridiculous than any inspirational story, yet it happened so concretely. Because of this, countless people from the mainland illegally immigrated, wanting to become like him. But the result was that their business grew several times in an instant. While everyone was enjoying their feast, their admiration for Li Hua grew even stronger. No, this time we're not expanding our territory, but driving away those who want to take over our territory. We need to establish our dominance. Otherwise, there will be endless people causing trouble for us. Li Hua looked at his gang of brothers and incited them. Do you want the money that you've worked hard to earn to be taken away again? No? Upon hearing this, the younger brothers immediately became agitated, roaring in unison. Their eyes filled with fervor, and Li Hua was very satisfied to see this. He then shouted at them, in that case, follow me into battle. Although the words sounded cheesy, Li Hua knew that such language could indeed fuel the morale of these uncultured individuals. Meanwhile, at the same time, Kong had already brought a group of underlings to the outskirts. Boss, I heard that a strong newcomer has appeared here recently. Are we being too conspicuous? Is it really safe? Inside a residential building, one of the underlings asked Kong. After all, we've just arrived not long ago. Could our foundation be unstable? Provoking others so quickly. Kid, talking nonsense again? Kong scolded the underling, slapping him on the head. A real man should have ambitions. If you stay under Huang's command in Tianhai City, all you'll do is idle away your time. We need to quickly do something for Huang. Look at the white hair boss bringing back so many people from overseas, each one more powerful than the last. Rumor has it that he can even split a steel pipe with one hand. Look at you all, focused only on loafing around all day. Can't you show some ambition? After the scolding from Kong, a few underlings felt embarrassed and muttered, we can't split a steel pipe with one hand. Anyway, let me make it clear. Is the money from Huang enough for you? Is it sufficient? Kong looked at his group of underlings, reminding them how he had evenly distributed the bonus given by Huang among them. Formerly, these small fries, who could only scrounge on the streets for a living, suddenly found their empty wallets filled. Satisfied, the group of underlings nodded in agreement. In that case, let's not waste any more time. Qiang's eyes blazed with determination, showing his unwavering resolve. It is said that Huang has some unresolved matters here, and we will help him solve them. Brothers, now is the time for fortune and glory. It's up to you whether you can seize it. Kong rallied his underlings. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from outside. All the underlings immediately became alert, aiming their guns towards the door. Kong wasted no time in overturning the desk and taking cover behind it. In an instant, with a violent explosion, the wall burst open. They're attacking us. Qiang's face turned solemn. Despite his absolute confidence in his abilities, the sudden attack caught him off guard. He tensed up, shouting, how dare you weaklings come after me? While Kong was usually submissive and smiling in front of Huang, it did not mean he was a pushover to be manipulated. On the other side, Li Hue had already limped out of the hospital. He had a lingering feeling of unease in his heart. Since yesterday, he had been trying to contact his two mentors, but no one picked up the calls. The whole accident was also very strange. It was just a couple of gunshot wounds, yet why did they have to amputate his leg? Even if it was a joke, it should not have gone this far, especially with Wang Hao. Although he disliked Wang Hao, he was capable of making the right judgments. From his perspective, Wang Hao's injuries were lighter than his own, and even after removing the silver needle, it was just a minor injury. But Wang Hao ended up being paralyzed from the waist down. It was simply outrageous. Without much thought, Yifan quickly left on crutches. But due to the sudden loss of a leg, he was now limping as he walked. Little did Yifan know that Bai Mao was secretly monitoring him. Watching the limp figure leaning on crutches, Bai Mao sneered, "This is the consequence for daring to oppose Huang." Despite losing a leg, Yifan was already beginning to plot something in his mind. Just one leg lost, yet Yifan could still move on his own, indicating that the punishment was not enough. Thinking of something, Bai Mao quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and began making arrangements. In order to comply with Huang's orders and continually play pranks, they had meticulously planned at every level. Each person's acting skills were now top-notch. As Yifan limped with his crutches, preparing to head to Huang's residence, a roaring sound of a motorcycle suddenly came from behind him. Yifan was about to turn around, but the person was already in front of him, reaching out with a swift hand. Damn! In an instant, his crutch was knocked out of his hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 206, Gold Rooster Standing Alone. Following the Gold Rooster standing alone, two helmet-wearing individuals sat on a motorcycle. The person in the back was waving Yifan's crutch, hitting Yifan's remaining leg as they departed. Ouch! Yifan instantly cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony. Damn it! He cursed. Despite breaking out in a cold sweat, Yifan was still preparing to give himself some treatment, planning to reach the Huang family as soon as possible. Although he had embarrassed himself at the Huang family that day, Yifan had no intention of canceling the arranged marriage. After all, the other party was the #1 family in Tianhai City. At least under the current circumstances, he urgently needed the Huang family's help. However, as Yifan reached for his silver needle in his robe, his eyes widened in shock. He frantically searched again. Where is my silver needle? The ninefold divine needle his master had passed down to him had disappeared. It was made from ancient meteorite iron and was invaluable. More importantly, it played a crucial role in healing. While Yifan was in a panic, his other set of silver needles was already placed on Huang Yu's table. Huang Yu, this is Yifan's set of silver needles, the person in front said respectfully, his eyes filled with fanaticism. It was clear that Beikao had brainwashed them a lot in the past. Are these the silver needles? Huang Yu took a closer look at the silver needles and felt a chill instantly. It was supposed to be a summer day with temperatures above 20 degrees, yet the needles felt like ice in his hand. He picked up a needle, focused his energy, and gradually infused his power. In an instant, the needle erupted with unimaginable heat, a stark contrast to its previous coldness. Indeed, it is the ninefold divine needle, Huang Yu exclaimed in surprise. In the original story, Yifan relied on this set of silver needles to heal countless important figures, thus accumulating a significant network. This network helped him overcome challenges during raids. Moreover, most of his harem was made up of the daughters of those he had helped. However, now that he had the silver needles in his possession, Huang Yu wanted to see if Yifan could still turn the tides. Meanwhile, his phone rang. Huang Yu, we have located where those two old guys are staying. Huang Fan took the call, realizing that the place showed signs of a fierce battle and was heavily damaged. There is no sign of anyone, but based on the descriptions, it should be the people we are searching for. Hearing this, Yifan's expression turned serious. Could those two old guys have heard something and fled beforehand? It was a possibility. Despite ensuring that his scouts remained discreet, it did not prevent the two old guys from escaping, given their formidable strength in the original story. Whenever Yifan faced life-threatening situations, it was his two masters who would come to his aid, averting danger time and time again. If not for them, Yifan would have perished countless times. Keep investigating, Huang Yu instructed, determined not to give up. Although the two old men had escaped, the situation had become more urgent. It was essential to uncover what those two old guys knew. If they revealed anything they shouldn't know and found Yifan, the consequences would be dire. After all, they were his family's lifeline, whereas he was just the antagonist. Despite his formidable power now, dealing with Yifan would still pose a challenge. Who knew what unexpected events might arise? At the same time, Huang Yu received news that Yifan intended to visit the Huang family. This further heightened his concern. Does Yifan really know something related to the Huang family? Huang Yu's expression turned grave, prompting him to act. While it was not ideal for him to intervene directly, Huang Yu quickly devised a plan. He called Yun Yun. As one of the female leads and a beauty, Yun Yun was a valuable asset that the male leads often sought to add to their harem. Hence, there was no hostility between them. In another location under a temple in the Kunlun Mountains, the Elder Master was trapped in a water prison, covered in wounds. Looking around the seemingly ordinary cell, it was no place to confine him if it contained ordinary items. Yet, the Elder Master had attempted numerous times to break out but failed to crack the formation between the cells. Not only that, each time he attempted to break the formation, he felt stronger, and the backlash seemed to affect him more. This was why he was covered in wounds. Yifan, don't fall into their trap. The Elder Master sighed, initially planning to act submissive to gain the woman's trust. Unfortunately, she saw through his act too quickly, trapping him before he could send out a message. Now all he could do was hope that Yifan would grow quickly and come to his rescue. In his eyes, Yifan was an extraordinary genius with unmatched potential. As Yifan limped towards the Huang family, the crowd began to grow. Isn't that the one who was once renowned for his medical skills, but ended up engaging in debauchery? He's a disgrace, visiting the police station 5 or 6 times in a week. Is he treating the prison as his home? Look at his complexion. Doesn't he look sick? How do you know that? Well, I have a brother who... As the crowd gathered, Yifan, with only one leg, could hardly move forward. He had no choice but to stand alone amidst the crowd like a gold rooster. Suddenly, someone gave him a push. End of this chapter. Chapter 207. Zia he shows up at the door. In almost an instant, Yifan lunged forward like a dog eating shit. Who the hell pushed me? Get the hell out of here! He shouted hoarsely, looking around desperately, and the people around him took 2 steps back, looking at Yifan. Damn, could this kid be a scam artist? He must have offended someone to have his leg broken off. I wonder if the leg is still around. The crowd discussed animatedly, but seeing Yifan in such a sorry state, they were afraid of getting into trouble, so after a few passing comments, they left. Yifan looked at the group of people around him, feeling a deep sadness in his heart. Oh, the vicissitudes of life. He, Yifan, had ambitions to make a name for himself, thinking he could stride through the city, like in a novel, treating high officials as playthings. However, now not only did he lose a leg descending the mountain, but he also found himself in this situation. It was simply humiliating. Yet Yifan just closed his eyes tightly and lay on the ground without saying a word. At this moment, he was eerily calm, and through this incident, he instantly understood what was going on. He realized that going to the Huang family now might not be feasible. After all, the Huang family already did not think highly of him. If he were to go to the Huang family in such a sorry state, he would only face more humiliation. But I won't let it end like this. Just wait and see. Since arriving in Tianhai City, Yifan had been hiding his identity, which was why he had been living in that shabby rental house. However, as soon as he revealed his identity and the 2 masters behind him, he believed that countless people would come to praise and support him. Thinking about this, he did not hesitate. He took out the last 50 yuan from his pocket and hailed a taxi. Driver, go to the Z family. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth, his eyes full of confidence. If he remembered correctly, the head of the Z family owed a big favor to his master. As long as he found the head of the Z family, Zitianch would definitely be able to find a precious treasure that could restore his left leg in a short time. In the residential community, after the property manager's attitude towards Wang Zhu gradually turned impatient, his true nature was fully revealed. After 2 to 3 hours of torment, Wang Zhu was completely defeated. Please, stop it, spare me. Wang Zhu was truly unable to bear it anymore. Not only did the property manager torment her, but he also called several security guards over earlier. For her, it was a kind of sickening and extreme torture. At this point, she was so resentful that she gritted her teeth. When she found her brother Wang Hao, he would make sure that her brother would tear these people to pieces. Little did she know that a day of deep sorrow awaited her, still within the hospital. As he was now paralyzed and disabled, caregivers were pushing him around. Although Wang Hao was already in a paralyzed state, Yi Fan's abilities gave him a glimmer of hope. Since the other party had such extraordinary abilities, it meant that there must be a way to restore his leg. As long as he found such a person and used a large amount of money to make the person work for him, his achievements would not be lower than what he had planned beforehand. With this plan in mind, Wang Hao became increasingly excited. Immediately, he began to use his own superpowers. In Tianhai City, there were still many intermediaries. These intermediaries were representatives who handled various information and matters with money. As long as there was money, they could do anything to make things happen that one could not achieve on their own. Without hesitation, Wang Hao had the caregiver contact several intermediaries. After setting an appointment, he immediately contacted his sister, Wang Zhu. At that moment, Wang Zhu was being held captive in the property manager's home. When her phone rang, it immediately caught the manager's attention. Seeing the threat in the other's eyes, Wang Zhu, who was shaking uncontrollably, had no choice but to bear it silently while answering the phone. "Hello, brother. Brother, it's me, Wang Zhu." Listening to the intermittent voice on the other end, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Little Zhu, what happened? Why is your voice breaking up? Is the signal bad, As the other party hardened, he gradually showed a bit of remorse. "Sorry, little Zhu, I had an accident here, but don't worry, I'll solve it soon." "Okay." Wang Hao didn't know what the other's concise response meant, but he felt that his sister Wang Zhu had forgiven him at this point, and immediately hung up the phone. "Yi Fan, I won't kill you, swear on it." Wang Hao clenched his phone. Passing through the hospital, he had roughly grasped Yi Fan's information. After some investigation, he found out that Yi Fan was an unregistered resident, without a household registration. Immediately, Wang Hao began secretly investigating further. On the other side, besides the news of Yi Fan diverting his route to the Z family, Huang Yu also received news of Wang Hao secretly investigating Yi Fan. It turned out that Yi Fan was just trying to network. Hearing that Yi Fan did not know about him, Huang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still instructed his men to continue monitoring closely and not let their guard down. However, Huang Yu was more interested in Wang Hao's investigation. "Huang, this is the initial investigation report by Wang Hao. Take a look." Huang Yu slowly took the information and glanced at it. He was surprised. Yi Fan is an unregistered resident without a household registration. Looking at the information, Huang Yu remembered that most protagonists in the novels he had read had lived on the mountain since childhood, hidden from the world with their master. This novel setting was truly absurd. Looking at the information, a smile slowly appeared on Huang Yu's lips, and an idea formed in his mind. Immediately spread a secret message. Say that 20 years ago, a Yi family was annihilated, and the culprits were two old men. As for what those two old men look like, let's base it on the two masters he had previously investigated. In short, find someone to impersonate the remnants of the Yi family, and search for relatives. As he spoke, Huang Yu began to feel curious. He wondered how Yi Fan would react if he discovered that his masters had become the enemies who wiped out his entire family. Despite this being his fabrication, with his superpowers and sufficient influence, he could make it real. On the other side, inside the Mo family, "You're old enough, yet you have no shame. Do you really think I don't exist?" Madame Mo looked at Mo Young, who was kneeling on the ground, with a hint of anger on her face. End of this chapter. Chapter 208, Yi Fan angrily enters the crocodile pond on one leg. On the other side, kneeling at this moment was Ziahe. Mo Young was also in a difficult situation. He originally thought that once the matter passed, it would be over. In the trial at the court a few days ago, Ziahe had already been sentenced. He was sentenced to more than 10 years. Although based on the crimes committed, it should have been a death penalty, but due to insufficient evidence, only this much could be sentenced. Regarding this, Mo Young was actually somewhat secretly pleased. No matter what, Ziahe was the light in his heart when he was young. Naturally, he did not want her to die like this. But he never expected that this woman would dare to defy the heavens and come directly to the Mo family to find him. What kind of place was the Mo family? Mo Young knew too well. If he could say a few words about the former Mo family, now the Mo family was completely under the control of his wife, who, although powerful, was wholeheartedly devoted to him. As a result, Zia He was caught as soon as she entered the Mo family. Do you have anything else to say now? Lady Mo looked at her incompetent husband, filled with anger. Originally, when she heard that her daughter said her husband actually had a lover, she let it go. She didn't expect it to be true, but since the other party was already in prison, Lady Mo didn't say anything. However, she did not expect the other party to boldly come to their door. And this cowardly husband, he had no reaction at all. Where did he place her? I'm innocent. Mo Young looked at his wife, full of helplessness. Just as he was about to explain, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't you speak ill of Amor? With a strong and tender voice, Zia He's small figure stood in front of Mo Young, glaring at Lady Mo. You wicked woman! Despite looking like a child, Lady Mo did not think so. With his medical expertise, he could tell that she was suffering from a disease, which had made her figure small. In fact, she was an adult in her heart. Take him back to prison. Lady Mo, feeling furious, looked at Zia He. And get the relevant authorities in Tianhai City to investigate her escape. Zia He had already been sentenced to more than 10 years, and if the escape was added, she might face life imprisonment. Thinking of this, Mo Young became a little flustered, but seeing his wife, he wilted again. Amor, leave this wicked woman and come with me. Shall we be together? Although Zia He was being dragged away, she struggled to look towards Mo Young. After spending so many days in prison, she had realized her true feelings. She still liked Mo Young, but she couldn't express it. But at this moment, Mo Young dared not respond and just knelt silently on the ground. Lady Mo glanced at her incompetent husband and walked away. On the other side, Yifan had arrived at the Z family. Who are you? This is a private estate, not open for random entry. The voice of a guard rang out, and Yifan, now limping, looked at the guard without the arrogance he had before, considering he was one-legged now. Although he could still wield a silver needle, he knew he was not a match for the guard in a real fight. Please inform your master that there is someone named Yifan who wishes to meet him, the disciple of the person who saved him 20 years ago. The guard did not cause any trouble and instead went inside to report. This relieved Yifan, as he had initially intended to assert himself arrogantly, but the guard's lack of disrespect surprised him. It seemed that the Z family was quite decent. However, this did not deter Yifan's desire to show off, as he believed that security personnel, whether guards or security guards, needed to be properly tested. His current disability was the only reason he held back. Unaware that the Z family he knew had undergone changes, having ended up in a mental hospital. I'm sorry, sir, but the person you are looking for is not here. The guard returned about half an hour later, his tone colder and seeming to imply Yifan should leave. What do you mean? Can what I said be false? If I'm referring to your master of the Z family, he must know you. Hurry and let him out. If your Z family doesn't come out themselves, I will go in personally, and then it won't be resolved with just a few words. With one leg now, Yifan leaned on a crutch made from tabaran tree branches picked up by the roadside. The pressure on his body had made his leg sore. The guards just gave him a cold look and continued their duty. These guards are looking down on people, Yifan thought coldly. If not for his injured leg, he would have taught these guards a lesson. But he was not one to give up easily. After dodging the guards, he found himself in an empty place, looking at the high wall. Despite his disability, he knew he had the strength. With a leap, he traversed the wall, but landed in what seemed to be a crocodile pool. As he fell, he called out for help, catching the attention of the caretaker. The caretaker was shocked to see Yifan and the situation he was in. End of chapter. Chapter 209 sets a trap for Wang Hao. When he saw someone approaching, Yifan immediately shouted in alarm, waving his hands and looking up at the caregiver. Quick, save me, the crocodile is coming over. Yifan crawled on the shore, soaking wet and dragging one leg. Damn, you only have one leg. How did you get in? The caregiver was stunned, watching Yifan lying on the ground with one leg dragging behind like a tail. Despite the situation, he quickly responded and shouted at Yifan, "Just wait, I'll be right there." Then, The caregiver hurriedly found a stick from elsewhere to help rescue him. Meanwhile, Wang Hao found several agents. "Everyone, you know my requirements, right?" Wang Hao recounted the day he met Yifan in full detail. With a dark expression on his face, he told the crowd, "As long as you can recruit talents like him for me, I'm willing to pay 10 times the price. Money is not an issue, as long as the person is right." Wang Hao, who had lived a second life, had never encountered such a powerful presence in the world, and he was determined not to let it go. He signaled to the nurse beside him. The nurse had been handy for the past couple of days, so Wang Hao had no intention of replacing him. As soon as the nurse opened a box, neatly arranged banknotes appeared before the group, sparking excitement in the agent's eyes. "Consider it my treat to all of you. As long as you satisfy me, there will be further rewards." Witnessing Wang Hao's generosity, the agents became enthusiastic, pledging to find the talents he needed. The tempting offer made them eager, as they were not accustomed to such large business deals. Wang Hao understood their intentions very well. With a self-satisfied smile, he felt in complete control of the situation. Soon, he would be able to recruit a group as powerful as Yifan. When that time comes, his plans to build a commercial empire would become even more perfect and grander than imagined. And most importantly, looking at his paralyzed body, Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. He had to find that scoundrel Yifan and dismember him, or his hatred would not be resolved. After the meeting ended, the agents left. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, they all headed in a certain direction. In a small rental house nearby, Bai Mao sat leisurely in the room, a row of chairs set up in front of him, seemingly waiting for someone. "Boss!" The agents, who had just pledged loyalty to Wang Hao, now called Bai Mao their boss, showing a change in allegiance. Bai Mao smiled and glanced at his subordinates. "What's up? Wang Hao didn't find out anything, right?" "Don't worry, Boss Bai Mao, you can trust us." "How could that guy find out anything?" "Now, they completely trust us and want us to help find someone with extraordinary skills." Such wishful thinking. Hearing this, Bai Mao sneered knowingly. He understood exactly what kind of person Wang Hao was looking for. But in reality, it was not that simple. People proficient in ancient martial arts mostly came from prestigious families. Who would be as generous as Wang Hao, giving them such powerful techniques directly for cultivation? Probably only Wang Hao had done so, making it foolish to expect someone else to be the same. Remember, you can swindle his money all you want, but don't get greedy. Subsequently, Bai Mao looked at his men, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the men nodded excitedly. They were loyal to Wang Hao and would never harm him, but who doesn't like money? Moreover, with Bai Mao's assurance, they felt more at ease. However, just as the men rejoiced, Bai Mao's voice rang out once again. Under no circumstances should Wang Hao find anyone related to ancient martial arts. The men nodded in agreement. After they left, Bai Mao eagerly called Wang Hao, his demeanor shifting from authority to flattery. "Wang Hao, things are going smoothly here, and now they believe we are agents. I'm confident that within 2 weeks, we can swindle all his money. Okay, keep up the good work." With a brief response from the other end, the call ended, leaving Bai Mao slightly bewildered. But soon, he understood. He had rushed to take credit before finishing the task. Wang Hao must think he was too eager for recognition, achieving so little. Bai Mao's gaze became resolute once again. "It seems I need to do more to change Wang Hao's opinion of me." If the original plan was to bankrupt Wang Hao, he needed to do more. He wanted Wang Hao to end up on the streets, homeless, and eventually become a beggar. He then called another group of people. It wasn't enough to rely solely on the agents to bring Wang Hao to such a dire situation. Meanwhile, after enduring torment, Wang Zhu finally felt fear. She screamed desperately, "My brother is Wang Hao. He won't let you get away with treating me like this. I am the sister of the stock god." However, these words now sounded like a joke to everyone, and the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Unaware of his past life sister and her current predicament, Wang Hao refocused on his career. From his hospital bed, he stared at the display on his computer, pondering. If there were such powerful and magical forces in the world, could one change the course of events through intention? Having experienced rebirth, Wang Hao couldn't help but have some belief in these thoughts. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. Yifan falls into the trap. Wang Hao must have gone crazy. How could he come up with such absurd tactics? At this moment, there was a large screen in front of Huang Yu. On the screen, it showed everything Wang Hao was doing in the hospital, arranged below. At this point, he could monitor everything Wang Hao did from the moment he woke up in the morning to when he went to sleep at night. Even during his sleep, nothing could escape his surveillance. Huang Yu could naturally see all of Wang Hao's actions in the story. Despite his doubts, he did not change his mind. It was too easy for the Huang family to take down Wang Hao with their power. After just a glance, Huang Yu made arrangements directly. I want this person bankrupt and on the streets within a month. He didn't pay any more attention because he believed in the power of the Huang family. They had the strength to achieve this, otherwise, he wouldn't have become one of the antagonists from the original story. After all, in order to highlight the protagonists a game, the strength of the antagonists in the novel could not be underestimated. This was the source of Huang Yu's confidence, especially after defeating Zizan. He realized that the destined main character was not invincible. Under this premise, he could relax. As long as they avoided the main character and didn't interact too much, nothing major would happen. On the other side, Yifan from the Z family was finally rescued by the caregiver. Looking at the drenched and disheveled Yifan on the ground, the current head of the Z family stood nearby, watching all of this coldly, and couldn't help but ask sternly, "Who is this kid? How did he get in here? Don't you have an explanation?" It's not that he didn't recognize the person in front of him. Although he had never seen him before, he had received a message from the Huang family. The person in front of him might seem like an ordinary person to him, but unexpectedly, he could attract the attention of the young master of the Huang family. Although he felt innocent, he had received orders from the young master of the Huang family. Therefore, he had to follow them. "Do you know Ming Hua?" Seeing that the other party was about to get angry, Yifan hurriedly said, "I am Ming Hua's senior disciple. I came to see you today because my master has important matters to entrust to you. Don't forget, Zi Tianqi, you owe my master a big favor from many years ago." Yifan looked at the current head of the Z family coldly, saying, "If you continue to ignore me, don't blame me for reporting to my master." At this moment, Yifan felt like a gambler with nothing left, feeling extremely embarrassed. However, he still held a glimmer of hope and looked at the person in front of him. Nevertheless, the outcome was still disappointing. The man in front of him glanced coldly at Yifan and waved his hand immediately. "Who do you think you are to threaten me? Get him out of here right away, and if anyone dares to let him in again, there will be no mercy." With that, several people next to him wanted to lift Yifan and drag him out directly. But how could Yifan give up so easily? "Go away!" He shouted loudly and then looked directly at the head of the Z family. "Is this how you treat your guests? Do you know that Zi Tianqi owed my master a big favor many years ago? Today, if you choose to continue ignoring this, don't blame me for telling my master." Saying this, Yifan felt like a gambler at his wit's end, looking extremely wretched, but still holding on to a thread of hope as he faced the man in front of him. However, the result ultimately disappointed him. The man in front of him just glanced coldly at him and ordered him to be kicked out directly. In this way, Yifan felt a surge of excitement, but on the surface, he couldn't just let it go like that. "Let's go!" he bellowed, then turned to the head of the Z family. "This is how the Z family treats its guests, do you know that? If you don't cherish the favor Zi Tianqi owed my master many years ago, fine, but to think of driving me out directly, forget it, your Z family is really like that." Yifan glanced at everyone, then pointed directly at the head of the Z family. 3 decades in the East River, 3 decades in the West River, don't bully the young. He shouted, "If you follow Lingyan's will in the future, blame me, Yifan, for not being a man." With that, Yifan shook his wet hair, and the water splashed on the head of the Z family, running down his stern face. "Just leave like this, it may not be ideal, considering the huge favor our Z family owes you." As Yifan finished saying all of this, and was about to leave in a show-off manner, he was suddenly called back. The family head of the Z family looked coldly at Yifan. Although his face looked extremely grim, he still said, "How about we, Z family, host you well before you leave? What do you think?" Yifan's heart, which had initially been excited, was instantly stirred again, but he couldn't show it on the surface. "Since the Z family invites me so warmly, I will stay at the Z family for 2 days." Watching Yifan walk in arrogantly, even hopping. Several pits suddenly appeared on the lawn of the estate. Following a series of actions, not only did it command, but the head of the Z family felt the urge to destroy this rascal. Moreover, this person was related to Z Tianqi. Yes, the current head of the Z family was not from the main Z family line, but a branch. When Z Tianqi was the head of the Z family, they had been bullied by the main line. They had been through a lot of grievances. However, with the support of the Huang family, everything changed. They rose from a secondary branch to the main line, and the original main line was expelled from the Z family. From any perspective, whether to take revenge, carry out the orders of the Huang family, or prevent the return of the original Z family's background, the current head of the family had countless reasons to eliminate Yifan. At this moment, Yifan was not aware that the crisis was looming. He was still happily sitting in the Z family's main hall. "I came this time to discuss important matters with you," Yifan said to the head of the Z family, unaware that the person in front of him was not Z Tianqi, but akin with grievances against Z Tianqi. "I want you to take action against the Huang family." As he spoke, his expression darkened. Although he had no grudge against the Huang family, the incident he had endured in front of them was vivid in his mind. He needed to restore his dignity first. The best way to regain his dignity was to help when the other party was in trouble, to show his heroic side. But for a huge family like the Huang family, how could they encounter any difficulties? That's why they needed to intervene at that time. Yifan convinced himself that the young master of the Huang family looked too much like a debauchee, and he needed some discipline. "Do you want to teach the Huang family a lesson?" The head of the Z family looked at Yifan, who seemed indignant and couldn't help but wonder if he had lost his mind. Not to mention that the Z family was already under the Huang family. Moreover, in the entire Tianhai city, who would dare to act against the Huang family? End of this chapter. Chapter 211. Yifan is imprisoned. At this moment, Yifan looked at the Z family patriarch in front of him, who remained motionless and frowned on the street, his face filled with displeasure. "What? Do you have any objections?" Yifan clearly did not have much patience for the Z family. After all, they were just an ordinary small family. Why would he need to show them such good attitude, especially since they had just insulted him not long ago? Now that he understood his own strength and wanted to regain his pride, Yifan was not so easily willing to let them off. "The Huang family has dominated Tianhai City for so many years. Don't you Z family want to take a shot at that position? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your Z family should have been at odds with the Huang family for a long time, right?" Yifan displayed an attitude as if everything was under his control. After all, before he descended the mountain, his two masters had roughly explained to him the situation in Tianhai City. Among the major families in Tianhai City, the Z family and the Huang family were not on the same side, especially Z family patriarch, Z Tianzi, who had long been dissatisfied with the Huang family. "As long as your Z family can help me deal with the Huang family, I will definitely repay you in the future." Looking at Yifan with a determined look, sitting wet on the chair, with only one leg still shaking constantly, Z family patriarch's facial muscles twitched twice, suppressing his anger. "Since you are so dissatisfied with the Huang family, and so powerful, why don't you take action yourself? Why come to my Z family?" Although Z family patriarch was dying to tear this person to shreds at this moment, it's better to gather more information since it involved the Huang family. This way, maybe he could also gain Huang Xiao's favor. By doing so, wouldn't his popularity in the Z family rise a lot? By then, he would be able to lead the Z family to glory again under Huang Xiao's leadership. "You seem to be unaware of something, right?" Yifan looked at the Z family patriarch with a contemptuous look, directly expressing some disdain. "What are the people of the Huang family like? I understand them better than you do. But there are things you may not know." Yifan pretended to be mysterious, looking at the Z family patriarch. "Is that so?" Z family patriarch pretended to look as if it was expected, looking disdainfully at Yifan. "It seems that you know everything, don't you? Also, do you know who broke your leg? Regarding this, you need to do one more thing for me. I need you to help me get rid of someone." Yifan looked at the Z family members and said. At this moment, he thought that the Z family had completely surrendered under the prestige of his two masters and could do whatever he asked. "No, you misunderstand." Z family patriarch looked at Yifan, his face full of cold indifference, bluntly saying, "I see you only have one leg broken. It looks rather unbalanced." How about I help you to balance it out? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's face changed instantly, no longer boasting, patting the chair and standing up with one foot, looking at Z family patriarch. What do you mean? He roared, sensing something was wrong. There seemed to be no sign of submission to him on the faces of the Z family members. Instead, their expressions turned increasingly cold. Why say more? Can you bully young Master Huang? After saying this, Z family patriarch waved his hand, and several bodyguards rushed up, forcibly pressing Yi Fan down, and then dragging him away. Let go of me. If you catch me, my master won't spare you. Yi Fan finally began to panic, realizing his dangerous situation. If these people had tried to harm him before, he would have been able to overpower them. But now, having lost a leg, his strength was greatly reduced, and if they attacked him directly, he might suffer severe injuries. Oh, has Yi Fan forgotten that the Z family owed him a big favor, as his master said? How did things suddenly change like this? Or is it that people forget favors easily these days? Although confused, Yi Fan now understood his precarious situation and began to shout loudly, repeatedly mentioning his master in an attempt to threaten them into letting him go. After all, he had not yet figured out who was behind his current predicament, and if he fell into such a situation again, Yi Fan felt that something bad might happen. Moreover, there was Huang Yuhan. Although they had only met briefly at the Huang family that day, Yi Fan was immediately drawn to her and considered her his future wife. They had even thought of names for their children. The reason he had been acting against the Huang family was to change Huang Yuhan's opinion of him. But now, if he was imprisoned or got into trouble, what would Huang Yuhan do? Yi Fan was very satisfied with his fiancé, although for some reason, looking at his brother, he had always had the urge to teach him a lesson. Despite Yi Fan's struggles, he was forcefully taken away by the orders of Z family patriarch. Since you have come to this point, there is no need to struggle anymore. The Z family sneered, thinking it was already a step too far to act against them, but wanting to act against the Huang family as well. Subsequently, he coldly instructed his secretary on the side. Interrogate him rigorously, and find out the reason why he came to our Z family. And why he wanted to harm the Huang family, yes? At the same time, on the other side, Huang Yu also received news of Yi Fan being arrested by the Z family patriarch. This Yi Fan is really something. Truly deserving of being the protagonist of destiny. Huang Yu couldn't help but sigh, as if Yi Fan had gone to the Z family before resolving Zizan, he might have actually gained their help. After all, when Z Tiance was the head of the Z family, he was still quite dissatisfied with the Huang family. But things were different now. After his training, the Z family was like a dog to the Huang family. It was too easy to exploit the Z family. Immediately, he replied to the Z family. Keep Yi Fan detained. Do not let him escape. If he does escape, report immediately. After saying this, Huang Yu shifted his focus back to Wang Hao. After several days of pursuit, all the companies invested by Wang Hao had gone bankrupt, with the stock prices plummeting. Within a week, he had lost everything. From stock god to stock investor, to bankrupt disaster. Huang Yu smirked with satisfaction as he spoke. End of this chapter. Chapter 212. Wang Hao goes bankrupt. On the other side, Wang Hao is still sound asleep in his own villa. Due to his high-level paralysis, he is unable to move freely. Brother, I'm back, accompanied by the sound of pushing the door. His sister Wang Zhu returned with a tired face. What? Went to work again today? Wang Hao asked his sister. Things are different now. He has money, so he had advised his sister not to work early on. She didn't need to work so hard to earn money, as he could fully support her. However, Wang Zhu never listened. She insists on going to work every day, and always comes back exhausted. Zhu, you don't have to work so hard. Wang Hao looked at his sister with a heart full of pity, advising sincerely. Look at your brother. I'm so rich now. No matter what you do, even if you do nothing, I can support you. Don't you think? Actually, you don't have to do anything. Just focus on dressing up and living well. Wang Zhu's eyes were slightly moved seeing her brother's care. She also wants that. However, since the incident a couple of days ago when she was photographed, and those photos are still in the hands of those people, if she refuses, those photos might be circulated at any moment, and the consequences could be devastating for Wang Zhu. After all, her behavior in those photos was very extreme. Once they are circulated, her reputation will be instantly destroyed. At that point, If she wants to enter high society again, she might be worse off than a street chicken. Knowing that her brother is very wealthy, Wang Zu's aspiration has always been to break free from her past identity, enter high society, and become a socialite. But now, her dream has almost been shattered in half. After saying a few words to her sister, she turned and returned to her room to rest, leaving Wang Hao feeling helpless. However, he also felt proud when he thought about how his sister manages to go to work every day without relying on him. At least in this aspect, Wang Hao felt a sense of pride because she was his sister. Meanwhile, his phone started ringing incessantly. "Hello, what's up?" The caregiver answered the phone and placed it near Wang Hao's ear. As he listened to the news on the phone, Wang Hao's eyebrows furrowed in anger. Gradually, from a tight frown to anger, and finally his pupils contracted suddenly. What's going on? How did those companies go bankrupt directly? Wang Hao almost hysterically shouted. In his previous life, if he remembered correctly, those companies eventually became the leaders in their industries. How could they go bankrupt so quickly? None of these things happened in his previous life. Damn it! Wang Hao's mind raced as he tried to figure out why those companies went bankrupt. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with any clue. Who could have anticipated his predictions and preemptively sabotaged him? Forget it, it's just a few companies. Wang Hao took a deep breath, consoling himself. Even if they go bankrupt, so what? I still have a large amount of virtual currency in hand. Although virtual currency seems worthless now, in a few years, it will skyrocket in value. At that time, the worthless assets in his hands would instantly transform him into a billionaire. Just as Wang Hao was consoling himself, an urgent breaking news report blared on the TV. Founder of virtual currency sells off all currency, tracked down by relevant authorities at the IP address and arrested. Damn, is this person an idiot? Watching the news, Wang Hao cursed loudly. The founder of virtual currency had never speculated in his own currency. After all, the amount of currency the founder held was incalculable. If all of it was suddenly dumped into the market, it would instantly attract the attention of countless people. This behavior was nothing short of suicidal. At that moment, Wang Hao also panicked. He knew that if he didn't take action now, he might end up bankrupt and starving like in his previous life. Right, there are still lottery tickets. Thinking of this, Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although those companies went bankrupt and virtual currency was seized directly, he was well aware of many future events. For example, lottery numbers, he remembered them clearly. With $100,000 or more, he could easily empty the jackpot. He would still be a billionaire at that moment. And at that moment, his phone rang again. The caregiver next to Wang Hao picked it up and showed him. Instantly, excitement flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. It was the group of brokers he had contacted before. Mr. Wang, we have found the relevant people. Would you like to come out and have a look, see if you're satisfied, and pay the price? Of course, Wang Hao readily agreed. Although he was bankrupt now, in his heart, he not only knew the lottery numbers, but also had knowledge of many future events. So, opportunities to make money like this were simply too good to pass up. But Mr. Wang, we have no money left now, the financial advisor reminded hastily beside him. Wang Hao was too dazzling, and he had a lot of money. Naturally, he had a financial advisor to help manage his money anytime, anywhere. Now, due to the stock market crash and virtual currency bankruptcy, except for those cars and this villa, he was left with nothing. What are you afraid of? Wang Hao looked at his financial advisor with disdain. It's just a few bucks. Heaven bestows its talents and will surely find a use for them. After spending all the money, it will come back. So, Mr. Wang, do you have a way to get that money back? The financial advisor's eyes lit up at Wang Hao's confident answer. After all, he was from a capital custody institution. The more deposits they had, the more significant his rewards would be. Of course, first go to the bank and mortgage this villa along with those cars, Wang Hao said confidently. Hearing this, the financial advisor froze on the spot. What? Mortgage your house and car? Are you telling me you really have no money left, and you're doing this? This is clearly a sign of desperation. End of the chapter. Chapter 213, Ancient Martial Arts Imminent. After arranging everything, Huang Yu headed for the Ancient Martial Arts Convention. According to the schedule, he should have set out 2 days ago, But various delays in Tianhai City caused a delay of 2 days. And now, the time was almost up. If he didn't continue now, the Han family head would probably get angry. Remember not to force yourself. Looking at Huang Yu about to leave the villa, the other girls were reluctant to part, but only Han Yu Yao's eyes were filled with worrying. After all, as descendants of a martial arts family, they knew the brutality of the ancient martial arts convention. Competitions like these usually resulted in broken arms or legs, as there was always someone stronger than you. Although he still didn't know where Huang Yu's immense strength came from, the ancient martial arts convention was never lacking in skilled individuals. If he forced his way through, he might end up losing limbs. If it's really impossible, let Han Kun go in your place. Hearing this, Huang Yu raised an eyebrow. He's your younger brother. Are you really willing to let him go? Of course, if it weren't for that stupid idiot like you. Han Yu Yao looked at Huang Yu. In any case, whatever happens, make sure to call me. She wasn't entirely trusting of her family head father. After all, for the sake of the family's interests, he was capable of anything. His incredible skill was not only due to his natural talent, but also because of the harsh training he endured at home. Otherwise, even with talent, how could he have achieved such strength? Don't worry, I know. Huang Yu nodded. In the smooth storyline, the role of the Han family head was not to be underestimated. Although he seemed like just a family head, his strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. He was the kind of person who could take on Zizan, a formidable opponent in the later stages. This person was capable of anything for the sake of his family. The other girls also looked at Huang Yu, their eyes filled with reluctance. Huang Yu, you must come back early. Ni Meng slowly approached, looking at Huang Yu, eyes brimming with tears. It could be said that aside from Lord Su and her brother, Huang Yu was the person she loved the most in the world. Especially after what Han Yu Yao mentioned earlier, her heart was filled with even more worrying. You must come back safe and sound. Yes, Huang Yu, I will wait for you always. Liu Ryan also looked at Huang Yu emotionally, eyes filled with reluctance. Yes, that's right. Huang, I'll cook for you and have it ready for you when you come back. Seeing the group of girls looking as if he was about to die, Huang Yu couldn't help but be speechless. I'm just going on a business trip, not to a funeral. Why are you also worried? Huang Yu shook his head, not seeing any reason to be concerned about this ancient martial arts convention. After all, it was just a destiny-driven subplot. There was nothing to worry about. Given his background and family history, he didn't believe anyone would target him. Later, Huang Yu walked past the others and approached Yun Yun. How's your recovery going? Looking at Yun Yun, Huang Yu still felt a bit worried. It's almost recovered, but there's still some way to go to reach my peak. Yun Yun shook her head. It seemed her strength hadn't fully returned yet. How's the formation I taught you coming along? Yun Yun's beautiful eyes met Huang Yu's gaze. For some reason, as Huang Yu was about to leave for a long time, she'd have felt a slight reluctance. Could it be that I've developed feelings for this good-for-nothing? No, that can't be right. How could I like this scoundrel? He does nothing all day, fools around all the time, and has so many women. Especially at night, hearing the noises he makes with other girls, Yun Yun couldn't help blush. Is that kind of thing really that enjoyable? Why are you blushing? Seeing Yun Yun's face turn slightly red, Huang Yu was puzzled. Is your injury getting worse again? Huang Yu placed his hand on Yun Yun's forehead. Get lost. Seeing the physical contact, Yun Yun immediately glared at him and scolded him. Aren't I just showing concern for you? Yun Yun gave him a look and didn't continue that train of thought to avoid any misunderstandings. The formation must not be delayed. Luo Qingcheng could show up at any time. Without the correct formation, with my current strength, I won't be able to deal with her. Don't worry, I've already arranged for people to take care of it. Huang Yu nodded, his expression also rare in its seriousness. After all, as a grand female lead from another fantastical world, Luo Qingcheng's strength was not to be underestimated. If they were not careful, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Although she was a woman, Huang Yu knew that she was not like the girls in this villa who eventually became his women. It was either me or you dying in their world. After all, in the world of grand female leads, there was no place for men. Most of the time, they even harbored a kind of resentment towards men. That's good. After hearing Huang Yu's words, Yun Yun temporarily relaxed and didn't press further. After all, in a way, Huang Yu had helped him heal here, and it was commendable that he had helped set up the formation. Although, Yun Yun looked at her female disciple, sitting on the sofa not far away. At this moment, Nalan Yanran also noticed her master's gaze and couldn't help but blush. Initially, Nalan Yanran had a strong resistance towards Huang Yu, but as they spent more time together, that resistance had almost disappeared. Even when she heard that Huang Yu might be in danger, her first reaction was not joy, but worrying. She even worried about his safe return. She admired the Dragon King Zizan and the Dragon King's palace, which had all fallen at his hands. Facing her master's gaze, Nalan Yanran avoided eye contact and tried not to meet her gaze. Sighing at her disciple's behavior, Yun Yun shook her head helplessly. Forget it, let her be. After all, the Dragon King's palace had already been destroyed, and besides the quasi-mentorship relationship between them, there were no other ties left. End of this chapter. Chapter 214: The Inheritance on Yi Fan's Body. Later, Huang Yu gave Yun Yun the contact information of Bai Mao. This is my trusted subordinate. If there is anything urgent, you can contact them, he said solemnly to Yun Yun. Seeing Huang Yu suddenly make this move, Yun Yun was also stunned. He never expected Huang Yu would trust him to this extent. Just not long ago, they were still enemies. Even the incident with Luo Qingcheng was only agreed upon because of his relentless pressure. Now, the fact that Huang Yu was willing to entrust his own forces and people to him for management was surprising. Seeing Huang Yu's serious gaze, as well as his strong physique and masculine aura, Yun Yun didn't know what to think. His face blushed slightly, but he quickly disguised it. Don't worry, with me around, that woman from Luo Qingcheng won't be able to cause much trouble. That's good. Although he said so on the surface, Huang Yu was still somewhat worried in his heart. I hope this woman takes things seriously and doesn't rely on blind confidence. In the world of the novel Luo Qingcheng, you almost got beaten up by him. It's thanks to Zizan's repeated saves that you weren't ruined long ago. But now that Zizan is dead, I wonder what you will do next. If you could just be a bit more low-key, I doubt there would be as many problems. However, seeing Yun Yun's proud face, Huang Yu knew that he wouldn't listen to these words, so he didn't say them. After all, with Yun Yun's proud nature, how could he patiently listen to him ramble on? What Huang Yu didn't know was that at that moment, Yun Yun could clearly hear his inner thoughts and couldn't help but furrow his brows. This jerk, saying that I'm too proud to listen and don't want to hear him talk. Wasn't Zizan always eyeing him? How could he say Zizan saved him? What's really going on here? At the same time, other girls also heard Huang Yu's thoughts and looked at him after exchanging glances. If Luo Qingcheng comes, my disciple is not around now. Who will protect me? Yun Yun suddenly asked. Don't worry, Luo Qingcheng won't come. But in reality, Huang Yu had no idea if Luo Qingcheng would come, and even if he did, what did it have to do with him? He had no grudge with Luo Qingcheng. Even if he comes, what can you do? You'll just be doomed. Am I supposed to tell you that my grandmother is a legendary master and ask you to hide at the Huang family? When he heard Huang Yu's voice, a smile appeared on Yun Yun's lips. Just as expected, this jerk didn't tell me everything. There's still a glimmer of hope. After hearing his inner thoughts, Yun Yun didn't ask any more questions. He had understood what he needed to and didn't need to continue probing. While Huang Yu felt reluctant as he looked at the girls, he soon left. With Zizan gone now, these female leads had become unclaimed. However, they still needed to be wary, as beautiful girls in any protagonist's world were akin to female leads. Not only Wang Hao, but now there was also Yi Fan. He wondered how Yi Fan was faring. After all, Yi Fan had lost a leg due to his people in the hospital and even contracted syphilis. At that moment, in the dungeon of the Z family, Yi Fan was trapped in a cage made of iron bars, feeling like a dog. Damn it, when the day comes for me to get out, I won't spare your Z family. Inside the cage, Yi Fan roared angrily, his eyes filled with resentment. His hatred towards the Z family had reached its peak. He never imagined that after seeking help from them due to his master's favor, they not only refused, but also locked him up like a dog in this cage. This was truly humiliating. For him, escaping right now was more important than anything else, but now that he had lost a leg and his 9-turn silver needle was gone, the thought of escape seemed like a distant dream. However, after much struggle, he finally made a decision. Though not long ago his jade shattered in the park, and the old senior's soul dispersed into the heavens and earth, he still possessed a valuable item, the jade pendant he wore around his neck, passed down from his ancestors. "Brother, come here, I have something to tell you. I have this jade pendant. If you drip blood on it, you can gain mysterious and unpredictable powers." Yi Fan deliberately created a sense of mystery, boosting the value of his ancestral jade pendant. But the man just gave it a glance and snatched the jade pendant from him. "Ah, I see. Don't worry. I will report this, and this jade pendant is confiscated for now." The guard passed on the duty to the person next to him, then walked off without looking back. He was loyal to the Z family. How could he accept such a simple bribe? But since there were orders from the family, anything obtained from Yi Fan had to be handed over immediately, or face severe punishment. The guard dared not linger, and promptly handed the jade pendant to the head of the Z family. What's so special about this thing? The head of the Z family looked at the ordinary jade pendant in his hand, somewhat disdainful. To be honest, he had seen a variety of treasures, and a plain jade pendant like this didn't catch his eye. However, since Huang Yi had given orders, anything obtained from Yi Fan had to be reported to him first and handed over. Forget it. Being the young master Huang, I have to comply. The head of the Z family sighed and had the jade pendant sent to the Huang family. Meanwhile, when Huang Yu was about to go to the Z family, he suddenly received a message from his subordinate. "Young Master Huang, we found something on Yi Fan." Excited, Huang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect Yi Fan's possession of something worthwhile. Truly a protagonist of destiny. He changed the direction of his car and hurried back to his house, especially after hearing that it was a jade pendant. Such an item, if blood was dripped on it, might reveal an old person or even transmit an inheritance. End of chapter. Chapter 215. Your flesh. It's mine. After all, he originally went to the Z family to see if there was anything good left on Yi Fan's body, but now that he has already exploded his equipment, there is no need to go. After all, it is best for the villain and the protagonist not to meet if possible. Huang Yu carefully examined the jade pendant and saw that it was clear and transparent, emitting a tempting emerald green color. Regardless of whether there was a hidden treasure inside the pendant, its value alone was absolutely considerable. Indeed, the protagonist of destiny is truly well equipped. Huang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Despite his fear of someone like Yi Fan, he envied the various opportunities and fortunes on his body. About half an hour later, Huang Yu returned to his home. Although he had agreed to go to the ancient martial arts conference with the Han family today, there was still some time left and he was not in a hurry. Back in his room, Huang Yu carefully examined the jade pendant, placed it on the table, and then pricked his finger, dripping a drop of blood on it. Almost instantly, the jade pendant absorbed the drop of blood like a sponge. Huang Yu widened his eyes in amazement. He had not expected that besides a broken jade on Yi Fan's body, there was another old man. This was simply outrageous. Under his gaze, the jade pendant slowly emitted a light. It was initially faint, but as time passed, the light grew stronger and eventually became dazzling, causing him to feel drowsy. "I, the proud demon lord, have finally been reborn. I never expected this kid. Wait, this kid's constitution, haha, it's a stroke of luck for me too. It's actually the rare and precious holy demon body." A supremely arrogant male voice sounded from the jade pendant. After assessing Huang Yu's physical constitution, the proud demon lord first paused, then instantly became excited. "I will possess you, and within 1,000 years, I will return to the immortal realm." Damn, this isn't an opportunity, it's a disaster. Under the shining light, Huang Yu was petrified in place, struggling to control his body, but unable to move a muscle, firmly immobilized. Huang Yu's mind was frantically cursing his futile attempts to activate his energy against the overwhelming power within the jade pendant. Just then, in a villa, Yun Yun, who was meditating in her room, suddenly opened her eyes. "You bastard!" Her pupils contracted sharply as she heard Huang Yu's thoughts again, sensing that he was in danger. And possession was involved. After some contemplation, Yun Yun suddenly thought of something. Her eyes filled with shock. Could it be that Lu Qingcheng wants to use Huang Yu's body to resurrect those demonic sect remnants of her sect? As someone who came from the world of fantasy, it was natural for Yun Yun to recognize the extraordinary nature of Huang Yu's constitution, but she had never mentioned it. After all, Huang Yu was just a wealthy young man who had reached such a high status through his own efforts. If he were to discover himself a practicing genius, wouldn't it be a direct blow to the heavens? No, I must find a way to save that bastard. Struggling internally, Yun Yun made a decision after much hesitation. Forget it, it's this bastard who owes me. In the end, Yun Yun chose to go and rescue Huang Yu. Even though his injuries had not fully healed, and he was no match for Lu Qingcheng, Yun Yun quickly mobilized all her strength within a short period of time and disappeared from the room, heading swiftly towards Huang Yu's location. You bastard, don't die. Yun Yun's eyes revealed intense anxiety. For some reason, the thought of Huang Yu possibly being possessed and ceasing to exist filled her with inexplicable panic, as if it was the last thing she wanted to see happen. Just a short while ago, Huang Yu had destroyed the Dragon King's hall and killed her disciples. Meanwhile, as time passed bit by bit, although Huang Yu was able to hold on desperately using his internal energy, he was now on the verge of exhaustion. Am I really going to be screwed over by this guy? Damn you, Yi Fan! Huang Yu cursed in his heart, never expected that, even without meeting, he could still be swindled by this protagonist of destiny. This setting was simply twisted. Kid, I advise you to hand over your body obediently. The proud demon lord in the jade pendant looked at Huang Yu and sneered. After accumulating for tens of thousands of years, his power had reached a terrifying level. Unlike ordinary people, he only had a soul, not a physical body. However, it didn't hinder him from using the accumulated power. If you hand over your physical body to me, I will treat your family, relatives, and friends kindly. And I will help you reach the peak of the immortal realm, becoming an immortal existence for all eternity. All you need to do now is to let go. The proud demon lord's words were full of temptation. Thinking fast, Huang Yu frowned abruptly, summoned all his strength, and bit his tongue hard. It hurt. In an instant, Huang Yu broke free from the seductive voice of the proud demon lord. You think you can trick me with such a cheap trick? Huang Yu cursed in his heart. Even if he couldn't handle someone like Yi Fan, couldn't he deal with these villains? But at the moment, there was really nothing he could do. That damn sign-in system had only been giving him cultivation resources lately, and barely any useful items. Was he really going to meet his end here? As a few more minutes passed, Huang Yu's strength was almost depleted, barely holding on with one last effort. Seeing this, the proud demon lord's face showed a look of satisfaction. Your flesh is mine. End of this chapter. Chapter 216 Confrontation. Looking at the holy demon body of Huang Yu, the eyes of the proud heaven demon lord were filled with greed. This is an ancient, no, even in the eternal river of time, it is rare to encounter a cultivated holy body. However, just as he was about to successfully crush the last bit of spirit and energy from Huang Yu, suddenly a figure appeared in Huang Yu's room. Who goes there? The proud heaven demon lord suddenly became alert, only to find that the person who appeared was an old lady with white hair, hunched over and leaning on a cane, looking extremely frail. Little girl, if you have nothing to do here, you better leave quickly, or you might be the next one I kill. For the proud heaven demon lord, who had lived for countless ages, this old lady could only be considered a little girl before him, and even that was speaking generously. In the years he had lived, how many centuries had passed? How many countless years? If you want to harm my grandson, you are being too naive, the old lady Huang said to the proud heaven demon lord, her tone filled with cold malice. If you don't let go today, I will crush you to dust. Although the voice of the old lady Huang was very old, her words were strong and powerful, making the proud heaven demon lord furrow his brow involuntarily. Watching the power and aura gradually gathering on the other side. It seems you still have some strength left. He sneered, then struck out with his palm. A burst of power instantly erupted from the jade pendant, and sensing this terrifying power, the old lady Huang was shocked, quickly retreating, but it was already too late. The power had locked onto her. In almost an instant, the old lady Huang, who was confident she could save her grandson, was suddenly thrown out, hitting the wall, then falling down, coughing up a pool of blood. Who are you exactly? The old lady Huang looked at the mysterious jade pendant, sensing an aura of evil within. But the proud heaven demon lord did not respond to her words, instead continuing with his possession. After all, every second was precious now, and instead of wasting time dealing with these people, it was better to complete the possession quickly and then deal with the obstacles. The old lady Huang looked at her grandson, wanting to get up to save him, But as soon as she stood, she felt a tearing pain throughout her body. Looking up, she suddenly realized that a blood hole had appeared in her abdomen. The old lady Huang quickly sealed the wound with her spiritual power, stopping the blood from flowing. As she watched her grandson on the brink of despair, a voice suddenly appeared in the air. "Proud Heaven Demon Lord! I didn't expect that after all this time. You're still alive. Who are you?" Listening to this strangely familiar voice, the Proud Heaven Demon Lord didn't want to pay attention at first, but the power contained within made him alert. And for some reason, he felt a sense of fear, as if this fear had permeated his very core through some memory. "What? Have you forgotten about me so soon?" A cold smile appeared on Yun Yun's lips as she slowly materialized in the room, looking at the jade pendant on the table. "When I destroyed your demon sect back then, you ran away so quickly. Why aren't you running now?" Yes, this Proud Heaven Demon Lord was a senior elder of the sect where Luo Qingcheng was from in those days, and his strength was extremely formidable. He held a high position within the demon sect. It's just that later on, Yun Yun's power became too great, and this elder from the demon sect was almost easily killed in just a few moves, but managed to escape with a thread of his soul while others were busy. After thousands of years of nurturing, that thread of soul now had some power. But it was still just a soul. Compared to the existence that could easily kill him before he died, the gap in strength was like heaven and earth. "Yun Yun, how could you appear here?" Seeing the familiar figure appear, there was a hint of panic in the voice of the Proud Heaven Demon Lord, looking incredulously at her. He had ended up in this world accidentally while trying to escape using the sex formation, falling into a chaotic void stream. So how could Yun Yun be here? Could she have come to this world specifically to hunt him down? The thought made the Proud Heaven Demon Lord's heart even more fearful. Never did he expect Yun Yun's strength to have grown to such a point where she could directly break open the chaotic void stream and move freely between worlds. Did that mean all their efforts from the demon sect in sending away the cultivated Luo Qingcheng had already turned into nothing? "Elder, where is Luo Qingcheng?" Yun Yun looked at the figure of the Proud Heaven Demon Lord below, asking softly. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, she couldn't stop glancing around, trying to discern any clues. Now that the Proud Heaven Demon Lord from the demon sect had appeared here, it further confirmed Yun Yun's suspicions that this was a trap set up by Luo Qingcheng. But now that Luo Qingcheng hadn't shown up, it meant there must be a different plan at play. Upon hearing Yun Yun's words, the Proud Heaven Demon Lord inside the jade pendant was confounded. "Luo Qingcheng, he's still alive." Upon hearing this news, the Proud Heaven Demon Lord couldn't decide whether to be happy or sad for a moment. After all, Luo Qingcheng was a rare genius cultivator in the demon sect's history who had never been seen before. Given time, surpassing the Yun Lan sect was just a matter of time. It's just that they didn't expect Yun Yun of the Yun Lan sect to advance first. From a certain perspective, Luo Qingcheng was their pride. But seeing Yun Yun's attitude now, it was clear she had been pursuing Luo Qingcheng for a long time. The Proud Heaven Demon Lord felt a sense of desolation in his heart. He and the demon sect had waited for countless years, only for the opportunity to be destroyed by the Yun Lan sect. And hearing the words of the Proud Heaven Demon Lord, Yun Yun's brow furrowed. This old man didn't know that woman Luo Qingcheng was still alive. Or was this just a verbal trap set by the other party? For a moment, neither side could decipher the actions of the other, and they both dared not act rashly. End of this chapter. Chapter 217. Invading the Divine Sea. Critical moment. And at this moment, due to the absence of the arrogant demon lord's invasion, Huang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed Yun Yun in the room at this moment. Seeing both sides still arguing word by word, he couldn't help but make some comments. "Hey, you old yellow flower. Why don't you hurry up and save me? Meeting an acquaintance in a foreign land. Huh, just a few words can make you die. You don't seem like lovers at all. If I die, I will definitely use you as a scapegoat." Listening to the continuous comments in Huang Yu's mind, Yun Yun's expression instantly turned cold. She had come to save you despite the risk of being discovered by Luo Qingcheng, and you dare to curse me. By the way, where is Luo Qingcheng? Where did Luo Qingcheng go? Where is he? Yun Yun said to the jade pendant. Hearing this, arrogant demon lord pondered for a moment and suddenly realized something, then became pleasantly surprised. Observing the woman, It seemed that she still had some fear towards Luo Qingcheng. Could it be that after so many years of cultivation, Luo Qingcheng's skills are now on par with Yun Yun? Seeing Yun Yun's hesitant expression, Arrogant Demon Lord changed his tone slightly. "Why don't you come over here? Luo Qingcheng is not here." Arrogant Demon Lord pretended to act like Luo Qingcheng was here and spoke to Yun Yun. "It's been so long, I thought he was already dead, but turns out he's still alive." Despite speaking the truth, his tone was slightly different. And in this deception, Yun Yun immediately fell for it. "No, Luo Qingcheng must be ambushing me around here." Seeing Arrogant Demon Lord's puzzled expression, Yun Yun and him were in a stalemate. But as the swordplay dragged on, Huang Yu could no longer bear it. "What are you dragging for? Hurry up and attack him. If you keep stalling, I will die. Why don't you do it now?" Huang's heart desperately urged Yun Yun to act, seeing her hesitating. Is this old yellow flower single for too long, or just plain dumb? Listening to Huang Yu's inner thoughts, Yun Yun glared at him. "You moron! What nonsense are you talking about?" Although very angry, she was also relieved that there was no ambush by Luo Qingcheng nearby, and she could finally let go of her worries. "Since you didn't deceive me, I will take action now." Yun Yun slowly approached the jade pendant, her aura growing stronger. Arrogant Demon Lord, looking at Yun Yun, couldn't help but feel flustered. Hasn't he told her that Luo Qingcheng may be nearby? Why doesn't she believe him? Is it that she didn't understand his words? Arrogant Demon Lord thought awkwardly, watching Yun Yun getting closer. He could no longer hold himself back. "Yun Yun, Luo Qingcheng is lurking around. Dare to make a move against me and try it. If you touch me even a hair, Luo Qingcheng will turn you to dust." Hearing Arrogant Demon Lord's frantic threat, Yun Yun was not angry, instead displaying an expression as if expecting such a response. Despite tens of thousands of years passing, she was familiar with this old man. If Luo Qingcheng was really lurking around, he would have already attacked her. No need to wait until now. It seemed to be just a coincidence. Fate whispered in her mind, and she directly reached out to grab the jade pendant. Ah! Behind Yun Yun, Huang Lao Tai watched the young woman with such strong abilities in shock. Despite being of old age, her cultivation was just passable, but this woman in front of her was much more powerful. What kind of realm of power has she reached? Especially seeing this young woman and her grandson, their relationship seemed complicated. Although a bit worried, Huang Lao Tai was also somewhat relieved. Could this woman be a young descendant of a certain family? But to possess such powerful cultivation talent and strength, she seemed suitable for her grandson. At that moment, Yun Yun didn't notice the matchmaker-like gaze from Huang Lao Tai. As she picked up the jade pendant, preparing to crush the Arrogant Demon Lord inside, suddenly, the voice of the Arrogant Demon Lord echoed hysterically through the jade pendant. "Since you want me dead, I will break the net." The Arrogant Demon Lord roared and poured his entire soul into Huang Yu's divine sea, intending to take over his body. Following the previous trend, he would slowly deplete Huang Yu's soul before entering to be safer. But now, he had no other choice but to go all out. If he didn't, he might perish completely. Huang Yu's head tilted slightly backward, engulfed in darkness. In Huang Yu's divine sea, on an endless sea, Huang Yu faced the Arrogant Demon Lord with a mix of tension and challenge in his heart. "Kid, didn't expect to meet in your divine sea. Didn't expect you to barge into my divine sea, trying to take over my body?" Huang Yu's voice trembled slightly, unable to conceal his incredulity towards the Arrogant Demon Lord. After all, this was a supporting role, and his strength was too abnormal. However, the Arrogant Demon Lord was not afraid of Huang Yu's surprise. He chuckled disdainfully, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "Kid, just obediently hand over your body to me." The Arrogant Demon Lord's voice was full of sarcasm and threat, determined to defeat Huang Yu and take everything from him. Huang Yu frowned slightly, feeling the powerful force emanating from the Arrogant Demon Lord. At that moment, he realized that this battle was not going to be easy. HMPH, then let's give it a try. Huang Yu's heart sank, his voice filled with determination and firmness. He would not easily submit to the Arrogant Demon Lord's threats. After all, he had gained decades of cultivation strength from the system. The atmosphere between the two became tense and intense, as if the air was filled with electric tension. The battle was about to begin, and the gazes of Huang Yu and the Arrogant Demon Lord met, like two sharp swords confronting each other. As the arrogant demon lord gathered his powerful force and attacked Huang Yu, he felt the surge of power from the depths of his heart. His eyes became resolute, knowing that at that moment, he had to give it his all, leaving no room for error. The arrogant demon lord's attack was fierce, and Huang Yu's body swayed under his relentless assault. However, Huang Yu was not intimidated, exuding an unyielding aura. "You still can't do it," the arrogant demon lord sneered, seeming disdainful of Huang Yu's resistance. End of the chapter. Chapter 218. No more retreat. Huang Yu battles supporting role. That may not be the case. Huang Yu's voice was filled with indifference and arrogance, with no trace of his past retreat. He faced the attack of the arrogant demon lord without flinching, and the two forces clashed violently, sparking sparks. The violent collision resounded through the sky, and the whole world seemed to tremble for their showdown. The figures of the two intertwined in the air, each collision releasing an astonishing power. Huang Yu and the arrogant demon lord both felt the strength of each other's power, flying backwards without backing down, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, their gaze met again, the battle intent permeating the air. This was a fight to the death, and both of them mercilessly displayed their most powerful forces. For the arrogant demon lord, once he failed, he would be killed by the clouds outside. As for Huang Yu, after taking over, he would no longer be himself. They had entered an irreversible situation, destined for only one person to emerge as the victor of this battle. A hint of coldness flashed in Huang Yu's eyes. He didn't think he would lose. After all, this was his body. Although he didn't know where this was, in this place, Huang Yu could indeed feel an immensely powerful force within him. After all, this was within his body, his home turf. Without any hesitation, Huang Yu instantly charged towards the arrogant demon lord. His body turned into a stream of light, swift and fierce. His fist was like a cannonball, carrying endless power as it fiercely struck the arrogant demon lord. Boom tilde tilde. For a moment, the whole world trembled, and the surrounding air seemed to have been shattered, forming a terrifying storm. The figures of Huang Yu and the arrogant demon lord interwoven in this battle like lightning striking flint, each collision releasing dazzling sparks. There was an indomitable will in Huang Yu's eyes, his whole body exuding a strong sense of confidence. He believed in his own strength, believed he could defeat this supporting role. The arrogant demon lord was also unwilling to show weakness. His body quickly enlarged, transforming into a fierce beast. "You are still too young." His hands suddenly enlarged, tearing towards Huang Yu. "Humph, so what?" Hearing the arrogant demon lord's words, Huang Yu also did not show weakness. A terrifying light also appeared on his palm, striking towards the arrogant demon lord's hands. Boom! The two collided fiercely, erupting into a violent sound. Immediately, both the arrogant demon lord and Huang Yu were sent flying backward, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the arrogant demon lord looked at Huang Yu. "Kid, you still can't make it. That may not be the case." After saying this, a horrifying aura suddenly radiated from Huang Yu's body, enveloping the arrogant demon lord. "Kid, you are seeking death." Seeing this, the arrogant demon lord's face darkened, then his eyes flashed with a hint of light. "Kid, do you think these things can deal with me?" He had never expected that Huang Yu had so quickly mastered the power of the divine sea. After speaking, the arrogant demon lord directly unleashed the power within him, turning everything around into nothingness. His body instantly enlarged, like a monstrous beast. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Huang Yu's face became extremely embarrassed. He hadn't expected that the arrogant demon lord's body could devour the power of others. Then what advantage did his home turf have? "Kid, get ready to face my wrath." Roar! A bloodthirsty smile crept on the arrogant demon lord's lips as he charged towards Huang Yu. Watching the arrogant demon lord getting closer, Huang Yu also felt a strong sense of crisis, knowing he was in danger. "Kid, today is your end, ha ha ha." With the opponent's maniacal laughter, Huang Yu's face turned paler, beads of sweat covering his forehead. "Die." Just at that moment, Huang Yu saw the arrogant demon lord open his mouth wide, and his face immediately paled. He could clearly see a horrifying black mist continuously condensing in the arrogant demon lord's mouth. "No." Huang Yu roared, his eyes full of unwillingness. He could clearly feel his vitality rapidly draining. At this moment, his head also became heavy and dizzy. Huang Yu's entire body gradually became translucent, as if he was about to disappear at any moment. "Kid, enjoy the gift I'm giving you." The arrogant demon lord laughed maniacally, then opened his mouth wide. Huang Yu's heart raced rapidly. The tension that had been gripping him finally let go. Fortunately, this old flower finally arrived. "If it were a little later, I would have died, you know?" Upon hearing Huang Yu's sarcasm, Yun Yun also turned to look at this bastard. Bastard! Yun Yun gritted her teeth, wishing to tear this bastard apart. If she had known, she wouldn't have saved this dead scumbag. Let him die. End of this chapter. Chapter 219. The Sacred Demon Body. Not long ago, Union witnessed Huang Yu's divine sea being invaded by the arrogant demon lord, which made her feel extremely uneasy, especially when it came to entering Huang Yu's deep sea. A complex emotion surged in Union's heart. She knew she had to save Huang Yu, but she was worried that her own power might harm him. She knew that the divine sea was an extremely fragile existence, and once damaged, it could potentially make a person become foolish. Therefore, she dared not enter Huang Yu's divine sea recklessly, in case he became foolish. This meant she wouldn't be able to hear his inner thoughts. However, Union's worries did not make her give up on the idea of rescuing Huang Yu. Despite not liking Huang Yu, for some reason, she just couldn't bear to see him being harmed. This conflicting emotion left her feeling confused, but also determined to save Huang Yu. Union's gaze shifted to the grandmother next to Huang Yu, her eyes filled with determination and a plea. She asked Huang Granny, "I would like to ask for your help. Would you be able to assist me?" Huang Granny looked at the young girl in front of her, sensing Union's strong determination and resolve. Even though her strength was far inferior to Union's, she was determined to protect her grandson at all costs. Facing Union, she could feel the genuine love for her grandson, whether good or bad. Without hesitation, Huang Granny agreed to Union's request. She knew she might not be able to withstand the power Union was carrying, but she was willing to use her body to protect Huang Yu's physical body. After all, it was her responsibility as his grandmother and her love for him. With Huang Granny's protection, Union's physical body was temporarily safe. "I must go in quickly, or arrogant demon lord will seize control." With this in mind, Union instantly became anxious. Her attention turned to the divine sea, knowing that time was of the essence, and she had to act quickly. Her soul swiftly rushed out of her own divine sea, ready to enter Huang Yu's deep sea. In an instant, Union's physical body closed her eyes, seeming like a zombie, except for breathing. She was in a trance-like state, as if in a coma. In this state, Union's physical body became extremely fragile and dangerous, unable to resist any attacks, especially from Luo Qingcheng. Even an ordinary person holding a gun could kill her directly. Union knew her situation was critical, but she also knew she had no other choice. She had to take the risk of entering Huang Yu's deep sea to save his divine sea. Back to the present. At this moment, Union looked at the arrogant demon lord in the distance. The killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. "Arrogant demon lord, I never thought you didn't die thousands of years ago." Union spoke while walking in the air, creating ripples along the way. At the same time, a powerful sword spirit gradually formed in her hand, gradually condensing into a physical form. Under the intense pressure of killing intent, the arrogant demon lord in the distance was also somewhat surprised. "How is this possible? How could you come in?" Apparently, he had not expected that Union would actually abandon her physical body and enter Huang Yu's divine sea. After all, this meant putting the other's physical body in a very dangerous situation, in case of possession or spiritual communication. "Aren't you afraid of your physical body being possessed?" The arrogant demon lord gritted his teeth, looking slightly panicked at Union. "So what? It's worth it to kill you," Union said lightly, then raised her sword and charged towards the arrogant demon lord. Bang! The two collided, creating a violent explosion, as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. Union sword energy was extremely powerful, piercing through the body of the arrogant demon lord, sending him flying back, landing not far away. "Damn! How can your soul be so powerful?" The arrogant demon lord let out a miserable scream as a large hole was pierced through his chest, blood flowing on the ground. Seeing this scene, Union's eyes instantly turned ice cold. Without any hesitation, she moved swiftly and attacked the arrogant demon lord again. "Damn villain, even if I become a ghost, I will seek revenge on you." Seeing Union coming back to attack again, the arrogant demon lord's face twisted in rage, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he was still furious. Thundering. Crack! At this moment, a deafening thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. Union looked up at the sky, a deep frown on her face. Dark clouds covered the sky, with lightning flashing continuously, as if a torrential rain was about to fall at any moment. Damn it! What's going on? Seeing this scene, Union felt a sense of unease, as the anomaly in the sky was too bizarre, and it carried a strong oppressive force which made her suddenly startled and fearful. She knew this situation was definitely not simple. After all, in the Divine Sea, it was the first time she had seen such an anomaly. Sure enough, at that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. In the sky above, a crack suddenly appeared. Then, from that crack, a purple divine thunder suddenly tore through the void. Boom! Meanwhile, in the distance, Huang Yun, who was watching Union and the arrogant demon lord in battle, also entered a state of enlightenment. Observing the exchanges between the two, he entered a state of meditation. Within his divine sea, accompanying Huang Yu's enlightenment, it began to boil frantically. The spiritual energy in the divine sea began to increase rapidly, the sky darkened, and the wind and clouds changed color. Indeed, is this the legendary sacred demon body? At this moment, the heavily injured arrogant demon lord, who had been suppressed and ravaged by Union on the sea's surface, staggered to his feet, clutching his chest. Looking at Huang Yu, his eyes were filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction. How could this kid's divine sea trigger natural phenomena? Why is it that, after years of bitter cultivation, he, the arrogant demon lord, could only be left with a trace of divine soul by a little girl? Just as he had finally restored his strength, wanting to take over a body, he encountered this little girl again. Why does fate treat me like this? The arrogant demon lord raged in despair in his heart. At this moment, Union looked at Huang Yu, feeling somewhat shocked. What's going on here? How can this dead scum be so powerful? End of chapter. Chapter 220. I'll reward you with a kiss. Although from the perspective of overall strength, Huang Yu's abilities are still relatively weak, Qinghai is able to easily observe a person's potential. Now, Union sees such a powerful phenomenon within Huang Yu's body. How could she not be able to understand it? That means Huang Yu is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. This guy definitely has more secrets hidden within himself. However, taking advantage of Union's distracted moment, the proud demonic lord on the side is already itching to make a move. I will go all out. A moment's regret will last a lifetime. The proud demonic lord made a crazy decision in his heart. Immediately, while Union was not paying attention, he erupted with all his power and started rushing towards Huang Yu at an extremely terrifying speed. If successful, he could possess the body of this holy demon and become an eternal existence. Faced with such a huge temptation, the proud demonic lord couldn't possibly give it up. Moreover, he is now pushed to the brink by this woman Union. If he doesn't act now, he will face endless pain and downfall. It's better to take a gamble. However, before the proud demonic lord could get close, Huang Yu's eyes suddenly opened wide as he floated in the air, staring at the proud demonic lord, causing time and space to seem to freeze in this moment. The proud demonic lord couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably and suddenly stopped in mid-air. Countless killing intent converged towards him. Looking into Huang Yu's eyes, he seemed like a demon from the abyss. What are you going to do? The proud demonic lord's voice trembled uncontrollably, and he looked at Huang Yu, feeling a desire to beg for mercy growing inside him. What do you think? Huang Yu looked at the proud demonic lord without any mercy in his thoughts. After all, the other party almost succeeded in possessing him. If he were truly possessed by the other party, he would probably become a lifeless body, while this guy would impersonate him. Thinking about the girls around him, he couldn't help but clench his fists. The proud demonic lord opened his mouth, about to plead for mercy. Suddenly, the thunder and dark clouds in the sky disappeared. The entire divine sea returned to its calm ocean state. However, the proud demonic lord couldn't say a word. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, his whole person seemed to be corroded by this wind and dispersed bit by bit. Almost in an instant, Huang Yu's mind was instantly flooded with countless memories and legacies of the proud demonic lord, as well as the energy he turned into soul. Indeed, the main villain does have the capital. Huang Yu couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Yunyan looked at Huang Yu and couldn't help murmuring softly. And this is Huang Yu's divine C. In almost an instant, these words were captured by Huang Yu. How about that? Am I amazing? Huang Yu came to Yunyan, grinning at him. TCH. Yunyan glared at Huang Yu in a nonchalant manner. I should have just let you be possessed by this person directly. At least the world would have one less scoundrel. She looked at Huang Yu disdainfully. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. I'm leaving. With that, Yunyan was about to leave directly. However, suddenly, Yunyan found that her body couldn't move. What's going on? Yunyan frowned and looked directly at Huang Yu. What do you want? She already knew that the only potential explanation for her current situation was that the rascal in front of her was up to no good. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Not good. Huang Yu looked at Yunyan, laughing mischievously. If I were to kill you now and absorb your memories, can I find a way to deal with Luo Qingcheng? Because from the beginning, the reason why Yunyan and Huang Yu could be tied together was because of Luo Qingcheng's existence. Yunyan naturally knew this. Upon hearing Huang Yu say this, her eyes subtly began to show signs of panic. Huang Yu, don't forget that I am the only one in the world who understands Luo Qingcheng the best. Even if you were to absorb me, you wouldn't necessarily know all my memories. Also, if I die, my physical body will immediately disintegrate on the spot. What's it got to do with me? Faced with Yunyan's words, Huang Yu was indifferent. After all, it's not me who's going to die, so what's it to do with me, you? Yunyan was left speechless and could only angrily abandon the idea of beating up the rascal in front of her once again. End of this chapter. Chapter 221. This is our daughter-in-law. Watching the two of them bicker, Huang Yun'er's grandmother couldn't help but smile with relief. After all, she could see that this girl was very powerful. She never expected her incompetent grandson to find such a good girl. As an elder, she was extremely gratified. Good grandson, is this your girlfriend? Huang Yun'er's grandmother smiled as she looked at her grandson. You should have brought her back earlier. No, I'm not. Upon hearing this, Yun blushed instantly and hastily began to deny. Who would be with this scoundrel? I would never be with him. It's like who would want to be with you, this old hag? Huang Yun'er also rolled her eyes. Although this old hag is quite beautiful, her temper is too much. Fortunately, I slept with your apprentice, not you, or else you would have been drained dry. It's been so many years without a man. There's a saying that women are like tigers at 40 and wolves at 30. With so many years, she probably couldn't handle a dragon. Originally, Yun was happy to hear Huang Yun'er compliment her appearance, but as she listened to those words, she began to feel uncomfortable. What does it mean to be like a wolf at 30 and a tiger at 40? Even though he was indeed quite old, for cultivators like them, shouldn't their inner age be proportional to their appearance? Moreover, he was much better looking than some young girls. You don't want me, and I don't want you either. Yun's sudden remark left Huang Yun'er dumbfounded. What is all this about? Huang Yun'er's grandmother, on the other hand, looked unusually serious as she turned to her grandson. Xiao Yu, shut up. How dare you talk to your wife like that? Hearing his grandmother reprimand him like this, Huang Yun'er couldn't believe it. Grandma, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. I have no relationship with her. I know. Huang Yun'er's grandmother, with an expression that read I understand, approached Yun and grabbed her hand. Girl, my grandson has a bad temper. You have to be more tolerant. With that, Huang Yun'er's grandmother put a jade bracelet on Yun's wrist. What is this? Yun was taken aback. This is our Huang family tradition. This bracelet is meant for the future daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. No. How can I accept this? Upon hearing this, Yun blushed and subconsciously tried to take it off. Girl, you can't. In our Huang family, once you wear it, you can't take it off. If you do, it means you no longer want to be with him, and you won't be allowed to enter the Huang family's door again. Seeing Huang Yun'er's grandmother's serious expression, Yun hesitated and stopped her hand from removing the bracelet. Seeing Yun's hesitation, Huang Yun'er's grandmother smiled kindly again. That's better. Be good with Huang Yun'er in the future. When the time is right, I want to see you to get married. You better take off the bracelet. Huang Yun'er looked at this old hag who actually wore the bracelet, refused to take it off, and widened his eyes. Could this old hag really want to marry me? I don't want to marry you. Don't make things difficult for me. Just take off the bracelet for me now. Huang Yuner shouted in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. If he said something so harsh and his grandmother misunderstood, he would probably face a scolding. And this old hag might take advantage of the situation. Seeing Huang Yuner's unwillingness, Yun Yun, who had hesitated at first, abruptly stopped. She let go of her hand that was about to remove the bracelet and let it quietly rest on her wrist. Since you insist on me taking it off, I won't. Let's see what you can do. Yun Yun looked at Huang Yuner triumphantly, feeling pleased. That's how it should be. Under Huang Yuner's grandmother's warm hospitality, Yun Yun temporarily stayed at the Huang family. Later, after Huang Yuner's grandmother ordered the collapsed house to be repaired, she took Yun Yun to another lounge in the mansion. You sit here first. I've already sent someone to prepare some food. We can eat and chat. After Huang Yuner's grandmother left, Huang Yuner approached Yun Yun. What are you doing? Take off the bracelet now. Huang Yuner saw the bracelet on Yun Yun's fair wrist and wanted to snatch it back. What are you doing? If you dare to snatch it, I'll call out. Yun Yun looked at Huang Yuner, her face full of displeasure, and said confidently, This bracelet my grandmother gave to her daughter-in-law. How about it? Do you want to be my wife? Huang Yuner looked at Yun Yun suspiciously. Does this hag know that my grandmother is from a cultivation family and deliberately sought refuge here? If she finds out, what will happen? What? This jerk's grandmother is actually from a cultivation family. Hearing Huang Yuner's inner thoughts, Yun Yun was momentarily surprised. She didn't expect this unexpected discovery. She had spent who knows how long on Earth, and most of the cultivation techniques in the Dragon Kingdom had evolved from the techniques he had taught. Although there were also indigenous ones, relatively speaking, the techniques he taught had become a major cultivation sect after various transformations and teachings. If that was the case, perhaps the cultivation family, where Huang Yuner's jerk of a grandmother belonged, had some connection to those he had once taught. Here's the deal. Just tell me one piece of information, and I'll give you back the bracelet. Yun Yun remained unruffled as she looked at Huang Yuner, smiling. This is a very profitable deal, isn't it? Seeing Yun Yun's face full of ill intentions, Huang Yuner frowned. He didn't know what this woman was up to. You tell me first what the question is, I'll see if I can agree to it. No, you promise me first before I say anything. Otherwise, I'll tell your grandmother that I want to be your granddaughter-in-law. You? Huang Yuner exclaimed. Eventually, after pointing for a while, he compromised. Fine, tell me, what do you want to ask? After Huang Yuner agreed, Yun Yun felt more at ease. She asked directly, I want to know which cultivation family your grandmother belongs to. What is its name? As long as you tell me, I'll give you the bracelet back immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 222. The Fall of Huang Zu. What? Upon hearing this question, Huang Yu was suddenly shocked. How did this woman know? Although he knew that this woman had spent a long time on Earth, even Xiao Zhan's novel plot did not mention Yunyan's background. But the key was that the immortal family behind his grandmother was equally mysterious. Even in any plot of any book, it was only briefly skimmed over and not emphasized. How did this woman know that his grandmother was from an immortal family? What? Are you having second thoughts? Yunyan looked at Huang Yu, looking smug. If you don't tell me, I'll tell your grandmother that I'm going to be your wife. As an immortal who had lived for so long, this was the first time Yunyan had said such words about being someone's wife, and she was still extremely shy. But since there were no people from the fantasy world here, Yunyan was able to remain fairly calm. However, even so, her face still couldn't help but blush slightly. In that case, I'll tell you. Huang Riju pretended to look helpless, then cautiously looked around. If I tell you, you must not tell anyone. As Huang Yu was about to speak, Yunyan nodded, beginning to remember in her heart. Do you know about the Earth Emperor? What? Earth Emperor? What is that? Seeing Yunyan's expression, Huang Yu knew that the culture of this world was definitely different from the culture from outside books. It is said that in endless ages past, there was a crack in the sky. Huang Yu then recounted a TV series he had watched to Yunyan in full detail. What about Tuoba and that Prince of Integrity? As Yunyan listened further, she became more and more fascinated. When the story concluded, She quickly began shaking Huang Yu's arm. You wanted to hear about the immortal family. Why are you talking about this? Hearing this, Union suddenly woke up. Yes, she wanted to ask about the immortal family. Why did she end up talking about these things with this idiot? What does all this have to do with what I wanted to ask? Hearing this question, Huang Yu's face once again put on a serious look. Actually, I am one of the ancient 5 artifact guardians by the Earth Emperor's side. My real name is not Huang Yu. It is Yuan Tuoba, Huang Yu said with a melancholy expression. During that era, sigh. I don't know why I'm talking about all this nonsense. Will this old lady believe me? But she looks like she hasn't heard this story before, so she shouldn't doubt it. And I have no evidence to prove that this story was made up by me. It really can't be any more real. Initially somewhat believing, Union was suddenly stunned upon hearing Huang Yu's inner thoughts. Had she been deceived? Alright, since I've told you everything, give me the bracelet now. Huang Yu directly reached out his hand without hesitation. After all, facing Union, despite Huang Yu enjoying her looks, he truly didn't dare to make a move due to her strength. If he really made a move, he might end up dead in bed one day. And then what? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Union looked suspiciously at Huang Yu. Of course not. You're so smart, who could fool you? Seeing Huang Yu pretending to speak nonsense, Union gnashed her teeth in anger, clearly knowing that the other was lying, but unable to say it out loud. However, Union looked at the bracelet on her hand and suddenly had an idea. Since you say you are the guardian of the ancient artifact, can't you at least show me the artifact? No, we have a confidentiality agreement. Then, when there is no confidentiality agreement, I will give you back the bracelet. Facing Huang Yu's request for her bracelet, Union directly refused. Oh, upon hearing this, Huang Yu was taken aback. If she wasn't willing to give it to him, he couldn't just force it, right? After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was like night and day. The reason for his weakness was simply lack of cultivation and insufficient training, whereas Union's strength was due to the limitations imposed by the heavenly principles, restricting her abilities. Whenever the heavenly principles upgraded, her strength would immediately break through. It can be said that she was always like a ceiling, limiting her at all times. Meanwhile, in the villa, Wang Hao was staring dazedly at the data on his computer screen. He had been unmoving for nearly half an hour. Burst. How is this possible? How did those companies go bankrupt? He kept murmuring these words. In his past life memories, those companies had rapidly grasped major breakthroughs in core technology, patents, and inventions, and their stocks had been skyrocketing. How did they suddenly go bankrupt? What happened to those inventions? Those patents? At this moment, he had nothing. Even his house and car had been mortgaged. And there were still a group of experts he had hired outside waiting for him. If he didn't pay them, how could they do work for him? Wasn't that just wishful thinking? Then, Wang Hao gritted his teeth. Sorry, little sister, I'll use this money. He then took out a card from the drawer. This money was what he had initially earned, intended as a dowry for Wang Zhu. But now for liquidity, he couldn't care about that anymore. He must make sure these people quickly heal his legs so he can truly showcase his skills and earn more money. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, at this moment, his sister Wang Zhu had completely fallen into a state where she was treated as a whorish object by everyone. In the property manager's home, there were about 7 or 8 men surrounding Wang Zhu. And in the middle was Wang Zhu, completely exposed. I never expected that the stock god sister would be such a cheap woman. After so many days of education, almost 60 to 70% of the men in the residential area had slept with Wang Zhu. Yet, only Wang Hao remained clueless. At this moment, Wang Zhu was filled with despair. If only she had reported it to the police earlier. This wasn't her first time in a police station anyway. But as more people got involved, and if she reported it now, the impact would be far greater than before. She would be completely ruined. End of this chapter. Chapter 223. Wang Hao gets scammed. Wang Hao held the money in his hand and searched online, finally confirming that a company was still operating according to the path of the previous life. With a determined heart, he gritted his teeth and directly invested all the money inside this card. This time, Wang Hao went all in, his eyes bloodshot like a desperate gambler. He took a deep breath, had the caregiver operate for him, then had the caregiver light a cigarette for him, taking a deep puff before exhaling the smoke. One succeeds and all else withers. Whether I can make money this time depends on you. Although he didn't know why the other companies were different from the previous life and had closed so early, he was very sure this time. After all, this company had official background. How could it easily close down? Later, with the help of the caregiver, Wang Hao was pushed into the living room. "Mr. Wang, this is the person I found for you." The henchman disguised as a middleman smiled as he looked at Wang Hao sitting in a wheelchair, his eyes full of greed, resembling a cunning merchant. "This is a skilled person that I spent a lot of effort finding. Absolutely worth every penny," he added. At this moment, Wang Hao followed his gaze and saw a group of people in black suits sitting calmly, hands folded together, all wearing sunglasses in a uniform manner, seemingly not paying attention to what was being said. "I didn't expect you could make this group of people so obedient. Really impressive." Wang Hao had already planned for this, knowing that these people would not easily submit, and being outsiders, wouldn't they look like Taoists? But he was surprised by their complete uniformity, which was a pleasant surprise for him. "Rest assured, since it's Mr. Wang's orders, we will naturally do our best." The middleman showed a flattering smile, unable to stop rubbing his hands. "Now that I have found the people you requested, I wonder, Mr. Wang." His implication was clear. "Don't worry. None of you will be shortchanged by me." Even though Wang Hao was living a tight life at the moment, he reluctantly handed over a large portion of his remaining money after looking at the people. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." The middleman disguised as a middleman was overjoyed. "Well, these people will stay here temporarily in your care. I will leave for now." The middleman left with a satisfied smile on his face after receiving the money. After all, the boss had mentioned that the money received during this mission could be kept for themselves. Wang Hao didn't notice anything unusual at that moment, with the people in black suits that the middleman brought in, still sitting on the chairs, showing no signs of movement. "Everyone here is a skilled person from Longhua from all over. I invited you here for a favor, hoping you can help me with something." Wang Hao sighed deeply, looking somewhat helpless as he addressed the silent group seated on the sofa and chairs. But as his words fell, no one was willing to respond, causing a slight awkwardness to appear on his face. However, having seen enough of such situations, he quickly adjusted and looked back at the group. "As you can see, I am currently paralyzed and unable to walk. I even need help with eating. So I would like to ask for your help in curing my body, so that I can stand up again. Of course, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. As long as you can cure my body, I am willing to give each of you 10 million. Wang Hao went all out, knowing that the total of his assets right now didn't even reach 10 million. This amount could only be earned back after the investment in the company paid off. However, there was still no response from the people present. They continued to sit still, giving no indication of movement. Was it because they were not satisfied with the price? Wang Hao was puzzled, but soon realized this point. He looked at the unmoving group and, gritting his teeth, decided to make a bold move. "As long as you can cure me, I am willing to. I am willing to give 50 million. With these words, Wang Hao found himself in a difficult situation. After all, 50 million was an astronomical number for him. Even though he could quickly earn it back, it would still take a long time. After saying this, the people remained motionless, causing Wang Hao's expression to become even more unpleasant. "Don't be so greedy. I have offered my utmost sincerity." He felt uncomfortable as he spoke, looking at the unmoving group. But to his surprise, no one responded. Finally, he sensed something was wrong. "Take me over there to see." Wang Hao instructed the caregiver to bring him in front of one of the men in a black suit, wearing sunglasses. After observing him for a while, Wang Hao had the caregiver lift his hand and wave it in front of the man, but there was still no reaction. Take off his sunglasses, Wang Hao felt a sense of being deceived. As the caregiver slowly removed the man's sunglasses, Wang Hao was completely shocked. The man's eyes were vacant, devoid of any reaction, as if he couldn't hear a thing. Seeing this, Wang Hao hurriedly had the caregiver remove the sunglasses of all the people present. "Damn it, what is going on here?" Taking a look around, it was clear that all these people were deaf-mute, and some were even blind. They couldn't hear him speak. No wonder there was no response. Now that even they were disabled, how could they possibly cure him? It was obvious he had been cheated. "Bastards! I want you all dead!" Wang Hao raged in despair. "Mr. Wang, are you okay?" The caregiver looked at Wang Hao with worrying. "Don't be too angry. The most important thing now is to call the police. Yes, let's call the police, Wang Hao muttered, then looking at the caregiver. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call the police, or else if we don't get the money back, you'll have to compensate me. Despite feeling somewhat dissatisfied, the caregiver couldn't help but hurriedly call the police. End of this chapter. Chapter 224. Who do you think you are, challenging me? On the other side, in the dungeon of the Z family, at this moment Yifan is still being detained here, under the constant watch of Z family's head, with no chance of escape. Damn it, better not let my master find out, or he will sooner or later wipe out your Z family. Inside the dungeon, Yifan said indignantly. He has been locked up for 2 days and nights, his mentality completely shattered. Although he is expecting the head of the Z family to kneel before him at some point and apologize, it remains just a fantasy. He has been waiting for so long, and inexplicably, a growing concern is taking root in his heart, especially regarding his master. It's been so long since the Grand Master and Second Master contacted me. Could something have happened? He muttered with worrying. However, he quickly regained his composure and couldn't help but scoff at his previous words. I'm overthinking it. With the strength of my 2 masters, how could anything go wrong? In Yifan's view, although his 2 masters are often frivolous, liking to peep on widows bathing and washing their hair, their strength is not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, despite convincing himself, there is still an uneasy feeling lingering in Yifan's heart. What went wrong? Yifan carefully pondered in his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. On the other side, inside the Huang family, Huang Yu and Yun Yun are at a standstill. How can we get the bracelet from you? Senior Yun Yun, this was given to me by my grandmother for my future wife. Please don't joke with her. Huang Yu is now full of helplessness. After all, if this goes on, what if his grandmother gets used by these women? I was still thinking about how to solve the problem for my grandmother's family. When you butt in, isn't that just causing trouble? If we go along with this, should I tell my grandmother that I want to marry you, so you can give me a big fat boy? Hearing Huang Yu's inner voice, Yun Yun blushed and couldn't help but sneer. You shameless guy, who wants to have a big fat boy with you? Suddenly, as both were lost in their own thoughts, the sound of the door opening resonated. Brother, I'm back. Huang Yu pushed the door open and rushed in, hugging Huang Yu, who was sitting in a chair. His face was excited, but when he saw Yun Yun, his expression suddenly changed. Brother, who is this old woman? Huang Yu looked at Yun Yun with vigilance, for some reason feeling a sense of impending danger. I don't know who she is. She might be here for a free meal. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Huang Rain remained suspicious with a fox-like gleam in his eyes. He stared at Yun Yun and suddenly noticed something familiar. Wait, how did my grandma's bracelet end up in your hands? Huang Rain abruptly stopped Yun Yun's hand with the bracelet and asked in shock. Quick, did you steal it? Tell me, either give the bracelet back, or else I will call the police. Do you hear me? Hearing Huang Rain's words, Yun Yun disdainfully smiled, raised her hand, and revealed the bracelet on her wrist. This is the token my grandmother gave me, saying it's for her future daughter-in-law. You are Huang Yu's sister, right? Come, call me sister-in-law. As she spoke, Yun Yun looked at Huang Yu with a teasing look in her eyes. After all, she intended to gradually win over the Huang family by leveraging this identity, believing that eventually this bastard would help her. Unexpectedly, Huang Rain acted as if his tail was being stepped on, and immediately took 2 steps back. Impossible! How could Grandma give you that bracelet? You must have stolen it. Huang Rain's eyes were full of disbelief. He had been eyeing that bracelet of his grandmother's for so long, hoping that one day he could wear it. After all, he knew this bracelet was for his future wife. Instantly, Huang Rain felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Take the bracelet off now, or I will really call the police. Having another woman come into the family and become his brother's wife was something Huang Rain simply could not accept. He could tolerate his brother having a lover, but absolutely would not allow anyone to contest that rightful position at home. Huang Rain's strong reaction left Yun Yun momentarily stunned. What's going on? It's their first meeting, and they don't have any grudges, so why does he suddenly have such hostility towards her? Could it be just about the bracelet? After all, having lived countless years, Yun Yun glanced at the bracelet, and then at Huang Rain, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of understanding. Quickly she responded. So that's it. Yun Yun showed a knowing smile, then turned to Huang Rain. "Little sister, I understand why you are so nervous. If you don't want others to know, it's best to come over obediently." Hearing this, Huang Rain's heart skipped a beat, feeling extremely nervous. Looking at Yun Yun's confident smile, he immediately understood. Has this woman already figured out that he likes his brother? But how is that possible? He never mentioned it. Despite feeling uncomfortable, Huang Rain, under Yun Yun's threatening gaze, ultimately had to relent, slowly walking over and sitting next to Yun Yun. "That's better. As a young girl, you should behave like one." Yun Yun patted Huang Rain's head, like an elder comforting a junior. Seeing this scene, Huang Yu was dumbfounded. What's going on? Has his little sister, who is usually wild, been tamed by Yun Yun? This is unbelievable. How is this even possible? After all, for Huang Yu, who is familiar with the original plot and knows Huang Rain's character so well. In plain terms, Huang Rain is a clever but cruel girl with a ruthlessness that knows no bounds. And now she has become a well-behaved little girl. This just seems impossible. Hearing Huang Yu's inner thoughts and witnessing his astonished expression, Yun Yun's face showed a hint of satisfaction. "Who do you think you are, trying to go against me?" End of this chapter. Chapter 225. I am going to marry my brother. Although Huang Yuhang was very busy, he also knew that now was not a good time to express his feelings. But what puzzled him extremely was why Grandma's bracelet would appear on this woman's wrist. This momentarily left Huang Yuhang unable to react. After all, he had long coveted this bracelet. In his imagination, one day he would affectionately hold his brother's arm, and Grandma would lovingly place the bracelet on his wrist. But now this bracelet unexpectedly appeared on another woman. Was it exactly the same? Or was there some other mistake? "Are you little Yu's girlfriend?" Just then, a beautiful woman walked in slowly, smiling lightly as she looked at Yun Yun. "Mom, why are you here?" Upon hearing his mother's words, Huang Yuhang was also momentarily stunned. Then he looked sharply at Yun Yun beside him. "Are you my brother's girlfriend? What do you think?" Yun Yun's eyes carried a hint of teasing, not directly answering. Instead, she gently caressed Huang Yuhang's head and hair. "I'm asking you a question," Huang Yuhang shouted, then stepped back abruptly, looking at her with a vigilant gaze. "What is Yuhang talking about? Show some respect to guests." Huang Yu's mother looked at Huang Yu with a hint of displeasure. After all, this was her son's girlfriend. As a younger sister, she should be respected, since there were no grievances between the two. He had just learned about this from Granny Huang, so he came to see for himself. "No, this woman can't be my brother's girlfriend," Huang Yuhang said anxiously. In his heart, his brother should belong to him. How could he suddenly become someone else's boyfriend? This was unacceptable to Huang Yuhang. He had to win his brother back. "Why can't I be your brother's girlfriend?" Yun Yun ignored Huang Yu and his tone that told him to stop talking. Instead, she asked provocatively, "Do you like your brother?" Feigning surprise, she looked at Huang Yuhang and continued, "But you are siblings, you." Exposed, Huang Yuhang was stunned, his face turning red, speechless because this was indeed his true desire. "Why should that concern you? As long as I'm around, you won't step into the Huang family's door." Yuhang. Even Huang Yu's mother was angry, though she treated Huang Yuhang like her own daughter and never biased, even more fondly than her son. She was a little displeased at this unreasonable behavior. "She's your future sister-in-law, your brother's wife. How can you say such things?" "I don't care. No one except me can marry my brother." Seeing his situation deteriorating, Huang Yuhang completely lost his temper, directly yelling at everyone. "I am going to marry my brother. You can't stop me. And you quickly take off that bracelet. It clearly belongs to me." Pointing at Yun Yun with anger, Huang Yuhang said, "Yuhang, what are you talking about? He's your brother. Anyway, we're not blood related. Why worrying? Even if we are related, I still want to marry him." Hearing this, Huang Yu, who had been dumbfounded, almost spit out old blood. What is going on? How did she know she's not his biological sister? And her reaction is too intense. It's not in the script. Could this crazy little sister actually be in love with her brother? Suddenly, Huang Yu realized this, abruptly waking up. At that moment, he seemed to understand why in the original story, Huang Yuhang quickly turned dark after his death. If this conclusion was correct, then everything made sense. And when Huang Yu's mother heard this, she too looked incredulous. "How did you know about this?" After all, they had kept Huang Yuhong's background hidden very well. Very few knew about it. Seeing this reaction, Huang Yuhong also instantly understood that he could indeed hear his brother's thoughts, and everything he heard was true. I don't care. I am going to marry my brother. Hearing Huang Yuhong's stubborn voice, Huang Yu's mother's face changed for a moment. This is impossible. Yuhong, he's your brother. You grew up together. So what? He's not my real brother. Seeing the endless argument among them, Huang Yu knew he couldn't stay here, especially since he had agreed with the Han family leader to attend the martial arts competition today. If the situation continued like this, who knows how long it would go on. So he glared at Union, then quietly and inconspicuously left. This Huang guy is really cunning. He managed to manipulate the situation to this extent. I shouldn't have killed Zizan earlier. Should have let him take you to his harem, instead of you causing a ruckus all day long. And hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Union also stared back without backing down. She was not happy about Huang Yu's state, as he had always bullied her in various ways. This could be considered her revenge. After leaving the Huang family, Huang Yu went to the company. Before leaving Tianhai City, she still had to instruct White Hair and the others to control the situation. After all, there were several unstable factors now: Lu Qingqing, Yi Fan, Wang Hao. These three people were all key figures. If they were given the chance, Huang Yu felt as a minor antagonist, she might soon have nowhere to bury herself. Huang Shao, rest assured, we have a firm grasp of the situation now. That guy Wang Hao has nothing left after we fleeced him. And although Yi Fan always plans to run away, he's quickly captured and the detention becomes stricter each time. In short, Yi Fan is absolutely impossible to escape in a short period of time. Listening to White Hair's confident voice, Huang Yu nodded. How are the materials you collected before? How are they prepared? Huang Yu asked White Hair seriously. After all, those materials were to be used to design for Lu Qingqing. There could be no room for error. End of chapter. Chapter 226. Am I going to fight? Don't worry. Huang Shang will be fine. You have almost collected all the materials now. There are just 2 or 3 materials that seem impossible to find. With a look of difficulty on his face, Bai Mao assured, showing no signs of slackening. Don't worry, Huang Shao, if you give us some time, we will definitely find them. That's good. Huang Yu nodded, still reminding, as soon as possible. After all, the array from the fantasy world had some materials that were hard to find, which was quite normal. If they could find all the materials, Huang Yu would instead wonder why Earth had become so weak. If there is an emergency, find me. If you need help, call this number. Huang Yu handed over Yun Yun's phone number. This is a powerful person I invited. Thank you, Huang Shao. Seeing Huang Shao care so much about him, Bai Mao immediately showed a touched expression, as not everyone received such treatment. I will do my best, no matter what challenges come my way. After hearing Bai Mao's impassioned pledge, Huang Yu reluctantly waved his hand and left. Although Bai Mao was extremely loyal, for some reason, Huang Yu always felt that he was a bit childish. He just hoped that Bai Mao wouldn't deceive him, and he had no high hopes for how much harm the destined protagonist could cause. After leaving the group, Huang Yu quickly arrived at the Han family. Everyone, this is the person chosen to represent my Han family in battle. Inside the main hall of the Han family, Han Feng, the head of the Han family, looked at the elders of the Han family and said, with him, my Han family will surely maintain our position. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. This person is neither a member of my Han family nor a family friend. After hearing the words of the head of the Han family, someone in the audience immediately questioned, if we let him go, wouldn't it be deceitful? Where would our Han family's reputation be then? That's right. Besides, how powerful can this kid be? He's probably not even as good as Han Kun. As the elders spoke and debated, in their minds, Han Yuya was still the most suitable candidate. If it's to preserve the reputation and status of my Han family, why not let Han Yuya go into battle? Have you all forgotten about my daughter's situation? Hearing the objections from the crowd below, Han Feng slammed his hand on the arm of his chair, his face darkening. Earlier, Han Yuya, as the captain of the Tianhai City Police Brigade, had become a suspect in a series of murders, causing the authorities to keep a close eye on her. If he insisted on her leaving at this time, her future in the police force, and perhaps even the law enforcement industry, would be jeopardized. Although Han Feng was the head of the family, he was very partial to his children. He didn't want to ruin his children's future for his own desires. Furthermore, who says this person isn't a friend of my Han family? And who is he? He is my daughter, Han Yu Yao's boyfriend, and the future son-in-law of my Han family. As this was heard, those present were shocked. This is Miss Han's boyfriend. The people present were quite surprised by this news, as it was clear to everyone. The person before them was none other than Huang Yu, the young master of the Huang family, the largest family in Tianhai. This guy was notorious. Now, as the head of the Han family, saying he was a martial arts master was one thing. But now claiming he was your daughter's boyfriend? Wasn't that throwing your daughter into a fire pit? Han Feng, don't you think what you're saying is too far-fetched? Quickly, someone in the audience rebuked, looking displeased. How can you say no one here knows this person when your lies are getting more outrageous? If that's the case, then, Huang Yu, please demonstrate. Hearing the head of the Han family speak in a commanding tone, Huang Yu immediately felt puzzled. Did you consult me? Just let me go up. And, Han Uncle, I remember you didn't ask me to go up, but Han Kun. Seeing Han Feng's devious expression, Huang Yu knew he couldn't trust this guy. Han Feng coughed awkwardly a few times, then looked at Huang Yu with a stern gaze. What's with you? Don't you want to admit it? In almost a split second, a powerful aura emanated from the head of the Han family. I may not be a good family, but I am definitely a good father. If you dare to start something and abandon it, I will fight you with all my old bones and crush you to ashes. Now tell me, do you want to start something and abandon it? Looking at Han Feng's pretentious appearance, Huang Yu realized he had fallen into his trap. Obviously, from the beginning, the other party didn't intend for his son to go up, but for him to go up and teach, with him as a free teacher. Alright, I'll go up. Seeing this, Huang Yu reluctantly came to the center of the hall, looking at the crowd. How do you want me to demonstrate? Since my Han family's elders say you have the skills, let's these try first. One of the elders snorted, waved his hand, and a young man instantly stepped forward from below the hall. Han Zi of the Han family, please enlighten me. The young man's face was cold, as if everything in the world, in his eyes, was as insignificant as ants. Since that's the case, show me your skills. Huang Yu said lightly, then made a starting gesture. In an instant, Han Zi's palm turned into a fist, and he quickly took 2 or 3 steps forward, throwing a punch towards Huang Yu. Ha! Huang Yu shouted loudly, then caught the punch directly and pushed lightly, sending the opponent flying 4 or 5 meters away. Your skills are too weak. Go back and practice for a while before challenging me again. In this period of time, to be precise, it was a long period of time, there were hardly any rewards from the check-in system, only cultivation. So at this moment, Huang Yu's cultivation had reached a terrifying level. Compared to young talents like Han Feng, who had access to countless resources over the years, perhaps he couldn't match up. However, in front of this seemingly young and immature young man, his strength was simply overwhelming. Huang Yu is actually so powerful. Where did he learn such skills? Why can't I see any faction or techniques in it? Seeing Huang Yu, known as a pampered youth, able to defeat his own young talent directly, the elders couldn't believe it. End of this chapter. Chapter 227. Conquering the elder of the clan Han Zi may not be considered the top-tier young talent in the Han family, but his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Yet, he unexpectedly lost to a kid that no one had ever heard of. How could they tolerate this? Although Huang Yu's reputation is great, it is mostly infamous. It mainly involves rumors of various vices like eating, drinking, gambling, with hardly any achievements in the ancient martial arts world. How could he defeat Han Zi in just 2 or 3 rounds? In an instant, everyone showed expressions of disbelief and suspicion. Kid, did you do something underhanded? That's right, with your strength, just dying in a woman's bed would have been enough. How could you defeat Han Zi? Don't think you can bluff your way through in front of everyone in our Han family. Come clean now. Facing the rebukes of the Han family members, Huang Yu just sneered. Do you really plan to convict me based on this little evidence? What proof do you have that I did something fishy? If you refuse to believe, then let's continue. Despite thinking he had a good temper, Huang Yu is now frowning at the Han family members. All right, as you wish. One of the Han elders stepped forward and looked at Huang Yu coldly. In that case, Han Mingcheng, Let him teach you a lesson, yes? At the back of the mountain, this was the usual dueling ground for the Han family. Due to the frequent fights, the land had been trampled barren. Han Mingcheng stared at Huang Yu across from him, raised his fist, and his face gradually turned cold. Come at me. With this command, he charged directly at Huang Yu. The two clashed, back and forth. Although Han Mingcheng seemed to be inferior in martial strength compared to Huang Yu, he was not weak, and his speed was fast, with a strong physical fitness, managing to hold his own against Huang Yu. Seeing this, Huang Yu didn't dare let his guard down. Han Mingcheng was too fast, and he couldn't keep up, so he had to go all out, hoping to defeat him. Suddenly, Han Mingcheng's expression changed. He took out a talisman from his bosom. Heavenly Might, Earth Calamity. With these words, he flung the talisman at Huang Yu's head. Struck by the talisman, Huang Yu felt dizzy and swayed. Seizing the opportunity, Han Mingcheng charged forward. They clashed again. Sounds of impacts echoed, and both were heavily wounded. Huang Yu lay on the ground, breathing heavily, while Han Mingcheng stood before him, his face grim, exuding a ruthless aura. You lost. Is that so? Huang Yu coldly smirked, slowly rising to his feet. Never thought you would still play tricks. All's fair in war. Seeing Huang Yu standing, Han Mingcheng launched another attack. As Han Mingcheng made his move, Huang Yu, feeling a bit dizzy, prepared to defend himself. But at that moment, he sensed something was off in his head. Yet, he didn't fall. This surprised Han Mingcheng greatly. Did the talisman I used have a problem? Although uncertain, Han Mingcheng was amazed to see Huang Yu still standing there, seemingly unfazed by the earlier attack. Unsettled, he thought Huang Yu should have been down from his previous strike with the talisman. Kid, today is your end. You're dead. Huang Yu gazed at Han Mingcheng, gradually turning cold. Once I kill you, I'll be the one entering the ancient martial arts competition. Han Mingcheng walked towards Huang Yu, who didn't evade but stood there motionless, letting the attacks rain down on him. Amid the rising dust, the two were enveloped. The Han family elders sighed. It seems Huang Yu's strength is lacking. It's just coincidence from earlier. No, wait. What's going on? How is he standing again? As the dust settled, only Huang Yu stood there. Han Mingcheng lay on the ground like a dead dog. Huang Yu turned to the onlookers, a proud look on his face. You lost. Though it seemed like bravado, he had almost lost earlier. In that split second in the dust, Huang Yu reacted instinctively to Han Mingcheng's fist, grabbing his wrist and twisting it, breaking his arm, followed by a kick to the abdomen and a punch to the face, leaving Han Mingcheng bleeding. Dazed, Han Mingcheng didn't understand what had happened, only seeing Huang Yu standing. You said you wanted to defeat me. Huang Yu crouched down, grabbing Han Mingcheng's chin, forcing him to look up. Han Mingcheng's eyes showed despair and fear, shaking his head, unable to speak. Eventually, under Huang Yu's blows, he passed out. Incredible, Huang Yu, who had been secretive until now, had triumphed over the Han family's challenger. I defeated yet another one of your men from the Han family. What now? Their faces souring, those who had challenged Huang Yu moments ago found themselves in an awkward position. You've proven your point. Should we let you represent the Han family in the ancient martial arts competition? Han Feng sat on a high stool, looking at the Han family elders with a faint smile. All right, that's how it will be. Then let Huang Yu be our representative. Han Feng finally showed a satisfied expression. His plan was achieved, ensuring the Han family's position in the martial arts world. End of this chapter. Chapter 228, Evil Falls on the Door. Now, it is not easy for Huang Yu to participate as expected. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. Although he acknowledged Huang Yu's ancient martial arts strength, he really didn't plan on involving his daughter, especially seeing this kid taking advantage and acting reluctant. Inside the guest room. Uncle Han, isn't this inappropriate? This wasn't our original agreement. Didn't you say let your son go? How did it become me going instead? Kid, stop acting innocent even after getting what you want. Tell me, besides my daughter, what about those other women of yours? Han, the head of the Han family, with a gloomy expression, left Huang Yu speechless. I'll settle that score with you later, but this time you better bring the Han family to the top of the ancient martial competition. Hearing this, Huang Yu, who was initially unwilling, had to agree, even though he had been challenged one after another, leaving him exhausted. But he had no choice. But Uncle Han, the conduct of your Han family is really impeccable. Huang Yu sneered, then recounted the cheating tactics used by the opponent during their duel. You don't need to tell me, I already know. If it weren't for those old bastards causing internal strife all the time, why would I need you representing the Han family? Han Feng had long known about the matters under his command, but hadn't acted due to family ties. Then, Huang Yu left and arrived at the room arranged for him by the Han family. In his bedroom, Huang Yu began to meditate, meticulously practicing the techniques left behind in the jade pendant by the demon Lord Aoshan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Zi family's residence, after several days and nights of captivity, Yi Fan was now a pitiful sight, disheveled with tattered clothes, resembling a beggar. Please, let me go, please. Yi Fan had not a cent on him, no weapon, and only one leg left. Despite his circumstances, he still hadn't abandoned the idea of escaping. Apart from Yi Fan, Wang Hao was also facing difficulties. Damn it, all of you should die, taking off with my money. In the villa, Wang Hao ranted hysterically and tried to move his body, but as he was already paralyzed, his wheelchair just swayed back and forth. He had lent money to those so-called experts, only to find them disappear the next day. Even when he filed a police report, no clues were found, and he was told to wait indefinitely. At this point, Wang Hao realized he had been duped and vowed to seek revenge. If I find out who deceived me, I'll make them pay. Wang Hao exclaimed angrily. Seeing the situation, his caregiver looked uneasy. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go cook? Wang Hao's caregiver, feeling even more troubled, explained, Mr. Wang, I don't have money to buy groceries. You haven't paid me yet. Then you advance it, and I'll pay you back later. Wang Hao replied impatiently. As he considered himself the future richest man, he felt he could promise anything easily. But his caregiver wasn't as optimistic. Upon hearing this, her expression changed instantly. Mr. Wang, this doesn't seem appropriate. In her view, Wang Hao was already in dire straits, and asking him to advance payment seemed unfair. What's wrong with giving me some money up front? I pay you a high salary. Is this how you repay your employer? Wang Hao reprimanded, assuming she wouldn't dare to talk back. He had underestimated her resolve. Pay me my salary for the past half a month. I quit. This was a heartfelt statement, as she knew that if she didn't leave soon, Wang Hao might end up struggling to even pay for water and electricity bills in a month. Presently, Wang Hao had been deceived of all his possessions, and without money, he would be left stranded. Get out! Get out now! Wang Hao, unable to bear the situation, threw his last remaining money at the caregiver. On the day I regain power, you'll be on the streets. Hearing Wang Hao's threat, the caregiver didn't get angry, but instead mocked him with a smile. Sure, I'll wait for the day you regain power. Hope it comes soon. But when you end up on the streets, don't come looking for me. I won't shelter you. After saying this, the caregiver left without turning back. Panting heavily, Wang Hao glared with resentment, then exerted all his strength to press the remote control on the table to switch on the TV. Before the caregiver left, she had purchased a lottery ticket for him, and the TV was about to announce the winning numbers. Shortly after her departure, a commotion of hurried footsteps could be heard outside. This will be our love nest from now on. Wang Zhu, your brother is really rich. Let's live here. With these voices, Wang Zhu, dressed in a mini-skirt sailor suit, accompanied by the property manager and others, entered the villa. At this moment, the TV was broadcasting the upcoming lottery numbers. Oh, isn't this the stock god? Why are you buying lottery tickets? The property manager mocked Wang Hao, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Suddenly, someone noticed something and picked up the lottery ticket. Damn, this crippled guy won the lottery. End of this chapter. Chapter 229 Hanyaya. At this moment, Wang Hao, sitting in a wheelchair by the table where the lottery tickets were placed, also looked puzzled. What were these people doing? How did they suddenly come in? Zizou, who are these people? Quickly drive them out. Wang Hao looked at this group of people, furrowing his brows deeply, and nervously looked at the lottery ticket in that person's hand. Quickly put down the lottery ticket for me, and then get out obediently, or else don't blame me for calling the police. Call the police. Why don't you give it a try? The property manager pointed directly at Wang's forehead and taunted, with your current disabled appearance, you still want to call the police. You should think about how to stand up first. Upon hearing the other person's words, Wang Hao immediately got angry and looked at his sister. Zizu, Zizu, call the police. But as he looked at his sister at that moment, he instantly became dumbfounded, seeing his sister in sailor uniform with a super short skirt, sitting in a man's arms, blushing. You, boss, the plan is complete. At the same time, in a van near Wang Hao's community, Bai Mao listened to his subordinate's words through monitoring devices and immediately revealed a triumphant smile. Indeed, Huang said this guy would win the lottery, and he really did. Originally, the property manager and the group were not brave enough to enter Wang Hao's house, but they were incited by Bai Mao from behind. Naturally, they no longer had anything to fear. Do you think you can compete with Huang, or should you learn for a few more years? Bai Mao taunted, then turned around and picked up another monitoring device. How's it going on Yi Fan's side? Not good, boss, Yi Fan escaped. What did you say? At the same time, under the leadership of the Han family, Huang Yu also got off the plane, passing through winding roads, and finally arrived at a small town in the deep mountains after driving and riding carts. This small town did not have many modern amenities. Even the cars were scarce, mostly horse carriages. Even the people on the streets were either dressed in ancient costumes or Tang Dynasty clothing. When they first entered the town near the gate, there was a group of old men practicing Tai Chi near the town's entrance. And there were also people drinking various types of Kung Fu tea. It can be said that the whole town was filled with a martial arts atmosphere. This is the birthplace of ancient martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. Shenwu Town. When Huang Yu heard this name, it sounded somewhat familiar to him. Shenwu Town, yes. Han Feng, the head of the Han family, nodded, his face full of longing and pride. Almost every few years, all the prestigious families would gather here for exchanges and competitions. And our Han family was the champion last time. Shenwu Town is also the main gathering place for all ancient martial arts families. While he was talking, Huang Yu sat in the horse carriage, and as time passed, they soon arrived at a mansion. Let's go. He saw the signboard above the mansion's entrance with the words Han Mansion. Will all the prestigious families appear here? Yes? Hearing this answer, Huang Yu suddenly realized why this name sounded so familiar. Wasn't this another version of the protagonist of the Destiny book? If he remembered correctly, a person named Tang Hao would soon arrive here. This Tang Hao was in a similar situation to him, coming to participate in the inspirational event on behalf of another martial arts family. However, in that version, Tang Hao outshone everyone and won the championship of the inspirational event. The family he represented naturally rose to the top. And in that version, the family that became the champion last time was ultimately destroyed. Thinking about this, Huang Yu looked at Han Feng, who was full of confidence and couldn't help but feel stunned. If things went as planned, this Han family head in front of him might not be laughing for long. Yaya, come out! Han Feng called out. A girl dressed in a green ancient costume ran out step by step, looking about 17 or 18 years old. Yaya, this is the man who will participate in the inspirational event this time. He's also your brother-in-law. Yaya. Seeing this person, Huang Yu's eyes widened instantly, and he froze in place. Not because this girl was another harem member of some destined antagonist. On the contrary, he was very familiar with this girl, extremely familiar. In fact, as Huang Yu, he spent a period of time with this Yaya when he was at a loss because of Dragon King Zizan. Yes, this Yaya was actually one of the few women Huang Yu truly cared about in the original storyline. What are you looking at? Seeing Huang Yu staring motionless at her with wide eyes, Han Feng immediately frowned, patting the young man's shoulder directly. Let me tell you, don't get any ideas, be careful, I'll disable you. After all, Huang Yu had already captured his daughter. If he allowed the other party to capture his niece as well, it would be a mess. And seeing Huang Yu's dazed look, Han Yaya also covered her mouth and chuckled, letting out a delightful laugh like a lark. Uncle, he looks like a fool. Can he really win the championship? For some reason, although Han Yaya usually disliked the feeling of being stared at by men, it wasn't the same when Huang Yu stared at her. Instead, she felt a strange sense of familiarity in her heart, as if they had known each other in their previous lives and had gone through countless things together. While Han Yaya felt a bit melancholic, suddenly she heard a somewhat familiar voice. Who was speaking? She looked around, but there was no one interacting with her. End of this chapter. Chapter 230 Past Fate? Speaking of which, in my previous life, when I was almost driven to desperation by Zizan, you were the one who saved me. It's a pity, losing such a beautiful girlfriend for no reason. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a small mole on the left side of your ear. It's all nonsense. Hearing these words, Han Yaya blushed instantly and looked around anxiously. Someone was spying on her. Because what was said was indeed true. There was indeed a small mole on the left side of her ear. But how did they know? He never told anyone. Someone must be spying on her. Who could it be? While thinking, as everyone entered the hall, Huang Yu stood up. If Uncle Han has nothing else, I'll go rest first. Honestly, Huang Yu wanted to leave immediately, but he had already promised this old guy. Instead of sitting here doing nothing, he might as well go practice the techniques of Proud Sky Demon Lord. Wait, I know. The moment Han Yaya heard Huang Yu's voice, her eyes widened. Yes, this person's voice was exactly the same as the one she just heard. It couldn't be anyone else? Thinking of this, anger flared in her beautiful eyes. This guy already has Jade's sister, yet he dared to eavesdrop on her and say such things. When did they have any connection for him to talk such nonsense? Wait, you can't leave. Just as Huang Yu was about to turn and leave, Han Yaya suddenly stopped him. Explain it to me first. Han Yaya grabbed Huang Yu's hand and stared at him. Explain what? Looking at Han Yaya's expression, Huang Yu was also puzzled. Could this girl have memories from a book? Know that I let her down in my previous life? But that's none of my business. It wasn't my intention to let her down. It's because of Zizan that I had no choice, and then you were taken by Yi Fan. Otherwise, you would have been my woman. How could I ignore you? But saying these things, what's the point? This girl probably just wants trouble. Seeing the voice reappear and not coming from Huang Yu's mouth, Han Yaya was completely baffled. Can I hear what this guy is thinking? Is there really a mutual disappointment between us? But what's my relationship with him, other than a vague subconscious connection? You want to know why I'm participating, right? Seeing Han Yaya still unwilling to let go of him, and seeing the blackening gaze of the Han family master, Han Feng, Huang Yu hurried to explain. It's not my fault. It's your Han family's decision for me to come. And how do I know that Han Yaya turns out to be from the Han family? In the previous life, when you and I slept on the same bed, the Han family had already perished. It seems we are destined to be apart in this life. Let's leave it at that. Or find an excuse to get through this first. After all, if we keep adding to the harem, it will be a mess. Huang Yu was feeling a headache now. The women in the villa, just thinking about it was terrifying. Every time he went back, he almost crawled out. Even with a strong body, he couldn't handle it. Oh, is that so? I understand now. At this moment, Han Yaya could finally confirm that she could hear what this person was thinking. However, Han Yaya's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect to have a past fate with this person in a previous life, although not exactly remembering any specific memories related to it. Uncle, let me be his assistant this time. How about that? After all, brother-in-law is still not very familiar with everything in Sham Street. Having someone to help is always good. All right then. Han Feng, the head of the Han family, nodded and agreed directly. But remember, if this kid dares to cross the line, don't hold back. After all, Han Feng knew this kid had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, not just with his daughter. Of course, Han Yaya's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. Somehow, speculating that this person had some subconscious connection with her, but in this life, there were suddenly so many other women, made her somewhat unhappy. This jerk. The moment she saw Huang Yu again, Han Yaya inexplicably felt more and more fond of him. As if this was her first impression of Huang Yu. Forget it, I'll find a chance to listen carefully to what he's thinking. Now as his assistant, Han Yaya knew there'd be plenty of opportunities ahead. On the other side, in the Wu family mansion in Sham Street, young master, the Han family has arrived. Oh, I didn't expect the Han siblings, Han Jia and Han Yuyao, to be trapped in Tianhai City, and they still dare to come. Are they here to court humiliation? Among the new generation of the Han family, other than Han Yuyao, who can fight a bit, who else can be a match for our Wu family? Who did the Han family bring this time? Wu Lei wiped a teacup in his hand and asked with a hint of disdain in his eyes. This time, the person brought by the Han family is Han Yuyao's boyfriend, Huang Yu. Huang Yu, Who is this guy? Upon hearing this name, Wu Lei felt a strange sensation. Is there such a person in the ancient martial arts world? He had investigated almost all the young talents in the inspirational world, but he had never heard of this name before. This Huang Yu is a playboy from the Huang family in Tianhai City, not very skilled. Huang family's brat. Hearing Huang family, Wu Lei suddenly remembered he had heard of that troublemaker from the Huang family, but the impression was not very deep. Haha, Hanfeng is really getting old to bring such a guy. I bet it's just a matter of time before the Han family falls. In that case, we don't need to pay attention to the Han family for now. Let's see how the Tang family is doing this time. Although the people from the Tang family are still useless, a few decades ago, their ancestor fell, and that manual has never been found since. Who knows, there might be some unexpected changes. Nothing much has changed. Wu Lei's subordinate shook his head, adding, but this time, the young people from the Tang family seem to have one more person. Named Tang Hao, said to be the main force of the Tang family this time. End of chapter. Chapter 231. Han Yaya's thoughts. Tang Hao. Who is this person? Wu Lei's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain and contempt, sneering. Just based on him, does the Tang family really think they can turn the tide against the wind? This time, it will be the Tang family's last participation in the martial arts conference. From now on, the Tang family will cease to exist. Wu Lei paid no attention to the family that used to be mortal enemies with the Wu family. After all, in his father's generation, the Tang family had already been suppressed to the point of almost falling out of the ranks of top families. Nowadays, their decline was inevitable, not to mention a resurgence. The only obstacle standing in front of the Wu family now was the Han family. As long as they could win the martial arts championship from the Han family, they would temporarily become the head of all martial arts families, able to govern the martial arts community. At the same time, inside the Han family mansion, could it be true that I have some kind of fate with this jerk? Han Yaya paced back and forth in Huang Yu's yard, full of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Although there was no basis for it, she could hear the other person's thoughts in her mind, which seemed strange. But as for Huang Yu, she didn't really have a bad impression of him. In fact, from the beginning, she had always had an inexplicable fondness for him, a feeling she couldn't quite explain. It was like knowing a lover for a long time. But what about my cousin? Thinking about what would happen to her cousin if she ended up with Huang Yu, Han Yaya hesitated. Meanwhile, inside the room, Huang Yu was meditating in a lotus position, completely focused on his cultivation. At this moment, in the realm within the jade pendant. This time, inside the cave, the place was filled with jade scrolls and various talismans. It was said to be able to store souls, but to Huang Yu, it seemed more like a storage space for the cultivation resources left by the arrogant Devil Lord for many years. I really hit the jackpot. In a previous system check-in, Huang Yu obtained the star absorption technique, and in this jade pendant left by the arrogant Devil Lord, he also found the devouring sky demon art. I wonder what connection there is between these two. Huang Yu furrowed his brow slightly with some doubt, then closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After the continuous tempering provided by the system's cultivation resources, his physical body had become extremely powerful at this point. Compared to ordinary people, his cultivation talent was definitely top-notch. However, just as Huang Yu was about to start cultivating directly, "Cousin, why are you here? And all of you, who are ... Suddenly, Han Yaya's surprised voice came from outside the room. Shortly after Huang Yu left Tianhai City, Han Yu Yao, along with the other girls, began to worrying about him. As someone born into a martial arts family like Han Yu Yao, she knew how dangerous the martial arts conference could be. Although she acknowledged Huang Yu's mysterious and powerful abilities, events like the martial arts conference were known to use all means necessary to win. The moral standards of ancient times were long gone, and she defied the orders of the Tianhai City police to come here. Sisters, that's where that bastard Huang Yu is. Seeing the familiar scene, a hint of nostalgia appeared in Han Yu Yao's beautiful eyes. The last time he was here, he had imagined winning the championship for the Han family at the next martial arts conference. But unexpectedly, such an accident had occurred, and he didn't even have the chance to participate in the martial arts conference. He was caught up in a series of murder cases in Tianhai City. Is this the divine martial formation? At this moment, among the girls was Yun Yun, and beside her, Nalan Yanran carefully supported her injured master. Suddenly, she noticed the bracelet on her master's wrist. When did the master start wearing these accessories? If Nalan Yanran remembered correctly, her master had always been indifferent to worldly affairs and disliked earthly matters. Items like this jade bracelet, not even treasures of the heavens and earth. How could they catch her master's eye? Despite her doubts, as her master, Nalan Yanran did not continue to ask questions. Yaya, long time no see, look how big you've grown. Han Yuyao came forward and touched her cousin's head. Cousin, who are all these people? Seeing so many beautiful sisters appearing, Han Yuyao widened her eyes slightly, puzzled. Usually, families and relatives who came to Shenwu Town were related to the martial arts conference. However, it might be inappropriate for so many unrelated people to come. What if other families see this? Could it be a problem? Don't worry, these are all my good sisters. Han Yuyao chuckled lightly while also gritting her teeth. In the end, it was all the trouble caused by the bastard Huang Yu. He didn't understand how this scum, clearly a womanizer, could have so many women liking him. Wasn't he the twisted-mouth security guard who was supposed to establish a harem? How did he become this scoundrel? Though Han Yuyao was angry, at this moment she had no choice. After all, it had become a fact now. Well, all right then. Han Yaya wanted to say something, but after some thought, she closed her mouth. At this moment, she didn't realize what the phrase good sisters really meant. She thought they were just her cousin's ordinary friends with no other significance. Huang Yu is inside, let me take you to find him. With that, Han Yaya took her cousin's hand and headed towards the inner room. Huang Yu, come out quickly, I'm here to find you. Hearing Han Yuyao's voice from outside, Huang Yu, who had been meditating, opened his eyes suddenly. How did this busty girl come here? Wasn't he supposed to be wandering in Tianhai City? Is this woman going to cause trouble again? This time, another destined protagonist has appeared. You better not harm me. But speaking of which, Han Yaya was my only woman in the past life. I never thought we would become strangers now. And those other women who had no connection to me have become my girlfriends. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, the girls outside the door stopped in their tracks, their eyes showing a strange glint. The only woman in the past life. No connection? What's going on? What's the story behind all this? End of this chapter. Chapter 232. What are you both going to do? Especially Han Yaya, who had a look of surprise in her eyes. What? All these pretty sisters in front of me are Huang Yu's girlfriends. He widened his eyes, a hint of disbelief in them. He originally thought that the person destined to be with him for a lifetime must be an outstanding person, just appearing a bit frivolous on the surface. He never expected him to be this frivolous. The reactions of the other girls were similar to Han Yaya's, as they too looked at her with surprise upon hearing Huang Yu's thoughts. What does it mean that in our past lives it didn't matter, but now we are together in this life? The girls all looked towards Han Yaya, holding Han Yuyao's hand. I never expected her to be the only woman that despicable person slept with in his past life. Among them, especially Han Yuyao and Nalan Yanran were filled with deep hatred. Han Yuyao naturally didn't need to say much. He believed that with the level of familiarity between him and Huang Yu, they must be very understanding of each other, and their bond must be much deeper than with other girls. But suddenly discovering Han Yaya was something he had never imagined. In other words, even if the emotional bond with that despicable person was very strong due to the past, what use is it? And Nalan Yanran didn't need to say much either. From the beginning, her being with Huang Yu was forced by that despicable person, something she had to do. Although some time had passed, the hatred in her heart was slowly dissipating. Fine, if she was slept with, then so be it, especially since the despicable person was dead. She could only blame it on that bastard this lifetime. Initially, Nalan Yanran was ready to give up on herself, but with the sudden appearance of Han Yaya, she felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. How did Han Yaya's status become so high? Wouldn't her own position be pushed back when she arrived? Although she was like a captive in the villa, for some reason, Nalan Yanran also began to desire the identity of the female host. Therefore, when facing Huang Yu, she didn't speak as timidly as before. You all, what are you? At this moment, noticing all the girls looking at her, Han Yaya also became stiff, starting to understand what was happening. Could it be that you can also? Could it be that she wasn't the only one able to hear Huang Yu's thoughts? Shh, don't say. Just as she was about to speak, Han Yuyao hurriedly covered her mouth. Although Huang Yu was indeed too frivolous, it wasn't the time yet to reveal identities and secrets. No one knew when a rival like Zizan might appear. It was mainly due to some inexplicable reasons that the despicable person had been taken care of by someone else that wouldn't be good. Forget it, forget it. There are already so many sisters, we don't need just one more. Seeing the youthful face of Han Yuyao sighed helplessly. After all, they had been together in their past lives. This was something he had never expected. Yu Yao, I didn't want this either. Maybe we should. Speaking of which, he and Huang Yu had only met a few times, their feelings couldn't be that deep. But when it came to cutting off ties with Huang Yu, it was still impossible for Han Yaya to decide. It seemed like a tremendous force within her was desperately preventing him from making such a decision effortlessly. Yaya, don't worry. We don't blame you. With Han Yuyao's comforting words, the other girls also looked at Han Yaya with sympathetic eyes. Some things are done out of necessity. That dirty bastard Huang Yu is probably destined to have so many girlfriends in his lifetime, so look, haven't all of us accepted it? Han Yuyao helplessly glanced at the group of sisters around her, especially for people like Liu Ryan. Upon hearing that they were going to find Huang Yi, she immediately abandoned her group's affairs and followed along. She and Liu Ryan had been the most incompatible among all the girls. It was unexpected that they were now sharing the same man. Elder sister. When she heard her elder sister's words, Han Yaya showed a touched expression, but quickly recovered. What are you all doing outside? Seeing everyone standing outside and not coming in, Huang Yu was also a bit puzzled. He stood up and opened the door to look at everyone. What are these girls gossiping about again? Such a mess. Could it be they are thinking of draining me dry again? So many people. Even if I had 10, it wouldn't be enough. Forget it, I'll refuse. I'll sneak off to meet one of them at night. Hearing Huang Yu's voice, all the girls looked at each other suddenly with vigilant eyes. This bastard, tonight is mine. Don't you dare try to steal him from me. No, it's my turn this time since I didn't get a chance last time. None of you can. I didn't even get a chance last time. All of you hogged him. What more do you want? No, it should be me this time. I was at the back of the line last time, and he wasn't as good as he was in the beginning. Though there was no sound, the girls communicated with each other through eye signals, understanding each other's intentions. However, Han Yaya was a bit confused. Looking at the girls glancing back and forth, then at Huang Yu's face, she couldn't help but blush, especially upon hearing Huang Yu's thoughts. Actually, everyone can join in. As inexperienced as she was, Han Yaya said these words, her face immediately turning extremely red. At this moment, even though no one had mentioned that kind of thing, after these words, everyone instantly understood the meaning. Yes, we can all join in. Han Yuyao looked towards Huang Yu, her eyes showing a hint of greed. She licked her enticing lips. What do you want to do? Huang Yu took a step back nervously, looking flustered as he gazed at Han Yuyao. We are about to go to the ancient martial arts competition. I just wanted to personally guide you. You know, I come from a family of martial artists, so I understand this better than anyone. With Han Yuyao's excuse, Huang Yu looked at the other girls. Then why are you all here? Yu Yao is a girl. You're a grown man. If you fight with her, wouldn't that be bullying? Exactly. I'm here to help. Me too. You say you're here to help. Hearing everyone's words, Huang Yu looked speechless as he turned to look at Yun Yun and Han Yaya among the crowd. Are you two here to help too? End of this chapter. Chapter 233. How many more women do you want to find? As the group of women gradually approached, Huang Yu became flustered at a visible speed. What are you going to do? Although for Huang Yu, the beautiful female lead, he naturally liked it, and he even had so many at once. But the key is that people are not made of iron. He doesn't have the strong ability of a protagonist by destiny, so how could he react to this? If these women all came at him, he would probably drop dead on the spot. It's meaningless. I just think you might be a bit too fickle. Han Yuyao looked at Huang Yu, gritting her teeth in anger. How many women does this jerk need before he stops accepting them? According to Huang Yu's approach, the group of women would never accept it. That's right, Huang Yu, there are too many women for you. You can't continue like this. If you keep going, we could form a soccer team. With your physique, what makes you think you can find that many? Just be so shameless and keep accepting them. Facing the accusations from the women, Huang Yu was momentarily stunned. I didn't plan on finding so many women. How did you all suddenly become my women? You all are originally the women of those protagonists by destiny. I never intended to accept you all, okay? How was I supposed to know you all would come around me all of a sudden? I have no way to deal with this. Damn it, even Zizan can't be resurrected, otherwise you should all just go back. Otherwise, with so many women surrounding me, if we attract the attention of some sweet protagonist, I will be doomed again. Jerk, what did you say? Hearing the voice inside Huang Yu's mind, the women's faces immediately turned indignant. How dare he suggest they voluntarily came to him when it was this jerk causing disturbances in their lives one after another. Now that they've given themselves to him, is he just going to ignore it and pretend nothing happened? So, what do you want from us? Huang Yu looked helplessly at the women, a look of resignation on his face. We just want to see if you can handle so many women since you keep finding them. Seeing the mischievous smile on Han Yu Yao's face, Huang Yu instantly understood what she had in mind. You. But before he could finish his sentence, Han Yu Yao pounced on him, followed by the other women behind her. Ah, no, I'm going to die. Can't you stop this? Don't compete with me. It's my turn this time. After about 4 to 5 hours passed, the great battle in the room finally ended. You almost killed me. At this moment, Huang Yu almost felt like he couldn't sense the existence of his lower body. But luckily, due to his long cultivation, he had accumulated quite a bit of spiritual power. After controlling it and circulating it through his meridians, he finally regained some strength. Looking at the 2 bright red plum blossoms on the bed, he couldn't help but look at Union and Han Yaya. Both of you really did this? This old man Huang actually got into my bed. Am I seeing things? This old man Huang could almost be my grandmother. What if one day he decides he's not happy and kills me? Seeing Huang Yu like this, Union glared at him. I gave myself to you. What more do you want? If it wasn't for just being intimate, feeling weak all over, he would have definitely gotten up and given this jerk Huang Yu a beating. Huang Yu, will we always be together? Han Yaya came to Huang Yu's side and gently hugged him. An indescribable sense of security and warmth flooded her heart, a feeling of happiness she had never experienced before. It made Han Yaya feel an unprecedented sense of warmth. Okay, now that things had come to this, what else could Huang Yu do? He had no choice but to agree and gently placed his hand on Han Yaya's head. Since that's the case, shall we do it again? Hearing this, Huang Yu widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous, looking at Han Yaya on top of him. Isn't it too soon? No, it's fine. I feel very happy. Despite feeling a bit uncomfortable, a strange feeling quickly filled Han Yaya's mind. Okay, Yaya, you little trickster. No, I want the jerk too. Have mercy on me. I really can't take it anymore. Hearing the women's voices, Huang Yu turned his head, showing a more pitiful expression than crying. If you keep going like this, I'll be done for. But the women didn't give him a chance to explain. You're still so energized. It seems like you have plenty of strength. I'll make sure you won't have any strength left to find women. With that, another round of battles ensued. Eat. Peng. Haha, I messed up. When Huang Yu woke up gradually, it was already evening. He could hear the various shouts of the women and the sound of mahjong from his ears, who had already put on their clothes and were now playing mahjong at several tables. You really have the leisure for this. Huang Yu was dumbfounded. Why talk so much? If you dare to find women again, we'll make sure you can't stand up ever again. Seeing Huang Yu's desolate expression, the women also showed a smug look on their faces. All right, I got it. Huang Yu was resigned. Shortly after, while the women were still playing mahjong, he hurriedly flew out of the yard like a bird. These fairies are really going to be the death of me. They don't want to let me live in peace. As Huang Yu escaped the yard, he let out a sigh of relief. What's the point of women's jealousy? They just wouldn't let him off easy, even though he hadn't intended to find them in the first place. These 2 women came in on their own accord, either sneaking in under Han Yu Yao's watchful eye or on their own promises. How is that him finding women by himself? Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with them. Otherwise there will be trouble when I go back at night. Huang Yu sighed. Kid, do you really think you can represent our Tang family? Be sensible and just leave on your own. Don't make us beat you up. You, Tang Hao, are just a bastard child, Thinking you can stand in for our Tang family in battle is a joke. At that moment, from the street not far away, mocking voices suddenly rang out. End of this chapter. Chapter 234. Rescuing the Fate protagonist, Tang Hao. Upon hearing this name, Huang Yu immediately showed a look of confusion. Isn't this the Fate protagonist from the Divine War Formation instance? Could it be that he is currently under pressure? Thinking of this, he instantly understood. This is a great opportunity. If he remembered correctly, Tang Hao was not the antagonist in the Divine War Formation instance, but rather a member of the Wu family. In other words, by helping him now, there is a high possibility of gaining the friendship of this Fate protagonist. With this in mind, Huang Yu rushed over without hesitation. At this moment, Tang Hao looked indignantly at these few people who were attacking their own clan members. Aren't you afraid of the elders finding out? If the elders find out about what you're doing, they won't spare you. Tang Hao, are you joking? You, an outsider, dare to report us to the Tang family. It's simply wishful thinking. If you die, hurry up and hand over the spot for the Ancient Martial Arts Assembly. Otherwise, we won't be polite to you. Listening to the words of the group, Tang Hao also quickly understood that they were clearly coveting the spot in his hands. He grew up lonely and dependent, raised by a grandfather who scavenged for a living. Later, in high school, not only did he win the favor of the school's beauty, but he also excelled in his studies, focusing on cultivation while studying hard, eventually gaining admission to a famous university in the Dragon Kingdom. However, his scavenging grandfather ultimately died at the hands of a family, the Wu family. One of the members of the Wu family was the one who pursued the school beauty initially. Due to despicable means during the pursuit, Tang Hao had taught him a lesson, leading the person to hold a grudge. This time, he decided to fight on behalf of the Tang family, not only because the elders pleaded with him, but also because he wanted to avenge his grandfather, so he specifically participated in the Ancient Martial Arts Assembly. I don't care what you think. In short, I, Tang Hao, am the one representing the Tang family in this battle. If you want to take my place in battle, discuss among yourselves. Why come find me, you? Upon hearing this, the few people attacking Tang Hao became pale with anger. If it was useful to go to the elders or the clan leader, they would have gone long ago. But the issue was that the elder who advocated for the spot had great trust in Tang Hao's strength, unmatched among the younger generation of the clan. Even if they were to go, what would be the point? They would just be rejected. Courtesy calls for reciprocity. With that, the leader of the group moved to attack Tang Hao directly. I think it's you who should be less polite. The impending battle between them was about to begin. 8 Extreme Collapse. Iron Mountain Lean. In just a few rounds, Tang Hao forced the three to retreat step by step. Damn! The leader grit his teeth, not expecting the opponent to be this strong. Even with 3 of them attacking together, they were still no match for him. I advise you to go back and train for a few more years before coming back. Don't embarrass your Tang family. When you reach a sufficient level of strength, your Tang family will naturally let you participate in the Ancient Martial Arts Assembly. Don't come to cause trouble for your own Tang family in a fit of incompetence. You. The leader's face immediately showed an angry expression, wanting to rise up again and teach Tang Hao a lesson. Ding! At that moment, something fell and rolled to his side. What's this? Taking a closer look, he saw that it was an electric baton. Without hesitation, he picked it up and charged toward Tang Hao. Against a rock with an egg. Tang Hao, turning around, sneered as he threw a punch. However, in that instant, his pupils constricted as he thought, this isn't good. Seeing the electric baton aimed at his fist, a crackling sound could be heard. In an instant, a strong electric current spread throughout Tang Hao's body, causing severe convulsions before he collapsed on the ground. Warriors are cunning. Since you, Tang Hao, won't back off, don't blame me for resorting to deceit. After saying this, the leader continued forward with the electric baton, causing occasional crackling sounds. Tang Hao was furious. He never expected that something the opponent previously lacked would suddenly appear in their hands. As the 3 drew closer, a voice suddenly resounded. I advise you to stop right away, or don't blame me for being impolite. Do you know who this person in front of you is or who? Upon hearing this voice, the 3 men turned towards the source and saw a young man standing there. He seemed to have just been through some mighty battle. Tang Hao, brother, are you okay? Huang Yu looked to Tang Hao behind the three, greeted him, and smiled warmly. Who are you? Even Tang Hao himself was a bit confused upon seeing this person, not recalling any impression of him. You're just asking for death, aren't you? Stop being so arrogant and scram. Dismissing the trio's arrogant words, Huang Yu shook his head. They were truly pitiful. They had just been beaten by Tang Hao a while ago, and if he hadn't provided the electric baton, they would have endured an even worse fate. And now they were returning with enmity. As they rushed forward, Huang Yu was prepared. In an instant, he burst a nearby water pipe and sent the current towards the three. As the strong current flowed through their bodies, their skin reddened and they fell to the ground in smoke. Tang Hao, are you okay? Huang Yu came to Tang Hao's side, showing a concerned smile. I'm fine. May I ask who you are? I'm just a wandering swordsman. I lent a hand. Huang Yu put on an appearance of a detached outsider. After all, with a person like the Fate protagonist, it was better to avoid drawing attention to oneself as much as possible. Standing with the Fate protagonist could lead to unknown conflicts at any moment. You can just call me Zuo Yu. Oh, so it's Brother Zuo. I've heard of a Zuo family in Tianhai City. Could that be your clan? End of this chapter. Chapter 235. Yi Fan is being used. It's not like that. The Zuo family is my enemy. I only came this time to admire the grandeur of this event. Huang Yu pretended to be heartbroken, with a hint of indignation in his eyes. If not for the Zuo family, causing my family to be destroyed. Hearing his words, Tang Hao's face also showed a sympathetic expression. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to make friends. Thank you for today, Brother Zuo. It's nothing, Huang Yu responded lightly. The reason he wanted to distance himself from the Zuo family was naturally to avoid implicating them in the favor he owed the protagonist. Otherwise, he would be making an enemy for no reason, which would make him uncomfortable. I wonder what Brother Tang is planning to do today. Huang Yu asked curiously after observing Tang Hao's strength for a while. He found that although the other was outstanding among the younger generation, it was a bit ambitious for him to participate in the martial arts tournament. But since he was a destined protagonist, participating in the martial arts tournament indicated that he must have had some opportunities before competing. I was originally planning to visit the alchemy store in Shenwu Town today. Unfortunately, I was delayed for a while, so I guess I'll go tomorrow. Tang Hao looked regretful as he spoke, as he had his daily schedule planned out, ensuring he made time to enhance his strength no matter how busy he was. Oh, is that so? Huang Yu's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing this. An alchemy store. It was a great place. Among all the destined protagonists, many of them liked to go to either the hospital, alchemy stores, or weapon shops. Almost every time, these destined protagonists could find various treasures. Just by following Yi Fan to the herb market last time, they came across many good things, including 1 or 2 treasures that could even be used to set up a formidable formation. And this Tang Hao seemed to be a higher-level destined protagonist compared to Yi Fan. If he followed Tang Hao and intercepted the items he chose, wouldn't that be a huge gain? Thinking of this, Huang Yu cleared his throat. Today didn't go as planned. I see Brother Tang must be here to participate in the martial arts tournament, right? That's right. I'm here representing the Tang family. I didn't expect these people to try to harm me in secret. Unfortunately, I can't participate in the martial arts tournament. How about I help you? I'll give you some pills or other things, okay? Huang Yu showed a disappointed expression, but then revealed a cheerful smile. After all, I also want to see if you can reach that position. For Tang Hao, these words, with a touch of elegance and flattery, were truly gratifying for a destined protagonist. That's not really appropriate. Though the benefits were hard to refuse, Tang Hao still politely declined. What's wrong? If you want to go, just go. Huang Yu said directly, then grabbed Tang Hao and headed towards the herb market in Shenwu Town. Meanwhile, in the Shaojia dungeon, Yi Fan lay exhausted on the damp ground. After several days and nights of imprisonment and torture, Yi Fan was extremely fatigued, not to mention he only had one leg left. At this moment, he was worn out both physically and mentally, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Once my master finds me, you're all dead, Yi Fan coughed weakly, murmuring to himself. However, as Yi Fan was about to lose consciousness, the sound of a ringing phone suddenly echoed, clearly reaching his ears inside the dungeon. not from outside. It was as if he had finally found an oasis in the desert, and Yi Fan, who was on the brink of passing out, suddenly opened his eyes. Not far in front of him, there was a cell phone placed there, and the guard at the dungeon's entrance was nowhere to be seen. "Master!" As soon as Yi Fan saw this scene, he exclaimed in joy, but quickly closed his mouth, cautiously looking around. Though he didn't know what was happening, he needed to remain cautious and alert. After days of torment, Yi Fan had lost his previous arrogance and had become much calmer. He slowly picked up the phone, and it was just in time for a voice to come through. "Yi Fan! Master, is it really you?" Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Yi Fan exclaimed in delight. It was indeed his master's voice. "I thought something had happened to you. I was locked up by the Xiaojia family. Master, how could something happen to me? But I have a mission for you now." "What mission?" Yi Fan was taken aback. Wasn't his master supposed to rescue him? Or did his master not know about his current situation yet? "Do you know Huang Yu?" "I do. He's the brother of my fiancée. I want you to kill him at all costs." "Why?" Yi Fan didn't ask why, despite the tired and concerned tone coming from the other end of the phone. Instead, he nodded heavily. "Don't worry, Master. I'll handle this mission. I'll make sure to complete it. But I'm currently locked in the Xiaojia dungeon. I can't get out. Don't worry, there's a pill hidden inside the phone. If you take it, you'll be able to escape." The voice from the phone reassured Yi Fan. As the call ended, Yi Fan looked at the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Instantly, an unimaginable force filled his body. The immense force seemed as if it would tear his body apart. Yi Fan's eyes widened in pain as he couldn't help but cry out. Gradually, flesh sprouted from the place where his leg had been severed, resembling the growth of a shoot breaking through the soil in spring and thriving. The fleshy growth was becoming thicker and stronger. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel excited despite the pain as he realized his leg was regenerating. End of this chapter. Chapter 236, Intercepting Tang Hao's Luck. For Yi Fan, the return of his legs was truly a delightful surprise. According to his expectations, his legs should not have been able to recover. Although he had heard rumors in his medical studies about genius treasures that could revive the dead, he had never witnessed it until now, gradually losing hope in his heart. However, seeing it today reignited the hope in his heart. On the other side, as the phone call ended, Luo Qingcheng gently put down her phone. A hint of coldness flashed imperceptibly in her beautiful eyes. "It seems that your disciple is somewhat useful, albeit a bit foolish," Luo Qingcheng remarked, looking at the master, who was chained and imprisoned in the dungeon in front of her without a trace of pity. "Yi Fan, it is I who have caused harm to you," the master said in pain upon hearing the female demon imitating his voice to call Yi Fan with a mission. The Yellow family's influence was not something to be underestimated in Tianhai City. Attempting to assassinate the young master of the Yellow family at this juncture would be courting death. "Female demon, I will fight you." At this moment, the master no longer had any reservations. He knew that if he continued to not resist, both he and Yi Fan would die. Therefore, he decided to make a stand to possibly notify Yi Fan. Although he and his second master had used Yi Fan for their own purposes for many years, there was a bond of father and son between the three. The master had deep affection for Yi Fan and could not bear to see him fall into danger. With a roar, the master mobilized his inner power, igniting the source of life within him in a desperate attempt to break free. With a resounding crash, the master broke free from the chains that bound him, his body expanding in a terrifying manner, resembling a demon straight out of hell. With his burning life force, he grew to over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like Tyson's. "Today, I will have your blood for what you owe me." With a furious shout, the master charged forward. Despite his fierce words, his true intention was to evade the female demon's gaze and make his way to Tianhai City. Ants dare to vie with the radiant moon with their feeble strength. Seeing the master defying her orders, Luo Qingcheng's face turned cold. She gestured with her jade-like finger, creating ripples in the air like water, which struck the wall and rebounded, forming a thin water ripple at the doorway. When the master collided with it, the water ripple flowed into his body, causing him to stop in his tracks. Petrification spread rapidly through his body, turning him into a cold stone statue. "I want to see what makes this Huang Yu so extraordinary." Coldly snorting, Luo Qingcheng had long noticed the wretched woman, Yun Yun, hiding in Huang Yu's villa. She refrained from confronting Yun Yun because she had discovered something more intriguing. Despite the many unusual incidents happening in Tianhai recently, she had found a pattern. Exceptional individuals like the medicine Saint Qi Fan, the Dragon King Zizan, and the stock god Wang Hao all met a swift downfall. The common factor in their demise was Huang Yu. Even a cold woman like Yun Yun risked her life to enter Huang Yu's divine sea at the Huang family's mansion. Luo Qingcheng had been observing everything secretly that day. Yun Yun could be eliminated any time, but Huang Yu was a different story. Luo Qingcheng wanted to uncover the mysteries surrounding Huang Yu. On the other side, unable to resist Huang Yu's repeated requests, Tang Hao finally agreed to accompany him to the medicine market. Suddenly, as they walked down the street, a simple alchemy shop caught Tang Hao's eye. How about here? Although Huang Yu offered to pay, Tang Hao didn't want him to spend too much. Seeing this, Yi Fan's excitement grew. Truly a protagonist of destiny, the place he chose for alchemy had a unique charm. The more humble the shop, the greater the possibility of finding extraordinary items, perhaps even a supreme elixir by chance. He did not feel guilty about seizing Tang Hao's luck. Tang Hao was the protagonist of destiny, and if he didn't resolve him quickly, Tang Hao would surpass him. After all, in this scenario, the Han family was the antagonist, and Han Yuyao was his woman. If Han Yuyao were to die, he would surely follow suit. If Han Yuyao became Tang Hao's woman, he would be doomed. Therefore, Huang Yu had to ensure Tang Hao did not develop further. "Boss, how much for this bottle of elixir?" As they entered the shop, Tang Hao's eyes fell on a slightly worn-out bottle with a whitish sheen. Although the bottle appeared ancient, it must have been inspected by countless others and likely did not contain anything valuable. At this moment, this bottle is a relic left behind by a master alchemist. It is said that the elixir inside can revive the dead and rejuvenate the body, the shop owner exclaimed as he saw potential customers enter. Huang Yu was speechless. He understood why the shop was deserted and dilapidated. If one were not the protagonist of destiny, falling for the shop owner's sales pitch would surely result in being swindled. End of chapter. Chapter 237. Tang Hao, who is at a loss. "Boss, aren't you being a bit dishonest? For this broken bottle, do you really want to set such a high price?" Tang Hao himself was also full of black lines. Although he felt that this bottle was extraordinary, there might be some priceless elixirs hidden inside. But that didn't mean he dared to guarantee 100% to be the one to be taken advantage of. "Young man, you're not being fair, right? How about this? I'll give you a discount. 300,000. Hearing this number, Tang Hao almost spit out old blood. 300,000. How dare you? However, as soon as the words fell, Huang Yu's voice sounded. 300,000, I'll take it. Huang Yu decisively made a move. After all, for him, the Huang family lacked everything, except for money. Being able to seize the opportunity from Tang Hao with a sum of money, this deal was simply too profitable. "Young man, you're serious, then I'll go get it for you." Not only Tang Hao was dumbfounded, even the boss was dumbfounded. He never imagined that this broken bottle could fetch such a high price. It was simply a stroke of luck. However, soon the boss reacted from his shock, and joy erupted in his eyes. Saying that, he took out the pause machine and the elixir, and walked towards Huang Yu. "Thank you for your patronage." After Huang Yu swiped the card, the boss happily returned to his original position. The old, worn, whitened bottle in his hand looked very ordinary. Although Huang Yu didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but as the chosen one, what he wanted must not be ordinary. "Sorry, Brother Tang, I intercepted this bottle of elixir. Why don't you choose something else?" Huang Yu's face showed a face of apology. "Although this elixir doesn't look great, but the jade looks good. I plan to use it to polish a few rings," Huang Yu said without showing any emotion, putting the jade bottle in his pocket. "Really?" Tang Hao said with a hint of doubt, not thinking too much. After all, he wasn't interested in accessories like that. "Kid, your friend has made a purchase. What do you want to buy? Hurry up," the boss urged deliberately in an inciting manner. After all, if one person bought a bottle of elixir, making a profit of 300,000, if the other person bought one, wouldn't it be 600,000? This was simply taking advantage of someone else's loss. Finally encountering such a good thing, how could the boss easily let it go? "HMPH, you've already extorted my friend once, aren't you satisfied?" Tang Hao sneered coldly, seeing through the boss's intentions. This, with his intentions exposed, the boss was also caught off guard, but after all, being an old hand in the business, he quickly recovered, laughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. You can't speak like that. Think about it. Shenwu Town is going to hold the ancient martial arts competition soon. Buy some elixirs for practice. Maybe you guys can join in sometime, and even win the championship. In Shenwu Town, the ancient martial arts competition was well known to everyone. Shenwu Town was not the main residence of all ancient martial arts families. In addition to family members, there were also some natives who had always lived here. These people were very knowledgeable about ancient martial arts. It could be said that they had lived here for generations. Forget it, Brother Tang, it's just small change. Let's continue to choose elixirs. With the chosen one as their guide, how could Huang Yu waste any more time wandering around? After all, it's not early now. If you choose elixirs sooner, maybe you can have more hopes of cultivation before the ancient martial arts competition. All right. Tang Hao nodded and stopped arguing with the boss. Then, Huang Yu and Tang Hao strolled down the street, and during the process, no matter what elixir Tang Hao saw, Huang Yu bought them all before the other party could make a move, with various excuses. Either saying a friend got injured and needed them urgently, or saying that this elixir happened to be very useful for him, so he should have it first. In the end, after half a day of browsing, Tang Hao didn't even get a single bottle of elixir. At this moment, even Tang Hao began to feel frustrated. After all, the other party promised to buy ammunition for him, but after he had been choosing for so long, he ended up choosing all for the other party instead. What was the point of him lingering around for so long? Don't worry, Brother Tang. How can I let you go for nothing? Huang Yu smiled gently, then found a single drugstore and bought about 400,000 worth of elixirs. He opened the bottles to confirm that they were all common elixirs before packing them up and bringing them out. Brother Tang, consider this as my compensation for you. Originally feeling a little resentful, Tang Yu saw this scene. The fire in his heart instantly died down. Seeing such valuable elixirs worth tens of thousands, he was also a bit stunned. Although they were meant to substitute for the Tang family for battle, his life had always been in a state of extreme shortage of cultivation resources before coming to the Tang family. Even after coming to the Tang family, the resources given to him were only slightly better than the ordinary juniors of the clan. It could be said that since he came to the Tang family, all the cultivation resources he received were not as valuable as what this person gave him now. This is too much. I can't accept it. Tang Hao's face showed a hint of panic. He kept declining, but his eyes were always fixed on the bag containing the elixirs. Although he was a little hesitant to accept, he couldn't refuse. After hesitating for a long time, Tang Hao still reluctantly accepted the small bottle of elixir. Since you are unwilling to accept, then you can at least take one bottle, right? Huang Yu took out the smallest bottle of elixir from the bag of ammunition. This bottle of elixir only cost a few hundred yuan. It was useless for someone at Tang Hao's level. For a moment, as Tang Hao was about to reach out and take the elixir, he hesitated in midair, freezing in place. Even if he took the elixir, it was of no use. After spending so long wandering around, getting such a small bottle of elixir, it was worse than what the Tang family provided him with. However, since he had said he didn't want it before, he couldn't refuse now. After hesitating for a long time, Tang Hao reluctantly accepted the small bottle of elixir. In that case, thank you, Brother Zhang. End of this chapter. Chapter 238 Trash King Wang Hao. Seeing Tang Hao's expression as if he had eaten a fly, Huang Yu was extremely satisfied. A protagonist like this with a predestined fate should not be treated with kindness. If given a slight chance for development, what should be done? Unexpectedly, the other party actually said such words, giving him the perfect excuse. He didn't believe these so-called self-righteous protagonists would actually come to take the bag of elixirs. Indeed, as he had expected, Tang Hao couldn't bear to lower his face and awkwardly accepted a small bottle of elixir in the end. Since the elixirs have been almost bought today, I will go back first. Huang Yu sighed deeply, seemingly regretful. Why didn't Tang Hao want his elixirs? Watching Huang Yu leave, Tang Hao also felt some regret. If he had known it would turn out this way, why bother being polite at all? It would have been better to just hand over the elixirs directly. At least it would have helped increase his strength. Regrettably, for the sake of saving face, he had lost so many elixirs that should have belonged to him. Thinking about this, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel even more regretful. If this person came to buy elixirs from him again next time, he would definitely accept the order in full. Thinking about this, Tang Hao's heart finally felt somewhat balanced. Meanwhile, in the Tang family, what are you talking about? You failed. Didn't I tell you to go and teach Tang Hao a lesson? The three of you couldn't even beat him alone. What exactly are you good for? The young master of the Tang family looked at the three people in front of him, his face showing a cold and stern expression, directly scolding without mercy. If this idiot replaces me to participate in the martial arts competition, it will be all over. Young master, it's really not our fault that someone appeared suddenly to help him. The leader covered his hands reddened by electricity. That person seems to be from the Zuo family. Zuo family? Hearing this name, the young master of the Tang family sneered, showing a disdainful look on his face. Just a bunch of riffraff gathered by the Zuo family. Wait until I'm done with the martial arts competition, then we'll deal with them. Bad news, young master. Tang Hao has returned and is coming towards you. What? This bastard dares to come back. Hearing this, the young master of the Tang family looked indignant and immediately stood up from the chair, slapping the armrest of the chair directly. Tang Shuai, get out of here. Wasn't it you who sent the three of them to attack me, right? Tang Hao looked darkly at the young master of the Tang family. We are all from the Tang family, so why would you harm me like this? Did I do something to offend you? Or do you want to throw the Tang family into deep trouble? Along with the quarrel in the Tang family, on the other side, after gaining powerful strength, Yi Fan's legs finally returned to their original state. Such powerful strength! Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, looking at his fully recovered legs and feeling an unprecedented surge of energy in his body. This energy was like a scorching sun, continuously supplying him with spiritual energy. Now that my strength is restored, the Z family won't be able to stop me anymore. Yi Fan sneered, then slowly walked to the door of the dungeon and punched it. Bang! The dungeon's door flew out under the tremendous impact of his fist, hitting the stone wall and falling down. Such terrifying power! Even Yi Fan himself was shocked by this. He never imagined that just one elixir could give him such immense strength. Z family, Huang Yu, you're both doomed. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and suddenly felt a itching sensation downstairs. He remembered that he had contracted a venereal disease under the seduction of Wang Zhu. And Wang Zhu, I won't spare you either. At this moment, Wang Zhu had become a plaything for a few people. Under the control of Bai Mao, the property managers not only moved into Wang Hao's villa, but also stole a lottery ticket, winning nearly 10 million in prizes. Little Zhu, do you think your brother deserves this or deserves this? The property managers questioned Wang Zhu in front of Wang Hao. Wang Zhu was overwhelmed. You let go of my sister. Wang Hao glared angrily at the men, as if he wanted to tear them apart. He thought he could turn things around with the money from the lottery ticket, but these people broke in and mistreated his sister, even pretending to have taken the nearly 10 million prize. However, faced with this situation, now that Wang Hao had become severely disabled, he had no room for resistance against them. He could only seethe with impotent rage, expressing his anger with a hysterical voice. Great stock god, think about your future plans. The property manager stood up after their debauchery. He looked at Wang Hao with a sneer. He had never imagined that everything the white-haired friend said was true. Just by coming in, he could live in a villa, have beautiful women, and earn so much money. Compared to their previous destitute life, this was beyond his wildest dreams. Now, both Wang Hao and his sister had fallen under their control. During the day, Wang Hao was confined in the villa. His sister Wang Zhu was placed in a secret suite in the community to serve clients, and all the money she made went to him. Almost 70 to 80% of the men in the community had already experienced her services. But at night, Wang Zhu became their slave. It could be said that now the property managers not only had tens of millions in wealth, but also had a steady income thanks to Wang Hao and his sister. To be precise, it was also thanks to the young man with white hair. Meanwhile, in a surveillance van not far away, Bai Mao was observing the situation inside the villa. They're spending money generously. He commented, surprised that his hint about the lottery had led to this outcome. It's good that I didn't directly intervene. Before leaving, Huang Xiao had repeatedly warned him not to get personally involved with these people, let alone confront them directly. Now, not only did he not directly engage, but he also caused them to end up in such a predicament, which was a pleasant surprise. However, at that moment, a phone call came in suddenly. Bad news, by Mao. Yi Fan has escaped. What? End of chapter. Chapter 239. Yi Fan's escape. Upon hearing this news, Bai Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? What is the Zi family up to? Although he was just a small fry, he often acted as a proxy for Huang Xiao in many matters. So, no matter what he did, he naturally stood on behalf of Huang Xiao. Zi family was nothing more than a lapdog for Huang Xiao. The head of the Zi family even wants to personally apologize to Huang Xiao now. A voice from the phone said, but Bai Mao's expression gradually darkened, showing no hint of pleasure. What's the use of an apology? What does Huang Xiao need his apology for? You tell the head of the Zi family that if Yi Fan is not brought back, he can wait for Huang Xiu's retribution. After saying this, Bai Mao directly hung up the phone. Indeed, Huang Xiao had not guessed wrong. These people were truly not simple. It was unexpected that in just a moment, without personally keeping an eye on them, they managed to escape. This was something Bai Mao had not anticipated at all. Despite Zi family's responsibilities, this incident also showed the formidable strength of Yi Fan. After ending the call, Bai immediately informed Huang Xiao of the news. On the other side, Huang Yu had just returned to his own courtyard, opened his phone, and saw the message. What? Yi Fan escaped. His brow furrowed slightly. How could this be? By all means, Yi Fan had lost the golden finger of his grandfather, his leg, and even the silver needle had been taken from him. Things were off to a hellish start, yet he managed to turn the tables under adverse conditions. Huang Yu, wanted to ask Bai Mao to have Yun Yun help, but then he suddenly remembered that Yun Yun, that woman, was already by his side. Meanwhile, Yun Yun thought of the things she and Huang Yu did in the afternoon with a group of people, and her cheeks involuntarily blushed. Little did she expect that she had kept her virginity for so long, only to give it up to this little jerk. Taking a deep breath, her chest heaved violently. How had she ended up like this? In theory, Huang Yu not only destroyed the power he had built himself, but also killed Jiuzhan. She should hate him. And yet, now, not only did she not act against him, but she even as Nilan Yanran by the side also found it hard to understand. Looking at her blushing master, she couldn't help but wonder, did her master not realize when she fell in love with Huang Yu? How else could she willingly give herself to him? Listening to the conversation, Yun Yun suddenly frowned. What do you mean she has to be in Tianhai City? She is not this damn jerk slave. While a group of girls waited for Huang Win to return and continue torturing him, they waited for a long time but still didn't see Huang Yu's figure. At that moment, Huang Win had secretly arrived at another room in the courtyard to avoid the women. After all, he still wanted to cultivate, and even though indulging excessively when having power wouldn't harm the body, he simply couldn't handle it, even if recovery required time. If he continued like this, he would end up dying in bed. With that, Huang Win slowly closed his eyes and began meditating on the bed in the room. In the last system reward, he obtained the Absorption Star Great Method, and from the Martial Demon Ao Tian's techniques, he gained a technique called Swallowing Heaven Demon Skill. Both of these techniques allowed him to absorb the cultivation of others to the fullest extent. While this absorption was beneficial, the side effects were immense. Since it wasn't cultivated power of his own, when absorbing it, he had to withstand strong rejection reactions. The power within his body would clash and repel the force absorbed into the body, inevitably causing harm. The longer this power stayed in the body, the higher the damage. It would gradually dissipate. Therefore, the timing and duration of absorbing cultivation were crucial. The Absorption Star Great Method targeted ordinary cultivators, while the Swallowing Heaven Demon skill was aimed at cultivators. By combining these two methods, although it didn't promote cultivation, it certainly raised the bar in terms of self-preservation. End of chapter. Chapter 240. Discovering clues. Even though there were two crucial cultivation techniques right in front of him, Huang Yu could only use them for simple self-preservation due to the existing bugs in the techniques. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. While his belief was to survive in places where the protagonist of Destiny couldn't see him, it didn't mean that the protagonist of Destiny wouldn't find him eventually. Now that Huang Yu has realized this, after killing Zizan, these protagonists of destiny were emerging one after another like mushrooms after the rain, each one stronger than the last. Without means to protect himself, sooner or later, he would inevitably clash directly with these protagonists of destiny. And if he were to encounter them without the strength to defend himself, he would undoubtedly be wiped out like a copy. The group of women around him would surely become the harem of these protagonists of destiny. Originally, Huang Yu would have been indifferent to these women, but spending day after day with them had naturally developed some feelings. So now, Huang Yu not only had to keep surviving, but also had to take care of the women around him. Since absorbing all of Zizan's power last time, the unused power was still stored inside his body. Huang Yu then started mobilizing the power within him, using his spiritual and inner power to crazily devour the hidden power within him. Although he could harness Zizan's power, it could only be used for attacks and couldn't be manipulated at will. In his body, propelled by his original power, various forces began to push through his meridians. Ah! Huang Yu groaned in pain. This was unexpected for him. He had originally planned to refine his techniques and absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth by circulating through the meridians. However, when trying to replicate the root of the absorbed power for cultivation, he found himself rejected by Zizan's power, causing discomfort and even beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Damn it! This stubborn power is really stubborn. This power is the only thing left behind by Zizan and the Dragon King Temple. Huang Yu, who typically preferred to endure, now showed a determined and resolute look. In that case, let's do it. Currently, Luo Qingcheng was missing, and Yi Fan had successfully escaped from the Z family. Huang Yu knew he needed to quickly enhance his power. Falling into a passive position was something Huang Yu desperately wanted to avoid. Meanwhile, at the Wang family mansion, the property manager would send out Wang Zhu to sell during the day and have her return at night for their entertainment. Wang Hao, on the other hand, seemed like a useless person most of the time, barely providing any care and not giving him the prescribed medication. Seeing his sister mistreated like this, Wang Hao felt utterly helpless and wished he could just die rather than witness such atrocities. In the dead of night, Wang Hao listened to his sister's continuous moans upstairs. His heart ached, but being paralyzed, he felt powerless. Suddenly, he noticed his finger move slightly. What was happening? Wang Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. Realizing his finger had shifted, he began to entertain the hope of recovering from his high-level paralysis. After pondering for a while, Wang Hao realized that everything, from his circumstances to the neglect from medical professionals, might have been orchestrated by some hidden hand. Someone was manipulating behind the scenes. Considering the circumstances, Wang Hao discreetly spat out the pill, hiding it in his clothes since he couldn't move freely. Wang Hao knew he couldn't take the medicine. It would mean continuous paralysis for him. As the white-haired man left the surveillance vehicle monitoring the Wang family, the remaining lackeys didn't notice this discreet action. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who had left the Z family, went straight to the alley where Wang Zhu was. It was where he had fought and severely injured Wang Hao earlier, resulting in losing a leg in the hospital. Yi Fan knocked on the door and questioned the old lady inside about Wang Zhu's whereabouts. Seeing the person who had once disabled her, the old lady tried to maintain a calm facade, but couldn't fully conceal her anxiety. Startled to find someone who could break his technique, Yi Fan sought answers without dwelling on it for long. Chapter 241 Yi Fan's Road to Revenge Wang Zhu. When she heard this name, the old lady said confusedly, then smirked. That bitch took off with my money. What do you think? Earlier, after Yi Fan made the old lady lose her mind, she was sent to the world's last hospital for treatment, which depleted all her family's assets to treat her brain issues. Even the house had been mortgaged to pay off debts. Although she had mostly recovered, the old lady's spirit was ashen. This was the result of years of hard work. Just as she had finally built a bit of a nest egg, it had been emptied like this. Therefore, facing the powerful Yi Fan at this moment, the old lady had no fear in her eyes. What is scarier than poverty? Speak quickly. I don't want to continue arguing with you, Yi Fan said coldly, completely dismissing the old lady's attitude. In his eyes, the old lady at this moment was like an ant. After the experiences of recent times, Yi Fan's mindset had changed. He had tried to integrate into normal life as a small figure, but found that he only ended up hurting himself over and over again. These ants. It wasn't until he stood above everyone that Yifan truly felt the benefits of strength. Ants should stay in their place. No matter what he did, it was useless. The old lady, feeling her throat being grabbed, suddenly looked terrified and struggled desperately. But in the face of Yifan's immense strength, her struggles were futile. "I'll talk. Let go of me." The old lady finally gave in, no longer in despair, but pleading for her life, fearing Yifan would end it in a blink. "Speak," Yifan said coldly, dropping the old lady and looking at her indifferently, as if any lie would trigger his ruthlessness. "Wang Zhu, that slut went to find her brother. When she left, she took all my money. You should know her brother, the one who was in the news recently, the one who turned into a high-level quadriplegic after harming you." "What? It's him." Yifan's eyes widened at this information. After a moment of shock, a deep-seated rage surged from within. It was because of that scumbag Wang Hao that Yifan ended up losing his leg and suffering through a series of events. Ultimately, all the reasons were connected to Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, Wang Zhu, what a small world," Yifan murmured with a hint of coldness and malice in his eyes. "Can I leave now?" The old lady, looking at Yifan with fear, felt that something was different compared to before. If Yifan used to seem like a naive country bumpkin, now he looked like a demon from hell or a serial killer. Just standing there made people shiver, let alone have a normal conversation. The old lady just wanted to leave this place of turmoil, go far away, and quickly call the police to have Yifan arrested. "Of course, you can leave now." Yifan smiled cruelly, watching the old lady with a hint of mockery. "Good then. Thank you, young man." The old lady said politely, feeling grateful, hurriedly turned to leave. "You can rest easy on your journey now," Yifan said, and the old lady, hearing this, turned back in disbelief. But in that instant, Yifan acted. In a swift move, the old lady fell to the ground. "It's in your hands now." Yifan looked at the old lady's lifeless body coldly, unmoved. After days of torment, he never regretted his previous low-profile approach. As a strong individual, he should carry himself accordingly. With that, Yifan headed towards the Villa District in Tianhai City following the address provided by the old lady. Meanwhile, after a very painful cultivation process, Huang Yu finally transformed all of Zizhan's power within him into his own. "It's really tough." Huang Yu sighed helplessly. Just the conversion of this power almost depleted all his energy. However, fortunately, this power had now become entirely his own, available for him to access and store in his body at any time, circulating through his muscles and veins, enhancing his body's cultivation and operation. "Loser, are you still cultivating? Are you done yet?" Suddenly, Han Yu Yao's voice came from outside. Hearing that, Huang Yu's face darkened. Among a group of women, Han Yu Yao was the most straightforward. Lian Ru Yan initially treated him as a lapdog, but after she tried to pursue him, she became the most compliant one. "I just gave it to you this afternoon. No need to be in such a rush, right?" he retorted. "I'm in the middle of cultivation now. I don't have time to go find a stick to play with." Hearing this, there was silence outside. But in the next moment, his door suddenly burst open, revealing Yun Yun standing there. "Kid, who did you ask to play with a stick? If I can ask you, consider yourself lucky, aren't you pleased?" Seeing Yun Yun, Huang Yu, who had been relaxed, raised his eyebrows, secretly complaining. Although she was beautiful, she seemed more violent than Han Yu Yao with the big breasts. "Is there still a good future for me if this continues?" Even though he thought so, Huang Yu deliberately feigned a terrified expression. "I didn't ask about this, don't jump to conclusions. And it's not entirely my fault, you voluntarily sat down yourself." Huang Yu said helplessly. This matter had nothing to do with him. He swore he never intended to sleep with Yun Yun. But among a group of women, how could he know when Yun Yun suddenly came on to him? By the time he realized, it was too late. Hearing Huang Yu's voice, Yun Yun's face grew angrier, gritting her teeth. "Quickly get up, we need to discuss your participation in the ancient martial arts competition. Stop daydreaming all the time." End of this chapter. Chapter 240 to the Great Cultivation Battle. "Not going to do that. That's good. That's good." Hearing this, Huang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If a group of women were to demand from her day and night, even if she exhausted her body, she still couldn't give it out. The women outside were blushing and looking at Huang Yu. "Do you really think you're so precious? Next time I won't need your stick either. Sisters, don't sleep with him anymore. Let me teach him a lesson. No. Do you want to monopolize him? I don't want to. I just want to challenge my weakness a bit. Pooey, I don't care. I want it too. Wait. Can we calm down for a moment? Seeing that the group of girls were about to start arguing again, Huang Yu couldn't help but stop them. Didn't we talk about the encouragement meeting? Why are we discussing this again? Hurry up and speak. Yun Yun gestured from her chair on the side. Instantly, with a burst of light, a barrier appeared around the courtyard, blocking all sounds inside the barrier, making it impossible for anyone outside to hear. Seeing that the concealment was in place, Yun Yun looked at the people and Huang Yu. You are participating in the encouragement meeting, but I probed with my divine consciousness today, and the strength and level of the people in Shenwu Town are basically higher than yours. If you participate, you will definitely lose. Although this dead scum was difficult not to make people grit their teeth, after all, Yun Yun felt a bit partial as he was her little man. What can I do then? I can't reach the realm of flying heaven and earth in just these 2 days. Why not pass on your cultivation to me? Huang Yu raised his eyebrows, nudging Yun Yun, who was sitting on the chair. You really dare to think? Yun Yun glared at Huang Yu and immediately refused. Even if I pass on my cultivation to you, you need to have that physical body, or else you might explode on the spot. Then what can you do? As far as I know, techniques that can enhance power in a short period are mostly demonic techniques, right? Certainly, they will have strong side effects. Of course, that's for sure. But what I'm about to give you is different. Yun Yun glanced at him, then at her sisters. This technique emphasizes dual cultivation for men and women. Although it causes more harm to the female side, we have more people, so it's not a big deal to share the burden. But this way can bring significant power growth to Huang Yu. What do you think, sisters? I agree. I agree too. For my husband, I can't shirk my responsibility. I'm going to keep this scum in bed for 3 days and nights. Almost without any hesitation, the women all agreed. Oh my, is this going to cost me my life? Sensing the gazes on him, Huang Yu felt like a monkey in a zoo, being watched by people. He swallowed and raised his hands slightly. I don't agree, okay? After experiencing so much in the afternoon, he really couldn't bear it anymore if it happened again. No. Yun Yun glared at him, then took out a red bottle from her hand. Take it. Taking the bottle, Huang Yu looked at it. Is this the medicine related to that aspect? Just take it. Seeing her urging him like that, Huang Yu didn't hesitate. After all, Yun Yun's fate was tied to his own now. He wasn't afraid of being persecuted by her. So he uncorked the bottle and swallowed all the pills in one go. What are you doing? As he swallowed, Yun Yun's voice rang out beside him. He saw her slightly open her red lips, looking at him in amazement. I gave you 1 pill. Why did you swallow the whole bottle? Wasn't it to take a whole bottle? Huang Yu was baffled. What was going on? He tried to clear his throat, but it was already too late. He couldn't spit it out. Gradually, his body started to heat up. It's so hot, I can't bear it. At that moment, Huang Yu felt like his body was being roasted on a fire. Quick! The night passed without sleep, and it wasn't until morning that they barely woke up. I'm swollen, this jerk. Me too, I said I was done already, but he still came towards me. I feel like I'm no longer myself. Especially Han Yaya. She tried to get up, but ended up weakly falling back on the bed. I can't get up. Han Yaya said helplessly. I feel like I can't feel my legs. Even Yun Yun, who was in the best physical condition, was quite exhausted. She dragged her tired body to Han Yaya's side and comforted her after observing. Don't worry, it's just because last night was too crazy. So maybe our nerves are numb, but we'll recover soon. Hearing this, Han Yaya finally relaxed. After a night of continuous dual cultivation, during which the women remembered the technique Yun Yun taught them before entering the courtyard, Huang Yu's cultivation visibly increased. With the surrounding noise, Huang Yu frowned, slowly waking up. Contrary to his expectations, he didn't look tired and weary. Instead, he felt a power he had never experienced before. Awake! Seeing the culprit wake up, the women all looked at him with resentment. Explain, do you forget what you did to us last night? Don't pretend to sleep, we know you're awake. Seeing the women's superior gazes, Huang Yu hurriedly closed his eyes, pretending to still be asleep, and went back to sleep. Jerk! Still pretending! Get up! Meanwhile, after 2 days without taking the medicine, Wang Hao finally felt that he could slowly control his body. It's true, the medicine from the hospital is really problematic. This made Wang Hao even more certain of his suspicions. There really seemed to be an invisible hand pushing everything behind the scenes. However, as he was planning how to escape and take his sister with him, a loud crash sounded at the villa gate. The villa door collapsed, and a familiar figure appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 243. Wang Hao escapes and takes a clear look at the face before him. Wang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. What shocked him was not just that Qifan appeared here, but also that Qifan actually had 2 legs. Wang Hao clearly remembered that when he was in the hospital, Yifan had lost 1 leg, making it impossible for him to walk and only able to stand with crutches. But looking at the other party's current posture, not only did his aura become extremely powerful, but even the previously vacant place now looked extremely normal, as if there had never been any problems at all. You really are hard to find. Looking at Wang Hao sitting in a wheelchair, Yifan sneered and walked in slowly. Where is Wang Zhu, that wretched woman? She's upstairs, Wang Hao stuttered. Under the pressure of the powerful momentum, he was so nervous that he could hardly speak, so he could only move his head to look upstairs. Yifan did not say anything. He looked at the incapacitated person in front of him. Wang Hao knew that there was plenty of time to take care of the other party, so he was not in a hurry, and turned to go upstairs first. At this moment, because it was daytime, Wang Zhu, under the instruction of the property manager and a group of people, had already gone to work, leaving only them in the villa. Deal the cards. Stop dilly-dallying. Can't you afford to lose? With a source of income and a large sum of money, the group of property managers pretended to go to work during the day, deceiving their families, but in reality, they came to the villa. And at night, under the guise of working overtime, various kinds of mischief. Although it was deceiving, fortunately, through taking a portion of the money each time, they were able to successfully cover up at home. It was a time that could be described as heavenly. Never had they been so carefree. However, in the midst of playing cards, a sudden sound of a door being kicked suddenly rang out. Boom boom! Which bastard is kicking the door? The group of people were immediately angered, and their card game enthusiasm was somewhat disrupted. One of them immediately got up and went to the door, intending to open it, but suddenly there was another boom. The door broke off from the frame and flew towards him. Like a Ken ball leaving the barrel, his whole body was firmly pressed against the door and flew out together with the door. Who's there? Lo He! What's going on? The group of people stood up one after another, looking shocked at Lo He, who was being flown out by the door. Then, they looked towards the doorway. There stood a young man with a cold expression on his face. Where is Wang Zhu? Where? In your mother's heart? When the few people saw that there was only one person opposite them, they naturally had no fear at all and rushed up directly. After all, during this period of time, there were still people who dared to provoke them. The accumulation of wealth gave the group an unparalleled confidence, so naturally, they were not afraid of getting into trouble. But Yifan's strength obviously exceeded their expectations. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the group was directly defeated, especially the property manager, who had broken several bones, clutching his abdomen and wailing on the ground. I'll ask you again, where is Wang Zhu? Yifan looked coldly at the group of people. He could naturally see that these people had done things with Wang Zhu not long ago, so these people must know. She went out to meet clients, the property manager said in fear. Facing Yifan's cold tone, he trembled all over, not daring to oppose anymore. The opponent's formidable strength far exceeded his imagination. He never imagined that one person could easily defeat them without any effort, especially when he came to his senses and saw the deep footprints on the door. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. Meanwhile, while Yifan was entangled with the people upstairs, Wang Hao downstairs breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Although he had not walked for a long time, his feet were a bit numb, but with Wang Hao's strong determination, he managed to stand up, although he still felt a bit shaky when walking. Listening to the noises upstairs, Wang Hao frowned, filled with anxiety and determination. He exerted all his strength to stand up, making his way outside with difficulty. He would not let his sister fall into danger. The reason why he said that just now was because he knew that his sister was not upstairs at the moment, but those scum were upstairs, so he deliberately attracted Yifan over. Just by seeing Yifan kick the security door, he could judge that Yifan's strength had returned. After all, Wang Hao clearly remembered that when Yifan only had one leg, he was not much different from an ordinary disabled person. Let alone fighting, even eating was difficult for him. But the more so, the once dead idea in Wang Hao's heart rekindled. He wanted to live, to rise again, to find people like Yifan with his sister. Wealth is ultimately limited. It needs to achieve immortality. Upstairs, after solving these few people, Yifan quickly noticed that something was wrong. He hurried downstairs, but all he saw was an empty wheelchair. The person on the wheelchair was nowhere to be found. Damn it! Yifan roared, stamped his right foot, and a large pit appeared under his foot. Forget it, since that guy is gone. I'll go find Huang Yu first. Dealing with Wang Hao and Wang Zu was definitely very simple. After all, they had no power, no background. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. It's just that finding them would take a little time. But Huang Yu is different. Who is Huang Yu? He's a young master of the Huang family. If he wanted to deal with him, he would certainly encounter heavy resistance. Especially Huang Yuhua. Compared to the ruined Wang Zu, Yifan was much more interested in Huang Yuhua. He had to handle this matter very confidentially so as not to make Huang Yuhua resent him. He believed very much in his master, so if his master asked him to lie, there must be a reason. On the other hand, while Yifan was executing what he believed were his master's orders, Luo Qingcheng had already returned to Tianhai City. What's going on? Where is that woman? Her spiritual search revealed that the house where Yun Yun was located in Tianhai City was now empty. Did she discover my plan? Luo Qingcheng furrowed her brows, pondering incessantly. But even if she found out, so what? After thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with a result and couldn't help but sneer. Even if you run, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 244. Tang Hao breaks through the diarrhea realm. On the other side, after a great battle, Huang Yu's strength had greatly increased. However, it was tough on the women around him. After quickly finding an excuse to escape, he left the courtyard. Immediately, he thought of Tang Hao from yesterday. Although he had intercepted all the elixirs that Tang Hao wanted yesterday, he felt that it was not enough. So, on the last bottle of elixir he gave to Tang Hao, he tampered with it again. If consumed, the elixir in that bottle would cause severe diarrhea. And indeed, it was as Huang Yu had expected. Here, Tang Hao was cultivating. He sat cross-legged on the bed, a powerful aura emanating from him, constantly flowing in the air. He frowned with closed eyes, concentrating deeply. At this moment, he was at the crucial moment of breaking through the realm. Just a little bit more, just a tiny bit more, just a little more to break through. Tang Hao muttered, excitement evident in his voice, his whole being becoming more and more agitated. No, not yet, still a bit more. With the huge consumption accompanying the breakthrough, the spiritual energy within him quickly diminished. After all, the divide between breakthroughs was like a towering mountain. Without a massive consumption of spiritual power, it would be impossible to cross over. Right, there was also the elixir that Left Brother gave him yesterday. Thinking of the elixir given to him before he left yesterday, Tang Hao directly took it out without hesitation. After a brief glance, he realized that the elixir was just a common elemental nourishing pill. Damn, what a waste. Tang Hao thought of the elixirs purchased by that person in the elixir market yesterday, causing his mouth to water. Although those elixirs seemed ordinary, he felt there were good things inside, especially some elixirs that he was sure would have been beneficial, but were also intercepted. If he had taken them all, he wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. He probably would have already broken through directly. It was truly a last resort. Due to the overnight breakthrough, all the resources provided by the Tang family had been used up. At this moment, he only had this small bottle of elemental nourishing pill left. If he fails the breakthrough again, not only would the difficulty of breaking through increase, but all the resources and elixirs used tonight would also go to waste. But this amount of elixir should be enough. Looking at the elixirs, Tang Hao murmured, although it was still a struggle, he believed that with full effort, these elixirs, although limited in spiritual power, would suffice. Then, without hesitation, he opened the elixir and swallowed it all. Let me see how far I can break through with these elixirs. Tang Hao roared, the pill causing a new spiritual power to surge in his elixir field, and he quickly utilized this power, madly channeling it. If he could break through, he would have a 70 to 80% chance of becoming the champion of the ancient martial arts tournament. By becoming the champion, he would successfully obtain the position of the Tang family's young master. With the position of the Tang family's young master, he would be able to find out who exactly drove his parents out of the Tang family and who harmed them. Revenge had always been Tang Hao's motivation for cultivation. Almost there. So close. Breakthrough. Tang Hao shouted in excitement. At this moment, his power was about to reach its peak, and the realm gradually began to loosen, with only a tiny bit left to break through. However, at the critical moment, splutter, accompanied by a noise, an unbearable stench emanated from behind him. Ooh! Smelling the odor, Tang Hao, who had been preparing to break through directly, almost vomited. What's going on? However, before he could finish his confusion, a sharp pain hit his lower abdomen uncontrollably, making sounds. But soon, Tang Hao widened his eyes in an instant. Not good. He hurriedly tried to withhold it. After all, he was on the bed. He had just wanted to get up and go to the bathroom to relieve himself. Tang Hao suddenly froze. What was he doing? It was the crucial moment for the breakthrough. How could he delay his breakthrough because of such a trivial matter as going to the toilet? If so, wouldn't it be losing the big picture due to a small issue? Missing this opportunity and trying to break through again later would be almost impossible. After all, if a breakthrough failed, the realm would solidify back in a more terrifying manner. This was also one of the reasons why each stable realm made it increasingly difficult to break through to the next realm. In other words, once the breakthrough failed, far from increasing, the difficulty level would be raising the next realm. Thinking about this, Tang Hao immediately sat back down and began to meditate again. Even though his abdomen kept making noise, his lower body also made sounds. Tang Hao endured them all, his eyes unwavering and firm. I, Tang Hao, am fighting against the heavens and earth. Even if it's diarrhea, so what? Break for me. Tang Hao roared, again crazily channeling the power within him. However, due to the delay just now, the power he had originally used for the breakthrough had dissipated somewhat. Although it reignited at a tremendous speed, it was no longer as intense as before. Under the intense impact, the realm unexpectedly steadied just before the last line of defense. However, at this moment, Tang Hao's body had no more spiritual energy left. No, he muttered to himself. Without the support of strength, he felt the realm beginning to retreat gradually, settling back into the present realm. Just a tiny bit more, even the worst elemental nourishing pill, any elixir would have allowed him to break through. But he failed. Not only that, he had made the current realm even more stable. No! Tang Hao screamed in agony, his eyes filled with pain. After painstakingly preparing for a long time, his breakthrough failed just like that. All the resources he had used for cultivation were in vain, having no effect at all. And because he had been in a transformational breakthrough just now, not controlling his body, he was still emitting continuous sounds below. The unbearable stench in the room intensified. Mr. Tang, someone is here to see you. It was at this moment that a servant from the Tang family suddenly pushed the door open. But as soon as he walked in, his pupils dilated in shock, quickly covering his mouth. What's this smell? It's so foul. He glanced at the bed, seeing puddles of brownish liquid under Tang Hao's cross-legged legs at the moment. Mr. Tang, what are you doing? The servant was utterly astonished. End of this chapter. Chapter 245 Tang Qingking? Harem. Who is Tang Hao? Even though Tang Hao's status may be low, he still represents the Tang family in battle. Especially after defeating the young generation of experts from the Tang family recently, he can be said to be highly respected within the Tang family at this time. But what is the other party doing now? Practicing cultivation while having diarrhea. Is this the loneliness of an expert? Or is it a common hobby? Seeing the shocked expressions of the servants, even though Tang Hao has a thick skin, he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed on his face. Quickly get out of here. He didn't want rumors spreading that he was having diarrhea while cultivating. If that were the case, where would his reputation stand? Yes, yes. The servant quickly said twice, then hurriedly retreated. After all, this was the young master of the Tang family, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Why is this happening? Tang Hao roared hysterically, unable to understand. Clearly, he was only a step away from a breakthrough, and then at this critical moment, he failed because of diarrhea. If he hadn't been stimulated by the sphincter muscle just a moment ago, perhaps he would have already succeeded in his breakthrough now. Instead, not only did he fail to break through, but his realm fell back and became even more stable. If he wanted to attempt another breakthrough next time, he would have to expend double or even triple the resources and energy to achieve it. Mr. Tang, there is a gentleman named Zuo Yu here to see you. Zuo Yu. Upon hearing this name, Tang Hao instantly became excited. That's right, he almost forgot about this. He failed in his breakthrough, but that also meant he needed a large amount of resources. Zuo Yu was the person who seemed capable of helping him. Not only did he have formidable strength, but also abundant resources. With the help of Zuo Yu, it would be difficult for him to quickly break through to the next level. Quick, please bring Mr. Zuo in. Meanwhile, in the guest room of the Tang family. Mr. Zuo, please wait a moment. Tang Hao will be with you shortly. A woman dressed in ancient green clothes, with delicate features and rosy lips, was gracefully pouring tea for him. Looking at this incredibly beautiful woman, Huang Yu found himself feeling somewhat captivated. But why did this woman seem so familiar the more he looked at her? Have I seen this woman somewhere before? Huang Yu thought to himself, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. And this woman called Tang Hao, calling him brother, indicated there must be a close relationship between them. What's going on? Who is talking? Suddenly, Tang Qingqing seemed to hear a voice. Frowning slightly, where was this voice coming from? Could it be that he misheard? It seemed like it came out of thin air in his mind. No, how could that be possible? After all, as a martial artist, Tang Qingqing was quite sensitive to such matters. Even the slightest unusual movement around him would catch his attention. However, there was nothing abnormal just now. Could it be that he was just too tired recently, causing him to experience auditory hallucinations? Thinking of this, Tang Qingqing became more convinced. It must be so, otherwise, how could he hear such a voice out of nowhere? But this Tang Qingqing is really gorgeous, giving Tang Hao a freebie. Huang Yu looked at Tang Qingqing and commented in his mind. According to the way she was addressed, in the world of novels, such characters were usually assigned to the protagonist's harem. Almost without exception. Wait a minute, I definitely heard something. Hearing the familiar voice again, Tang Qingqing suddenly stood up, looking around vigilantly. What did he mean by giving Tang Hao a freebie? Although Tang Hao had just entered the Tang family, Tang Qingqing only had a slight favor towards him, treating him like a brother. How could he think of such a thing? However, after observing his surroundings vigilantly, Tang Qingqing couldn't find anything unusual. What's going on? Are you okay? Seeing Tang Qingqing's distracted and restless appearance, Huang Yu frowned slightly. Is this Tang Qingqing drugged? Is some bedroom drama going to happen later? Hearing Huang Yu's words, Tang Qingqing widened his eyes at him. Yes, it was this person. Although he didn't speak those words out loud, the voice he just heard sounded exactly like his. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Huang Yu touched his face, not noticing anything unusual. Is this girl falling for me? You better not play games and fall for me. Otherwise, your protagonist brother might just kill me one day. No, it seems like I can hear what he's thinking. Tang Qingqing suddenly realized, what's going on? Just as he was pondering, footsteps and a familiar voice suddenly came from outside. Ha ha, Brother Zuo, long time no see. Tang Hao said with a feigned politeness. I must say, I truly regret that you didn't take those elixirs from me yesterday, he said teasingly, pretending to look disappointed. Once a gentleman's word is spoken, it's hard to chase after your carriage. Since we agreed, how can you go back on your word? Hearing the regretful tone of Tang Hao, Huang Yu naturally knew what he wanted to do, so he directly blocked him. He shut down the topic promptly. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face stiffened for a moment. After a self-conscious smile, he quickly changed the subject. I wonder why Brother Zuo is here to see me. Is it to have me pick out elixirs for you? If that was the case, it couldn't be better. Tang Hao felt somewhat excited. After all, if that was the case, he could buy elixirs under the pretense of helping Zuo Yu, and it wouldn't be appropriate for the other party to refuse. Since he failed in his breakthrough now, it was a time when he needed a lot of cultivation resources. However, the resources provided by the Tang family were limited, so if he asked for more, it might cause discontent among the elders. Therefore, thinking about it, this seemed to be the only viable option. Naturally, originally planning to find an opportunity to take advantage of him, Huang Yu suddenly changed his mind upon seeing Tang Qingqing. "You're just trying to get cultivation resources from me, aren't you? Let's see how much you can get," he silently criticized. Upon hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Tang Qingqing looked at his cousin. A hint of shock passed through his eyes. What? His cousin is actually trying to gain cultivation resources from Mr. Zuo. Tang Hao had always maintained a righteous image since entering the Tang family, so after seeing this side of him, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but be surprised. End of the chapter. Chapter 246. Lending high-interest loans to the Chosen One of Destiny. That's simply fantastic. Rest assured, Brother Zuo, this time I will definitely choose the highest grade elixirs for you. Upon hearing the other party's words, Tang Hao immediately became excited. After all, this way, he could obtain a large amount of cultivation resources and use them to break through. Tang Qingqing watched her cousin, who was truly as excited as Zuo Yu had expected. There was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Was her cousin really this kind of person? Was he truly aiming for this purpose? And who exactly was this Zuo Yu? Were the things he mentioned going to happen in the future? How did he know about future events? And why could she hear his thoughts? These doubts made Tang Qingqing furrow her brows even more. But Miss Tang Qingqing, would you like to go window shopping with us? Zuo Yu looked at Tang Qingqing. It seems targeting the female lead is the way to break through the Chosen One of Destiny now. Hopefully, we can find a breakthrough with this Miss Tang Qingqing. But I hope she won't become part of my harem, with so many people already. I can't handle more. Upon hearing his thoughts, Tang Qingqing instantly furrowed her brows. What do you mean by your women are already enough? I shouldn't enter your harem. When did I say I wanted to be in your harem? This is just ridiculous. Almost instantly, Tang Qingqing's impression of Zuo Yu began to plummet. However, faced with the question, after hesitating for a moment, Tang Qingqing still agreed. Sure, I have nothing to do. Let's go out together. It wasn't because she wanted to be with Zuo Yu or her cousin shopping. She wanted to listen in on what Zuo Yu knew. How much did he know about the future? If she could know in advance, she could prevent many things. Seeing Tang Qingqing's agreement, Huang Yu's heart instantly leapt with excitement. Tang Hao, watch how your women leave you step by step. Since he had already gathered so many women of the Chosen One of Destiny, Huang Yu was quite confident in this regard. Since he couldn't directly target the Chosen One of Destiny, what's the problem with making your women leave you? He didn't believe the Chosen One of Destiny would go after his harem. However, upon hearing this, Tang Qingqing grew even more discontent. When did she become someone else's woman? She had never thought of her cousin that way. Even she didn't understand why after hearing these comments, Tang Qingqing found herself looking at her cousin with a hint of annoyance in her eyes. The three of them arrived on the street, and Tang Hao eagerly looked around. This was indeed a big shopping trip. No matter what elixirs he fancied, as long as he decided, his good buddy beside him would foot the bill. Brother Zuo, how many elixirs do you plan to buy this time? Tang Hao asked Huang Yu. Speaking of which, I have an embarrassing request. We are brothers, just say it. Huang put on a generous expression, waved his hand. Whatever difficulties you have, just say, brother, I will definitely help you. That is, I failed in my breakthrough, so I want to borrow some money from you to buy some elixirs. No problem. Without any hesitation, Huang Yu readily agreed. However, although Shenwu Formation seemed like an ancient town, the prices were not cheap. It was mainly because of the unique items being sold here. The elixirs sold here, if taken outside, were capable of prolonging life and curing all diseases with just one pill. Naturally, the prices were exorbitant, starting from tens of thousands of pills, ordinary ones costing in the millions, and top-tier elixirs costing tens of millions, even up to billions. Some rare top-grade elixirs were priceless. Give me your phone. Huang Yu looked at Tang Hao. I'll transfer some money for you. Oh, really? That's great. Seeing Tang Hao's excited expression, she didn't expose him and started to operate the phone. Don't worry, use however you like, it's not my money. Let me send you a few tens of millions first. Normal loans couldn't provide tens of millions easily, but there were a group of people specializing in providing loans to the wealthy, and these people were naturally from the power of the Left family. Although Left and Huang families weren't friendly when it came to business, who wouldn't want to cooperate? In no time, Huang Yu loaned nearly 50 million under his name using Tang Hao's information. You can use this money as you wish. Taking over the phone, Tang Hao was shocked to see the terrifying number on the screen, his mouth slightly open. 50 million! What a huge amount! It was more than enough for him to buy elixirs. Although he needed elixirs, diligent cultivation was also essential. So, although he needed elixirs, he didn't need as many as others. Thank you, Tang Hao said gratefully. Feeling guilty, he didn't expect the other person to be so good to him despite planning to swindle him for money just now. Seeing Tang Hao's regretful expression, Huang Yu smiled faintly without saying anything. As for Tang Qingqing, upon hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, she was shocked by this person's calculating nature. He actually loaned money to her cousin. 50 million was a tenth of Tang's total annual income. Tang's family earned only about 5 billion a year. Besides, this was a high-interest loan. How long would it take to repay it? Tang Hao was a newcomer and was not well regarded in the Tang family. Asking the Tang family for help would be impossible. Cousin, don't borrow money, just give it back. If necessary, I can give you some elixirs, Tang Qingqing hurriedly suggested. Although she didn't care much for her cousin, it didn't mean she was willing to let him be harmed. Seeing her cousin's concern, Tang Hao's heart softened for a moment, but then he firmly refused. Don't worry, this is my good brother. Don't say that, I trust him. Before Tang Qingqing could say more, Tang Hao cut her off and pulled Huang Yu's hand to leave. Seeing this, Tang Qingqing stomped in frustration and quickly followed. She couldn't let this person harm her cousin like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 247. Tang Hao took action, bleeding heavily. He allowed Tang Qingqing to follow, and of course, Huang Yu naturally did not intend to allow the other party to easily interfere with his plans. After all, he now knew that Tang Qingqing was still standing on Tang Hao's side. If he easily believed the other party, wouldn't he fall into a trap directly? So no matter what, Huang Yu had to be cautious and more cautious. Brother Zuo, I wonder what kind of elixir you are planning to buy today. Tang Hao, who had just gained 50 million in one go, was very happy, walking with his head held high, exuding immense confidence. It seemed like he had a somewhat lofty attitude. However, Huang Yu just chuckled. Although his current identity was Zuo, he was actually from the Tianhai family. As for the reasons behind this, Huang Yu hadn't thought it through at all. He was just prepared to casually respond when the other party asked. So while speaking, he naturally had to act accordingly to his own identity. Speaking of which, Tang brother, what elixir are you planning to buy? As for me, I'm just planning to buy some ordinary cultivation elixirs. Then what about Miss Tang? By asking questions, Huang Yu continued, shifting his gaze towards Tang Qingqing. It didn't matter to him what elixir Tang Hao bought. His real purpose was to find out what elixir Tang Qingqing wanted to buy. Only with this information could he carry out his prepared plan. I don't need Mr. Zuo to help me decide what elixirs to buy. I don't have that much money. Knowing that the other party harbored ill intentions towards her cousin, Tang Qingqing naturally had an unpleasant look on her face. After all, Tang Hao was representing the Tang family in this battle. If something were to happen at the martial arts competition, what would they do? So from any perspective, Tang Qingqing's dislike for the current Zuo Yu was even more severe than towards her cousin. Niece, your words are not right. Mr. Zuo was just asking. Tang Hao furrowed his brows slightly and then confidently patted his chest. Anything you want, I'll cover it. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingqing was immediately assigned her elixirs by Tang Hao when he spoke, causing Huang Yu's eyes to light up instantly. I didn't expect Tang brother to be such a generous person. Miss Qingqing is truly fortunate. Hearing such flattery, Tang Hao's heart blossomed with joy, and a hint of intimacy appeared in his eyes as he looked at his cousin. Of course, she's my cousin. If I don't spoil her, who will? Soon, the three of them arrived at the same elixir store as yesterday. After browsing around, Tang Hao carefully observed everything, but didn't find anything worthwhile. It seems that this store isn't great. Maybe it was just a coincidence yesterday. Remembering the elixir bottle he saw yesterday, which was currently in Zuo Yu's hands, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. After all, He saw the bottle as something extraordinary. If he had gotten it, he might have made significant progress, possibly breaking through yesterday and avoiding the embarrassing incident of being discovered in bed. If that became known, his reputation would be ruined. How could Tang Hao accept that? Whether for his reputation or the martial arts competition, Tang Hao had to find a way to break through quickly. There's nothing good here in terms of elixirs. Shall we go somewhere else to take a look? At that moment, Huang Yu was cautiously observing the surroundings in a corner of the elixir store. He then placed the elixir bottle from yesterday's events on the shelf. The elixir in the bottle, which had already been opened, contained a top-tier essence-nurturing elixir. It was far more effective compared to average elixirs, perhaps 4 to 5 times more potent. However, he had already consumed the elixir when he was refining it yesterday, but scraped off some of the elixir powder beforehand. Hastily placing another random elixir inside and sprinkling the elixir powder on top, he sealed the bottle and left it on the shelf. Wait, Tang Hao brother, come look at this elixir bottle. Huang Yu pretended to be surprised and pointed at the elixir bottle. Is this the same as the one from yesterday? Hearing this, Tang Hao, who was prepared to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks and hurried over. Really? Let me see. If it was indeed the same, then it would be a big win. Typically, alchemists crafted elixirs in batches, so identical bottles and elixirs were not unusual. That's right. I brought back that elixir bottle from yesterday and found a high-grade essence-nurturing elixir inside, Huang Yu whispered mysteriously, looking excited. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face expressed a pleasant surprise. Brother Zuo, I'm about to have a breakthrough soon. Could you help with this? He pretended to be hesitant. After all, he had borrowed money from the other party, and it wouldn't be appropriate to just take the elixir without at least making the other party voluntarily offer it. Given that, that's fine. Pretending to be reluctant, Huang Yu reluctantly handed over the elixir bottle. Hold on. However, at that moment, Tang Qingqing approached with a cold expression. This elixir looks very ordinary. Why would you want to buy it? Tang Qingqing looked at the seemingly unremarkable elixir bottle with a puzzled expression, her face showing a hint of skepticism. Especially when she looked at that person with a dishonest appearance, it was clear he was planning something against her cousin. Young lady, you don't seem to understand, do you? At that moment, the shopkeeper walked over with a mysterious expression on his face. He looked at the obscure elixir bottle, full of doubts. He remembered there was only one bottle of this type of elixir, and it had been sold yesterday. Why was there another one exactly the same? Had he misremembered? Regardless, someone actively walking into his store was a good thing, especially seeing the urgency in the other party's eyes. They clearly needed the elixir. The shopkeeper naturally knew the quality of the goods in his shop. One could say that not many people would want them, even if they were thrown on the street. Encountering two potential customers in just 2 days was not a simple matter. This was a stroke of good luck. If he didn't handle it well, how could he justify the hard work put into gathering these goods? End of chapter. Chapter 248 Loan for Wealth. The owner of the pill shop coughed twice and pointed at the bottle of pill with a look of distress. This is the masterpiece of a deceased alchemy master from the Shenwu formation. If I hadn't paid a high price to buy it, it might have been lost long ago. And this is the treasure of my shop. The treasure of your shop. Tang Qingqing looked at the owner of the pill shop with a face full of disdain, showing no belief in his eyes. If it's really the treasure of your shop, why would you keep it in this corner? In other places, if it were really the shop's treasure, it would probably be heavily protected, not like it's gathering dust here. The big hides in the market, the small hides in the forest. The owner of the pill shop had a smug smile on his face and explained, "This way, we can prevent greedy individuals from coveting it." Enough talk, cousin. I'm prepared to buy this bottle of pill. Tang Hao said without hesitation. He carefully observed the aura of the pill bottle, which was very similar to the one from yesterday. And the aura seemed even stronger, indicating that this pill was of a higher grade or had a larger quantity compared to the one from yesterday. You must know that I don't run a regular pill shop here. I specialize in selling mystery boxes. If you buy something unsatisfactory, don't blame me. The owner of the pill shop coughed twice. He had made a lot of money by deceiving people in this way. Although business was slow on regular days, the profit was high. As long as he could sell a little every few days, he wouldn't have to worry for the whole year. You can rest assured here. I, Tang Hao, Never go back on my word, Tang Hao said with conviction. However, cousin, I'm afraid I can't give it to you this time, as I am in great need of cultivation resources. Tang Hao naturally didn't forget the words he had just said to his cousin, making it a bit difficult for him to refuse. No need. Seeing her cousin being trapped, especially that jerk pretending to be sincere, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but feel angry. Her chest heaved violently as she looked at her cousin who was so unreliable. With a cold snort, she walked to the door. Since you've made your purchase, please leave quickly. Just as Tang Hao was paying, the owner of the pill shop suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Do you want to see something more powerful?" The owner of the pill shop revealed a mysterious and unpredictable expression on his face. "This is a genuinely high-grade pill that has been passed down from my ancestors." Oh, Huang Yu's interest was piqued. "Then show it to us quickly." Tang Hao was also curious. After all, in other places, it could be a scam. But in Shenwu Town, opportunities like this were rare. Upon hearing the two men, the owner of the pill shop didn't hesitate and immediately went inside to find a hidden compartment. From it, he took out a sandalwood box. The box exuded a faint fragrance and he slowly opened it in front of the two men. Inside were two bottles as smooth and white as a baby's skin. "These things have been in my possession for a long time, and I've never dared to open them for fear that the pill might evaporate accidentally," the owner of the pill shop said cautiously. Although his tone was serious, there was a hint of cunning in it. These things were inherited from his ancestors, and there were dozens in his shop. They were all specially crafted for deception, using so-called antiques to make them. Although they looked ancient, the pills inside were mostly worthless. They were just for show. It looks like a good thing. Although they both saw through the deception, Huang Yu still put on a shocked look. Could this pill be above the celestial rank? Huang Yu's eyes widened. Among the pills used by cultivators, there were for grades, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with celestial rank being the highest. "Yes, but I feel it's even more powerful than a celestial rank pill," the owner of the pill shop said unashamedly, telling lies to their faces. Tang Hao immediately chuckled, seeing through his deceit. "All right, it's no fun if you keep lying like this. This thing is indeed old, but it doesn't seem to contain anything good inside. There's no need to deceive me. Your store already has quite a reputation in Shenwu Town," Tang Hao said, making the pill shop owner feel embarrassed, so he reluctantly put the box away. "Sorry for the misunderstanding," the pill shop owner said awkwardly. He knew his scam had been exposed, but despite maintaining a smiling facade, he was cursing Tang Hao in his heart. Eventually, Tang Hao compromised and bought it for 8 million. Seeing Tang Hao spend so much money on a bunch of useless pills, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. Chapter 249, Tang Qingqing's shock. Breakthrough again. What? The pile of medicines that her cousin bought turned out to be useless. Almost at the same moment, standing at the doorway, Tang Qingqing heard the voice in Huang Yuxin's heart and looked incredulously at the precious pill in her cousin's hand. It's hard to imagine that this pill is completely ineffective and cost a whopping 8 million. For an ordinary member of the Tang family, how big of a sum is 8 million? Even if you don't eat or drink, it would take several years to save up that amount. With this in mind, Tang Qingqing immediately walked in, took the pill from her cousin's hand. "Hey, Qingqing, what are you doing? Give me the pill back." However, he ignored her cousin's words and went straight to the shop owner and placed the bottle on the counter. "We want to return this. We're not buying it." "Qingqing, you can't. How can we return it?" Tang Hao, seeing the situation, immediately arrived at the counter and hastily took back the pill. "This is the pill I carefully selected. How can you ask for a return?" "Cousin, you!" Tang Qingqing looked at her cousin, who had deceived her, unable to even speak out of anger. "See that, girl? It's not that I won't let you return it, your cousin won't return it himself. And once purchased, there's no reason to return it, right?" The shop owner glanced at Tang Qingqing with disdain and a hint of greed in his eyes. "Since we've almost finished choosing the pills here, let's go to the next shop," Huang Yuxin said calmly. Looking at Tang Hao's excited expression, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. After all, he was now part of the Zuo family, and the loan he gave to Tang Hao was also from the Zuo family. In the end, even if Tang Hao saw through his plan, it wouldn't be him taking the blame. "All right," Tang Hao agreed without hesitation. "Okay, Qingqing, Let's go quickly and not waste time. With the ancient martial arts competition drawing closer, every moment was extremely precious for Tang Hao. Every moment could potentially help him make progress and breakthrough. Especially after falling back in levels and stabilizing, he needed more time. Time that couldn't be wasted. Seeing her stubborn cousin, Tang Qingqing stomped her feet in frustration, then turned and walked outside. The young girl is so unreasonable. Tang Hao shook his head helplessly and then looked at Huang Yaxin. Brother Zuo, let's go. Huang Yaxin nodded and walked out with Tang Hao. Having only spent 8 million of the 50 million loan today, Huang Yaxin naturally didn't intend to leave it at that. After all, to make Tang Hao shoulder a huge debt without any progress in his practice wasn't a simple matter. If he didn't let the other party fall into despair, perhaps even with just a few coins, turning the tide of fate was possible. However, Huang Yaxin was still a bit puzzled about this Tang Qingqing. How does this girl have such keen insight? How did she know there was nothing in that pill bottle? Your cousin really tricked you in the end. You don't need to help him like this. Walking ahead was Tang Qingqing, who suddenly stopped in her tracks upon hearing this, a look of incredulity in her eyes. What? Her cousin would deceive her so ruthlessly? How could this be possible? After all, to Tang Hao, Tang Qingqing was just a relatively close family member, nothing more. But in this person's heart, she would become her cousin's harem in the future. And it would end up very badly for her. Thinking about this, Tang Qingqing's curiosity was piqued, and she slowly stopped walking. She wanted to see what was going on. Seeing her cousin stop, Tang Hao also walked up. Even though he didn't understand why his cousin did what she did, he had already promised to buy her pills. Maybe it was because she was angry that the first bottle wasn't given to her, so she acted that way. Qingqing, let's go. I'll buy you a gift. Tang Hao's heart fluttered slightly as he looked at Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing had grown up so beautifully that they had only met when they were very young. Seeing her again now, Tang Hao harbored some fantasies. Tang Qingqing had exquisite features and a beautiful face, and it was hidden under the oversized ancient clothing. No need. Focus on what you want to buy. Don't cause trouble. Despite wanting to expose this person's plan immediately, Tang Qingqing put that thought aside. After all, maybe through him, she could learn more about what might happen in the future. If she exposed his plan right now, he might just run away. All in all, it wasn't very cost-effective. Rest assured, cousin, I'll definitely keep an eye out and you'll be satisfied with the gift I'll get you. Seeing her cousin concerned about her, Tang Hao's eye showed a hint of affection. Only he knew that he wasn't a blood relative of the Tang family. So regarding the ambiguity between him and Tang Qingqing, he was very eager and passionate. Seeing Tang Hao's self-satisfied appearance, Huang Yaxin couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. Despite these protagonists having strong abilities and many opportunities, why do they all seem like playboys? Soon, the two arrived at an alchemy pavilion. What kind of pill would you like to refine? Feel free to tell us. As the three entered the alchemy pavilion, a young man in a robe walked out, a faintly confident smile on his face. Nevertheless, this was their territory, the most powerful place in the whole Shenwu town for alchemy. Whether it's various medicinal ingredients or pills, hardly any other place could compare. I want to refine a boundary-breaking pill. What? A boundary-breaking pill? Hearing her cousin's request, Tang Qingqing showed surprise for the first time and looked at him. Are you going to break through again? Remember, a month ago, her cousin had already broken through once. End of chapter. Chapter 250, Moral Kidnapping. Tang Hao's Dilemma. Well done. Tang Hao's face revealed a smug smile. Obviously, this sudden news surprised others and brought him great joy. Indeed, he's the genius of the Tang family, breaking through so quickly. Just at this moment, a mocking voice came. Tang Hao frowned and looked in that direction, only to see a person shaking a folding fan, dressed in luxurious clothing, accompanied by a few henchmen, slowly approaching. Zhou's brat. He was naturally very familiar with this person. Before coming to Shenwu town, Tang Hao also attended a noble school in the city. He was the poorest in the entire school, often going out every day to collect rubbish to pay for tuition. However, the school's campus belle had some affection for him, which caused dissatisfaction from this Zhou family young master. Nevertheless, the two had clashed multiple times in school, but each time ended with the other's defeat. Watching this scene, Huang Yu also exclaimed in his heart, Is this a case of birds of a feather flocking together? As the antagonist, he naturally saw at a glance that this Joe Young master and himself were similar, both being second-generation wealthy used as stepping stones for the protagonist. The difference was that he had awakened, while the other had not. Tang Hao, is this your friend? Huang Yu, pretending to be oblivious to the situation, reached out and grabbed the hand of this Zhou family young master. Nice to meet you for the first time. Hello, hello. Faced with such enthusiasm, the Zhou family young master was also confused. Are you not realizing that the two of us are not compatible? Why are you so enthusiastic? But for some reason, looking at this person in front of him, the Zhou young master couldn't bring himself to dislike him. Instead, there was a sense of mutual understanding. It was completely different from the inherent disgust towards Tang Hao. Zuo, you don't have to pay attention to this person. He's an idiot. Tang Hao coldly chuckled at the Zhou young master. What? Snow Che doesn't pay attention to you? So now you want to pick a fight with me again? The Snow Che he mentioned was the campus belle. You don't have to worry about it. Snow Che and I are quite close. The Zhou young master brushed off Huang Yu's hand and echoed with a cold laugh. He had long been discontent with Tang Hao. What kind of girl was Snow Che? And what was Tang Hao's status? This Tang Hao neglected his duties and flirted with girls. In the eyes of the Zhou young master, Snow Che was completely blinded by this man. Huang Yu didn't get angry at being brushed off. Instead, he turned to Tang Hao. Since we're here now, let's refine some elixirs. After all, with a fellow antagonist like the wealthy second generation here, Huang Yu didn't believe the other would just sit back and let Tang Hao break through. If he could use the other to disrupt Tang Hao's plans, it would be even better. Although this might bring disaster to the Zhou young master, so what? As fellow antagonists, they were both struggling to survive. Keeping one antagonist alive would be considered their good fortune. And the Zhou young master did indeed think similarly to Huang Yu. Just hearing about the moment of breakthrough with the realm-breaking pill left him extremely shocked. Previously, he had only heard that this kid had some accomplishment in ancient martial arts, but he hadn't expected the other's power to be so terrifying. During their time in school, the other was only worthy of fighting his henchmen. He himself didn't even have the interest to act. Yet in such a short period, the other was already catching up to him. The speed of cultivation was terrifying. Translate text elicitation result Pro Translate from Simplified Chinese Translator, Chapter 250. The Moral Kidnapping. Tang Hao's Predicament Chapter 250. The Moral Kidnapping. Tang Hao's Predicament Chapter 250. Moral Kidnapping. Tang Hao's Dilemma. Well done. Tang Hao's face featured a smug smile. Clearly, this abrupt news brought astonishment to others and brought him enjoyment. Indeed, the genius of the Tang family. He has made such rapid progress. At that moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Tang Hao furrowed his brows and looked in that direction, only to see a person swaying a folding fan, dressed in luxurious attire, accompanied by a few followers, approaching slowly. A Zhou family brat. This person was someone he was very familiar with. Before coming to Shenwu Town, Tang Hao had attended a prestigious school in the city. However, out of everyone in the school, he was the poorest, often going out daily to scavenge various garbage to sustain himself and pay tuition. However, at that noble school, the school belle showed a slight fondness towards him, which aroused dissatisfaction in this young master from the Zhou family. Nonetheless, the two had clashed numerous times at school, each ending with the other's failure. Seeing this, Huang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this birds of a feather flock together?" Being the antagonist, he could instantly recognize that this Zhou young master and himself were similar, both being rich second-generation individuals used as stepping stones for the protagonist. The difference was, he had awakened while the other hadn't. Tang Hao, is this your friend? Huang Yu pretended not to see the situation and reached out to grasp the hand of this Zhou family young master. Nice to meet you for the first time. Hello, hello. Faced with such enthusiasm, the Zhou family young master was taken aback. Don't you realize we don't get along? Why are you being so warm? Nonetheless, for some reason, looking at this person in front of him, the Zhou young master couldn't bring himself to dislike him. Instead, there was a sense of mutual understanding. This was starkly different from the inherent loathing he felt towards Tang Hao. Brother Zuo, you don't need to mind this person. He's an idiot. Tang Hao smirked coldly at the Zhou young master. What's wrong? Is Snow-che not paying attention to you? So you now want to stir up trouble with me? The Snow-che he mentioned was the school belle. You don't need to concern yourself. Snow-che and I are close. The Zhou young master brushed off Huang Yu's hand and also sneered. He had long been unhappy with Tang Hao. What kind of girl was Snow-che? And what was Tang Hao's background? Tang Hao was neglecting his responsibilities and flirting with girls. In the eyes of the Zhou young master, Snow-che was completely blind to this man's true nature. Huang Yu wasn't angered by being brushed off. Rather, he turned to Tang Hao. Since we are all here now, why don't we refine some elixirs? After all, with this other antagonist, the wealthy second-generation individual here, Huang Yu didn't believe that they would sit idly by and let Tang Hao succeed. If he could use this person to disrupt Tang Hao's plans, that would be even better. Although this might bring trouble to the Zhou young master, what did it matter? As fellow antagonists, they were both struggling to survive. Ensuring one antagonist stayed alive would be considered their good fortune. And indeed, the Zhou young master thought along the same lines as Huang Yu. Just hearing about the moment of breakthrough with the realm-breaking pill left him extremely shocked. Previously, he had only heard that this kid had some achievement in ancient martial arts, but he hadn't expected the other's power to be so terrifying. During their time in school, the other was only worthy of fighting his henchmen. He himself didn't even have the interest to act. Yet in such a short period, the other was already catching up to him. The speed of cultivation was terrifying. Translate from Chinese translator, Chapter 250, Moral Kidnapping. Tang Hao's predicament well done. Tang Hao's face showcased a smug smile. Obviously, this sudden news brought astonishment to others, leaving him pleased. Indeed, the genius of the Tang family, breaking through so quickly. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged. Tang Hao furrowed his brows and glanced in that direction, spotting a person with a folding fan, dressed lavishly, accompanied by a few followers, approaching slowly. A Zhou family scion? This person was extremely familiar to him. Before his arrival in Shenwu town, Tang Hao had attended a prestigious school in the city. Despite being the poorest student there, he often scavenged through garbage daily to survive and pay his tuition. However, the campus belle had shown him some favor, sparking grievance from this Zhou family scion. However, the two had clashed multiple times in school, with each encounter ending in the other's defeat. Witnessing this scene, Huang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they like-minded people?" As the antagonist, he quickly recognized the similarity between this Zhou scion and himself, both being wealthy second-generation individuals designated as stepping stones for the protagonist. The distinction lay in him being awakened while the other was not. "Tang Hao, is this your buddy?" Huang Yu, feigning ignorance of the situation, approached and caught the hand of this Zhou family scion. "Nice to meet you for the first time." "Hello, hello." Confronted with such warmth, the Zhou family scion was taken aback. "Haven't you noticed we're not a good match? Why are you being so friendly?" Yet oddly, looking at the person before him, the Zhou scion couldn't bring himself to dislike him. Instead, a sense of mutual understanding arose, a far cry from the innate aversion he felt towards Tang Hao. "Zuo, pay no attention to this person, he's a fool." Tang Hao derided the Zhou scion. "What? Snow-che isn't interested in you? So now you want trouble with me?" Snow-che was the school belle mentioned. "You needn't bother. Snow-che and I are close." The Zhou scion brushed off Huang Yu's hand and sneered likewise. He had long harbored disdain towards Tang Hao. Who was Snow-che and what was Tang Hao's rank? Tang Hao dabbled in fruitless endeavors and flirted with girls. From the Zhou scion's perspective, Snow-che was entangled by this man. Not perturbed by the brush-off, Huang Yu turned to Tang Hao. "Since we're here, let's craft some elixirs." With another antagonist present, a wealthy second generation, Huang Yu doubted they would let Tang Hao advance unchallenged. Disrupting Tang Hao's plan using this person seemed advantageous. Despite potential repercussions to the Zhou scion, it was trivial. Both being antagonists, survival was paramount. Ensuring an antagonist's survival would be their triumph. Indeed, the Zhou scion shared similar thoughts. Learning of the realm-breaking pill breakthrough left him stunned. Initially acknowledging the kid's martial prowess, he never envisioned the extent of his power. In school, he was mere fodder for his henchmen, with the Zhou scion showing minimal interest. Within a brief span, the kid neared his level, a terrifying cultivation pace. Chapter 251. The Loss of Pants. He originally came to buy the elixir for cultivation, not for anti-aging. If he really bought an anti-aging elixir, wouldn't that be a huge loss? What? Are you reluctant? Huang Yu squinted his eyes, looking at Tang Hao with a hint of teasing in his black eyes. Since he wasn't the one spending money, he wouldn't feel sorry for Tang Hao. How is that possible? It's human nature for women to love beauty, Tang Hao pretended generously, chuckling twice. Then, he looked at Tang Qingqing. Cousin, what do you think? In fact, he was hesitant inside, hoping that Tang Qingqing would refuse. After all, a single anti-aging elixir was not cheap. However, seeing her cousin being played in the palm of Huang Yu's hand, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but feel more and more angry. When she heard about the anti-aging elixir, although tempted, she quickly suppressed the urge. She knew that anti-aging elixirs were not something one could just buy casually. For cultivators, cultivation was the top priority, and anti-aging elixirs were the most useless. However, just as Tang Qingqing was about to refuse, she suddenly noticed a somewhat mischievous smile from Huang Yu. Wait a minute, she almost forgot about this jerk. If she refused, wouldn't she be tricked into buying other elixirs? That would mean wasting money. If she decided to buy the anti-aging elixir, she could choose not to consume it later and simply sell it, maybe even get some of her investment back. With this in mind, Tang Qingqing suddenly changed her mind and directly agreed. Then, I'll take one anti-aging elixir. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's smile instantly froze. An anti-aging elixir, a whole one. It would cost a whopping 20 million to buy it. What? Are you saying you can't afford it? At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Just as Tang Hao was embarrassed, Zhou, the young master of the Zhou family, walked slowly towards him, looking at him disdainfully. It's really a pity for such a beautiful girl to follow someone like you. You're really stepping down. He mocked Tang Hao and then shifted his gaze to Tang Qingqing. Although he had seen many women as the young master of the Zhou family, such beauty was rare. I wonder if this young lady needs any elixirs. Let me buy them for you. No need. Tang Qingqing shook her head, then continued to look at her cousin. Besides the anti-aging elixir, I want some other elixirs. As Tang Qingqing began to choose elixirs without hesitation, the list of all elixirs that the Alchemy Pavilion could produce was displayed on a large sign on the wall. Being the largest alchemy pavilion in Shenwu town, the variety of elixirs available was indeed very extensive. Seeing his cousin continue to request more elixirs, Tang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't have that much money left. If she continued to ask for more, how could he keep up? He borrowed the 50 million from someone else. Would he have to borrow more? Not enough money. Seeing Tang Hao's embarrassment, Zhou Wen's satisfaction grew. He had always thought that this guy was a braggart. In the end, he really didn't have any real skills, but he always acted like a big shot, deceiving many people, even Zweki. Clearly gifted with excellent cultivation talent, she was always associated with this little rogue. Don't bother. Tang Hao coldly looked at him, then went to Tang Qingqing's side. Qingqing, what other elixirs do you want? He deliberately spoke in a lower voice, feeling a bit awkward. He tried to subtly signal to Tang Qingqing not to request too many elixirs. But Tang Qingqing had already made up her mind. How could Tang Hao persuade her? What's wrong, cousin? Do you want to back out? Tang Qingqing glanced at her cousin, feeling a bit disappointed. In her heart, she thought, I'm trying to save you money, so you won't be tricked by him. Do you really have to lose all your money before you wake up? Tang Qingqing's considerations were indeed thoughtful. However, as she looked at the wall covered with mysterious elixirs, she hesitated. Although her plan was fine, the key was that she didn't recognize all these elixirs. For many elixirs, some could retain value, while others couldn't. For example, the anti-aging elixir, which had no effect on cultivation, should depreciate quickly. But because it was highly attractive to female cultivators, it retained value. As for other elixirs, Tang Qingqing didn't know much about them. After all, the Tang family was a small clan, so resources for cultivation were limited for Tang family members. Huang Yu also noticed Tang Qingqing's dilemma and quickly understood what she wanted to do. Miss Tang, what elixirs do you need? Let me give you some suggestions. Thanks to the knowledge imparted by the system, Huang Yu could recognize all the elixirs on the wall. Every name and the process of making those elixirs appeared in his mind. It was as if these elixirs on the wall were simple tasks for him. Just you. No, thanks. As she coldly rejected him, Huang Yu's mouth twitched. Is this girl out of her mind? I'm trying to help her, yet she's staring at me like this. Once your cousin grows in cultivation, would you be willing to become his concubine? Do these destined female protagonists always like to be close to the main character? While Tang Qingqing was still hesitating over choosing elixirs, she also paused as she heard Huang Yu's words. What did he mean by forcing her to become his cousin's woman after he grew in cultivation? When Tang Qingqing thought of this, she subconsciously glanced at her cousin. It was then that Tang Hao frowned. He saw her staring at his chest as if her eyes were about to pop out. See, cousin, have you made your choice? Suddenly, a fierce gaze struck Tang Hao, who was startled to find his cousin staring at him. He quickly realized his inappropriate behavior and tried to change the topic to cover up. Not yet. After Tang Qingqing snorted softly, she turned back to the wall. End of this chapter. Chapter 250. To Tang Hao, who was forced helplessly, clearly thought about how to save money for his cousin, but the other party actually coveted his beauty. It was simply shameless. Thinking about this, Tang Qingqing was instantly furious. And that bastard who could hear thoughts. Not a good person at all. After all, Tang Qingqing was determined to surpass Han's family's natural talent in cultivation. He never thought he would become a follower of another man. Just as Tang Qingqing was making her selection, Huang Yu suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Miss Tang, how about these few elixirs? Huang Yu pretended to have a malicious expression and pointed out the most cost-effective elixirs on the wall. After understanding the evil nature of the god martial array and the market in the past 2 days, he naturally understood what type of resources the Tang family, with relatively scarce cultivation resources, needed the most. It was nothing but cost-effectiveness and preservation. Sure enough, after seeing his malicious expression, Tang Qingqing furrowed her brows instantly. No need, I'll choose myself. After giving the other a glare, Tang Qingqing subconsciously excluded the elixirs pointed out by him. Although she didn't know those elixirs, what good elixirs could be recommended by that bastard? However, after excluding those, the originally planned budget was now freed up. After careful selection, Tang Qingqing finally made her choice. I'll take this, that, and that. After picking, Tang Qingqing spent all the remaining over 20 million of Tang Hao's money cleanly. Originally, Tang Hao thought Tang Qingqing only needed to pick over 10 million worth of elixirs, and he was instantly taken aback. This was money he borrowed, and his cousin spent so much in a blink of an eye. He had only spent 8 million himself. If all the money was used, then what about the elixirs in the future? Without cultivation resources, how could he make a breakthrough? After all, at the ancient martial arts tournament, he had heard that many people's realms were higher than his. Cousin, should you reconsider? Even though he found it embarrassing, after much hesitation, Tang Hao still spoke out with difficulty, looking somewhat uncomfortable in front of his cousin. After all, this was too much. If it all went out, what about his cultivation resources? Just these. Hurry up and buy. Do you want to go back on your word? At this moment, Tang Qingqing was like a spoiled young lady, frowning at Tang Hao. But what Tang Hao didn't know was that his cousin was indeed doing this for her own good. Otherwise, he would have been swindled completely by Huang Yu today. However, in the eyes of Huang Yu, there wasn't much difference now between Tang Hao being swindled or losing everything. After avoiding the elixirs he had chosen, almost none of the elixirs selected by Tang Qingqing had much use. They were either for healing or consolidating realms. According to Tang Hao, if his current nature was further consolidated, the difficulty of breakthrough would be even higher. Clearly, Tang Hao didn't know all of these elixirs. I didn't expect that the head of the Tang family couldn't even afford these elixirs. Just as Huang Yu was thinking about how to make waves, a taunting voice suddenly sounded from the side. Zhou Wen, the young master of the Zhou family, walked over with a disdainful look on his face. Tang Hao, if I were you, I'd just hang myself with a rope. Taking a girl out shopping and can't even cough up the money? Obviously, Zhou Wen knew about the Tang family situation. He knew this money was probably meant for Tang Hao to buy cultivation resources. But the more he knew, the less he could let Tang Hao succeed. With such a weak strength, Tang Hao still dared to be arrogant. If his strength were a bit higher, who knows what he might do? He intended to make Tang Hao lose face at the ancient martial arts tournament, and then let Zweki see the true face of this scum when they returned to school. You. Hearing this, Tang Hao was instantly breathless, showing a hint of anger in his eyes. If Tang Qingqing wasn't present, he probably would have charged forward like a rat whose tail was stepped on. But now not only was Tang Qingqing there, but there was also a left brother beside him. If he did something like that now, it wouldn't just be losing face. He might face even more disdain from others. Borrowing money from his brother, going out with relatives, lusting after his own cousin, and being unable to pay, wanting a free ride. So, no matter what, Tang Hao could only grit his teeth and bear it at this moment. Who says I can't afford it? Tang Hao quickly calculated in his mind that the elixirs his cousin chose were almost the same as the money he had left. Even though he felt like he was bleeding inside, he still reluctantly handed over his card. This was over 40 million, his original budget for buying cultivation resources. Using all of it to buy these elixirs, whose effectiveness was unknown, was a complete loss. He looked at his cousin with a tinge of heartache. Now he just hoped that some of the elixirs he bought would be somewhat useful, so he could come up with some excuses to take some elixirs back for cultivation. By the way, since these elixirs are given away, you can't take them back. Let's consider this as Tang Hao's token of affection for Miss Tang. Seeing Tang Hao's pained expression, Huang Yuan practically put his hand on the other's shoulder and let an ambiguous tone linger between the two. What are you saying? Hearing this, Tang Qingqing instantly turned cold. Looking at the bastard, he dared to say such words. She wished she could draw her sword and chop him to pieces. Oh, okay, I was wrong. Seeing Tang Qingqing angry, Huang Yu hurriedly begged for forgiveness, then shifted his gaze to Tang Hao. So, Tang brother doesn't like Miss Qingqing? He asked jokingly. The answer to such a question was undoubtedly clear. How could the destined protagonist not like a beautiful woman? Characters like the destined protagonist were eager to collect all the beauties in the world. Hearing this question, Tang Hao couldn't help but hesitate. Although he was pained by the money, he also had some feelings for Tang Qingqing. Now that the money was spent, he couldn't just waste it. If he spent the money and didn't get the girl, it would be a complete loss. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Hao took a deep breath and also put on an affectionate look. Yes, Qingqing, I like you. End of this chapter. Chapter 253. With people and wealth being emptiness on one side, Tang Qingqing naturally understood Huang Yu's intentions very clearly, knowing that Tang Hao was setting a verbal trap for her. But seeing her own cousin confess to her truthfully, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but frown. Just how foolish was her cousin to fall for this jerk scheme and confess to her for real? Not to mention their cousin relationship. Although the ancient martial arts family was traditionally more open to cousin marriages, Tang Qingqing couldn't accept this concept. She had no interest in such matters, especially when it came to Tang Hao. She was already growing weary of him. I'm sorry, I don't like you, she said coldly, feeling extremely disappointed to see her foolish cousin being toyed with. Perhaps besides some achievements and talents in his cultivation, her cousin didn't have any other strengths, right? Hearing Tang Qingqing's indifferent tone, Tang Hao was stunned for a moment. This outcome was clearly not what Tang Hao had expected. After all, when it came to girls in the past, he had always been successful, hardly making any mistakes. But this time, he encountered an unprecedented setback. He had offered over 40 million worth of elixirs, only to be rejected like this. Now he was left with nothing but emptiness in his pockets and heart. With your character, do you still think you can eat swan meat as a toad? Seeing Tang Hao's failed confession, Zhou Wen on the side was naturally very pleased. As he continued to provoke, he also used his phone to record the scene of the confession and sent it to Zweki. If I were you, I would take back these elixirs, not give them, otherwise it would be a case of both people and wealth being empty. Zhou Wen continued to mock, scheming in secret. He deliberately wanted to stir up the dark side of Tang Hao's heart, allowing Zweki to see through the true face of this jerk. What are you saying? Tang Hao, feeling like a trapped mouse, reacted strongly upon hearing this, immediately rebutting. Who said we should take them back? And seeing this, Huang Yu naturally cooperated, embracing Tang Hao's shoulder, appearing as if a good brother. That's right, since my brother has already said he wants to give them away, then they will be given. Even if the confession failed, they will absolutely not be taken back. Otherwise, where would my brother's face go? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao, who originally wanted to find an excuse for himself, now found himself at a loss for words. Damn, I haven't even said anything. Why are you butting in? If you keep this up, how am I supposed to recoup the costs? Even though he was cursing his good brother in his heart, Tang Hao still forced a smile. Zuo is right. Zhou Wen, don't use the heart of a villain to measure a gentleman's heart. Mister, this is your elixir. There was not just one alchemist in the alchemy pavilion, but at least dozens of them. While they were conversing, the elixir was already prepared and presented to Tang Hao. Tang Hao looked at the box full of bottles of elixirs in front of him, his finger slightly moved. At this moment, his heart felt as if it was bleeding. After all, these elixirs had cost him a considerable amount of money. But since the words were already spoken, taking the money back would make him appear untrustworthy and lose face. These elixirs should be given to this lady. Tang Hao forced a smile and said reluctantly, filled with unwillingness, "What about this breaking realm pill?" A young man slowly took out a small bottle. Inside it was the breaking realm pill that Tang Hao needed to break through his realm. Tang Hao was about to find an excuse to take back the small bottle of elixir, which he had agreed upon earlier. Therefore, taking it back would be reasonable. But Huang Yu was not going to let his good brother easily break through his realm. Isn't it just a small breaking realm pill? Give it to her. Give it to her. Let others see that my brother is generous. He looked at the young man, pretending to be angry, as if bringing out this small bottle of elixir was a great humiliation to him and Tang Hao. Fine, the young man also felt a bit panicky, nodding quickly, and put the small bottle of elixir back in the box. Although this tens of millions of yuan order wasn't a large one, it wasn't small either. He didn't dare offend such a customer easily. Soon, a whole box of elixirs was handed to Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing, since you are not willing to accept your cousin's confession, then you take these elixirs, consider them as a parting gift. Huang Yu sighed softly, speaking directly for Tang Hao. Huh? Hearing this, Tang Hao was even more confused, looking at his good brother next to him with a head full of question marks. When did I say we were parting? Even if it's a gift, it's not like you're spending your own money. Are you really not feeling the pinch? Quickly take these elixirs away. Even if you use them for your own cultivation, never give them to Tang Hao. You are the 1 in a million 9-yin extreme body. If not for the original plot in the book, if you were taken advantage of by Tang Hao, achieving the highest realm wouldn't have been him, but you. This foolish girl looks so arrogant. But never mind her. As long as Tang Hao doesn't develop, it's fine. Hearing Huang Yu's inner voice, the originally irritated Tang Qingqing froze in place. What? She's the 9-yin extreme body? What does that even mean? Although she didn't understand the meaning behind it, she had a rough idea about those with exceptional cultivation constitutions. According to legend, some extraordinary constitutions were good, enabling rapid progress in cultivation. I need to go back and find out what the 9-yin extreme body is. Tang Qingqing thought to herself slightly. If she really was the 9-yin extreme body, then continuing along the original timeline, she would likely be compromised by Tang Hao, only to fade into obscurity. But now, by using these resources wisely, she had a chance to break through the highest realm. Thinking about this, she had no more hesitation. After all, these were debts owed to Tang Hao. If he hadn't harbored inappropriate thoughts towards her, she wouldn't have acted this way. Thinking this through, Tang Qingqing no longer hesitated. In that case. End of chapter 254. Losing face at Grandma's house. I'll just take all these elixirs then. Huh. Tang Hao was instantly dumbfounded when he heard this. Based on his thoughts and understanding of his cousin, the other party should hesitate and make excuses before accepting. Even though they would eventually accept after his persuasion, there should still be some resistance. How else would he be able to act pitiful later and make the other party feel sorry and come back? But the current situation clearly exceeded his expectations. The other party actually accepted all the elixirs without any hesitation, not even leaving a scrap for himself. Didn't that mean he wasted his money? This was a full 50 million, not a small amount. In other words, he actually only used 8 million out of his own 50 million, which was the amount he spent on the blind box bottle he bought at the alchemy store. Seeing Tang Hao's expression as if he was bleeding in his heart, Huang Yu felt slightly satisfied. After all, this was the demeanor a destined protagonist should have. Besides, it wasn't his elixirs to begin with, it was the female protagonist's destiny. There was no way Tang Hao would seek revenge on Tang Qingqing. Furthermore, he elevated the other party's position based on moral standards, so there was no reason for them to seek revenge on him. Huang Yu understood this hypocrisy of the destined protagonists very well. Zuo, can you lend me some more money? I'm a bit tight on cash lately. After watching Tang Qingqing take all his elixirs away, Tang Hao hesitated and turned to his good friend to borrow money again. Even though he had already wasted 50 million, he had no other choice now. He needed to find a way to break through his own realm, even if it meant using double the original resources. Otherwise, if he couldn't defeat the champion at the ancient martial arts tournament, his fate would be even more tragic. He had pledged in front of the Tang family ancestors. If he couldn't obtain the champion title, he would give up all his cultivation. Upon hearing Tang Hao's request, Huang Yu naturally didn't agree so easily. After all, he had finally managed to spend all that 50 million. If he lent more money, wouldn't he just be helping Tang Hao break through? When Tang Hao surpassed him, would he still have a place in the future, let alone keep his wives? Huang Yu did not believe that the protagonists would show mercy towards his wives. According to the harem setting, all the beauties in the world belong to the protagonist. Huang Yu sighed helplessly and said, "It's not that I don't want to lend you money, but I really can't." He shook his head slightly, feeling helpless. "Although I am from the Zuo family, my funds are limited." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression froze instantly. Damn, was this a disaster? He didn't know many influential people at the moment, so he was severely lacking in funds. In other words, not only did he spend 50 million, but didn't gain anything, and now he owed 50 million. He was in serious trouble. He regretted taking Tang Qingqing out today. However, she had already left, and Tang Hao had no way to turn back, even if he regretted it now. Tang Hao, I didn't expect you to be so generous. I thought you had billions in your account, but it turned out to be so little, and you were willing to give it all to her. It touches my heart." When they saw that Tang Hao was still broke and had spent all his money on women without any success, Zhou Wen and his henchmen burst into laughter, holding their stomachs in pain. "You really give face to the Tang family, with everyone acting like bootlickers." This comment darkened Tang Hao's face. "Zuo, let's go first," Huang Yu said. Having swindled Tang Hao's money enough, Huang Yu didn't hesitate and walked out of the alchemy room with Tang Hao. "Don't worry, Tang, I believe in overcoming adversity. Even if you don't have cultivation resources, you will still break through." Huang Yu patted Tang Hao's shoulder encouragingly and said firmly, "I'll take your kind words." Tang Hao forced a smile and left with a grim expression. As Tang Hao departed, a slight smile crept onto Huang Yu's lips. Indeed, destiny seemed favorable to these protagonists. Often they either showed off or pursued women. By siding with the destined protagonist and acting against them in secret, there was a good chance of defeating them. Huang Yu had grasped this trick more or less. Meanwhile, after escaping, Wang Hao, relying on his memories from his past life, bought a lottery ticket and won hundreds of thousands. "Brother, are you okay?" Wang Zhu, wearing an apron, placed a bowl of soup on the table with a timid expression. Since being rescued, he felt relieved not to be tortured every day. However, unexpectedly, he felt somewhat lost in his heart. At the same time, Wang Hao watched the news on TV. According to reports from the media, a significant HIV transmission incident occurred in a certain neighborhood in the city. The number of people involved reached up to hundreds, mostly men, and a small percentage of women. The world is getting worse. To commit such things, the main method of HIV transmission needed no explanation. Wang Zhu's expression stiffened upon recognizing the name of the neighborhood on the screen. Wasn't it the villa area where he and his brother used to live? Before his brother noticed, Wang Zhu quickly grabbed the remote and turned off the TV. "Let's not watch TV now. Hurry up and drink the soup. It won't taste good when it gets cold," she nervously and stutteringly urged him. She didn't want her brother to know what she had done. "All right." Wang Hao shook his head with a bit of indulgence. Although he pretended to be disappointed, he was deeply touched. It seemed that his sister was the only one who cared for him in this world. She cared about whether he could eat and drink well, have something hot. Suddenly, Wang Hao noticed his sister's finger was bandaged. "What happened to your hand?" He looked at her with confusion. "It's nothing, Just got a cut while chopping vegetables. Don't worry, Wang Zu reassured. Relieved that her brother was inquiring about her hand and not her actions, Wang Zu explained. Thankfully, she hadn't aroused suspicion. End of chapter. Chapter 255. The Peril of Zuo Jingshu. Otherwise, if he were to let his own brother know that he had done such a thing before, wouldn't he be abandoned directly? Because those few people who insulted him had taken away all his money at the beginning. So at this moment, Wang Zu can be said to be penniless, relying entirely on Wang Hao. If at this moment, his brother Wang Hao does not support him, I'm afraid Wang Zu won't be able to survive a single day. However, even so, Wang Zu has no intention of re-entering the industry. After all, it was not easy to get out of that industry, not to mention that he now has a brother with a bright future. If he continues to stay close to his brother, if his brother suddenly becomes successful one day, wouldn't he soar along with him? This is Wang Zu's most genuine thought. Looking at his little sister's slightly pensive look, Wang Hao didn't think much. It's normal for young girls to have some worries, and even if there were something wrong, it wouldn't be a big deal. Then Wang Hao picked up the bowl of soup on the table and drank it gently. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already arrived at the Zuo family. He had been frantically searching all over Tianhai City, almost turning the entire city upside down, but he had not seen Huang Yu anywhere. Of course, during this time, he had also been to the Huang family, but he didn't barge in with violence. Instead, he politely greeted them, but unfortunately, none of the Huang family members were at home. Only the servants let him in to sit roughly. Even so, he had spent enough time at the Huang family and hadn't sensed any trace of Huang Yu, indicating that the other party hadn't been home for a long time. So going on like this would only be a waste of effort. After careful consideration, Yi Fan came to the Zuo family. As far as he knew, the Zuo family and the Huang family had never gotten along. Maybe this young master of the Zuo family would know where Huang Yu had gone. Zuo Jingshu, don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't hand over the Empyrean Club, don't blame me for resorting to family law. Zuo Yi looked at Zuo Jingshu with a dark face, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. On the other side, standing in a qipao dress with a well-proportioned figure, a mixture of panic and calmness in her eyes, was Zuo Jingshu. Zuo Yi, you want to take what I built over the years from the club so easily. Even though Zuo Jingshu knew the other party had malicious intentions, how could he just hand over his business like that? He had fought hard for this opportunity, and now that he had finally made some progress, he wanted to take it back. How could it be so easy? Just because Zuo Yi is from the main line of the Zuo family? Even if the other party could really use family law to deal with him, Zuo Jingshu was not afraid. Today, he was going to fight to see if the other party could really take away his things. Zuo Jingshu, if you won't take the wine, you'll have to take the punishment. Hearing his words, Zuo Yi suddenly stood up and slapped the desk with a cold laughter. Since you say that, then don't blame me, he said. With a clap of his hands, more than 10 men in black suits walked into the office. These were Zuo family's top-notch experts, specifically used to protect Zuo family members. Grab him for me. I'm going to deal with him properly. Zuo Yi showed a sinister smile, especially when he emphasized the word deal. Although he and Zuo Jingshu belonged to the same family, after so many generations of development, he was from the main line. Zuo Jingshu, on the other hand, was from the distant branch, barely related by blood. So Zuo Yi didn't feel guilty at all. Zuo Yi, what do you want to do? Zuo Jingshu retreated several steps in a row. Reaching the corner with a group of black-clad bodyguards gradually approaching, he began to feel a little flustered. He never imagined that Zuo Yi would actually dare to act, given that they were both from the Zuo family. He never thought that after making so much money for the Zuo family over the years, the other party would still treat him like this. Thinking about this, a look of deep disappointment appeared in Zuo Jingshu's eyes. Then resolutely closed his eyes, accepting his fate. He knew he might not be able to escape, even if he was unwilling, in front of such a scoundrel as Zuo Yi. Zuo Yi greedily looked at Zuo Jingshu's well-proportioned, almost devilish figure and charming face. He had long coveted Zuo Jingshu. But at the beginning, the family said he had to earn money, so he couldn't touch him. However, in recent times, under his deliberate manipulation, the earnings of the Empyrean Club had declined sharply. For the Zuo family, such a woman naturally had no further value. So no matter what he did to Zuo Jingshu, the Zuo family wouldn't punish him. Just when Zhuo Yi thought he was about to succeed, there was suddenly a deafening loud sound, a huge blast at the office door. "Who is it?" Hearing the deafening sound of the kick door, Zhuo Yi subconsciously remembered Zizan, who had beaten him up before. Subconsciously shivering, but then he remembered that the other party was already dead, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the sound of the door being kicked like that had deeply offended him. He was the young master of the Zhuo family. After all, how could someone dare to do this? Just as Zhuo Yi was about to have someone open the door to see who it was, suddenly, before the bodyguard behind the door could touch the doorknob, the door flew out of its frame. Due to the huge force, the bodyguard and the door were thrown out together. A cold and stern young man in a windbreaker and sunglasses appeared in the smoke caused by breaking the door. "Who are you? Do you know what you're doing?" Obviously, Zhuo Yi was extremely angry about this incident. Looking at an apparently ordinary person, he immediately flew into a rage. "Grab this kid for me. I'll make him know what pain is." After all, he was still excited about how he would ravage Zhuo Jingshu later. However, before the bodyguards could act, Yi Fan spread out his hands and several silver needles appeared in his hand instantly. With a gentle wave, each silver needle accurately pierced the acupoints of one bodyguard after another. When they rushed forward, they suddenly found themselves unable to move at all, falling directly to the ground. Looking at the group of bodyguards on the ground, Yi Fan coldly snorted. "They're all a bunch of trash, nothing more." After saying that, he took off his sunglasses, revealing his profound star-like eyes, then walked slowly to Zhuo Yi. "Where is Huang Yu?" End of this chapter. Chapter 256. Tracking the news of Yi Fan. Huang Yu. Who's Huang Yu? Under intense fear, Zhuo Yi subconsciously paused for a moment, temporarily unresponsive. "I said the young master of the Huang family, Huang Yu." Yi Fan looked coldly at this pampered young man. Before coming, he had already investigated thoroughly. Among the 4 big troublemakers in Tianhai City, although there were rumors that Huang Yu was the leader of the 4, in his opinion, the Zhuo family truly rose from the underground to the surface. In terms of being sinister, perhaps no one surpassed this young master of the Zhuo family. After repeating it again, Zhuo Yi finally reacted. But even so, his eyes still carried an uncontrollable panic. "I don't know where Huang Yu went." After all, he was not Huang Yu's follower. How would he know where the other party went? "Are you trying to provoke me?" Yi Fan suddenly spoke with a cold voice, instantly making Zhuo Yi tremble all over. That cold voice felt as if it carried a temperature of tens of degrees below zero, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, feeling the murderous intent as if a demon in hell. It felt like in the next second, he would be dismembered. He might have gone to flirt with women. Although Zhuo Yi indeed did not know where Huang Yu went, this did not hinder him from lying. Since he didn't know, he could just make up something, at least to appease this killer in front of him. Once the other person left, he would return to the Zhuo family, with many people protecting him. He didn't believe this person would dare to come looking for trouble, and by then, who would be causing trouble for whom was uncertain. "I'll give you one more chance." But Yi Fan was not foolish. During this time, he searched almost everywhere. There was no sign of Huang Yu. It was clear the other person was not even in Tianhai City, but had gone elsewhere. Although this was not an easy task, considering it was his master's command, Yi Fan had to complete it no matter what. I can ask around for you." Just as Zhuo Yi was about to be strangled, Zhuo Jingshu, who was rescued while cowering in the corner, suddenly raised her hand. She looked at the man in front of her, who emanated a dangerous presence, but Zhuo Jingshu knew she had no choice. If Zhuo Yi were to die here, within 2 or 3 days, everyone around him would suffer the consequences. This price was something he could not bear, so he had to stop the other person. And if he performed well in front of the other person, forming a strong alliance with him would be advantageous. After all, without the Zhuo family as a backing, Zhuo Jingshu had to find another way out. Otherwise, his Emperor Club would soon be swallowed up. "Oh, what ideas do you have?" Yi Fan glanced to his left and noticed a woman standing there. Looking at the proud and slender thigh peeking out from her short kipao, something stirred within Yi Fan. This woman could be said to be more beautiful than any woman he had seen in Tianhai City so far, second only to Huang Yuhan. "Leave it to me. I'll interrogate him within 5 minutes." Zhuo Jingshu looked at the choked Zhuo Yi and said, "It depends on your performance." Yi Fan replied indifferently, then took a step back and directly threw Zuo Yi to the ground. Cough! Zuo Yi, who fell to the ground, held his neck, making a struggling sound. Looking into Zuo Jingshu's eyes, he still maintained a look of disdain and warning. Zuo Jingshu, let me tell you, if anything happens to me today, you'll be fully responsible. In his view, his status and Zuo Jingshu's were not on the same level at all. The other person was just a natural-born slave, essentially working for the Zuo family. This attitude accumulated over the years had long made Zuo Yi adopt an arrogant tone. Even in such an environment, he did not think Zuo Jingshu posed any real danger. The fear he instilled in the other person seemed only natural. Of course, young Master Zuo, who dares to offend you? With a faint smile, Zuo Jingshu slowly approached. He had fantasized countless times about the person who had always bullied and humiliated him kneeling before him, apologizing. The suppressed anger within Zuo Jingshu had been building up for too long. Slowly taking out a lipstick to touch up his slightly faded lips, they became bright red again. Then, he slowly pulled out a self-defense electric baton from his bag and squatted down, looking at the gradually panicked Zuo Yi. What are you going to do? I'll warn you, you better not act recklessly. Seeing the other person seemingly ready to strike, Zuo Yi couldn't help but tremble, his lips turning slightly pale. Apparently, at this moment, the intimidation Zuo Jingshu imposed on him was escalating, and it seemed he knew he was truly in trouble. But Zuo Jingshu would show no mercy, and he immediately rammed the electric baton into Zuo Yi's face. Amid the intense electric shock, smoke soon rose from Zuo Yi's face, and his whole body began to convulse. On the other side, after leaving the pharmacy, Tang Hao returned home to the Tang family. Qingqing, can you return some of the elixirs to me? After much hesitation, Tang Hao eventually stepped into Tang Qingqing's courtyard. Although asking for back something that was already given away was embarrassing, he had no other choice at the moment. Without those resources for cultivation, he truly couldn't make a breakthrough or achieve success at the upcoming martial arts grand competition. Sorry, cousin, I've almost used up those elixirs. Looking at Tang Hao, Tang Qingqing's expression was extremely indifferent, showing no signs of giving face. After returning to the Tang family, she managed to find some information. The Nine Yin body was said to exist only in legends as an extraordinary physique. Although it had a mutated cultivation talent and monstrously fast speed, it required suitable cold element treasures. Otherwise, it would be different from ordinary people, needing 2 to 3 times the resources for cultivation. This divine body also had a flaw that if deflowered by a man, all previous cultivation achievements would be transferred to that man. Understanding this, Tang Qingqing began to speculate. Was Tang Hao's exceptional treatment of her, various consolations, and the elixirs he sent all to use her to improve his cultivation? With this speculation in mind, the wild weeds in her heart began to grow like wildfire. End of this chapter. Chapter 257 Lick Dog Tang Hao. After all, during the time of cultivation, survival of the fittest was almost an ironclad law, happening anytime and anywhere. If it were before, Tang Qingqing might have speculated whether Tang Hao had genuine feelings for her, even though she wouldn't have agreed. But now, Tang Hao's attentiveness towards her was clearly unusual. Along with this speculation, like wild grass, it crazily grew in her heart. Tang Qingqing increasingly felt that Tang Hao's attitude towards her was ill-intentioned, for the sole purpose of using her to advance his own cultivation. Otherwise, how could Tang Hao truly agree to give him an elixir worth 50 million? Mind you, even for the Tang family, 50 million was not a small amount. Tang Qingqing didn't believe that Tang Hao was doing it for her, so he was willing to spend all his money on buying gifts for her. At the same time, after much hesitation, Tang Hao also arrived at Tang Qingqing's door. Knock, knock, knock. Along with the knocking on the door, Tang Qingqing looked surprised at the door. Who is it? It's me, Qingqing, Tang Hao awkwardly said. After all, his purpose for coming this time was indeed not so positive. After all, something that had been given away should not be taken back, or it would seem impolite. But he had no choice. But no matter what, he had to take back the bottle of elixir he had bought at the pill shop. By his estimate, that bottle of elixir contained at least a dozen high-grade elixirs. Although it was a bit of a stretch, it was more than enough for him to break through his current level. Cousin, what's the matter? I'm tired now. I want to rest. Let's talk tomorrow if there's anything. Tang Qingqing's indifferent voice sounded, showing no intention of giving Tang Hao face. After all, at this point, she was certain that he was trying to take advantage of her and steal her cultivation. In that case, how could she give Tang Hao any respect? Hearing the cold voice, Tang Hao felt even more embarrassed. If it were as usual, facing such unprovoked hostility, he would have turned around and left. But things were different now. Even if the other party didn't want to see him, even if she was angry, he had to swallow his pride and take back the elixir. Can you give me back the elixir I bought today? You mean? In fact, Tang Qingqing had initially planned to keep some of the elixir she had taken and return the rest. Would that be better? But now, hearing her cousin saying such words, she was thoroughly convinced. Her cousin was trying to completely take over her body, then steal her cultivation. Otherwise, why would he be asking for the elixirs now? It was clear that he was unsuccessful in pursuing her, so he regretted it and wanted the elixirs back. In an instant, Tang Hao's image and Tang Qingqing's heart began to quickly collapse. Hearing his words, she became even more disgusted. I'm sorry, cousin, that was a gift you gave me, and I've accepted it. Tang Qingqing said coldly, and then continued, if there's nothing else, please leave quickly. I want to rest. With that, Tang Qingqing directly turned off the light. Seeing her resolute attitude, Tang Hao couldn't help but frown. This girl was being too much. I spent 50 million to buy her the elixir, and she's treating me like this. Even if not for my own face, with so many cultivation resources, she doesn't need to have this kind of attitude towards me. In an instant, in Tang Hao's heart, Tang Qingqing's image also started to quickly crumble, gradually transforming into a materialistic woman. Tang Qingqing, I advise you to return my elixir to me quickly, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Hao continuously knocked on the door, urging on. Indeed, in his courtyard, Huang Yu was leisurely watching the monitored screen. When he went out to buy elixirs during the day, he secretly arranged for surveillance cameras to be placed around the yard where Tang Hao and Tang Qingqing were. So at this time, he could roughly grasp the movements of the two. I thought Tang Qingqing would soften up and return the elixirs, but she didn't return any. She's tough. Indeed, women are treacherous. Huang Yu quipped. Then, with a whooshing sound, something flew over and hit him on the back of his head. Thud. What are you doing? Huang Yu turned his head, raising his eyebrows at the women who were sitting on the bed, talking and munching on seeds. Sitting in the middle, Yun Yun glared at him. What treacherous women? Who are you talking about? I didn't mean you, Huang Yu retorted, then resumed watching the monitoring screen. At the same time, he felt a bit frustrated. It's really difficult dealing with these women who won't leave my place, right? What's going on? How did I end up with so many women? I never even wanted to start a harem, you know? Hearing his inner thoughts, the women exchanged glances, some smiling, and started discussing loudly while munching on seeds. On the other side, hearing the threatening voice outside, Tang Qingqing immediately sat up. She furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Tang Hao, who are you threatening out there? You act tough with others. Do you want to try that with me? After all, her father was the current head of the Tang family. You can't just look at the monk's face but the Buddha's as well. Her father had put in a lot of effort to position Tang Hao where he was now, and rather than appreciating it, he dared to threaten them. Even if he took those 50 million worth of cultivation resources, what then? During Tang Hao's time in the Tang family, he had been given resources far exceeding that amount. One could say that the Tang family had invested significantly in Tang Hao. But Qingqing, can you really not return anything to me? Hearing Tang Qingqing's somewhat angry words, Tang Hao suddenly woke up, apologized repeatedly, then hesitantly said, I'm at a crucial stage of breakthrough right now. Can you please return the bottle of elixir I bought for the first time? His tone became almost pleading. He knew Tang Qingqing's father was the head of the Tang family. If he offended her, what if she had him replaced and not let him participate in the conference? Then all his effort would be in vain. So, to a certain extent, compromise was necessary. End of the chapter. Chapter 258. A missed opportunity. At the same time, as time passed bit by bit, Tang Qingqing fell asleep directly inside the room, leaving Tang Hao awkwardly standing outside the door. Seeing that the other party showed no intention of opening the door, he became anxious. Qingqing, can you please open the door? Can we talk things through? Watching the surveillance footage, Huang Yu observed Tang Hao, who was clearly at a disadvantage, and almost burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, even the protagonist of Destiny had such humble moments. It must be noted that Zizan from the Dragon King's palace was once able to move through the heavens, the earth, and the air in an instant, embodying the spirit of recklessness. However, in the end, didn't he end up becoming a dead soul under someone else's blade? Most importantly, all of Zizan's cultivation was absorbed by him. So his current strength, whether facing Yifan, Wang Hao, or Tang Hao, in terms of true strength, Huang Yu was always superior. Even if the three of them joined forces, they still had no chance of winning against him. But providing the protagonist with such things was not achievable solely through power. After all, the Destiny protagonist was all about fortune. If he attracted too much hatred and ended up exploding, the protagonist's strength would likely increase infinitely, leading to his immediate demise. This was something Huang Yu did not want to see. Therefore, he had to approach it subtly, just like how he had eliminated Zizan before, gradually revealing the women around him and letting his women solve him with their own hands. Meanwhile, as Huang Yu watched the surveillance, his phone suddenly rang. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was Bai Mao calling. "Hello, what's up?" Huang Yu said lightly, but on the other end of the phone, there was a hesitant and uneasy voice. Huang Xiao, Yifan is missing. And Wang Hao too, we've lost track of them. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Huang Yu frowned instantly. You can't even keep up with these two cripples. Remember, Yifan now only has one leg, and Wang Hao, being at a high-level paralysis state, relies on the medicine specially prepared for him by the hospital every day. I don't know what happened to Yifan. His other leg somehow grew back, becoming exactly like a normal person. Upon hearing this information, Huang Yu was shocked, showing a glimpse of incredulity in his eyes. Damn, this is too abnormal. Did he start cultivating immortality now? According to the usual plot development, isn't this kind of turning into a live undead skeleton thing supposed to happen in the later stages of the story? Why is it happening now? With Bai Mao continuing to explain the situation, Huang Yu fell into contemplation once again. It seemed that Yifan had obtained some remarkable opportunity to escape from the Z family's dungeon. But what intrigued him even more was Wang Hao. Despite being in a high-level paralysis state, he managed to leave unnoticed. Although Yifan posed as an unstable factor, Huang Yu was still slightly surprised. Apparently, Wang Hao was not a simple character. So, Huang Xiao, what should we do next? White Hair on the other end was extremely anxious, knowing that this was a matter entrusted to him by Huang Xiao, and yet he had not handled it well, but resorted to calling instead. This proved his incompetence, but he had no other choice at this moment. After all, Yifan had been missing for 2 to 3 days now, and according to Huang Xiao, it was a dangerous situation. Without finding him soon, it could lead to a major problem. Continue to send people to search, focus on setting up the formation, and complete it as soon as possible. As for whether we can find them, we'll see, but remember, the formation comes first, those to come second. Huang Yu sternly instructed. He could distinguish between Yifan and Wang Hao. Even if Wang Hao was strong, he was still within a controllable range, but falling into King Shicheng's hands was a different story. She was a major figure in the fantasy world, possessing the power to destroy everything with a wave of her hand. If she found out about any connection, she might come for retaliation directly, resulting in his immediate demise. This was something Huang Yu did not want to witness. Meanwhile, inside the Tang family, Tang Qingqing was finally irritated by Tang Hao's persistence. All right, here, take it. Unwillingly, he took out the bottle of elixir he had bought at the first medicine shop today from the box. Then, with a palm, he pierced through the door and threw the bottle out. Tang Hao, also in excitement, caught the elixir. Thank you, cousin, thank you. Tang Hao's face instantly showed a surprised expression. After all, with this elixir, he could break through his current strength. At the same time, Huang Yu hung up the phone, watching as Tang Hao left Tang Qingqing's room. A plan began to form in his mind. Now it was the internet age, and although Shenwu Town was an extremely ancient town, it was not completely isolated from the outside world. On the contrary, they just maintained ancient customs in clothing, food, culture, and communication etiquette. Every family had their own cell phones and computers, and even broadband signal base stations were fully available. After extracting this video segment, Huang Yu copied it into 2 files. The name of one file was "Man gives woman a gift," but after being rejected, he angrily demands the gift back. Man is fooled by woman into buying a bunch of gifts and becomes a scapegoat. After putting these two extremely eye-catching titles, he sent these two video files to his subordinates. Of course, before sending them, he removed his own information from the file to prevent Tang Hao from realizing it was his doing. At the same time, Tang Hao returned excitedly to his room. After all, it was not easy to get back the elixir, so he was eager to consume it quickly. Time was life now, and starting his cultivation early meant a higher chance of a breakthrough. However, after opening the bottle of elixir, Tang Hao was instantly dumbfounded. What is all this stuff? Pouring it out, he found a mess of black and foul-smelling substances, far from the appearance of a high-grade elixir. Instead, it seemed like a failed concoction that had gone bad and rotten for a long time. Was I deceived? Or did Tang Qingqing secretly replace the elixir inside after receiving it, and then plan to deceive me by saying it was like this inside? In an instant, this thought arose in Tang Hao's mind. Thinking back to her performance tonight, he became even more convinced. End of this chapter. Chapter 259, Tang Hao's special peculiarities. On the other side, it was almost evening at this time. Stinky bastard, come here quickly. That's right, since you've worked so hard today, we'll reward you well. I specifically wore black stockings today. And me, watching Nimeng, Han Yuyao, and Han Yaya, a group of people were about to return to their own rooms. Huang Yu immediately coughed twice. I need to focus on cultivation today. You guys should go back first, I don't have time right now. It's not that he didn't like beautiful women. Mainly because these women were just too fierce. If things continued this way, he would end up in big trouble. Huang Yu felt that if he didn't die at the hands of the destined protagonists, he would eventually die by the hands of these fairies. If you don't want to come, just don't come. Really, we're all ready, and you tell me this. Stinky bastard, go to hell. With the sound of the women cursing, the group gradually left. Hearing the fading footsteps, Huang Yu finally relaxed. They finally left. Then, he began to focus on cultivation peacefully. However, at this moment, currently customizing a mission for the host. The special check-in location tonight is Han Yaya's bed. Hearing the familiar voice in his mind, Huang Yu was stunned. This is such a mess. For the past 2 days, the special check-in locations were either on the streets or in his own room. Why did it change tonight? Huang Yu swallowed nervously and looked at the tightly closed door. Because he and Han Yaya were sudden, Han Yaya had been with those women for the past 2 days. If he had gone before, there would have surely been a confrontation. Let's just go. After much struggle, Huang Yu couldn't resist the 2-bit system. After all, he was just a minor villain. He wanted to complete missions and obtain items to deal with those destined protagonists. However, Huang Yu wasn't planning to leave immediately. Right now, those women were probably gossiping or playing mahjong. If he went now, it wouldn't be any different from walking into a trap. So, he decided to meditate first to avoid getting into a dangerous situation. Additionally, when the women fell asleep, he could carry out the mission unnoticed. Huang Yu took out the pills he bought yesterday from a hidden compartment in the room. These pills were chosen by the destined protagonists, so they either had powerful effects or completely mismatched appearances. But at the end of the day, it was a windfall for him. Looking at the pills emitting a foul odor, Tang Hao's face darkened. These pills wouldn't help his cultivation. They might even send him to the hospital for a few days if consumed. But since he had just received these pills, even though the content might have been swapped, he couldn't ask for more. He had threatened to force the other party to hand over the pills, but he regretted not inspecting them on the spot. This protagonist really has it tough. I didn't expect it to come to this. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Huang Yu continued the struggle between him and Tang Hao. Tang Hao's face turned black as he looked at the pills releasing a foul smell. They wouldn't aid in his cultivation at all. However, since he had just claimed these pills, he had no choice but to consume them. The powdery substance with a medicinal smell on the bottle indicated that these pills were valuable, although they had changed somehow. Believing that these pills still contained some medicinal properties, Tang Hao finally decided to swallow them and forcibly break through. Despite a strong feeling of nausea, he had no other choice. In less than 2 minutes, there was a loud sound with a surge of putrid odor. Tang Hao's eyes widened. Not good. He was about to have diarrhea again. But there was no other way. Once the breakthrough began, he couldn't stop. If he failed the breakthrough a second time and wanted to stabilize his cultivation level, he would need a vast amount of resources, possibly 6 to 7 times more. Multiple consecutive breakthrough failures would make his cultivation level more stable, but it would also be harder to achieve a breakthrough. With no other choice, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and gave up controlling his physiological functions, allowing the process to happen while he focused on harnessing the power within him to break through. The foul odor wafted outside, and the servants subconsciously glanced at the closed door. They were slightly shocked because Tang Hao had instructed them to guard the door and not let anyone in. Now that such a strong stench emanated from inside, it seemed he had really made a breakthrough. The servants couldn't help but shudder. Little did Tang Hao know the thoughts of the servants outside. He was too focused on his own cultivation, furrowing his brow tightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 260 Breakthrough Failure, almost. At this moment, the barrier of realm was like a tall wall standing in front of Tang Hao, as he continuously pushed his spiritual power to impact. As long as he could destroy this thick wall, he would be able to step into a whole new realm. By that time, the martial arts competition would be just a piece of cake for him. While he continued to impact the new realm, his abdomen was also rumbling wildly, making gurgling sounds. The surge of energy in his lower body became more intense, and his muscles began to relax gradually. A few minutes later, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Family head. Upon seeing the familiar leader, the person guarding the door outside quickly bowed and greeted. It was Tang Qingqing's father, the head of the Tang family. Where is Tang Hao? Behind the head of the Tang family, there were several elders and younger members of the Tang family. Obviously, this visit was for an important matter. Tang Young Master is currently in the midst of a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the servant's expression immediately became difficult. Should he say that Tang Hao is having diarrhea? Or should he say he's making a breakthrough? Facing this situation was somewhat embarrassing, because even if he said Tang Hao was making a breakthrough now, he would still have to go in later. If they saw Tang Hao having diarrhea in there, wouldn't that be? But facing the elders of the Tang family and the Tang family members, the servant couldn't hold it in and could only explain in a low voice, Young Master Tang is currently in the midst of a breakthrough. What? He's already about to make a breakthrough? Upon hearing this, even the head of the Tang family was somewhat surprised. He never expected that his long-standing belief and support would finally pay off. Tang Hao was really about to make a breakthrough. If that was the case, he could very likely achieve a good result at the martial arts competition. The elders behind the head of the Tang family also showed expressions of surprise. There were one or two among them who had initially opposed Tang Hao joining the Tang family and fighting on behalf of the Tang family. But they never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Then we'll wait outside patiently until the breakthrough. The entire Tang family was very excited about Tang Hao's breakthrough, harboring extremely high expectations. As long as Tang Hao can break through the strength of our Tang family, he will definitely rise to a higher level. Seeing the head of the Tang family waiting outside, the servant was also somewhat at a loss. He had thought that after hearing those words, the head of the Tang family would consider not disturbing Tang Hao and simply leave immediately. However, to his surprise, the head of the family stood directly in front of the door, prepared to enter after the breakthrough. When he opens the door later, wouldn't Tang Hao be done for? But still, at the moment, he had no choice but to stand still. After all, he was just an errand boy, while the others were the head of the Tang family. Who would dare to rush them? Inside, Tang Hao was ultimately unable to hold back. The previous failed breakthrough had solidified his realm, making the breakthrough even more difficult. After impacting for a long time without any response, not only that, the spiritual power in his body was gradually depleting. The pile of dark pills he had just taken was of no avail. In the end, Tang Hao exhausted the last bit of his spiritual power, but still failed to make a breakthrough. Damn it! How could this happen? He angrily pounded the damp bed and let out a disgruntled roar. As he felt the dampness on his hands, he suddenly realized that he had soiled the bed. Hearing the hysterical roar inside, the family head and others stood up. Since there was noise inside, it meant the breakthrough was completed. Let's go and see our Tang family's genius together. The family head of the Tang family laughed heartily and opened the door directly. As soon as everyone entered the room, an unbearable stench instantly filled the room, invading everyone's brains. What is this? Everyone who smelled the stench was stunned and quickly took several steps back, covering their mouths. They looked incredulously at the pile of golden liquids, soaking into the white bed sheets and bedding on Tang Hao's bed. This wasn't a breakthrough at all. He had clearly soiled himself. At this moment, Tang Hao also suddenly reacted upon hearing the door opening, looking at the people in front of him. Wait, this isn't what it looks like. While saying this, he frantically used a blanket to cover the mess on the bed. However, the room was already filled with the foul odor, and such a deceitful act could not cover up anything. You've really embarrassed our Tang family. I didn't expect your breakthrough to be like this. The family head of the Tang family, who had wanted to showcase his foresight in front of the elders, had his expression darken instantly. Tang Hao was his choice. If he didn't show any results at the martial arts competition, his position as the family head might be affected. However, the family head of the Tang family was extremely confident, believing that Tang Hao would definitely succeed. But to his surprise, after so long, it turned out that Tang Hao was just sitting on the bed soiling himself. After observing and realizing that Tang Hao's realm had not progressed at all, he had to ask, "No, I provided you with so many cultivation resources, you should at least be at a complete level now. What's going on?" Watching Tang Hao observing the situation, everyone wanted to leave as soon as possible, but since the head of the Tang family hadn't left yet, the elders also couldn't leave. They could only endure the smell and fight against it. I encountered some unexpected issues this time. Hearing the other party's question, Tang Hao explained with a slightly unpleasant expression. However, this explanation seemed weak and feeble. Okay, clean up the mess on your bed and come explain to me later. After saying this, the family head of the Tang family snorted coldly, shook his sleeve, and left the room. Many of the elders of the Tang family behind him also wore mocking expressions. After all, the head of the Tang family had lifted Tang Hao up in front of the elders. Now Tang Hao turned out to be in such a state, which meant the head of the Tang family was also in trouble. On the other side, after some cultivation, Huang Yu felt it was about time, so he silently stood up and quietly opened the door. At this moment, under the moonlight, the entire courtyard was extremely quiet, and even the slightest noise could be heard clearly. He slowed his steps and slowly approached the door of the room where the group of girls was staying. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the door. End of this chapter. Chapter 261. The Battle of the Girls. Since the group of girls liked to stay together, the room they were in was the largest one in the courtyard. Several beds were stacked together, and a group of girls were covered in blankets, emitting steady breathing sounds. Thank goodness, they have all fallen asleep. Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then gently closed the door and began to crawl forward on the ground. Although she did not want to come, the damn mission given by the system was like this. It forced her to draw on Han Yaya's bed. Did the system have a thing for this? Huang Yu didn't think much about it. She just wanted to quickly complete the mission while the group of girls were asleep, then leave. Otherwise, if she was discovered, wouldn't she be sucked dry on the spot? Sister Huang. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. It was Han Yu Yao speaking. You jerk. Accompanied by two giggles, Huang Yu's face was immediately covered in black lines. This girl was still talking in her sleep in the middle of the night. It startled her. But luckily, it was just sleep talk, and she almost thought she had been discovered. Then, Huang Yu continued to crawl closer, little by little. When she just entered the door, she glanced up, and if she remembered correctly, about 2 meters ahead was the position where Han Yaya was. After crawling for a long time, she slowly stood up by the bed, along the edge of the bed. In fact, all the other girls were sleeping in various positions. Only Han Yaya was quietly sleeping on her side. Yaya is the most ladylike after all. Han Yu Yao speaks like a cannon all day long. If this were ancient times, I would have divorced her long ago. After silently complaining in her heart, Huang Yu slowly lay down on the bed, trying to make no sound. It wasn't until the completion sound rang in her mind that Huang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can leave. She turned around to leave, but suddenly saw a figure with long hair covering her face, standing on the bed looking eerie, like Sadako. Holy crap! Huang Yu was startled and couldn't help but let out a scream. However, from under that long hair came a familiar voice. You jerk, aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? It was Han Yuyao, and she was very angry at that moment. What are you up to? Seeing Han Yuyao approaching slowly, Huang Yu was about to get up and escape when a pair of arms like jade slowly wrapped around his neck, not tightly enough to suffocate him, but firmly holding his body in place. Brother Huang Yu, you can't run away. Turning his head, Huang Yu saw that Han Yaya, who had been asleep, had already awakened and was hanging on him tightly. Hey, I just came to see if you had covered yourself properly. There's no need for this. With the lights on, Huang Yu realized that none of the women had actually been sleeping. They were all waiting for him. Oh really? Why should I believe you? Yun Yun said slowly, caressing his face. And at that moment, Nalan Yanran, who was thinking about revenge, finally found the opportunity. She immediately approached and sat on him, shouting, "Sisters, attack!" Wait! Seeing so many people, Huang Yu's eyes widened. But ultimately, it was all in vain. Just one glare from Yun Yun. He dared not oppose anymore. Although he was very strong now, in front of Yun Yun, he was like a mere mortal. There was no power to resist at all. Until morning, Huang Yu woke up in the midst of the noisy chatter. Sister Yu Yao, did you eat well last night? Just a little bit. This guy is so useless, he can't even last 3 or 4 times. Actually, Brother Huang Yu is quite pitiful. You alone have 3 or 4 times, while all of us combined have over 20 times. This damn guy, it's his slow cultivation speed. Why is his body so weak? Hearing this, Huang Yu slowly opened his eyes to see a very provocative scene of women getting dressed. Hey, what you're saying is not quite right, is it? Looking at the women, Huang Yu weakly complained. It was obviously all of you who couldn't handle it. You slept, and now you say I can't. If we say you can't, then you can't. What's the point of so much opposition? Hearing his words, Liu Ryan also glared at him. Aren't you treating me like a lapdog? Why did you come to lick me last night? Hearing this, Liu Ryan blushed. Then next time I'll just let you lick me back. Let me go next time. Huang Yu hung his head again, sighed, then turned over and covered himself with a blanket. I'll go back to sleep for a while. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's grand meeting, Left Kyosuk had already tortured Left Yi so badly. Looking at the barely breathing Left Yi, Left Kyosuk was feeling quite pleased. From the moment he entered the Left family, he had made things difficult for him with various reasons. It can be said that he had reached this point today, not only because of his efforts, but also because of the trouble caused by this young master. Otherwise, he should have had a good life now. A hint of coldness shone in Left Kyosuk's beautiful eyes. She looked at Left Yi in front of him. If you don't tell me where Huang Yu is, I will disable you. Although he didn't know who this person was, Left Kyosuk knew he had to hold onto this thigh first. Although the Huang family was also someone he couldn't afford to offend, sometimes you have to fight when soldiers come. Anyway, he'll figure out a way to clear his relationship later. Left Yi, who had been tormented all night, also felt very aggrieved. I really don't know where that damn Huang Yu is. With a face of helplessness, his eyes also showed extreme pleading and fear. After a night of torture, he had truly realized how terrifying Left Kyosuk's methods were. End of chapter. Chapter 262, The Undercurrents of the Left Family. It seems like you are truly obstinate. Looking at Zuo Yi, the coldness on Zuo Jingsu's face became more intense. In reality, he didn't care at all whether Zuo Yi knew where Huang Yu was. There were only 2 things he needed to do now. First, to brutally torment this person who had coveted him countless times and made things difficult for him. Second, to tightly hold onto the thigh of the mysterious person beside him. At least before conflicts arose between the other party and the Huang family, he definitely needed a backing. If all else failed, he could always turn to the Huang family later. Zuo Jingshu pondered in his heart. As for the chips to join the Huang family, it goes without saying that it was his understanding of the person in front of him. Although he currently had no information about the identity of the person in front of him. But ultimately, in terms of his own methods, Zuo Jingshu was still very confident. There seems to be a martial arts competition going on during this time. Just as Li Si was about to be beaten again, he suddenly trembled all over and recalled in his mind. Han Yuyao, that despicable woman seems to be connected with Huang Yu. So if that's the case, Huang Yu might also be at the martial arts competition. Martial arts competition? Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan, sitting on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. What is that? The martial arts competition is a large-scale martial arts exchange event for all ancient martial arts families. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Zhuo Yi quickly stood up and approached Yi Fan, almost bowing apologetically. And the Han family has been a renowned ancient martial arts family for nearly 1,000 years. So they will definitely participate in this martial arts competition. Since Han Yuyao is going, it's very likely that Huang Yu will also go. After all, during this time, the fact that Han Yuyao and Huang Yu were together was not a secret, almost everyone knew. So even though Zhuo Yi didn't know where Huang Yu was at the moment, it didn't stop him from making some wild guesses. In any case, it was better to come up with something on the spot. When he returned to the Zhuo family, he had plenty of time and energy to educate these two people. What Zhuo Yi didn't know was that his guess was actually correct. At this moment, Huang Yu was indeed at the martial arts competition in Shenwu Town with Han Yuyao. Martial arts competition. Yi Fan murmured softly as he slowly got up. Saying this, he was about to leave for the location of the martial arts competition. At this moment, a hint of delight flashed in Zhuo Yi's eyes. Finally, this guy was leaving. Let's see who can save you now. Zhuo Yi casually glanced at Zhuo Jingshu behind him, his greed growing stronger. If he had some reservations about acting against Zhuo Jingshu before, now all those reservations had disappeared, and in addition to infinite greed and lust in his heart, there was also boundless anger. After tormenting this despicable person harshly, he planned to return all the injuries he suffered last night twofold. Sir. Seeing Yi Fan about to leave without a word, Zhuo Jingshu quickly stepped forward, a hint of panic in his eyes. I'd like to discuss something with you. There's no need to say much. From now on, you are under my protection. Yi Fan naturally knew the other party's intentions, and this was also how he gained the loyalty of others. By not taking action himself and acquiring another asset. If anything happens in my absence, you and your family won't have a good ending. Yi Fan turned around and gave Zhuo Yi a cold glance, his overwhelming aura making the latter dare not move at all, only nodding stiffly like a puppet. It wasn't until Yi Fan left that this terrifying pressure completely disappeared. Zhuo Yi suddenly felt powerless all over, his whole body slumping. Mr. Zhuo Yi, you have no relation to the Zhuo family anymore. Please leave quickly. Hearing Zhuo Jingshu's words urging him to leave, Zhuo Yi was furious. Zhuo Jingshu, know your place and don't forget what your surname is. Wait until I return to the Zhuo family. I will definitely tell the elders about this matter. Do as you please. Zhuo Jingshu coldly snorted, completely disregarding the elders of the Zhuo family. After all, if the Zhuo family truly cared about him and his well-being, they wouldn't have gone along with this person's proposal, making things difficult for him. He had almost starved to death on the streets back then, and if he hadn't traded something of value left by his father for a chance to survive, the Zhuo family would have probably let him die in the streets. Now, not to mention that the Zhuo family wouldn't spare him, he wouldn't spare the Zhuo family either. He would retrieve what his father had left behind sooner or later. Otherwise, he would never give up. And seeing how indifferent his attitude was, Zhuo Yi could only reluctantly take a deep breath and then turn and leave. Meanwhile, after leaving the Emperor's Grand Assembly, Yi Fan took out his phone again to call his two teachers. However, unexpectedly, aside from the one call they answered last time, this time the calls were either unanswered or the phones were turned off. What's going on? Are my teachers really so busy these days? Yi Fan said with a slight frown. If this had been in the past, he would have been more concerned, but since his teacher had called him last time and sorted things out, not reaching them this time had become a common occurrence. Yi Fan didn't suspect anything and instead disappeared into the crowd. He had one more thing he needed to do now, and that was to quickly find out where the so-called martial arts competition was being held. Since he was tasked with assassinating Huang Yu next, he had to complete it. On the other hand, at this moment, Tang Hao was in his room watching with a black face as the servant tidied up his room, couldn't help but reprimand him. What attitude is this? Straighten up. Understood, young Master Tang. If you hadn't lost control of your bladder, I wouldn't be so exhausted. The servant taunted quietly. Tang Hao almost couldn't help but explode in anger, but he held back, not wanting to bother with this person. After all, their statuses were not on the same level. There was no need to get angry over such trivial matters. But the main reason was that, after his breakthrough failure last night, the head of the Tang family was furious, resulting in everyone's attitude towards him plummeting. Damn it, if it weren't for Tang Qingqing, I might have succeeded in my breakthrough now. He gritted his teeth. But the most important thing now was that he had failed in his breakthrough. With that in mind, how should he handle those people when it was his turn to perform in the martial arts competition in a few days? End of this chapter. Chapter 263 Pursuit of Huang Yuhan. On the other side, inside the Huang family. Where on earth did my brother go? I must find you. Huang Yuhan huffed and puffed. She hadn't seen her brother for several days, and after her investigation, those women were also nowhere to be found. They must have gone somewhere for their honeymoon. If that's the case, if a woman gets pregnant, she would directly marry into the Huang family. If this continues, where will she stand by her brother's side in the future? Even if she expresses her feelings, she may not be accepted by him. Huang Yuhan couldn't bear it this time. At the same time, she incessantly tapped on the keyboard in her room, her eyes scanning lines of code. After putting in a great effort, she finally created a hacking program and hacked into Han Yuyao's phone. Although she had some expertise in this area, trying to hack into the Tianhai City Police Department and the Huang family security system would be too difficult. The only phone she could access was Han Yuyao's. She didn't believe this woman didn't know where her brother had gone. She must know. Following the press of the final key, the computer started searching frantically, and soon a location appeared on Huang Yuhan's screen. Why go to such a remote place? Looking at the location marked on the map, it was at least several hundred kilometers away, in a mountainous area. She searched online and found out that it was just a few ordinary villages, not a tourist spot. Even describing it as a remote and unfriendly place was not an exaggeration. Brother, why did you go there with those women? Huang Yuhan hesitated slightly, her eyes filled with more confusion. Could it be that he encountered some danger and got trapped there, or is there another reason? Although she didn't know exactly what was going on, for Huang Yuhan, she couldn't bear her brother being away from her for so long. She had to find her brother. Finally, Huang Yuhan quickly noted down the address marked on the screen, ready to open the door and leave in a hurry. However, at that moment, a familiar voice sounded at the door. Yuhan, where are you going? With that cold voice, Huang Yuhan was stunned. A hint of resentment appeared in her eyes. Then she turned around slowly and reluctantly called out, Mom. Yes, the person who had arrived was Huang Yu's mother, now Huang Yuhan's stepmother. After all, Huang Yuan's had already known that she was not her birth mother's biological daughter. Therefore, she had no more hesitation regarding her relationship with her brother. She must be with her brother, and couldn't let other women take him away. I'm going out to meet a friend. Is that so? A beautiful woman walked over, her eyes filled with doubt. Clearly, although Huang Yuhan was not her biological daughter, she knew this child, who had been raised for many years, very well. Are you trying to see Huang Yu? She said straightforwardly. Looking at Huang Yuhan with some hesitation in her eyes, she became more certain of her guess. I'm not. Hearing her inner thoughts being exposed, Huang Yuhan immediately shook her head, denying the assumption. I just miss my brother. I want to see him. Faced with her mother's sharp gaze, Huang Yuhan couldn't help but explain weakly. We haven't seen each other for so long, so I want to see him. Are you sure you just want to see him? Looking at her daughter, Huang Yu's mother sighed helplessly. After all, you've been siblings for so many years, So what if we've been siblings for so many years? Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Huang Yuhan. My brother and I are not biological siblings. Why can't I be with him? What right do you have to stop my freedom? Huang Yuhan shouted, tears gradually filling her eyes. Her eyes were getting redder. Realizing that her words were inappropriate, Huang Yuhan wiped away her tears, slowly approached her mother, and held her mother's hand. Mom, as long as you agree to let me be with my brother, I will listen to you in everything from now on, okay? I don't want to marry that person. Regarding the engagement brought by that Jifan that day, Huang Yuhan couldn't even be bothered to take a second look at it. Compared to her brother, that person was nothing but a sewer rat. How could anyone compare to him? Huang Yu's mother shook her head helplessly at her daughter. If you want to go, then go. But you better be prepared. After all, she was the daughter of her husband's good friend, so Huang Yu's mother didn't want Huang Yuhan to be with that jerk for her own good. Yu Huan had no idea how many women that guy had now. If she saw it, she would probably change her mind. Hearing this, Huang Yuhuan instantly became excited, her eyes filled with surprise. Really, Temem? Huang Yu's mother nodded lightly. She then let out a long sigh. She didn't know if what she did was right, but seeing Huang Yuhuan so sad and upset, she, as a mother, couldn't bear it. If her son wasn't such a jerk, she would have considered the idea of setting them up. Huang Yuhuan, with the definite answer, quickly left after saying goodbye. Then I'll be off. With the sound of farewell, Huang Yuhuan casually got into a car, stepped on the gas pedal, and roared off. In the past, she had hidden her feelings because the family didn't allow it, and over the years, their sibling relationship had solidified. But things were different now. She had her mother's permission, which meant she could openly be with her brother. As for those women, they were not legitimate. If she wanted to, she could drive them all away. Suddenly, Huang Yuhuan remembered the woman named Yun Yun who had come to her house last time and took away the bracelet that was supposed to be passed on to the daughter-in-law. Thinking about that bracelet, a coldness appeared in Huang Yuhuan's eyes. That bracelet can only be worn on my wrist. How dare you take it? I'll make sure you bring it back the same way you took it. End of this chapter. Chapter 260 for Sowing Dissension. At the same time, Huang Yu had no idea that Huang Yuhan was already on her way to kill. For him, Huang Yuhan was like a younger sister, and it would be impossible for him to turn the girl he used to consider as a sister into a girlfriend. After resting in the room for a long time, and with the support of the girls, Huang Yu, who was treated almost like an emperor, finally got up. You bastard, are you comfortable now? There are so many women serving you. You always act like you're not willing. Who are you pretending for? If you're not willing, don't come find us again in the future. That's right, she has liked you for so long. How can you be so indifferent to her? You bastard! Listening to the girls' complaints, Huang Yu felt a little dumbfounded. What do they mean by him being indifferent to the girls? With so many women around, even if deities came, they wouldn't be able to handle it. He just wanted to cultivate well. What's wrong with that? Besides, if he didn't cultivate well, what if one day he was fatally struck by some destined protagonist? That would be unacceptable to him. But overall, the current situation was still very good. Although Yi Fan's whereabouts were unknown, at least Wang Hao had been somewhat controlled again. Based on his understanding of the plot, Bai Mao and his group quickly started monitoring Wang Hao again. Although Yi Fan had not been found yet, it wasn't a big problem. After all, Wang Hao and Yi Fan had become almost mortal enemies. One had once broken the other's leg, and the other paralyzed the other from the waist up. The two destined protagonists created sparks, so he just needed to sit back and watch. What really concerned Huang Yu was Luo Qincheng. After all, the other party was a celestial-level existence. With his current strength, no matter how many years he cultivated, he probably wouldn't be a match for the other party. After leaving the courtyard, Huang Yu went straight to the Tang family. Although all the resources were given to Tang Qingqing yesterday, he still needed to make sure if Tang Qingqing returned the cultivation resources. If she had returned them, then it would be troublesome, and he would have to find a way to get those items back. In short, these cultivation resources could absolutely not fall into Tang Hao's hands. If the other group really became the leader of the drumbeat assembly, then all the efforts made previously would be in vain. Please inform Tang Qingqing and Tang Hao. Huang Yu made a slight bow outside the Tang family's door. Wait a moment. There was no deliberate attempt to make things difficult for him, as in a melodramatic novel. After brief notification, Tang Qingqing soon came out. Compared to the day before, Tang Qingqing seemed to have gained more strength and momentum. Huang Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Have you used up all those cultivation resources? He asked tentatively. The reason that led Tang Qingqing to have such changes in her aura could only be due to two reasons. Firstly, she discovered the wonders of his dark yin body constitution. Secondly, she used up all the cultivation resources from yesterday. If it was the latter, it was fine. But if it was the former, Huang Yu might have to worry about his safety. After all, the way Tang Qingqing looked at him was as if she were looking at a mortal enemy. Yes, I used them all up. Asterisk asterisk, why is this woman staring at me like that? Could it be that she's fallen for me? Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Even if you've fallen for me, you'll need Tang Hao's permission first, and he's not dead yet. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Still, what a selfish girl. I like it. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. If it weren't for you, Tang Hao would have almost succeeded in his cultivation. Asterisk asterisk, Huang Yu kept ranting in his mind, but outwardly, he finally relaxed. At least now, he didn't have to worry about when Tang Hao would achieve a breakthrough. Congratulations to Miss Tang Qingqing for finally breaking through using the cultivation resources given to you by Brother Tang. Huang Yu suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far behind Tang Qingqing. He immediately stood up, clapped his hands, and congratulated her enthusiastically. No need for your congratulations. You'd better worrying about yourself. Tang Qingqing's face darkened as she heard this scoundrel's inner voice criticizing her. This scoundrel had schemed against the Tang family repeatedly, and now he had the nerve to insult her. She swore to make him pay one day. However, she failed to notice a figure slowly approaching from behind her. Cousin, congratulations indeed. Too bad I failed my breakthrough last night. A cold, unexpected voice suddenly sounded, startling Tang Qingqing. Tang Hao, with two dark circles under his eyes, emerged slowly from behind her, his eyes full of resentment. He slumped into a chair like a man weighed down by grievances. Seeing that she had spoken such words in front of her cousin, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, it was partly her fault that he failed his breakthrough. Those cultivation resources were originally meant for him. But the immense temptation had been too much for Tang Qingqing to resist. Now, watching her cousin suffer from failure, Tang Qingqing shot a glare at Huang Yu. If it weren't for his deliberate provocation, she wouldn't have said such things. Oh, it's no big deal. Brother Tang just failed a breakthrough, right? Don't forget, those pills only cost a borrowed 50 million. Surely Brother Tang's worth isn't limited to a mere 50 million, right? Huang Yu feigned concern, casually bringing up the 50 million debt. After all, it wasn't his money or his debt, so he spoke without a care. When the debt collector eventually came knocking, it would be the Zhuo family's problem, not his. As for the repayment, well, you can pay it back whenever you feel like it, Huang Yu added generously, even though he had no authority to make such a promise. He was just making things up as he went along. Tang Hao's eyes immediately filled with gratitude. What a great friend! Seeing his failure, Huang Yu cared so much about him. Although the 50 million debt weighed heavily on him, Huang Yu's words offered some comfort. Chapter 265. The deliberate revelation of fate was quite moving, but it also felt like it had shut him down. After all, Tang Hao was still thinking about whether he could borrow some money from the other party to purchase cultivation resources, but now it seemed that there was definitely no hope. The other party had already made it clear, and if he continued to be so uninteresting, it would be going too far. Tang Hao, who held himself in high regard, would never allow himself to fall into such a morally compromising situation. In his view, he was a person with boundless potential. Why bother with such trivial matters? However, as Tang Hao found himself in a dilemma, Huang Yu was actually very happy. The other party was the main character of destiny, while he was just a minor villain. Seeing Tang Hao in such a predicament was more than satisfying for him. But brother, this is not a sustainable way to go on, Huang Yu deliberately sighed. I do have a method here that could help you break through, but it is somewhat risky. I don't know if you... He intentionally pretended to hesitate. Of course, he had no intention of really helping this guy. After all, if he helped Tang Hao grow and then Tang Hao found out that everything was his doing, wouldn't Tang Hao tear him to pieces? What is it? Brother Zhuo, just say it, it's fine. Tang Hao eagerly asked upon hearing there was a way to help him break through. Right now, there was nothing more important than his breakthrough. If he failed to break through, he would definitely fall behind in the ancient martial arts competition. Falling behind would disrupt all his plans. Compared to that, there was nothing else he feared except death. In that case, that's even better. Huang Yu smiled slightly, revealing a set of white teeth. Tang Qingqing, watching his smile, suddenly had a bad feeling. Why did she feel like this guy was up to something malicious? Although she wanted to remind Tang Hao to leave quickly, the fact that she had just taken all of his cultivation resources made the situation a bit awkward for her. Well, it's like this. Immediately after, Huang Yu started making up a story. Although most of it was made up, it wasn't entirely untrue. What he wanted to say was about a chance hidden in the God Martial town. This opportunity in the original story plot was actually designed for Tang Hao. However, this opportunity did not appear now, but it would only surface after Tang Hao became the champion of the ancient martial arts competition and broke through several realms consecutively. Even after breaking through several realms, in the original plot, Tang Hao was in a dangerous situation before gaining this opportunity. The main reason why he could obtain this opportunity was not only because of his strength, but also because of his bloodline. Yes, in that ridiculous plot setting, Tang Qingqing was not the only rare cultivation body. Even Tang Hao himself had the 9 Yang divine body, which was extremely rare. Together with Tang Qingqing's 9 Yin divine body, they were the perfect match. After hearing Huang Yu's words, Tang Hao's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. I didn't think that legend was true. There really is such an opportunity. Tang Hao could not contain his excitement. Even Tang Qingqing, who had initially thought that Huang Yu was making things up, now looked shocked. What? Could it be true? It was said that, before the endless ages, God Marshalltown was just an ordinary village. Until one day, a powerful cultivator from another world fell and was gravely injured. The local villagers treated him with various herbs for a long time until the powerful cultivator woke up. However, simple herbs could not heal his injuries. So the awakened cultivator began to heal himself while also teaching the villagers cultivation techniques. There were rumors that this powerful cultivator had actually fallen, but no one knew the details of his fall or where he fell. It was said that he left behind endless treasures where he fell. Whoever obtained them could ascend through cultivation in one go. Many people in God Marshalltown had heard this story, and even the ancient martial arts families across the country knew about it. However, for most people, it was just an ordinary story with no basis in reality. After all, God Marshalltown had existed for thousands of years. If such a thing really existed, someone would have found it by now. Why hadn't anyone discovered it until now? But what Huang Yu had just talked about was not just that story. He even mentioned many details, even explaining why outsiders couldn't locate where the fallen cultivator was because of a formation called the Hidden Heaven Formation. It could conceal the heavens and shield all methods. Wait a minute, if you know about this, why don't you go and get this opportunity yourself? Tang Qingqing immediately looked suspicious after a moment of contemplation, staring intently at Huang Yu. If you got this opportunity, you could keep it all to yourself, isn't that better? At this point, although Tang Hao did not speak, he quickly became clear-headed and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. To be honest, I also wanted to go alone, but I simply don't have the strength. Moreover, the world of cultivation is a survival of the fittest. Instead of being targeted by others behind my back, it's better to stay out of it until I have the strength and then go for it. But after seeing you two, I changed my mind. I believe you are not the kind of people who would scheme against me in secret. So I think as long as we work together and go there, we can definitely obtain this opportunity. At that time, we can split the spoils. Hearing this, Tang Hao immediately felt relieved. After all, he had great confidence in his character, and this brother Zuo had no reason to harm him at all. After all, he still owed him 50 million. If he died, the other person would be at a loss. Is that so? Hearing this explanation, Tang Qingqing still had a hint of doubt, but hearing his words, Tang Hao was a bit unwilling. Since you are not going, then there is no need to say more, just Zuo. And I will go. Tang Hao directly interrupted Tang Qingqing's words, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't really want Tang Qingqing to accompany them. After all, she had just taken so many of his cultivation resources. If they went together, wouldn't she gain even more? Thinking about the cultivation resources he had originally used to break through now being taken by her, a sense of resentment welled up in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 266, Huang Yu's Plan. If it could be said that Tang Hao still had some feelings for Tang Qingqing in his heart, then at this moment, not only did he lack any emotions, but he also felt some resentment. You. Hearing his cousin speak like this, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but want to reprimand him. But as soon as she uttered a word, she held back. Although she was doing it for the good of her cousin, she couldn't deny that she had used up all of his resources, which made her feel guilty in the end. If she were to blame him now, she might put herself in a position where morals were disregarded. Fine, then I'll go with you to take a look. Tang Qingqing looked coldly at Huang Yu and began to scheme in her mind. I want to see what you are planning. Since Miss Tang Qingqing is willing to come, I naturally welcome it. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu couldn't help but smile. If he remembered correctly, Tang Qingqing was captured by Tang Hao in a cave. At that time, in a certain part of that cave, there was a trap, and that trap contained a substance with strong aphrodisiac properties. Although he didn't understand why a powerful cultivator would set up an aphrodisiac trap in a cultivation cave, this was just how the plot worked to bring the destined couple together. Seeing the two now at odds, if Tang Qingqing were to lose her innocence again, wouldn't it lead to a conflict? Thinking about this, Huang Yu couldn't help but smile knowingly. In that case, let's set off now. It's getting late. Hearing this, Tang Hao was naturally excited. After all, what he lacked the most now was cultivation resources. The faster they reached the fallen cultivation cave of the cultivator, the more opportunities he would have to break through. And who knows, they might even obtain some treasures. Every minute counts. Then Huang Yu looked at Tang Qingqing and asked softly, "I didn't drive here this time. Where is Miss Tang Qingqing's car?" It was indeed true, as the location was remote and far away. In the parking lot, Tang Qingqing glared at him and then tossed the keys to him. She wasn't angry, knowing that whatever resentment she had against him would have to wait until she dealt with Tang Hao later. At that moment, Tang Qingqing suddenly heard Huang Yu's voice in her mind. How did she lose her innocence in that cave, after guarding it for 20 years? She stopped in her tracks. Losing her purity now would not only tarnish her chastity, but also diminish her cultivation. According to the description of the Nine Yin divine body, she couldn't afford to lose her innocence before reaching the highest realm. It was a gamble she was not willing to take. And she couldn't let this jerk take Tang Hao to that fallen cultivator's cave. Who knows what his intentions were? Giving in would mean risking everything she had worked for. Then, take it. Tang Qingqing reluctantly handed over her car keys. "Thank you," Huang Yu said with a light chuckle, then ushered the two into the car, driving towards the address in the original plotline. He noticed that Tang Qingqing seemed to harbor some inexplicable resentment towards him, but he didn't care. All he needed was for Tang Hao to be the scapegoat. Even if he didn't die, their conflict would benefit Huang Yu, allowing him to seize the legacy of the powerful cultivator. It couldn't have played out better for him. As for Tang Hao, he was filled with anticipation at the prospect of going to such a place. Since the opportunity was meant for 3 people, it was already enough, and there was no need to inform others. In less than half an hour, Huang Yu brought them to a secluded valley. "Is this the opportunity you spoke of? It looks like a very ordinary place," Tang Qingqing chuckled skeptically. "Do you think this is where the fallen cultivator chose to pass away?" Even Tang Hao was puzzled by this choice, wondering why a fallen cultivator would choose such a simple and crude place instead of a picturesque setting. However, Huang Yu simply smiled and said, "The mountain may not be high, but it harbors immortals. The water may not be deep, but it has dragons." By this saying, this place has its unique charm. After reciting this, Huang Yu began to perform a series of rapid hand movements. As he recited chants, ripples appeared in the air. Though he hadn't deliberately practiced formations, he had studied enough to be considered knowledgeable. His skill was extraordinary and could rival anyone in the realm. After half a minute, Huang Yu abruptly opened his eyes and shouted, "Break!" His powerful shout echoed through the mountains, causing the environment to change rapidly. In an instant, the 3 of them found themselves in a dark, obscure environment. "Where are we? Are you all still here?" Tang Qingqing and Tang Hao panicked, calling out for each other. Huang Yu reassured them by confirming their presence. "We are at the site where that powerful cultivator passed away. Let's search thoroughly." He then took out mining lamps and gas masks, as the underground environment was filled with toxic gases accumulated over the years. He didn't want to risk being blown up, so he came prepared. Chapter 267 Finger Severance. Although logically speaking, the cave of cultivating great power should be like a fairyland, in the original plot of the book, it is indeed as dim as an ordinary ancient tomb. More precisely, this is not the place where the great power fell, but just an entrance. However, the location is nearly dozens of meters underground. Because of this location, even with mining lamps and gas masks, they had to leave, or they might suffocate and die here. Doesn't this look like the place where there's a cave? Tang Qingqing looked around the pitch-black environment, immediately voicing her doubts and looking at him. "Do you think there are any treasures here?" "Correct, Brother Zuo. Are you mistaken?" Although Tang Hao desperately wanted an opportunity, it doesn't seem likely right now. In this pitch-black environment, it lacks any sharp fluctuations, giving off the feeling of just an ordinary ancient tomb. In the dim light, Huang Yu chuckled and slowly walked to the center of the tomb. "Let's look here." With that, he wiped the ground with his foot, accompanied by a rustling sound, and a stone tablet engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in front of the three. This is the boundary entrance of the Cave of the Cultivating Great Power. What? There's a boundary here. With that remark, Tang Qingqing and Tang Hao were both shocked. At this time, everyone was only cultivating ancient martial arts, focusing on using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for themselves and converting spiritual power into inner strength or converting between each other to unleash powerful strength from the physical body. However, the existence of a boundary like this was so mysterious that it was like the imaginary space ring in novels heard of but never seen. So how do we open this boundary? Tang Hao hurriedly asked, his eyes showing impatience. This boundary only requires the blood of the three of us. Just blood. Is it that simple? Tang Qingqing questioned skeptically, full of disbelief. After all, for someone cultivating great power, if they could easily enter by simply dripping blood, then what's the purpose of setting up this boundary? That's right, because the three of us have the 5-element bloodline. A rare existence among 1 in a million. With the power of our bloodlines, we should be able to forcefully open the cave. What 5-element bloodline? I've never heard of it before. Cousin, stop saying these nonsense. Do you want to open the cave or not? Hearing his cousin causing trouble, Tang Hao became somewhat impatient and interrupted her, asking calmly, "If you don't want this opportunity, you can leave after dripping blood. I don't need you to tell me." Seeing Tang Hao, who he had been considering for criticizing him, Tang Qingqing turned her head away and fell silent. On the other hand, Huang Yu's mouth curved into a smirk. However, in the dim environment, the other two didn't notice. Things like the 5-element bloodline were obviously made up by Huang Yu. How would he know what it is? In any case, to enter the Cave of the Cultivating Great Power, it was necessary to use Tang Hao's blood. Using the blood of others was completely useless. The reason for having all three people drip a drop of blood was to not arouse Tang Hao's suspicion. Inevitably, Huang Yu was the first to drop a drop of blood, then he looked at Tang Qingqing. "I understand." Tang Qingqing, full of displeasure, raised her finger, lightly cut it with a knife, and dripped 2 drops of blood. She then looked at her cousin. "Extend your hand." Just as Tang Qingqing was about to make a small cut on Tang Hao's finger, Huang Yu remained calm on the surface, but quietly reached behind and pinched a small piece of dirt between his fingertips. At the moment the knife touched the skin, he swiftly bounced the piece of dirt out with lightning speed. Ah! Almost instantly, the tomb echoed with a painful scream resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Due to Huang Yu's sudden action, Tang Qingqing's knife swayed abruptly, cutting towards the middle of Tang Hao's finger joint. Under tremendous force, half of the finger dropped off, blood gushed out, landing on the stone tablet. In a flash, the stone tablet emitted a dazzling light, gradually transforming into a transparent light barrier. At that instant, the finger dropped, leaving Tang Hao, who was trying to grasp the severed finger, empty-handed. "Tang Qingqing, what have you done?" Seeing his finger cut off, Tang Hao stared at Tang Qingqing in shock. I don't know what happened." Tang Qingqing's face turned pale, shaking her head in panic. She had intended to make a gentle cut to drop a drop or 2 of blood, but the knife unexpectedly swerved and cut the middle part of the finger. "You're severely injured. Do you need to go to the hospital?" Huang Yu pretended to care about Tang Hao. "As for the matters here, leave it to me and Qingqing." Hearing these words, Tang Hao, who was in extreme pain, struggled to stand up and expressed, "It's all right, I can bear it. Let's deal with things here first." As he spoke, Tang Hao tore off his sleeve, made it into a rag, and wrapped his finger. Then, Huang Yu jumped directly down, passing through the light barrier. The other two followed closely behind. With a mix of light and shadow, suddenly, a quaint Taoist temple appeared before their eyes. Although it was underground before, the three appeared on a mountain, under the scorching sun in a cerulean sky shining on the earth. Where is this? Tang Qingqing was thoroughly astonished by this scene. He also realized that they were underground just now, so how did they suddenly appear here? Was that a teleportation portal? Or is this a small world? This is a secret realm, an independent small world, different from the outside. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two, Huang Yu slowly explained. The Taoist temple over there should be the Cave of the Cultivating Great Power, where all his efforts were poured into. Looking at Tang Hao with concern, Huang Yu inquired, "Are you okay? Shall we look for some healing elixirs?" All right. Though Tang Hao wanted to search for and swallow the top-tier talent and treasures, preserving his finger right now was the priority. End of this chapter. Chapter 268. How did the harem get involved again? Upon seeing him afterwards, agreeing readily, Huang Yu naturally had no hesitation. In that case, let's go inside first. Huang Yu looked at the two and said, a plan slowly forming in his mind. After all, Tang Hao had lost a finger now and had already become enemies with Tang Qingqing, which could be used to his advantage. Letting the two walk into the aphrodisiac trap. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be in that room where the great cultivator resided. However, even though they had entered the cave, there were still many traps on the short journey to the Taoist temple. You must follow closely, there are still many traps ahead, he said seriously to the two. After all, it was not yet time to deal with each other. As the main character, he didn't think that such simple traps could easily solve their problems. It would be better to first gain the other's trust further. There are many traps here. How is this possible? Hearing this, Tang Qingqing obviously didn't quite believe it. He looked around the empty space and saw nothing unusual, no traces of traps being set. Where are the traps here? You have limited experience. Huang Yu glanced disdainfully at Tang Qingqing and then proceeded forward on his own. Due to having the original plot as a reference, Huang Yu's pace was quite precise. Tang Hao also didn't hesitate. After taking 2 steps, he hurriedly followed. Seeing that both were about to leave, Tang Qingqing couldn't care too much and simply followed suit. Although he didn't fully trust this bastard, he didn't want to be alone in this other world, in case any danger arose. And sure enough, following Huang Yu's pace, the two encountered no unexpected incidents along the way, finally arriving safely in front of the Taoist temple. What? Didn't you doubt me? Why did you follow then? Huang Yu looked coldly at Tang Qingqing. I have contributed to getting here. Why can't I come? Seeing the other's bold attitude, Huang Yu didn't bother further and instead patted Tang Hao's trembling body. Brother, don't worry. We will soon find the elixir to heal your injuries. All right, Tang Hao nodded. After entering the Taoist temple, the three discovered that even the interior space was not as simple as it appeared from the outside. It was like a vast hall, as grand as several football fields, filled with various treasures. My goodness, so much money! Tang Qingqing was amazed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This amount of money surpassed the annual revenue of the Tang family several times. If they had this much money, the Tang family would definitely be able to return to its peak. Even Tang Hao was incredibly shocked. With this treasure, he could not only repay the 50 million, but also have extra money to buy various cultivation resources. This is nothing. The truly valuable items are the rare treasures and elixirs. Compared to those, these are just material possessions. Huang Yu said disdainfully. He continued walking forward, and the other two quickly grasped the situation. No matter how much money one had, it was all for the sake of cultivation resources, which couldn't be compared to the items outside. If they obtained any resources here, they would have all the money they needed. Why burden themselves for worldly possessions? Due to his understanding of the original plot, Huang Yu led the two to a large hall. This seems to be where the great cultivator resides. Huang Yu looked somewhat worried, but we don't know what opportunities lie within. I'll go check it out first. To Huang Yu's surprise, Tang Qingqing spoke up first, and as soon as he finished speaking, he pushed open the door and walked in. Huang Yu wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Almost instantly upon entering, Tang Qingqing froze, his eyes becoming distant. That Tang brother, let's go in and save him. Seeing Tang Hao still outside, Huang Yu was at a loss. How could she go in on her own when her husband hadn't gone in yet? If the two of you aren't together, how can I create conflicts between you? All right. Seeing Tang Qingqing fall into the trap, Tang Hao's expression fluctuated, but he nodded in agreement. Just as Huang Yu was about to find an opportunity to push Tang Hao in. Left brother, you should go save him first. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, a voice next to him spoke, followed by a push that sent Huang Yu tumbling in. Standing in front of the door, Tang Hao looked inside and pretended to be in pain. You to hold on, I'll go find medicine to heal my finger. I'll be back soon, you must hold on. In the past, Tang Hao might have saved Tang Qingqing, but now everything was different. If not for that despicable Tang Qingqing, how could he have lost a finger? Now he had to enter the trap for him? Not a chance. Tang Hao's only thought now was to search the entire hall for the best treasures, hide them, find medicine to heal himself, and then save the two of them. After all, he wasn't sure if the trap would be lethal. Although Tang Qingqing was detestable, Tang Hao still felt he could save him. After all, he was the one who brought him here, and he wasn't ungrateful. Meanwhile, trapped in the room, the atmosphere between Huang Yu and Tang Qingqing heated up. Despite Huang Yu's efforts to resist the overpowering force affecting him, his abilities were limited. Soon, Huang Yu's gaze also began to grow distant. Tang Qingqing and Huang Yu looked at each other, slowly coming closer, finally embracing each other. It wasn't until over 2 hours later that they gradually regained consciousness. Seeing the scattered clothes on the ground, Tang Qingqing blushed deeply, furiously exclaiming, "You jerk! What did you do to me? I should be asking you that. Why did you rush in like that?" Huang Yu looked at the girl with some disappointment. I almost succeeded, but now it's back to me. End of this chapter. Chapter 269, The Reversal of Fortune. Watching Tang Qingqing, who was hurriedly covering her snow-white delicate body with clothes, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. He truly hadn't planned on accepting harem maids, but the key issue was how he ended up accepting Tang Qingqing. According to the original plan, Tang Qingqing should have been given to Tang Haokai, so how did she end up with me by mistake? I wonder if Tang Hao will still want her after sleeping with her. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Huang Yu's mind. After all, he truly had no emotional attachment to Tang Qingqing, and she was the heroine of destiny. Perhaps Tang Hao had already obtained some great opportunity by now, and Huang Yu didn't want to offend him. Upon hearing his thoughts, a hint of shock flashed in Tang Qingqing's eyes. How shameless could this man be to have slept with her, and now talk about giving her to another man? Simply too shameless. Are you okay? Seeing Tang Qingqing remain silent and just stare at him, Huang Yu couldn't help but approach and ask. After all, if the heroine of destiny became dumbfounded, what would happen? So Huang Yu felt it was necessary to show some care. I don't need your fake concern. Get lost. Tang Qingqing, enduring her first rage, struggled to stand up and shouted loudly while covering herself with clothes. Get lost. Seeing her repulsion towards him, Huang Yu knew things were not good. Now, not knowing the whereabouts of the Destiny protagonist was one thing, but having slept with this woman himself, what would be his own fate in the future? Well, let's stick together. We all came in as a group, Huang Yu suggested, genuinely concerned. If you stay alone, what if you encounter danger? This was indeed heartfelt concern from Huang Yu, without a hint of insincerity. However, Tang Qingqing wasn't grateful. If you're unwilling to leave, then it's up to you. Just don't follow me, Tang Qingqing said coldly. As she dressed herself, Tang Qingqing's figure was undeniably excellent. Her skin was delicate as white jade with a smooth surface, slender and full-bodied without any excess fat. Have you seen enough? If you're leaving, hurry up, Tang Qingqing said, having noticed Huang Yu staring at her. Huang Yu chuckled softly, stood up, and approached the main hall, underneath the couch's position. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, after Tang Hao and Tang Qingqing intertwined, he obtained a divine dual cultivation technique in this location. With this technique and Tang Qingqing's 9-yin body, the speed of cultivation would be remarkable. Placing his hand on the stone slab of the platform, Huang Yu widened his eyes as it cracked under a massive force. A few seconds later, it shattered completely, revealing a hidden compartment. Huang Yu took the dual cultivation technique, splitting it into male and female sections. Here, take this. He handed over the female part. Since he had already slept with Tang Qingqing, it would be impossible to have her sleep with Tang Hao next. So it was crucial to soothe Tang Qingqing's emotions quickly and gradually diminish any resentment towards him. For Tang Qingqing, who desired cultivation desperately, this dual cultivation technique was the best remedy. Utilizing her 9-yin body, Huang Yu could potentially enhance his cultivation speed significantly, considering he had already slept with her and had no other options at the moment. Tang Qingqing, holding the technique, initially saw nothing remarkable, but blushed upon flipping through the pages. She threw it to the ground, angry, calling it a mess. Huang Yu offered to take it back, but Tang Qingqing stopped him, took another look, and her expression turned into excitement. This technique is amazing. If I cultivate with this continuously, I can become the supreme existence. However, what does it mean to merge with Nine Yang body for its maximum effect? Are you the Nine Yang body? No, Huang Yu stuttered. Being a minor villain, it was impossible for him to be the Nine Yang body. But he couldn't reveal that Tang Hao was the Nine Yang body either. Before he could explain further, Tang Qingqing cut him off, waving the book in his face. You dare say you're not? It clearly says you are. End of this chapter. Chapter 270. Good brother. What? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu immediately widened his eyes, a hint of disbelief flashing through them. He quickly took the book. He was just an ordinary little villain. How could he possess such a physique? It's worth noting that the Nine Yang divine body was a terrifying existence in cultivation, with speed comparable to traveling thousands of miles in a day. This kind of physique has always appeared on the destined main characters. It was simply impossible for it to appear on these little villains. And now, it unexpectedly appeared on him. How could anyone believe this? Huang Yu looked at the description on the book. In the case of an ordinary person combining with the Nine Yin divine body, due to being unable to withstand the invasion of yin energy, their essence and spirit would be greatly consumed. Over time, this would lead to their demise. During the first time, due to the unprecedented strength of the yin energy, the harm caused by the invasion was also the strongest. However, Huang Yu carefully examined the power within himself and found that he not only showed no signs of weakness, but his strength had actually become even more powerful. According to the book, if there were no other anomalies, then he indeed possessed the Nine Yang divine body. It seems to be true. Upon seeing this, Huang Yu also awkwardly said, unexpectedly, he had such a miraculous physique. No wonder so many women at home have been with me so many times and still haven't drained me dry. I seem to be quite impressive. Originally, Tang Qingqing, upon seeing that Huang Yu had the Nine Yang divine body, thought of just marrying this jerk and being able to cultivate through him in the future. And when she reached the pinnacle of martial arts cultivation, she could lead the Tang family back to glory. The cost would just be marrying this jerk, but it would be a win-win situation. But now, this jerk's thinking had changed her mind. This jerk actually had so many women, which means she was just one of them. If she were to marry him, she would just be a concubine. You jerk, why don't you drop dead already? Just as Huang Yu was looking cheerful, suddenly, accompanied by a fierce shout, a gust of wind howled, followed by a slap directly on his face by a graceful white hand like jade. Ouch! Huang Yu flew to the side. Go to hell, I will never cultivate with you using this technique ever. Saying that, Tang Qingqing angrily stood up and threw the technique at him before turning around and leaving. Hey, can't we talk it out? Why resort to violence? Huang Yu slowly stood up, feeling the burning sensation on his face. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's a good thing I didn't include this girl in my harem. If I had, and all those women were hitting me every day, could I endure it? After all, just Han Yuyao alone was violent enough, not to mention Yan Yan, who he wouldn't dare provoke. Ever since those women had been with him, their tempers seemed to have worsened. Thinking of this, Huang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Hey, finding women isn't hard, but managing them is really tough. He was already working on the fields every day, and now he had to endure being hit and scolded as well. He really didn't understand the meaning behind the destined main characters having a harem. With this, he picked up to techniques and threw them into the system space before following. If he was originally just an ordinary physique, it would be fine, but now it was different. Just like Tang Hao, he also possessed the Nine Yang divine body. Since that was the case, it was clear. Now he could surpass Tang Hao and directly gain all the opportunities in this cave. After all, according to the teachings of that cultivation expert, it was because he saw Tang Hao's Nine Yang divine body, he passed on all his techniques and powers to him. Since Tang Hao, with the Nine Yang divine body, could obtain it, why couldn't he? On the other hand, Tang Qingqing, upon listening to this jerk, couldn't help but become even angrier as he spoke ill of her wives. How could her husband speak ill of his wives, this jerk? Just a moment ago, she was angry that he had so many wives. But now Tang Qingqing also felt indignant on behalf of those wives. Even if I die, I would never do such a thing with him. On the other hand, Tang Hao was wandering aimlessly in the main hall. If he followed the elemental plot, he should have cleverly avoided all traps and come directly to the inheritance. But now, thanks to Huang Yu leading him astray. For the current Tang Hao, this palace was like a maze. He simply couldn't find his way out. If he had to find a way out, he would have to go back the way he came. But retracing his steps was also a distant hope for Tang Hao. After all, he left Tang Qingqing and Huang Yu behind. If nothing happened to them and he returned, wouldn't they seek retribution? Although he had thoughts of apologizing, it would be after he had gained all the opportunities. Tang Hao wouldn't risk those opportunities that he hadn't gained yet. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a noise from the palace on his right behind him. What's that sound? Tang Hao was slightly surprised, quickly turned around, opened the door of that palace, and walked in. And as he walked in, a grayish-green smoke quickly enveloped him, and then the palace gate swiftly closed. Hey, where did Tang Hao go? Did he get lost? Half an hour later, Tang Qingqing and Huang Yu finally arrived there. Looking at the empty corridor they had walked through, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He naturally knew that there were many traps in between, which was why he could pass through without any hindrance. But Tang Hao didn't know. Could it be that he had once again displayed the luck of a destined main character and navigated it skillfully? After all, according to Tang Hao's normal development process, it was simply impossible for him to move so quickly. Where did he go? Shouldn't you ask him? Tang Qingqing mockingly said on the side, insinuating something. Weren't you always against him and causing trouble for him? How come you're suddenly concerned about him now? Good brother. Especially when it came to the last three words, good brother, Tang Qingqing deliberately emphasized. After all, in terms of the relationship between Tang Hao and Huang Yu, Tang Hao was more like someone being sold out and still counting money. Although it wasn't entirely Tang Hao's fault, Tang Qingqing felt somewhat displeased with Tang Hao while blaming Huang Yu. If it wasn't for this jerk cousin repeatedly not listening to his words, how could it have ended up in this jerk's hands? End of this chapter. Chapter 271. Opportunity. But at this moment, Huang Yu didn't have so many thoughts. According to his plan, Tang Hao should not have reached the end by now and obtained the inheritance of that powerful cultivator, right? If that's really the case, then things are bad. Thinking of this, he hurriedly quickened his pace, walking faster and faster. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Let's first search for people here, or see if there is any opportunity. Seeing him walking so fast, Tang Qingqing immediately followed. Frowning slightly, she said somewhat discontentedly, "Are you planning to abandon him alone? Don't worry about it, let's hurry." Seeing this brainless woman, Huang Yu directly grabbed her hand and walked forward quickly. You can't feel the whip if it doesn't hit you. You really don't know pain. Once Tang Hao obtains the opportunity here, we're all finished. By then, not only will I die at his hands, you will also become his concubine. Originally thinking of shaking off his hand, Tang Qingqing, upon hearing this, was suddenly stunned. What? I'll become that jerk cousin's concubine? Will he force me? After all, according to Tang Qingqing's current thoughts, she would absolutely not become that jerk cousin's concubine. If she really will become his concubine, it's probably only through force. However, what Huang Yu didn't know was that at this moment, Tang Hao, due to the commotion behind him moments ago, had mistakenly entered another palace. Where is this? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Tang Hao furrowed his brows slowly. Originally, when he just entered, it was a normal palace, but now slowly, a slight mist began to permeate. It started as a faint mist, but now the mist had almost shrouded him completely, leaving only a short 1 or 2 meters of visibility. There was almost no visibility around. And the strange thing was, Tang Hao felt as if he had completely lost his sense of direction. No matter where he walked, the floor seemed to be the same. It was as if he was walking in place. Damn, what's going on here? At this moment, Tang Hao deeply regretted. If he had known, he wouldn't have pushed Huang Yu in. He was only afraid that Huang Yu would snatch his opportunity, but he didn't expect to end up in this situation now. If there were 2 people now, it would be fine, but unfortunately, he was alone. He couldn't tell whether he was walking in place or lost his way. So now Tang Hao could only pray that Huang Yu and Tang Qingqing had escaped that trap and would come here to rescue him. Otherwise, Tang Hao felt like he would be trapped here forever. But if Huang Yu knew Tang Hao's current predicament, he would probably jump with excitement on the spot. After all, to him, Tang Hao was his arch-enemy. As the antagonist, it was his duty to thwart the protagonist. Rescue him. It would be fortunate to not add insult to injury. However, at this moment, Huang Yu was oblivious to Tang Hao's situation. He could only pull Tang Qingqing desperately towards the direction of the plot. Currently, he and Tang Hao both possessed the 9 Yang divine body. If they didn't seize the opportunity from this guy, it would be a pity. Before long, under Huang Yu's urgent urging, the two quickly arrived at a magnificent hall. Seeing this familiar scene, Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we made it. But why didn't he see Tang Hao's figure? This puzzled Huang Yu slightly. After all, according to the plot setting, if he had obtained the inheritance, the hall would have instantly collapsed. However, all the way here, not only did he not encounter Tang Hao, but the hall also had no problems. Could it be that Tang Hao had already entered? With these doubts, Huang Yu slowly approached the door of the hall and pushed it, but there was no response. No, Tang Hao hadn't arrived here yet. So where did that guy go? The sudden disappearance of a person left Huang Yu somewhat puzzled. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to think too much. He directly bit his finger, dripped a drop of blood, and then wiped it on the stone plate in the middle of the door. As if stimulated by this drop of blood, at that moment, the stone plate on the door began to rumble. In no time, it completely shattered, and the door slowly opened to the sides. At the same time, a dazzling light shot out from it, causing Huang Yu and Tang Qingqing to instinctively shield their eyes. What? What is this? Tang Qingqing's eyes were full of astonishment. The intensity of the energy contained in that beam of light made him feel a slight burning sensation. It could be seen how powerful the former owner of this cave was. However, what shocked him even more was that this place was different from the others. This jerk seemed to be very familiar with the route, as if he knew it well. Did he have some blood relationship with that powerful cultivator? After the door opened, Huang Yu didn't hesitate to step inside. Although the scorching light inside made him slightly uncomfortable for a moment, he quickly adapted. The reason he felt uncomfortable was purely because his strength was not strong enough, causing this slight discomfort. Seeing Huang Yu entering, Tang Qingqing hesitated for a moment before quickly following suit. Since this jerk could enter, there must be some opportunity inside or his own jerk cousin. In fact, Tang Qingqing wanted to figure out whether her cousin was really as despicable as this jerk and whether he would really force her into his harem after gaining immense power. If that's the case, at the thought of this, a fierce look appeared in Tang Qingqing's eyes. Even if she was unwilling to fight within the same clan, she would tear Tang Hao to shreds. And just as Huang Yu entered the doorway of light, he was met with a vast expanse of white space. Here, there seemed to be no concept of distance, near or far, up or down. What he saw was just a vast white area. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be shocked and filled with fear by this scene. But for Huang Yu, who had already seen many scenes in novels, this was nothing new to him. Where is this? In contrast to where Huang Yu entered, at the moment Tang Qingqing stepped in, all the light instantly disappeared, and what she saw were dust-covered large halls. End of chapter. Chapter 270 to Licking Dog Reaching the Sky. The main hall seemed to have been uninhabited for many years, covered in dust and the smell of decaying wood. Not even a footprint could be seen on the ground. Wait, if that's the case, then where did that bastard go? Tang Qingqing suddenly woke up, then looked behind her. At some point, the door of the Great Hall had closed, with no signs of it ever being opened. No. Tang Qingqing had a bad feeling in her heart. She hurried to the front of the main hall, trying to open the door. However, no matter how hard she pushed, the door wouldn't budge. Even when she drew her sword and struck it fiercely twice, there was no mark left. Something was wrong. Suddenly, Tang Qingqing realized. The place she entered was definitely not here. But at this moment, Huang Yu had no idea where Tang Qingqing was. He only knew that he was in a vast white space with no one in sight. Was this the legendary opportunity? Huang Yu was a bit puzzled. He had been standing there for a while, and there was no movement. If this continued, looking at this empty space, he felt his eyes were about to go blind. So he began to explore and walk. About a minute later, a deep voice echoed, "Finally, I have been waiting for you, Destined One. You are the 9 Yang divine body, right?" Listening to this voice, Huang Yu tried to keep a calm demeanor, but couldn't help feeling a bit nervous, quickly shaking his head and looking around. "Who are you? Who is speaking?" Seeing his stuttering appearance, the hidden soul in the space laughed lightly, then revealed himself as a middle-aged man, although his body was transparent and ethereal, like a soul. I am the leader of the Tongshan sect. Tongshan sect leader? Hearing this name, Huang Yu was taken aback. He only knew it as a place of cultivation, never thought it would be the leader of the Tongshan sect. Wasn't that figure from the ancient times of the Dragon Empire? How did he end up in this world? Seeing his bewildered expression, the Tongshan sect leader thought he was frightened and comforted him softly. Young man, don't worry. I am not looking to harm you, but to ask for your help with something. What do you need? Despite his shock at the man's identity, Huang Yu quickly reacted. This was an opportunity. Who cared whether he was a sect leader or not? As long as he gained the chance, he could protect himself. And if that guy Tang Hao got it instead, Huang Yu felt he would not survive, and even the royal family behind him might be threatened. So, for himself, for the royal family, or for the women who constantly blamed and scolded him, he had to secure this opportunity. The Tongshan sect leader sighed deeply, looking at him with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, and said slowly, "Although I am the leader of the sect, I have no power to change fate against the heavens. All my teachings were passed down to me by a predecessor named Luo Qingcheng. She was a stunning woman. Although her origins were mysterious, she was the most powerful person I encountered when I was still an ordinary human. I pass on all my legacies to you, hoping that if you ever meet her, you will give her this letter." After saying this, a letter slowly fell from the sky, which Huang Yu then took. He looked back at the Tongshan sect leader. Darn it, this Tongshan sect leader was actually a licking dog. Who is Luo Qingcheng? She is a major female lead from another fantasy world, whom Huang Yu was very familiar with. She was an existence that could easily be his nemesis. So, this opportunity was left behind by someone related to Luo Qingcheng? Seeing his silent expression, the Tongshan sect leader sighed and fell silent too. Rest assured, she is very powerful. I believe she is still alive to this day. After saying this, the soul of the Tongshan sect leader disappeared completely. All the power in the space began to rush towards Huang Yu's body like a tidal wave. Ah! Embracing this power, Huang Yu cried out in pain, showing no signs of giving up, activating the absorbing star technique and the devouring heaven demon void. He greedily absorbed the power, determined to become stronger. This strong conviction drove Huang Yu relentlessly. Half an hour later, Huang Yu finally absorbed all the power. Meanwhile, in another space, Tang Hao was still in a state of confusion. What's going on? Why does this space feel like a trap? Why can't I find a way out? After wandering around for a long time, Tang Hao finally realized what was happening and began to curse angrily. What kind of opportunity is this? If he continued like this, Tang Qingking and Zuo Yu would come out, and the opportunity might be taken by them, leaving him with nothing. If that happened, not only would he forgive them, but he would probably have to settle scores with them first. So Tang Hao became more anxious, running around, punching the walls, but to no avail. At the same time, inside the main hall, Tang Qingking was exhausted. Having just broken through and expended a lot of energy, she sat on the ground, panting heavily. Where did that damn man go? When I see him, I have to teach him a lesson. How could I be stuck here while he disappears? Tang Qingking felt extremely frustrated and began to complain internally. What? Are you scolding me? At that moment, a familiar voice sounded, and Tang Qingking turned around to see Huang Yu standing behind her with a mischievous smile. You bastard! Where did you go? Do you know I almost got stuck here forever? Seeing him for a moment, Tang Qingking felt a sense of relief, followed by anger. She stood up, picked up her sword, and started to scold Huang Yu aggressively. Where are we? Get me out of here now. And you better share half of that opportunity you got, or I won't spare you. End of this chapter. Chapter 273. The disappeared protagonist. Just as Tang Qianchen was worried about herself, she was also concerned whether this bastard was in trouble. Unexpectedly, the other party was perfectly fine. Seeing his appearance, not only did he encounter no trouble, he might have even gained some opportunities. This was something Tang Qianchen could not tolerate, so if this bastard got an opportunity, she was determined to take half of it. Quickly hand over your opportunity, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Tang Qingking pointed a sword directly at the other party. With his purity already taken by this bastard, he would rather die than use such means to enhance his cultivation. So, he decided to seize this guy's opportunity to elevate himself. Do you have an idea? Looking at Tang Qingqing, Huang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a faint tone, "Do you know I've obtained an opportunity? Do you still dare to point your sword at me? Are you asking for death?" Speaking, Huang Yu's tone turned colder, oozing with numerous killing intents. He had never encountered such a brainless girl like Tang Qingqing. If it were someone else so recklessly pointing a sword at him, Huang Yu might have taken immediate action. However, Tang Qingqing was the Nine Yin divine body, which had a certain effect on her, useful for enhancing cultivation and refining speed. Therefore, Huang Yu couldn't just let it go. As a minor antagonist, quickly improving his cultivation in places where the protagonist didn't notice was the best way. Tang Qingqing was the perfect tool for cultivation improvement. "What are you planning to do?" Realizing her situation was off, Tang Qingqing quickly took 2 steps back. "What do you think, little girl?" Smirking, Huang Yu gradually approached her, deliberately putting on the appearance of a supervillain. "I warn you, don't come any closer." Tang Qingqing looked at the bastard in front of her, her smile instantly fading as she understood his intentions. But after what this bastard had done to him earlier, he swore he would not be humiliated. Thus, he retrieved his sword and was about to slash at his neck, but his sword was suddenly blocked by a tremendous force. "Since you're going to die anyway, why not elevate your cultivation before dying?" Huang Yu forcefully broke the sword in two with his fingers. Then, he pressed Tang Qingqing's head and leaned in for a kiss, their lips meeting. Feeling the continuous invasion, Tang Qingqing clenched his teeth, but the overwhelming attacks quickly left him defenseless. Along with his gaze becoming hazy, his lips were effortlessly pried open. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, the battle finally ended. "You despicable bastard, I'll never let you off in this lifetime. If I get the chance, I will crush you into pieces. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you in the future." Hearing this, Huang Yu just smiled faintly, not paying much attention. He looked at Tang Qingqing lying on the ground, shivering uncontrollably, hiding his naked body with a piece of cloth. "Don't be so determined in your words. Now, focus on feeling your cultivation. Have you made progress?" Earlier, his encounter with Tang Qingqing was far from over. During their process, he had utilized the dual cultivation technique to its fullest, mutually enhancing their bodies and promoting each other's cultivation. Hearing his words, Tang Qingqing cautiously examined his cultivation, his eyes widening in astonishment. How was this possible? His cultivation had rapidly increased in an instant. Originally, he was far from reaching a breakthrough, but now his cultivation was nearly perfect, just a step away from a breakthrough. Just one more step, and there might be a chance. But at the thought of it, Tang Qingqing shook his head repeatedly, his face turning red. This couldn't be. Letting this bastard have his way like this. Huang Yu naturally guessed what Tang Qingqing was thinking, knowing how tempting it was to advance in cultivation for someone like Tang Qingqing, who had been raised to prioritize cultivation, especially through a method where one could elevate their stage effortlessly. "No, I don't. Go away." Realizing her inner thoughts were exposed, Tang Qingqing blushed immediately, cursing at Huang Yu loudly. "If you don't leave, I'll kill you. What's wrong? Don't want to end your own life now?" Despite feeling embarrassed, Tang Qingqing stood up and ignored the bastard's words. He dressed himself without paying any further attention to Huang Yu. "Take this, for now. Don't rush to reject cultivation. It's beneficial for both of us." Huang Yu then threw the dual cultivation manual to Tang Qingqing. He turned and left without caring about what was going on in Tang Qingqing's mind. Tang Qingqing looked at the manual on the ground, struggling with hesitation. Should he continue this way with the bastard just to elevate his cultivation? Wouldn't that be degrading his integrity? With a mix of struggle and hesitation, Tang Qingqing finally picked up the manual, consoling himself that he could always use it someday. Once he succeeded in his cultivation, maybe he wouldn't need it anymore. Retrieving the manual, Tang Qingqing headed after Huang Yu. It wasn't because he forgave the bastard, but because only he knew how to exit this place. If Huang Yu left first, Tang Qingqing might never find their way out. So, regardless of circumstances, he had to follow this bastard closely. At the same time, Huang Yu was also puzzled. He had inherited the cultivation method from a great cultivator, so why hadn't the palace collapsed yet? Was there something else going on? End of this chapter. Chapter 274 Tang Qingqing's Danger no matter how you put it. After all, now both he and Tang Qingqing are on the same front line. So, Huang Yu must find a way to ensure Tang Qingqing's safety. As for Tang Hao, since he and Tang Qingqing came out of that trap, it seems that he hasn't seen this guy's figure again. As if the other party disappeared into this palace out of thin air, as if he had never appeared. But it is this uncertainty that makes Huang Yu feel the most dangerous. After all, no one can be sure whether Tang Hao has gained an opportunity or encountered some danger. If it's the latter, that's okay. But if it's the former, it might not be good. How much do you know about your cousin? Just at this moment, Tang Qingqing suddenly caught up from behind. Huang Yu didn't hesitate at all. He turned to her immediately, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Tell me everything you know right away. Don't hide anything. I want to know where your cousin has disappeared. I hope this girl cooperates with me now. After all, if your cousin gains a great opportunity, both of us will be doomed here. If he finds out that you don't even have CN, I guess it's lucky if he doesn't take you to the harem and just kills you. Huang Yu inwardly commented. He really wanted to say these words in his heart to tell this Tang Qingqing as a bargaining chip to coerce her. But after all, this was based on an understanding of the original plot. If he said it out loud, no one could guarantee what would happen. Therefore, for safety and caution, Huang Yu had to be careful about what he said. What if his CN is gone and his cousin kills her? Hearing Huang Yu's inner voice, Tang Qingqing was also shocked. Is her cousin really such a despicable person in his heart? Destroy if he can't get what he wants. I don't know either. If he has his personal command token, maybe we can find out where he is, but his personal command token is kept in the Tang family ancestral hall. Even in the ancestral hall, there are ancestors guarding it. Ordinary people can't even get close. After Tang Qingqing finished speaking, a hint of desolation appeared in her eyes. Obviously, after understanding her cousin's character, she also wanted to resolve the situation. It was uncertain how far away they were from the Tang family's cave now. It was impossible to rush back in a short time. Huang Yu naturally also thought of this, and his eyes immediately showed a thoughtful look. In that case, let him come out by himself. Then, a plan slowly emerged in Huang Yu's mind. Judging from the situation of the protagonist and the female protagonist by fate, when the female protagonist is in danger, the protagonist will definitely come to rescue her. Although only Tang Qingqing was currently the protagonist by fate, and she had been deflowered by him. But Huang Yu felt that she still hadn't lost her identity as the destined female protagonist. So, he randomly opened a nearby palace. According to his understanding of this cave, many of these smaller palaces inside the large palaces were filled with traps. If one entered, there would certainly be dangers. Although the palace he opened didn't threaten his life, it would still cause quite a bit of trouble, which was perfect for Tang Qingqing. You, go in. Looking at the eerie environment inside the palace, Tang Qingqing swallowed nervously. He had just entered the innermost part, so he naturally knew what was going on in there. This jerk could go in unharmed, but if she went in, things would become completely different. She wouldn't be able to come out. That's impossible, unless you go in with me. Tang Qingqing immediately refused. In his eyes, this jerk wanted to send her to her death. How could she comply with his wishes? Go in. Huang Yu didn't have many words to exchange with Tang Qingqing. He immediately picked her up and threw her in. Zuo Yu, you bastard, you'll have a bad end. Under the uncontrollable force, Tang Qingqing was forcibly thrown in, and she fell to the ground in a tangled mess. Ouch! Qingqing struggled and said, rubbing her elbow as she got up, seeing that her clothes there had been torn. Just as she was about to turn around and look at the door, she found that the environment around her had changed. Where was this palace? The door had never existed. Now she found herself in a dark forest, where sparse sounds were heard everywhere. The dense dark forest, as if there was no sunlight or sky, as if even the sun had been swallowed by darkness. Where is this? Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but shiver slightly, her voice becoming a bit frantic. Likewise, Huang Yu heard it too. In the palace, Tang Qingqing's panicked voice made him realize that she was trapped in an illusion. But that's what he wanted. Just a mere illusion would at most cause her some minor injuries and emotional stress with her current cultivation level, and she couldn't suffer any substantial harm. But for the protagonist, it was different. As soon as the destined female protagonist was in danger, the destined male protagonist would appear immediately. So, after memorizing the location of this palace, Huang Yu headed back in the direction he came from. Since Tang Hao hadn't seen a soul since he entered, it meant he must have fallen into a trap in a palace. Although there were many traps in this cave, not all palaces were traps. Some palaces had opportunities inside. Therefore, Huang Yu's goal now was to find Tang Hao and seize his opportunity. Tang Hao, where are you? Your girlfriend is in danger. Your cousin is calling for you to save her. Analyzing the diminishing voices around her, Tang Qingqing, in the dense forest, couldn't help but grit her teeth. This jerk wanted to use this against her. Hearing the voice, Tang Qingqing instantly realized she was in an illusion. As long as she found a way to break through the illusion, she could escape. On the other hand, Tang Hao, who had been walking in the mist for a long time, finally broke the illusion with his strong willpower, and then, with great effort, he pried open the palace door. Finally out. At this moment, Tang Hao was soaked in sweat. Just the small illusion in this palace had exhausted him. He had no energy left to compete for opportunities with the two of them now. End of this chapter. Chapter 275 New Grudges and Old Hatreds. I wonder if those two have come out of the trap now. Tang Hao looked at the densely packed palaces in the corridor outside, and it was only now that he realized not all the palaces in this cave had opportunities inside. Some of the palaces were also filled with traps, making it difficult to come out once entered. When he was trapped in the trap before, Tang Hao was eager for Tang Qingqing and Huang Yu to come out to rescue him. But now Tang Hao's thoughts had changed slightly. If those two came out now, then it would not be good. After all, if two more people came out now, it would mean two more competitors grabbing opportunities with him, which would be disadvantageous for him. Especially since he could be said to be indifferent towards Tang Qingqing, and even more so towards Zuo Yu, whom he had pushed in himself. If trouble came looking for him now, he had no reason to argue. In a 1-2-2 situation, it would be extremely difficult for him to compete for opportunities. Forget it, let's hurry up. However, at that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps came from a distance, making Tang Hao instantly alert. Having been accustomed to illusions in that trap, he avoided any sounds in the cave, fearing it may be another trap. Ah, I finally found you. Just when Tang Hao was on guard, Huang Yu's familiar voice rang out. But this didn't make Tang Hao feel relieved at all. It made him feel even more burdened. After all, he had pushed someone into that palace full of traps. What would happen if they were coming to find trouble with him now? Facing his once good friend, suddenly making amends, Tang Hao was still quite wary. Zuo Yu, are you all right? Tang Hao was even more puzzled to find that his good friend was unharmed. He had exerted great effort to escape from that palace, yet the other parties seemed to be unscathed. This made Tang Hao even more suspicious. What nonsense is that? There must be something going on. Huang Yu intentionally glared at Tang Hao and expressed understanding. It's my fault for not noticing that you were being controlled by some power, so you pushed me without control. Tang Qingqing spent a lot of effort to send me out and ask for your help. He said that even though he argued with you, it was all for your own good, as you are the person he loves the most, and you will definitely go save him. Upon hearing that his good friend had imagined that he was being controlled by illusions, Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. But upon hearing the last sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief. What, is that true? Looking at his good friend, Tang Hao still seemed somewhat incredulous. Just a day before, his cousin had used up all the cultivation resources he had saved for a breakthrough, but now she suddenly confessed her feelings for him. It was hard for him, or anyone, to believe. Seeing Tang Hao's skepticism, Huang Yu couldn't help but sigh. After spending so much time with him, don't you understand his feelings, Tang Hao? After all, according to the main character's constant fantasies, feelings were definitely involved in this situation. Tang Hao was probably getting impatient. In that case, let's go. Tang Hao immediately stood up, his heart resolute. He never expected that his cousin would also like him. The feelings had been hidden deep inside all along, but now there was no need to hide anymore. Qingqing, you don't have to hide anymore. Tang Hao took a deep breath and then turned to Zuo Yu beside him. Sorry, brother, please lead the way for me. This sentence was a double entendre. He never expected that his brother would trust him so much, not suspecting that he would harm him. It made Tang Hao feel deeply guilty. How could he harm such a good friend who trusted him so much? And to put his cousin in danger was even worse. All right, Follow me now." Seeing Tang Hao's moved expression, Huang Yu smiled slightly, but internally, he started to complain silently. These main characters are really something. As soon as the female lead is mentioned, they can't wait to take action. If Tang Qingqing really follows this guy, she probably regret it soon. With these thoughts in mind, Huang Yu led Tang Hao towards the palace where Tang Qingqing had been tossed in earlier at a fast pace. "You bastard, don't let me catch you, or you're dead." Meanwhile, in the inner palace's illusion, Tang Qingqing was covered in dirt stains, looking as disheveled as a beggar. Some leaves even clung to her hair, making her appear like someone who had spent months in the wilderness. Tang Qingqing was getting exhausted from wandering aimlessly. When first locked inside, she could still discern the direction based on that bastard's footsteps leaving. But once he was gone, she lost her sense of direction and ended up wandering aimlessly. The illusion created by the palace was too powerful, and she couldn't find a way out, just wandering around in this forest-like illusion for a long time. Where is the exit? Intersection. I want to get out. I don't want to die here. Thinking about how she had recently obtained the 9 yin divine body, and unwilling to die like this, Tang Qingqing refused to accept her fate. She wanted to climb to the highest position with this hard-earned opportunity. But that bastard had ruined everything. And just then, a few voices suddenly reached her mind. It's that bastard's voice. Hearing these voices in her mind, Tang Qingqing gritted her teeth in hatred. Since she could hear those voices, it meant that the bastard was getting closer to her, approaching in her direction. As he had experimented before, if the bastard was too far from her, she couldn't hear his inner thoughts. It was only possible at a certain distance. "Here you come. Today I will settle the score with you." End of this chapter. Chapter 276 Awakening of Tang Qingqing. Immediately, Tang Qingqing sat cross-legged directly on the spot, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, waiting for the arrival of that asshole Huang Yu. Since someone has already appeared, there was no need for him to continue searching for an exit. As long as he listened quietly, the exit would slowly reveal itself in a certain direction. Therefore, compared to continuing the search, it was better to calm down and listen quietly for the direction where the sound would appear, in order to truly find the exit. If it were the Tang Qingqing from 2 hours ago, it would probably have been impossible. But the key lies in those 2 times with Huang Yu. Thinking about this, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but blush instantly. Even if I do those things with that asshole, and it could help me progress in cultivation, so what? He would never do it. After all, that kind of thing was too shameful. If one relied on that kind of thing to progress in cultivation, wouldn't it mean becoming that asshole's exclusive tool? This kind of thing was absolutely out of the question. On the other hand, with Huang Yu pretending to be anxious, Tang Hao finally brought him to the entrance of the palace where Tang Qingqing was. "Tang brother, this is it." Tang Qingqing was just transferred here because of some mysterious spatial entrance. Since this cave was extremely mysterious, Huang Yu knew that no matter what lies he told, this guy would definitely believe him. Sure enough, after hearing this, Tang Hao did not doubt it. After all, his good brother had just said those words, making it clear that he wouldn't doubt his intentions, even if he was in a dangerous situation. So at this moment in Tang Hao's heart, Huang Yu was truly someone worthy of trust. Well, in that case, I will exert all my strength today to rescue my cousin, Tang Hao said firmly, his eyes full of determination, as if he couldn't wait to open the door with a single sword strike. At this moment, hearing the sounds outside, Tang Qingqing, who was kneeling, opened her eyes instantly. Although what she saw was still the dense jungle, hope had gradually ignited in Tang Qingqing's eyes. "Has my cousin come? Tang Hao, I am here. Quickly come and save me. I am here. Please come to rescue me. Don't believe that asshole Zuo Yu." Tang Qingqing desperately called for help, while also warning Tang Hao not to believe that jerk Zuo Yu. After all, he was the one who tricked her and pushed her into this trapped palace. If her naive cousin believed Zuo Yu again now, it would spell disaster for their Tang family. The issue wasn't about her arrogance, but rather the fact that the Tang family really didn't have many outstanding young members. Before Tang Hao arrived at the Tang family, it was supposed to be her who would participate in the competition. However, Tang Hao defeated her later, so the spot naturally went to him. But for all these cries for help from Tang Qingqing, Tang Hao inside the palace couldn't hear anything. Huang Yu naturally knew about this, as it was written in the original script. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Tang Hao here. On the other hand, Tang Hao, holding a sword, had been trying to break down the palace door for a long time, but there was still no sign of it giving way. There wasn't even a single trace left on the door. Tang brother, if it really doesn't work, shall we seek help from outside? Huang Yu sighed as if questioning his abilities, emphasizing the word outside. Hearing this, Tang Hao immediately became anxious. No, absolutely not. I can rescue him alone. After all, 3 people were already too many. If more people were called in, wouldn't it dilute everyone's chances? And then, he would lose the resources he had worked so hard for. Therefore, in Tang Hao's view, it was absolutely impossible to involve others in rescuing the person. Instead, he would rather leave Tang Qingqing trapped inside. This way, there would be one less person competing for resources, which could be considered a good thing. However, he couldn't reveal this on the surface, or else his intentions would be suspected. If it really doesn't work, Tang Hao pretended to look troubled. If it really doesn't work, then we can only regret it, huh? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was dumbfounded. What was going on with the destined protagonist? She was the female lead, your harem. You can just give up like that. Is the destined protagonist so heartless? Or is it just Wang Baiden like Tang Hao? After all, Xiao Zhan from the Dragon King's palace fell into his trap several times because of Nalan Yanren, ultimately ending up dead. But compared to Tang Hao, it was like night and day. Seeing his cousin trapped inside, he didn't show any hints of urgency on his face. Instead, he even mentioned not wanting to involve others in the rescue. Though Huang Yu considered himself a villain, he didn't see himself as that heartless. At this moment, not only Huang Yu was bewildered, but even Tang Qingqing inside the palace was baffled. Did she hear correctly? Her cousin was actually giving up on her. Giving up on someone who had always been wholeheartedly devoted to him. Although she had used some of her cousin's cultivation resources, it was only a mistake this time. Prior to this incident, she had given him countless resources. But now, how could he treat her like this? Instantly, a feeling of betrayal surged in Tang Qingqing's heart. This jerk was worse than Zuo Yu. Although Zuo Yu wasn't a good person, at least he had some power to help her advance in cultivation. But this jerk, upon seeing her in danger, his first thought was not to let others share in the opportunity. Wait a minute. Advancing in cultivation. As Tang Qingqing pondered, she seemed to have grasped a certain point and suddenly became clear-minded. Since she was so valuable to that jerk Zuo Yu, why would he kill her? If it wasn't for making her die, then there was only one purpose left, to deal with her cousin. Realizing this, she instantly became even more determined. After all, when she purchased pills, she had already noticed that Zuo Yu seemed to always be targeting her cousin. Despite saying all the kind words, his true intentions were completely different. Now, it seemed that her being pushed in here might have been intentional on his part, aiming to lure her cousin over, and then strike when the time was right. End of the chapter. Chapter 277. Tang Hao, you died so miserably. And outside, Huang Yu obviously did not expect Tang Hao to be so cold and ruthless, actually saying he didn't want his destined female lead, but should we reconsider? After all, she is your cousin. Huang Yu sighed deliberately, trying to awaken the conscience of this destined lead. If they didn't let Tang Qingqing go in to rescue Tang Hao, how would they proceed with their plan? But obviously, he underestimated how shameless Tang Hao, the destined lead, could be. Tang Hao gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother Zuo, it's not that we don't want to save him, but we can barely save ourselves right now. Tang Hao deliberately sighed and said with difficulty, look at my current severe injuries, I have no ability to save him. And if you go in alone to save him, I wouldn't feel at ease either, now that one person has died already. If something happens to you, how can I face your elders? If it were 1 or 2 hours ago, Tang Hao definitely would have found a way for Huang Yu to go in alone. After all, if that happened, there would be one less person competing for opportunities. But things are different now. In Tang Hao's view, Zuo Yu is truly a good brother to him, thinking so much for himself, and he actually harmed him. So no matter what, he must not do that to his friend. It is for this reason that Tang Hao dismissed the idea of harming him. This might not be a good idea. Seeing that Tang Hao was not falling for the trick, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Damn, are these destined leads completely heartless? How can they see their destined female lead in trouble and still not save her? If this continues, how will Tang Qingqing become mine? After witnessing the power of Tang Qingqing's 9-yin divine body, Tang Hao knew he could not be with her in the future. After all, with both having powerful divine bodies, their strengths would skyrocket if they were together, something Huang Yu did not want to see. Watching the strength of the destined lead rise would only bring him discomfort. At this point, even Tang Hao couldn't help but hesitate. Not because he felt sorry for Tang Qingqing, but because he feared that his good brother might not come out safely once he went in to rescue someone. As an orphan since childhood, Tang Hao had never experienced friendship or family. But towards Zuo Yu, he felt a genuine sense of brotherhood. Not only was Zuo Yu willing to sacrifice himself to save Tang Hao, but he also lent him a lot of money without pressuring him to repay. Moreover, he brought Tang Hao to this important opportunity. It can be said that, if it were someone else, just one of these things would be impossible. In that case, I will accompany you and risk everything. After much hesitation, Tang Hao finally agreed to accompany Zuo Yu inside to take a look. If he encountered danger later, he could just run away. He had already done his best, so he wouldn't feel guilty. Besides, if his cousin really showed affection for him later, he would profit greatly. Seeing Tang Hao agree, Huang Yu nodded. Damn, this idiot finally fell for it. If he didn't, I'm afraid Tang Qingqing would die inside. Wait a moment, go in and come back out. After hearing this, Tang Qingqing inside the palace frowned and began to plan. This bastard was clearly trying to deceive Tang Hao. At this point, Tang Qingqing no longer respected Tang Hao as her cousin. She felt nothing but anger. After all, her cousin wanted to watch her die here. In that case, there was no need to consider him anymore. If she had to sacrifice her cultivation resources for her cousin, Tang Qingqing was sure she wouldn't. Instead of being good to Tang Hao, she thought it was better to cultivate with Huang Yu. In that case, let's go in. Looking at the dim environment, Huang Yu pointed inside the palace. Having received the teachings of the Heavenly Master, Huang Yu was unaffected by the illusions in the palace. To him, it was just an ordinary palace. Of course, he could change it at any time. Huang Yu also knew that this illusion was called the Misty Forest. Seeing the forest inside, the smell of grass and earth, snakes and insects crawling, Tang Hao hesitated slightly. Was this seemingly real place just an illusion? After all, even the smell was present. To save his cousin and his good brother, Tang Hao acted. He stepped inside. At that moment, as Tang Hao stepped in, Huang Yu's mind stirred, and the illusions in the palace began to change rapidly. Just as he was about to leave, a hand grabbed him. You bastard, where are you running off to? Hurry up and take me away. With a sweet shout, Tang Qingqing's familiar face appeared in front of him. But this time, there was no worrying on her face. Let's go quickly. This time, Tang Qingqing deliberately lowered her voice, as if she didn't want Tang Hao to hear. Huang Yu noticed this immediately and took Tang Qingqing's hand, leaving the palace. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who had entered the palace, found himself in an illusion of a sandy beach and ocean. He looked at the vast ocean, a desolate silence surrounding him, as if there were no living beings, only sand and ocean. Feeling anxious at the sight of the empty illusion, he panicked. He had entered alone and didn't know much, but now, seeing he was the only one here, he couldn't help but worrying, as he had entered with Zuo Yu. If he was alone and couldn't find his way out, he would be in big trouble. So, he had to find a way out. At least to break free from this illusion and find Zuo Yu. In the meantime, Zuo Yu had left the palace with Tang Qingqing and came to the corridor in the middle of all the palaces. Why did he just leave like that? End of chapter. Chapter 278. Tang Hao, who thinks highly of himself, looked at Tang Qingqing, who was frowning slightly. There was a hint of mockery in Huang Yu's eyes. Don't you want to save your cousin now? He has put in a lot of effort for you. Although he had taken possession of Tang Qingqing's body, he believed that Tang Qingqing probably didn't have any good feelings towards Tang Hao now. After all, Tang Hao's words were just said outside the door, and theoretically, Tang Qingqing should have been able to hear everything. Even if he's not a good person, he's still 1,000 times better than you. 100 million times. Tang Qingqing couldn't contain her emotions as she yelled at this bastard. She couldn't understand why her peaceful life had been interrupted by this bastard, who not only took away her body that she had protected for so many years, but also used such words to provoke him. Was it really fun bullying him like this? This was something she couldn't understand. Don't say that. After all, I helped you improve your cultivation quite a bit, Huang Yu said indifferently. He had no intention of spoiling Tang Qingqing. After all, Tang Hao, as the protagonist of Destiny, had not died yet, so he naturally couldn't get too close to Tang Qingqing, the female protagonist of Destiny. If he got too close to her, wouldn't he be doomed? Although this illusion was definitely a big trouble for Tang Hao. Huang Yu thought that this trouble was enough to directly kill Tang Hao, the protagonist of Destiny. After all, he was a protagonist in this highly martial world. Later, Huang Yu ignored Tang Qingqing's yelling and went straight towards the direction of leaving. Where are you going? Wait for me. Seeing Huang Yu about to leave, Tang Qingqing immediately panicked and followed. Although she didn't like this bastard, he was the only one who knew the way out. If she didn't follow him, she might be forever trapped in this ghostly place. Qingqing didn't want to be stuck here, especially with the presence of Tang Hao, whom she despised. About half an hour later, Tang Qingqing and Huang Yu appeared in the valley where they came from. Ah, I didn't expect that out of the three of us who went, only two of us came back. If it wasn't for Brother Tang, we would all have died there. If there is another life, we should thank him well. Huang Yu intentionally put on a look of great distress, as if leaving Tang Hao behind was something he had no choice but to do. His relationship with the other party was not as good as it appeared. Watching Huang Yu's performance, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but look at him with disdain. Clearly, he was thinking something else in his heart, but putting on such a hypocritical facade. She understood what this bastard was thinking. Obviously, he was thinking of how to harm others. Enough with the crying. Can we leave now? Tang Qingqing had no intention of lingering where Tang Hao was. Someone like Tang Hao, even if he died here, could be considered as contributing to the development of the Tang family. After all, in Tang Qingqing's eyes, someone like Tang Hao, who was ungrateful, would sooner or later bring great disaster to the Tang family. Damn, this girl is so ungrateful. How can she just abandon her cousin like that? What if this girl betrays me in the future? Listening to the voices in the other person's heart, Tang Qingqing became angry once again. What do you mean betray you? Do I have to become your concubine if I'm not part of Tang Hao's harem? And how has Tang Hao ever shown me any kindness? Are we leaving or not? Tang Qingqing asked Huang Yu with a tone of irritation. Let's go. Huang Yu coughed twice and then got into the car with Tang Qingqing, driving away. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was still trapped underground, in a palace in a cave several dozen meters below. Exhausted from being trapped in the illusion, Tang Hao had used all his means, but this illusion seemed boundless and indistinguishable from reality. His attacks seemed to only create ripples that couldn't reach the walls. What he didn't know was that his attacks were only illusions in his mind. In reality, he had been standing still, taking no action. Just when Tang Hao thought he was going to be trapped there forever and die with Zuo Yu, suddenly, almost in an instant, the illusion disappeared. What's going on? Tang Hao was confused by the sudden change around him. Was this another illusion? He had never seen the interior of these palaces, but looking at the thick layer of dust on the ground and his footprints, he instantly understood something. The illusion vanished? Where was Brother Zuo? Scanning his surroundings, Tang Hao didn't find any traces of Zuo Yu. Just as he started to worry, there was a loud noise from all around him. A huge rock fell next to him, and Tang Hao instinctively looked up. His pupils contracted. Not good. This place is going to collapse. Did Brother Zuo save him? Though unsure of what was happening, Tang Hao knew that escape was the priority. He started running frantically. Due to the danger along the way, he had no time to find Zuo Yu. So he kept running and shouting, Brother Zuo, cousin, can you hear me? Run, this place is collapsing. His shouts echoed through the empty corridors. In his urgency, Tang Hao believed that the two of them were still somewhere here. Little did he know that Tang Qingqing and Huang Yu had already left the cave and were on their way back to Shenwu town. He was the only one left here, shouting and screaming like a lunatic. If anyone else heard him, they would surely think he was insane. After much effort, Tang Hao finally left the cave and arrived outside the Taoist temple. Finally out, Tang Hao, with a dirty and tired face, staggered outside, then knelt down and tears streamed down his face. Brother Zuo, you saved me. Tang Hao deeply regretted not being able to save Zuo Yu. Even though Zuo Yu was a good brother who had saved him in the cave, Tang Hao failed to rescue him in return. His guilt weighed heavily on him. But the journey had to continue. Tang Hao glanced back at the Taoist temple, then, without hesitation, walked towards the swirling portal that seemed to shuttle through space. If there comes a day when I ascend to greatness, I will definitely come back to rescue you, rest assured. End of this chapter. Chapter 7-9. The cultivation on the car was interactive, and at this moment, Huang Yu had already sat in the car to return to Shenzhou town with Tang Qingqing. I didn't expect Miss Tang to be such a cold-hearted person. Looking at Tang Qingqing, Huang Yu's eyes carried a hint of teasing. After all, she rejected her cousin so easily. Isn't this in line with your wishes? Watching this dead scum mock her, Tang Qingqing retorted without hesitation. So that no one can steal me away from you? Don't think I didn't notice. From the moment we got on the car, you've been staring at me. Are you trying to read my fortune for me? She mocked. Has Miss Tang forgiven me already? Seeing Tang Qingqing acting as if nothing had changed, Huang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Could this girl have taken the wrong medicine? In normal circumstances, she should be crying and coming to fight with me after losing her virginity. But now she looks no different from usual. Could it be that she has already lost it? Am I the rebound? Listening to the voices in this dead scum's heart, Tang Qingqing clenched the steering wheel, her veins bulging. What do you mean by the rebound? You are the rebound. Taking advantage of me and acting all innocent. Huh? Get off the car. Tang Qingqing stopped the car on the side of the road and coldly commanded, We haven't arrived yet. Huang Yu looked around at the desolate scenery, feeling puzzled. What does this girl want to do? Is she plotting against me? Although Tang Qingqing was not a girl with a good temper, she still had some utility value for him. So even though Tang Qingqing kept a straight face, he didn't mind at all. This is my car. If I tell you to get off, you get off, now? Tang Qingqing ordered without mercy. Can I get on and then get off? Although Tang Qingqing had improved in cultivation level, her cultivation was still insignificant compared to Huang Yu. Frowning, Tang Qingqing watched Huang Yu say, Get off the car. That's it. His black eye showed a slight smile as his hand gradually moved up her thigh. What are you doing? Tang Qingqing wanted to retreat, but there was no room to move back in the driver's seat. She was about to fight back, but suddenly found herself unable to move at all. What's going on? Why can't I move? What nonsense did you do? Dead scumbag, let me go. Tang Qingqing's panic grew as she watched Huang Yu move closer. She wanted to fight back, but could only move her mouth. Soon, even her mouth, which was the only part she could move, was blocked by Huang Yu. The car began to shake violently with both of them inside, and Tang Qingqing's fair face gradually flushed. Do you still want me to get off now? Tang Qingqing was deeply irritated by Huang Yu's invasion and playful smile. Although she hated this scum to the core at the moment, her body's response was beyond her control. Moreover, given his strength, she had no room to resist if he wanted to do something to her. If she acted like this again next time, this scum might do something worse to her. Tang Qingqing bit her lip tightly and remained silent. Soon, the battle ended. Huang Yu remained in his seat, while Tang Qingqing, after collecting herself, started the car again without saying a word. About 2 hours later, they returned to Shenzhou town. Tang Qingqing went back to the Tang family, while Huang Yu returned to his own yard. Scum, did you know that you're back? When Huang Yu came back, several girls in the yard playing mahjong just gave him a casual look before returning to their game. Just as Huang Yu was about to sneak into the house and hide what he did with Tang Qingqing, Yunyan's voice called out to him. Why do you have another woman sent on you? Did you mess around with other women again? Yunyan frowned at him. She knew it was impossible to sense it incorrectly. This scum must have provoked other women again. What? He went to find other women again. Hearing this conclusion, the other girls playing around looked over. Facing their hostile gazes, Huang Yu choked. I can explain this. It was simply an accident. Sure, it was an accident. Just one of your many accidents. Even Ni Meng, who was usually gentle and obedient, couldn't ignore it anymore and stood up to scold him. Which one of us here wasn't an accident to you? Do you just enjoy causing accidents? Are we not enough for you? Scumbag! With each accusation, Huang Yu looked helplessly at the girls. What sign did I commit in my past life? I just want to live. Why are so many women inexplicably appearing now? I really didn't want to have a harem. His heart was ranting like crazy. Although he now had so many women in his harem, he had no intention of collecting them. Every one of them came into his life for various inexplicable reasons. Ni Meng was there because of her illness. Liu Ryan was introduced by himself. As for Han Yaya, he didn't even know when she sneaked in. He had never intended to start a harem. It was all brought upon by these women. Hearing Huang Yu's inner turmoil, the girls glared at him even more angrily. Since you don't value us, be prepared for a lesson. That's right. Come inside with us now. Saying this, the girls put down their activities and escorted Huang Yu into the house. End of this chapter. Chapter 280. After forcing Wang Xiangjian to meet for 4 or 5 hours, the battle between Huang Yu and the group of girls finally ended. Damn it, I'm thankful that I've improved my realm and cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Among the group of girls, only Yun Yun could barely sit up. Huang Yu couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied in his heart. It seems I'm quite strong after all. The group of girls, although hateful and grinding their teeth, had no way out. After all, it was their understanding that Huang Yu had encountered enemies who were increasingly powerful, thus he needed to continuously improve his cultivation level. This would also lead to his abilities in that area becoming stronger. In this way, with just his current sisters, he would never be satisfied. Would they really have to let this bastard have a harem? Although the group of girls were helpless at the moment, they had no other choice. You bastard, you're too pleased with yourself. Looking at the triumphant Huang Yu, Yun Yun couldn't help but grumble. On the other side, Yi Fan, who had been missing for a long time, finally appeared at the entrance of the Shenwu array. Yi Fan looked at this quaint little town and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I didn't expect there to be such a hidden paradise. Compared to those so-called promoted ancient towns, this place completely outshined those tourist spots. However, according to the information he gathered in Tianhai City, Shenwu Town was a gathering place for all ancient martial arts families. It could be said that many experts gathered here. Various martial arts masters were countless. I didn't expect you, Han's brother, who seemed pampered, to come to such a place. This surprised Yi Fan. He had thought that Huang Yu had just found a place to enjoy time with starlets and models. Immediately, Yi Fan walked towards Shenwu Town. At that moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. His eyes lit up instantly. Unlike the filthy aura of Wang Zhu, this girl looked so pure and even exuded a faint fragrance of a young woman. Through the days of rushing on the road, Yi Fan had already cleaned up any venereal disease on his body, so his current health was particularly good. Therefore, he was not afraid of others noticing anything unusual about his body. He immediately walked over and called out to the voice, "Excuse me, miss, can you help me with something?" Yi Fan greeted her. Unexpectedly, coming to Shenwu Town brought such gains. He found both Yu Han's brother and possibly his destined love at the same time. What is it? Tang Qingqing, who came out to buy ammunition, frowned and looked towards the source of the voice that called her. She saw a young man who looked quite sunny running towards her. Meanwhile, after walking all night, Tang Hao finally returned to Shenwu Town from the cave where he cultivated his power. When he came out, he found that their car parked outside was missing, so he had to walk back on foot. However, after walking all night, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could the car suddenly disappear? Was it stolen? Or did Tang Qingqing and brother Zhu not actually die, but leave? If that were the case, it would be great. Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps they didn't wait for him because they thought he was dead. However, just as he returned to Shenwu Town and was about to return to the Tang family, he saw a young man standing in front of his cousin from afar. Although the girl might not understand much, as a man, Tang Hao immediately sensed that the young man's intentions were not pure. He couldn't help but shout, "Qingqing!" It was during their time in the cave that Qingqing admitted she liked him. Although Tang Hao didn't witness Qingqing saying it herself, it was left brother who told him. Tang Hao had every reason to believe that brother Yu wouldn't lie to him. So, seeing a stranger making advances towards his woman, how could he not be furious? Tang Hao. Seeing the figure running towards her from afar, Tang Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly. This jerk, he's not dead after all. If I had to choose between Tang Hao and Huang Yu, Tang Qingqing, without a doubt, would be more disapproving of Tang Hao. In the past, she thought Tang Hao was the hero who could save the Tang family. But after getting to know him these past couple of days, she saw his true colors. Her cousin turned out to be selfish and always liked to flaunt noble moral principles. He even had other ideas about her. How could that not be disgusting and contemptible? Yi Fan was the first to sense something amiss in Tang Qingqing's eyes. That man was definitely someone she didn't like. He immediately reached the conclusion that Qingqing was being harassed by that man. With this in mind, Yi Fan turned around in the middle of the street and directly confronted Tang Hao, who was running over. "Kid, get out of the way, and don't delay me from talking to my cousin." "Is she your cousin?" Yi Fan instantly understood that Tang Qingqing seemed like a young lady from a big family, and this person was undoubtedly one of those pampered youths. "Sorry, I don't know you. Please leave." At this moment, Tang Qingqing didn't want to say anything more to Tang Hao. She turned around and walked away. "I'm your cousin. It's me, Tang Hao." Tang Hao anxiously looked at his cousin, feeling a bit confused. How could she not recognize him? Could it be that the delusion she experienced in that place had affected her memories? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao became even more anxious. If so, things would be serious. If his beloved cousin fell for someone else because of this, it would be a big problem. Thinking about this, he wanted to push Yi Fan aside. However, Yi Fan wasn't going to move easily because of the irritation. Seeing this dandy, he immediately put on a cold expression and grabbed him. "Looks like you need some tough love. Who do you think you are? How dare you lay a hand on me? Get out of my way." The two destined protagonists to King's Force to meet instantly made the atmosphere tense. It was as if they both saw each other as unforgivable villains. End of chapter. Chapter 281. The two sides confronted Tang Hao with a cold smile and fierce killing intent in Yi Fan's eyes. "I think it's you who's seeking death, daring to challenge me." At this moment, he had lost his former self who used to smile at everyone. After enduring a long period of confinement in the Z family's dungeon, Yi Fan had completely suppressed his compassionate heart. In any case, the priority was still to complete the master's mission first. As for the audacious person in front of him who dared to harass Miss Tang Qingqing, with that, Yi Fan immediately struck out with a punch towards the opponent. On the other side, Huang Yu was still completely unaware of the conflict between the two destined protagonists. Just as Huang Yu was preparing to go to the Tang family to find Tang Qingqing, suddenly his phone rang. "Young Huang, we have found Yi Fan's whereabouts. He seems to be heading towards a place called Shenwu Town." "Shenwu Town is right here, isn't it?" Hearing this, Huang Yu furrowed his brows, sensing a bad premonition. In Tianhai City, he could count on one hand the people involved with Yi Fan. Shenwu Town should not have any ties with Yi Fan at all under normal circumstances. But now, the fact that he had inexplicably come here made it hard for Huang Yu to believe that there was nothing wrong. What's going on? Why would he come here? Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone, Bai Mao, instantly panicked. After all, he had vowed to watch over Wang Hao and Yi Fan. But unexpectedly, Wang Hao had already recovered from his paralyzed state, and Yi Fan had repeatedly disappeared from their sight. From Huang's tone, it was clear that Yi Fan was looking for him. If this caused any harm to Huang, Bai Mao became anxious. "Young Huang, are you okay? Should I bring someone over to protect you now?" "It's my fault about Yi Fan," he said. "We don't know why, but he suddenly grew a leg again. And since growing that leg, his strength has become very powerful." Hearing this, Huang Yu began to speculate. It seemed that Yi Fan had encountered some fortuitous event again. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel envious. Truly a protagonist of destiny, even in dire straits, there was still a chance for a comeback. Before, Yi Fan not only contracted a disease, but also had a leg amputated. Even his silver needle was taken away. The jade pendant hanging around his neck, given to him by his grandfather, was shattered by a sniper rifle shot. Unexpectedly, he could still turn the tables now. Huang Yu admired his luck. However, now that Yi Fan had arrived at Shenwu Town, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. After all, there was already Wang Hao here, and adding another destined protagonist would make the situation challenging. "Young Huang, when should I come over?" Hearing Bai Mao's voice on the phone, Huang Yu hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "Forget it. Don't worry about it for now. Focus all your energy on watching Wang Hao closely this time, and don't let any accidents happen again." With Yi Fan's current strength, Bai Mao and his men were not a match for him. If they were to be reckless and alert the enemy, it wouldn't be good. "Okay." Bai Mao nodded on the phone, affirming and becoming more determined. Having failed once recently, he must not fail again. He must closely watch over this one called Wang Hao. Grateful for Huang's cultivation, Bai Mao felt guilty. During this failed mission, Huang Yu not only didn't blame him, but also took responsibility for it. According to Huang's tone, it seemed like he was ready to take action himself. Don't worry, young Huang, I will not let you down. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, who was being watched by Bai Mao's men, through his efforts, refocused on several stocks that were to rise again. In just a few days, he had earned back hundreds of thousands. Great! Sister, look at me. I've made so much money again. Wang Hao excitedly grabbed Wang Zhu, proudly introducing his achievement. In this era, being a millionaire meant being rich. And he had achieved this in such a short time. Great! Witnessing her brother's success, Wang Zhu was also thrilled. After all, she had suffered a lot during the day when she went out to work. Now that life had finally stabilized, she needed to take good care of herself as she was still recovering from an illness. Just when Wang Hao thought that everything was going smoothly, suddenly a sensation of heat passed through him, and he felt warmth flowing from his nose. He subconsciously touched it with his hand and found it stained with fresh blood. What's going on? Wang Hao hastily wiped it with paper. Could it be that I ate too much spicy food recently and caused inflammation? He pondered with a hint of doubt. But seeing this scene, Wang Zhu's face turned pale in an instant. This symptom was all too familiar to him. Wasn't it a sign of his disease? And now, his brother was showing the same symptom. Did this mean his brother had also contracted the disease? Having finally climbed up to have such a wealthy brother, Wang Zhu was not willing to give up easily. After all, he wanted to rely on his brother's money for long-term medical treatment. However, not telling him about the disease was definitely not an option. If they kept dragging it on, and the disease worsened, resulting in his brother's death, it would be a huge loss. They needed to make his brother aware of the disease, but also keep their distance. After much thought, Wang Zhu finally came up with a plan. He decided to drug his brother, then find someone from the red light district to spend the night with him. This way, the source of the infection could be successfully transferred from himself to his brother, and maybe out of guilt, his brother would give him a lot of money. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Huang Yu had already arrived at the Tang family's place. However, not far from the Tang family, he saw two young men confronting each other. The atmosphere between the two seemed extremely tense, as if they were about to fight in the next moment. He felt that these two men looked strangely familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. After a short delay, he instantly realized they were the two who had pressured Wang. How could they appear here? End of this chapter. Chapter 282. The betrayal of good brothers. These two people were extremely familiar to him. One was Tang Hao, and the other was Yifan. What was going on? The two destined protagonists were incompatible. Huang Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled for a moment and hid himself in a corner. After all, in Tang Hao's eyes, his last name was Zhuo and his first name was Yu. But Yifan knew his true identity, so Huang Yu naturally couldn't easily expose himself, or he would find himself in an extremely passive situation. Moreover, faced with the sudden reunion of these two people, Huang Yu also did not have a definitive conclusion. Who knew if there was conflict between them, or if they had joined forces? So he thought it was better to observe quietly for now. In front of these two dominant figures, he was just a minor villain, and a misstep could lead to a fatal end with no burial place. As he observed, Huang Yu also began to change his appearance in secret. At this moment, he couldn't use the identity of Zhuo Yu or Huang Yu. It was better to temporarily use the identity of a stranger. On the other side, the tension between the two men increased. After a fierce battle, both of them looked at each other with a serious expression. After the recent confrontation, they had roughly figured out each other's capabilities. But to their surprise, their strengths were evenly matched, and for a moment, neither could overpower the other. This was unexpected for Tang Hao and Yifan, as in their perception, their strength was exceptionally dominant among their peers. They had never encountered such a formidable opponent. I didn't expect you to still have some strength left. Likewise, Tang Hao and Yifan complimented each other. Then Yifan realized that he couldn't delay any longer. Since Tang Qingqing had already left, he had important matters to attend to in Shenwu town. I'll let you off this time. But if you continue to pursue Miss Tang Qingqing, I'll make you understand what true pain is. That should be my line. She is my cousin. After exchanging these harsh words, Yi Fan left, and Tang Hao prepared to return to the Tang family. After the two men parted ways, Huang Yu removed his disguise and followed Tang Hao to the Tang family. "Brother Tang Hao." From a distance, Huang Yu called out to Tang Hao. Hearing that familiar voice, Tang Hao's face lit up with joy. He turned around to see the familiar figure. "Brother, it's great to see you safe. I knew you guys must have thought I was dead." Looking at Huang Yu, Tang Hao deliberately teased him with a mysterious look. "Huh?" Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback, not quite catching on to what was being said. He then heard the other person continue. "When I found the car missing, I knew you had left first, but it's good that you're safe. I bet you were worried sick about me all night. Rest assured, I'm here in front of you safe and sound, right?" Tang Hao looked at Huang Yu, thinking the latter was still worried. He couldn't help but be moved by this display of brotherhood. Just as Tang Hao seemed to be getting sentimental, Huang Yu couldn't help feeling dumbfounded. "Who the hell says we're good brothers? If you're going to die, just hurry up and die, okay?" This guy actually got emotional, thinking we left because we thought he was dead. What a twisted mind. But now, this excuse was in Huang Yu's favor, so he naturally wouldn't expose anything, and instead patted Tang Hao on the shoulder in agreement. "That's right, I was worried about you these 2 days, fearing you were dead. In that case, I would have lost a good brother again." Huang Yu pretended to be sorrowful, sighing, and then added, "But who was the person just now? Why did it seem like you were about to fight?" Speaking these words, Tang Hao's face was filled with indignation. "He was bothering my cousin, and I went to ask him to leave, but unexpectedly, he wanted to fight me. Although he is despicable, his strength cannot be underestimated." Thinking back to their recent exchange, Tang Hao's face showed seriousness. Since he started on the path of cultivation, anyone his age he encountered was usually easily overpowered by him. Meeting someone with such immense strength for the first time was surprising. So, what does Bro Tang plan to do? Hearing this, Tang Hao, despite knowing the other person was his good brother, couldn't help but show a hint of ruthlessness. "What can we do? Of course, we can't let it slide." In reality, he had already begun to plan when to take action against the other person. But if he acted too soon, wouldn't it make him seem narrow-minded and ruthless? On the surface, Tang Hao would naturally deny this. This caught Huang Yu off guard. What's going on? Are these destined protagonists used to being provoked, even resorting to killing others' families when it concerns women? Why does Tang Hao seem so weak in this matter? Allowing Yi Fan to harass his woman, isn't it too cowardly? Although he managed to escape from the cavern, it was still lucky. No wonder he's the chosen one. At this moment, Tang Qingqing had just returned, and she overheard Huang Yu's thoughts. Upon hearing the contents clearly, her brows furrowed instantly. "What, is my reckless cousin really allowing the Yi Fan to harass me? And threatening to kill someone's family?" Although she didn't catch the exact words, she was extremely disgusted by these matters. She had already cut ties with this cousin, and for him to engage in such actions was placing him in a questionable position. "Cousin, you don't need to worry about me. I'll handle things myself." At that moment, Tang Qingqing's cold voice suddenly echoed, drawing the attention of Huang Yu and Tang Hao. "Cousin." Tang Hao had been preoccupied with Yi Fan, so he hadn't had a chance to speak with his cousin. Now, seeing her return, he couldn't help feeling a bit excited. After all, Zhuo Yu had mentioned in the cavern that his cousin had feelings for him. But as he looked at her indifferent gaze, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. For some reason, he felt a mature charm emanating from his cousin. "Miss Tang Qingqing." Huang Yu put on a look of first seeing someone, laughed, and began to size up the girl's figure. Sensing that gaze, Tang Qingqing immediately frowned. End of the chapter. Chapter 283. You don't want your cousin to find out, right? Looking at the perverted eyes of this jerk, he almost instantly realized what this jerk was thinking. Tang Qingqing gave the other party a glance, then quickly averted her gaze. Then, he looked towards his own cousin. Tang Hao, upon seeing his cousin return, hastily stood up and looked towards her with a hint of emotion in his eyes. "Cousin, you're finally back. I was just about to find you for something," he said, somewhat moved. After all, it was only now that he truly realized that his cousin also loved him deeply. Perhaps she just didn't dare to express it due to some reasons. But now, it seemed like there was no need to hide it anymore. Zhuo Yu brother had already said that his cousin liked him. I think Tang Hao hesitated to say something, but before he could finish, Tang Qingqing cut in directly. "What do you want to do?" Hearing the indifferent tone of the other party, Tang Hao was stunned for a moment, then saw his cousin continue. "I don't care what you're thinking. Whatever I do, whatever I think, has nothing to do with you. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me in the future." Tang Qingqing warned the jerk Zuo Yu vaguely, before leaving directly. Although engaging in that kind of thing with that jerk could enhance his cultivation, it didn't mean he was willing to sacrifice his purity. He would rather cultivate uprightly and elevate his own realm, even though the speed of solo cultivation would be greatly reduced after the breakthrough. Tang Hao was momentarily puzzled by his cousin's reaction. What was going on? Wasn't it said that Tang Qingqing liked him? But looking at her attitude, it was clear that it wasn't the case. Could it be that his cousin liked to scold the person she liked? Left brother, are you sure what you said is true? Tang Hao turned and looked into Huang Yu's eyes with a hint of doubt. Of course it's true. Huang Yu couldn't let Tang Hao doubt him. It was a lie that he had painstakingly built up. It's just a pity ... He pretended to sigh with some sorrow, as if full of regret, looking at Tang Hao's eyes with a hint of pity. Do you know why Miss Tang Qingqing is so cold to you? Why? Tang Hao hurriedly asked, as if he could get the answer in the next second, with a hint of urgency in his eyes. Even though Tang Qingqing had exhausted his cultivation resources before, he still felt a bit moved by her. Compared to the worldly girls outside, Tang Qingqing was incomparable. The key lies with the person you fought with just now. A girl's mind can't be guessed so easily, Huang Yu began to explain, as if he were going to turn into a sea king. Just now, Tang Qingqing was so teased by that person, and you'd just fought together, and she was even suppressed by him. Wouldn't she lose face? Even if you weren't seriously injured, naturally, she wouldn't have a good expression towards you. After all, who would want a man who is so weak? While saying this, Huang Yu began to instigate Tang Hao's hatred. If you can show that you can protect her, maybe Tang Qingqing will forgive you. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao suddenly realized. So that's the reason. As the destined protagonist, Huang Yu guessed that there must be a big battle between Tang Hao and Yi Fan. After all, two tigers can't share a mountain unless they are of the same mother. Tang Hao and Yi Fan couldn't possibly get along. Today's situation was an example. Sure enough, after listening to the analysis, Tang Hao's face also showed a trace of indignation. Don't worry, brother. After I finish the ancient martial arts competition, I'll find that guy and give him a good lesson. Originally prepared to please Yi Fan, Tang Hao didn't hide his intentions at this moment. After all, according to the previous thinking, not only would his cousin think he was useless, even this brother Zuo Yu would think he was a bit weak. In the end, it was that guy who came looking for trouble, causing a rift in the relationship between himself and his cousin. Plus, he didn't suppress Yi Fan, so there was always a hint of fighting spirit in his heart. As if not defeating that guy would pose a great threat to his position. Seeing Tang Hao's hatred being incited by him, Huang Yu felt secretly pleased. Truly deserving to be the protagonist of destiny, so easily fooled. Of course, this was mainly due to those ridiculous settings. According to the setting of the trash making a comeback, the male protagonist must never have had a partner before, and the beautiful women he encounters must all be pure. And Tang Hao, the first female lead he encountered, was already taken by him. So emotionally clueless, he could be easily manipulated. Don't worry, I'll go and persuade your cousin now. Maybe she forgive you, Huang Yu said. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes instantly showed a touch of gratitude. Thank you, brother Zuo. He didn't expect his brother to consider him so much, not only analyzing the situation for him, but also comforting his cousin on his behalf. With such a brother in life, what more could he ask for? And of course, Huang Yu's comfort wasn't as simple as it seemed. He arrived at Tang's courtyard and, guided by Tang Hao, quickly found the small courtyard where Tang Qingqing was. Since Tang Hao was temporarily afraid of making Tang Qingqing angry, he didn't dare to go in. Instead, Huang Yu boldly walked in without any hesitation. At that moment, Tang Qingqing was sitting cross-legged on her bed, quietly cultivating. Sometimes furrowing her brows, sometimes relaxing them, it seemed she was facing some difficulties in her cultivation. Suddenly, the sound of a door being pushed open startled Tang Qingqing, and she immediately opened her eyes. Seeing a familiar figure appear, she furrowed her brows and coldly said, "Why are you here? Who let you in? Get out!" The person who came in was, of course, Huang Yu. Seeing Tang Qingqing scolding him, Huang Yu didn't get angry but calmly smiled and approached her. "Miss Tang Qingqing, don't be mad at Tang Hao anymore, okay?" he deliberately said loudly. Then he directly pointed at a pressure point on Tang Qingqing, using his spiritual energy to control her, making her unable to move or speak.